Chapter 1. The train is about to depart. May you all live forever. The train is about to depart. May you all live forever. Where is this? Dong 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 dong. Ye Qiyan woke up in a train carriage, pressing his somewhat sore head and opening his eyes. A carriage? Ye Qiyan couldn't recall what had happened yesterday. His last memory was staying up late to watch an anime. And then suddenly everything went dark, as if his memory had a gap. I can't have died from staying up late and ended up in hell, right? At this moment, the voice that had just appeared sounded again. All survivors have awakened. Distributing basic train rules. Point 1. Do not abandon your train, too. Every 24 hours after departure, all trains will arrive at a new platform. Point 3. Upon arrival at the platform, you may stop for 3 hours and choose whether to disembark. Point 4. Please collect resources. Resources can upgrade the train level. Each level increase will trigger upgrade module options. 5. Do not leave the train before arriving at the platform. Point 6. Survive. The rules are as above. Please be sure to follow. The first station will arrive in 1 hour. Please prepare. This long string of announcements made Ye Qiyan subconsciously pinch his own face. This really isn't a dream, huh? The soreness in his brain gradually faded, and he managed to stand up from the cold ground, observing his surroundings. Just as he saw when he first woke up, this was a train carriage, and outside the windows on both sides, an endless wasteland continued to recede. The only thing worth noting in the carriage was an oval device at the front, above which floated a light screen that blared train control system. Without a doubt, Ye Qiyan walked forward and reached out to touch it. The train system is at your service. Current operable options. Conductor info, train details, chat room, trading platform chat room, current number of people, 10001000. Who are you? Let me go. I have money. My godfather is very rich. Let me go back. Where's my medicine? Honey, where are you? It's me, Xiaowen. What's going on? Have I crossed over? Haha, good crossover. Finally, I don't have to go to work and see my boss face tomorrow. A flood of dialogues continued, and suddenly one line of text caught Ye Qiyan's attention. Hell, what a bunch of idiots, acting so convincingly. Do you take me for a fool? This must be for your show, right? I've seen documentaries before they used to go to space, and now it's on a train. So unoriginal. I'm getting off now. I don't believe you dare to hurt me. Calm down, man. What kind of variety show can kidnap 10,000 people? Let him try. Maybe it's real. The guy upstairs is idiot number 2. In less than a minute, that person no longer appeared, and the number of people in the chat room changed from 10,000 to 9999. Did he die? Ye Qiyan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He closed the chat room and scrolled through the light screen to the train details. Level 1 train carriage. None speed. 20 kilometers per hour workbench. Level 1 can recycle and decompose resource items. Frame. Level 1 wheels. Level 1 bottom plate. Level 1 materials needed for upgrade. 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal, 50 mechanical parts. Speed. If, according to the train rules, the time to reach the platform is fixed at 24 hours, then what does the train speed mean? However, what puzzled him more was that if they all arrived simultaneously, 10,000 people would mean 10,000 trains. What kind of colossal platform would be needed to accommodate them? Ye Qiyan sensed something strange and instinctively looked out the window at the seemingly endless wasteland. Could it be that if the speed is too slow, something will catch up to us? He continued scrolling and opened the personal information interface. Conductor name, Ye Qiyan ID, E31102 on train. Level 1 train mental state. 100 if mental state drops below 80, will fall into mental fatigue. Below 50, will enter. Self-doubt below 20 will fall into rationality. Collapse below 10 will fall into mental madness. Below 1 will. Physical strength. 100 can recover naturally through eating. Or resting. Below 0 will fall into extreme lethargy. Abilities. None. Talent. Sublimation train modules. None. Talent. What is this? Sublimation. Can consume physical strength or mental state to subliminate and evolve all existing entities, regardless of type, level, or condition. He quickly opened the chat room and searched for the keyword talent, finding no one discussing it. That if the vast majority of people had similar talents, there would definitely be someone unable to keep their mouth shut in the chat room. Since there wasn't, it indicated that the talent's possessors were few, perhaps extremely rare. Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. Why did he have this? Was it his cheat? Speaking of which, he was indeed different from others in his past world. Like an almost scrapped computer, suddenly able to run large AAA games after he touched it. Or an ordinary car reaching the speed of a sports car. Friends joked that he could make machines happy, but Ye Qiyan treated all of that as coincidence. However, this talent on his personal information seemed to be telling him it wasn't a coincidence. Sublimate everything? How do I do that? Ye Qiyan pondered as he walked to the workbench in the carriage, where there was a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and a small knife. These were items that everyone had, probably considered a newbie benefit. Poor quality small knife, level 1 sublimate. Ye Qiyan silently thought. In the next moment, an invisible force brushed over the poor quality knife. His physical strength on the personal information also dropped from 100 to 90. Sharp enchanted dagger, level 2, I did it. Looking at the shimmering dagger in his hand, Ye Qiyan's eyes were filled with excitement. This talent can really do this, and it didn't consume much physical strength, which is acceptable. Swinging the dagger, the sharp blade whistled through the air, clearly showing that after one sublimation, the quality of this dagger far exceeded its original state. It was hard to imagine what kind of scrap this dagger used to be. Wait, if that's the case. Ye Qiyan suddenly looked up at his surroundings. More precisely, he was looking at the front of the train. The train should also be able to undergo sublimation, right? The talent description said that everything could be sublimated, so the train should be included as well. Ye Qiyan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with curiosity and excitement for the unknown, that he walked to the control panel, as if some voice inside him was telling him what to do, and placed his hand on that oval device. Sublimate. Chapter 2, Sublimating the Train. That invisible force appeared again, but this time, Ye Qiyan felt his physical strength depleting at a rate several times faster than when he sublimated the knife. Physical strength. 90-30, he collapsed to the ground, watching the changes of the train before him, and Ye Qiyan couldn't help but feel delighted. Train upgrade completed. Current level. 2 materials needed for the next upgrade. 200 kilograms of wood, 200 metal parts, 400 kilograms of metal blocks. Open upgrade options. Congratulations on breaking the record for the fastest train upgrade. You have received a special module card. Calming his emotions, Ye Qiyan carefully observed the current state of the train. After upgrading to level 2, the chassis, frame, wheels, and workbench all upgraded as well, and the speed increased from the original 20 kilometers per hour to 40 kilometers. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that Ye Qiyan could clearly feel that he could still further enhance these two trains, unlike before when the small knife was nearly depleted of its potential after just one enhancement. However, given his current physical strength, even a full recovery wouldn't be enough, unless he added mental strength. But the introduction of mental strength made Ye Qiyan temporarily set aside this idea. After upgrading the train, 2 relatively special items appeared. Upgrade options and a special module card for breaking records were what truly needed attention. Level 2 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint 0 train coins. 2. Low-level water reservoir blueprint 1 train coin. 3. Train burst. Acceleration device blueprint 5 train coins. 4. Increase train stop time by 1 hour. 2 train coins. Options can be obtained by spending all train coins. Train coins. Is that the currency of this world? I don't have any at the moment. Does that mean I can only choose the first one? Ye Qiyan frowned slightly. If that was the case, then he would have lost out on this early upgrade. Can I reserve the options and wait until I have enough train coins to make a choice? Yes, options can be reserved for up to 3 station stops. He breathed a sigh of relief and extracted the blueprint that didn't require train coins. Low-level carriage blueprint requirements: 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal, 60 mechanical parts. Additional submission: 20 kilograms of glass, 10 kilograms of fiber for carriage. Modification: the required materials were quite a lot, and at least for now, they weren't easy to gather. As for enhancing this blueprint, he would set that aside for now. He didn't even have the resources needed for the primary blueprint, and if more materials were required after enhancement, it would be even harder to create. How special is the special module? Putting away the blueprint, a diamond card surrounded by light blue particles appeared and floated in his palm. Special module card. After activation, you can obtain a special module. The simple description didn't reveal much. Only by using it would he know what kind of module he could obtain. This thing should also be able to be enhanced, right? Once that thought crossed his mind, he could no longer hold back. Even though he had already consumed a lot of physical strength in enhancing the train, he still had mental strength. Moreover, after consuming that bread and water, his physical strength had miraculously recovered to 50. Let's give it a try. It should be fine. Ye Qiyan murmured softly. then silently recited in his heart. Enhance. An invisible force emerged once again, and the card in his palm emitted countless blue particles like shooting stars in an instant. If someone could stand in the sky at this moment, they would see Ye Qiyan's train resembling a comet, dragging a blue tail while speeding through the sky. Ye Qiyan stared at the card in his hand, his brows furrowed slightly. Finally, when the light contracted and the invisible force dissipated, he felt a lightness in his body. Current physical strength, 20 points. Current mental strength, 60 points. Mental fatigue. Enhancement successful. Special module card. Exclusive module card. 30 points of physical strength and 40 points of mental strength. That's a total of 70 points. That's a lot consumed, but what does this state of mental fatigue mean? I don't feel anything. Ye Qiyan lay on the ground, looking at the card in his hand, shaking off the doubts in his mind. Perhaps this was just an illusion, where physical fatigue overshadowed mental fatigue. Amen. Amit Ba. May the Emperor bless. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he prayed to a multitude of gods and demons. Use the exclusive module card. A stream of azure light enveloped his entire body, and the train control system's display appeared before him. Using exclusive module card. Congratulations, you have obtained the train conductor's exclusive module, Crossroads of Fate Unique. Crossroads of Fate. Your path will always present a second choice. Different choices will lead to different fates. Before Ye Qiyan could carefully examine it, the train's broadcast suddenly emitted a sound from above. Ding ding dong. Please make sure to sit tight. The train is about to arrive at your first platform. Good luck to you all. Huh? Has an hour already passed? I didn't feel a thing. He looked up at the time on the control system, with only 1 minute left until arrival at the platform. At that moment, a second display appeared on the control system. Crossroads of Fate triggered. Please choose a platform to dock. Platform 1, Swamp. Platform 2, Armory. Is this the ability of the exclusive module? Please make a decision. The countdown will result in a random selection if it ends. I choose the Armory. As the saying goes, when neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile weapons. Neighbors on my granary. Ye Qiyan didn't know if the other train conductors would become his neighbors, but he felt that nothing could give him more security than weapons at this moment. Platform selection complete. Please sit tight. The first station you're about to arrive at is Armory. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar echoed from the front. Ye Qiyan saw that the space ahead was twisting and distorting, as if a beast ready to devour people was opening its gaping maw. Virum. The whistle sounded. As the train passed through the distorted space, the surrounding environment completely changed at that moment. Current platform, Armory. Docking countdown, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, no danger. Chapter 3. Armory. The speed of the vehicle gradually slowed down. Accompanied by the fading roar, Ye Qiyan arrived at his first stop. In front of the door, he took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the enhanced dagger, and pressed the button to open the door. The world outside was silent. All around was pitch black, with only a huge building in front of him that resembled a matchbox. He looked up. There was no sun here, but both the road beneath his feet and the building were clearly visible. The power of space-time travel was truly astonishing. No wonder all trains arrived at the same time. Leaving the train, he took less than 10 steps to reach the entrance. The door was tightly closed, and he pried it open with the dagger. The door swung open, and a waft of decay hit him. Stepping inside and looking around, he saw wooden boxes neatly arranged. The source of the rancid smell was coming from these boxes. Ye Qiyan pried open the decayed iron lock on a box, and what he saw was 2 bolt-action rifles half buried in sawdust in front of him. Low-level marksman rifle, equipped with 20 low-level bullets. 2 guns, 40 bullets. This was the content of one box, and there were many such boxes in this armory. Good stuff. After opening several boxes in succession, Ye Qiyan moved all these gains back to the train. After a few trips, the strength he had lifted due to excitement was finally nearing its limit. Current stamina, 15 points, having continuously used his enhancement ability. Ye Qiyan's physical stamina had already reached its limit, but perhaps due to excitement, his mental state had recovered to 70. During the 3 hours the train was stopped, if he hadn't replenished his energy, he estimated he wouldn't have had much strength left to move these supplies. After resting for a while, Ye Qiyan stopped moving and instead explored the armory. On a shelf in one room, he discovered several sealed iron boxes. In his previous world, he had watched some introduction videos about military supplies, which often featured similar iron boxes. Curious, he walked over to the boxes. The markings stamped on them were unclear, but he could vaguely make out a square shape. Could it be Ye Qiyan swallowed hard, prizing open a corner of the iron box. He saw neatly arranged compressed biscuits inside, each resembling gold bars, emitting a faint milky aroma and a hint of fermentation. Indeed, without caring whether the biscuits were expired, he grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. It would be great if there was some water. Although he had secured food for a while, he still felt unsatisfied. He only ate one piece of the compressed biscuit, as such food not only filled the stomach, but also made one thirsty. He discovered a total of 4 barrels containing iron boxes with military rations, amounting to 80 pieces of compressed biscuits, enough for a normal adult male to last about half a month. In addition, he found some sealed barrels of water nearby, but unfortunately, the smell of this water was clearly not drinkable. Nevertheless, Ye Qiyan loaded them all onto the train. This armory was a semi-closed space resembling a matchbox, with various collapsed shelves and rotting debris on the ground, along with the pervasive stench of decay, making exploration particularly troublesome. The further he explored, the stronger the rancid smell became. After more than 2 hours, Ye Qiyan found only 42 intact rifles, while most others were damaged and rusted beyond repair, with their only value being salvage at the processing station. Additionally, he collected some easily transportable iron items and wood. The train's upgrades could be done directly through enhancement, but manufacturing items also required resources. Even if he didn't need them, he could trade them with others. Once again, carrying supplies back to the carriage. He glanced at the countdown on the operating system. There were 30 minutes left until departure, enough time for 1 or 2 more trips. Let us go for one more round. There should still be enough time. Looking at the now crowded train, Ye Qiyan felt that the first thing he should build was the first ordinary carriage. The wood and mechanical parts from those boxes and the process scrap guns were sufficient. But he still lacked quite a bit of metal, making construction temporarily impossible. There were still a few rooms that he hadn't entered. Returning to the armory, he bypassed the mess and walked straight to the innermost part. The few remaining unexplored rooms were open one by one, and from the internal decoration, it was vaguely evident that these places had once served as living and resting areas. The first few rooms yielded no special findings until the last one, where he finally encountered something unexpected. Crack! That was the sound of bones being crushed. Ye Qiyan slowly lowered his head, and beneath his feet, a small leg bone of a skeleton had been crushed. Sorry, brother, I didn't mean it. He wasn't scared. Since childhood, even in terrifying horror films, he only found them amusing, and he felt nothing seeing the swollen, pale faces of the deceased at occasional funerals. Ye Qiyan withdrew his foot and was about to turn away when he suddenly noticed a paper document bag covered in dust beneath the remains. It wasn't surprising to find a document bag in the armory, but what was strange was that its condition seemed too intact. After all, even iron and wood products had decayed to that extent. What made a paper bag remain unscathed? With curiosity, Ye Qiyan pulled the document bag from beneath the skeleton. He didn't open it immediately, but jogged back to the train. The carriage's operating system had an item identification function, and if there were any traps inside, it should be able to detect them. Level 1 treasure chest can be opened. This is actually a treasure chest? Looking at the thin folder that resembled a crispy pancake, his face showed surprise and delight. Hey, thanks, Bone Brother. I'll help you rest in peace later. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly stopped his actions. Wait, this treasure chest should also be able to enhance, right? Just like when he upgraded the train earlier, once this thought emerged, it was impossible to shake off. He glanced at his current personal information. Stamina, 30 mental. 80, such a small bag shouldn't consume too much stamina even if he used mental power, plus he had compressed biscuits. Eating another piece would restore some stamina, so it should be fine. Perhaps this was the special nature of this world. The recovery of stamina after eating was very evident. Moreover, when a person begins to convince themselves, it indicates that they have already made a decision. Thus, Ye Qiyan silently chanted those 2 words in his heart. Enhance. The numbers for stamina and mental power continued to decrease. Mental drops below 50, entering a state of self-doubt. He lay on the floor of the carriage like a fish washed ashore, motionless, staring at the slightly swaying chandelier above him. And after a while, he sat up. Stamina, 30-20 mental, 80-50. It seemed there was nothing much to feel. Ye Qiyan scratched his head. Aside from physical fatigue, he didn't feel anything uncomfortable from the so-called state of self-doubt. Shaking his head, Ye Qiyan carefully examined the document bag in his hand, which seemed unchanged. The total consumption of stamina and mental power to upgrade a level 1 treasure chest to level 2 was 40 points, slightly more than he imagined. Level 2 treasure chest can be opened. It seemed he could no longer enhance it further. Could this kind of item only be enhanced once? Or were there some special rules? Never mind, let us open it first. Rubbing his fists together, Ye Qiyan opened the folder in his hand. Open level 2 treasure chest. Gained train coins. For gained. Colt M1911 pistol. Gained. Level 2 blueprint. External garbage collector. Chapter 4. Section 1. Preparation for the construction of the first carriage. So this is how train currency is obtained? For pieces in that case. Ye Qiyan opened the train details, and the options that appeared after the upgrades still remained at the top. He spent 3 train currencies to purchase the blueprint for a low-level water reservoir and 1 hour of train docking time. With only 1 train currency left in his hand, if he could encounter a treasure chest at the next stop, he might just gather enough to meet the requirements for the acceleration device. After seeing the train's departure countdown change to 1:15, Ye Qiyan turned his attention to the rewards obtained from the treasure chest. Colt M1911. Compared to the ordinary firearms acquired from the armory, this gun's level of refinement could be considered a work of art. It seems that guns in this world can use the same type of ammunition, loading a magazine with low-level bullets. He aimed the gun at a wooden box outside the train. Pulling the trigger, the wooden box was instantly shattered into pieces. Wow, that's some serious firepower. Rubbing his sore palm, Ye Qiyan looked at the firearm in his hand with a surprised expression. They are all handguns. Those in the armory using the same bullets have at least half the power. If it gets upgraded further, Ye Qiyan quickly shook his head, temporarily dismissing this dangerous thought. Upgrading wasn't something to consider right now. His stamina and mental state were nearing their limits. It would be better to wait until he recovered. Putting away the handgun, Ye Qiyan turned to examine the 2 blueprints he had just obtained through the control system. Low-level water reservoir blueprint stores water sources, preventing decay and evaporation for 10 days. Requirements: metal, 10 kilograms mechanical parts, 20 pieces. External garbage collector collects garbage within the platform. The automatic device can return to the collector before leaving the platform. Requirements: metal, 30 kilograms. Mechanical parts, 100 pieces, can additionally add 300 mechanical parts for special modifications. After modification, it can automatically recycle and dismantle collected garbage into usable materials at the workbench. Looks like I can build them all. Ye Qiyan quietly murmured as he looked at his current resource totals. Wood, 210 kilograms. Metal, 60 kilograms. Mechanical parts, 220 pieces. The resources are sufficient. But if I build these 2, the first carriage will have to be put on hold. Let's wait a bit. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, there was some additional docking time, so it will be better to rest properly. During the last hour of the departure countdown, Ye Qiyan opened the trading platform. The trading platform has special rules. All train conductors in the platform cannot put anything on the platform. They can only sell items after leaving the platform. This rule is probably to prevent someone from transferring materials within the station through platform transactions, thereby circumventing storage space limitations. However, purchasing items is not included in this rule. This means that Ye Qiyan, currently on the platform, can buy the items that other conductors who have left the platform have put on the trading platform. However, this rule seems quite foolish, as it does not restrict private trades between conductors and does not limit people within the station from making purchases. Such an obvious loophole doesn't seem like something established by an existence capable of creating train survival scenarios. It's as if it's hinting to them that the rules can be ignored to a certain extent. Ye Qiyan didn't think further. The only thing he did next was trade metal. As for what to trade, his gaze swept over the low-level rifle and compressed biscuits beside him. At such times, what people lack the most is a sense of security. And the things that can provide a sense of security include weapons and food. Don't have any? Ye Qiyan kept refreshing the trading platform. Although some people had put up the metal he needed, the quantities were too scarce, and the prices were particularly outrageous. Clearly, those people weren't really intending to trade. They were just observing. Opening the chat room, the other conductors had already left the first station, and the chat box began to scroll wildly. Brothers, how was your harvest at the first station? I searched a junkyard for ages, and aside from a pile of waste tires, I found nothing valuable. It pissed me off. However, I did break down a lot of rubber from the tires. If anyone wants to buy, just message me. Be content. My first station was a grassy field, nothing but grass. And I couldn't walk anywhere. It was all black mud and had a terrible smell, disgusting. Grass is good. Black soil is very valuable. What value does it have? Can you eat it? Black soil can be used to grow vegetables. It's very useful. Cut it out, I thought it could be eaten. What is the use of it? In a place as small as a train head, can you even grow vegetables? What a joke. Is anyone selling mechanical parts? I have a blueprint that requires mechanical parts to make. A blueprint was sent into the chat room, immediately causing an uproar. Low-level mechanical fishing rod. Can perform automatic fishing functions. Requirements: mechanical parts, 20 pieces, metal, 1 kilogram. What the hell? Was this a blueprint? Why don't I have one? Someone got lucky, but is it okay to post this in the chat room? Cut it out. It's obvious you don't have a blueprint. This is just a screenshot. Only those who have the blueprint can manufacture it. Friend, I have 20 mechanical parts. I just want the bread and water you got at the start. Sabe, you want 20 mechanical parts for just bread and water? How greedy can you get? I only want 1 bread for the parts. I only want half, but I only have 15 mechanical parts. It's just a fishing rod. What is so precious about it? Not many people had gains at the first station. Is anyone selling water? I'm dying of thirst. Did you guys find any treasure chests? What did I say, treasure chest? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Damn. I hate it when people say half a sentence. In this situation, not sharing information is inhuman. Exactly. Everyone is trying hard to survive. What is wrong with helping each other? Some guys condemned the person who mentioned the treasure chest, and even through the screen, one could feel their ugly faces. That person ultimately couldn't withstand the malice, and, after a moment, sent a screenshot of the control system. Open level 1 treasure chest. Received train currency. 2 pieces. Received healing ointment. Received level 1 blueprint. Aluminum insulation mat. Chapter 5. The first transaction in the level 1 treasure chest. There are 2 train coins, and in a level 2 chest there are 4. So, the level 3 chest should have 6, right? Compared to the level 2 treasure chest. The rewards in the level 1 chest are quite meager, but medicines are still precious in this world, not to mention the train coins. What is this? Suddenly, a message caught Ye Qiyan's attention. Li Xiaosheng. Does anyone want metal? I have some here, and I can exchange it for various resources, prioritizing weapon trades. The fact that he prioritizes weapon trades instead of food indicates that this person is not lacking in survival skills, compared to those who can't even satisfy their hunger. Ye Qiyan prefers to deal with someone like this. Making up his mind, Ye Qiyan contacted Li Xiaosheng. Soon, a line of text appeared in the private chat interface. Li Xiaosheng. Hello. Are you looking to trade metal? How much do you have? How much do you need? He seems to be a very cautious person, but it's clear from this message that he has a considerable amount of metal. Can you bring out 150 kilograms of metal? The chat room fell silent for a moment. Li Xiaosheng rubbed his eyes, staring at the text in disbelief. 150 kilograms? That's the amount needed for the first upgrade of the train. What does this person need so much for? Could it be that he has already gathered enough wood and mechanical parts? Moreover, what gives this Ye Qiyan the confidence to buy so much metal at once? After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message. I can provide it, but what will you trade for? If it's the dagger you received at the start, I can only trade you 10 kilograms. How about a rifle? The Train S system has a fixed photo function, and Ye Qiyan took a picture of a low-grade rifle and sent it over. 1 gun with 20 rounds of ammunition. How about you give me 150 kilograms of metal? A gun? You actually have a gun? I can trade with you, but isn't that price a bit too high? You're robbing me. Even a gun isn't worth that much. Ye Qiyan toyed with a bullet, not surprised by the other party's reaction. But now, he is the only one selling guns. Whatever price he sets is his decision. It's not expensive at all. You should understand how crucial a gun is at this moment. Besides, who knows what dangers the next stop of the train might bring. If you could have a gun in hand, perhaps you could survive better, right? Li Xiaosheng knew Ye Qiyan was right. He had received over 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest at the first stop, thinking he was the luckiest among everyone. But all of that pales in comparison to the gun in Ye Qiyan's hands. Can we make it less? 150 kilograms. If you don't accept, I'll find someone else. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. The amount of metal this Li Xiaosheng has should be considerable, and he has completely revealed his desire to obtain the gun. In that case, Ye Qiyan wouldn't lower the price. Looking at the photo on the screen, Li Xiaosheng swallowed hard, clearly wanting it. Can it be 100 kilograms? Ye Qiyan played with a bullet, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I think there are others who are more eager for a gun than you at this time. Li Xiaosheng gritted his teeth, hesitated for a long time, and finally replied with some reluctance. Let me think about it. Okay, how about 10 seconds? After all, I'm quite busy right now. Li Xiaosheng really wanted to ask what he was busy with. Everyone had already left the first stop, and in the cramped space of the train, besides organizing their supplies, they could only communicate through the chat room. He would know that at this moment, Ye Qiyan was still at the first stop. Nor could he guess that Ye Qiyan's goal was not to upgrade the train, but to build his first car. Li Xiaosheng took a deep breath, his expression resolute, clearly having made a decision. I've thought it over. I'm willing to trade with you, but I want to know what you need this metal for. Is it for upgrading the train, Or do you have blueprint for this kind of firearm that you can mass produce? Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not like those people in the chat room with the idea of making you show blueprints. I just want to say that if you still want to trade, you can continue to look for me. I'm confident that I can upgrade the train to level 2 within 3 stations. At that time, I can help promote this kind of firearm. I'm sure everyone will tend to listen to a strong person. This person, where does his confidence come from? Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of a possibility. This Li Shaosheng might have some kind of talent, just like him. What exactly it is, Ye Qiyan had no way of knowing, nor was there a need to ask. Does he think he's a strong person just because he can upgrade the train within 3 stations? He silently glanced at his train, which had already reached level 2 before entering the station. Why doesn't he think he is a strong person? One could only say that the best way to deal with a person with such mysterious confidence is with 2 words. Obedience. Let us trade. This was Ye Qiyan's first transaction, and he was curious about how it would be done. Following the instructions, he placed the low-grade rifle along with 20 rounds of ammunition in an empty space. Soon, a virtual glow swept over the rifle and bullets, and in an instant, both vanished, replaced by a neatly stacked pile of metal ingots in that spot. So that is how it works? It's quite convenient. He wasn't worried that Li Shaosheng would cheat him, as all transactions were notarized by the train system, so there wouldn't be any issues. Looking at the resources in his hands, Ye Qiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He took out the low-grade carriage blueprint and placed it on the processing table. A translucent light curtain rose from the blueprint. Low-grade carriage, buildable, materials needed. 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal. 60 mechanical parts, proceed with building. Yes, no, yes. At the moment he pressed the option, all the required materials vanished from the train. Then Ye Qiyan saw all the materials at the end of the train being continuously reassembled in the sky by a mysterious force, ultimately condensing into the shape of a carriage. The carriage fell from midair, landing steadily on the tracks and sliding forward, finally connecting with his train head. Construction successful. Can consume glass and fibers for modifications. Low-grade carriage. Internal facilities. None. Carriage function. None. Has it been modified? No. This carriage doesn't have a door. To enter, one must go through the back of the train head. The interior of the carriage is quite spacious. About 10 meters long and roughly 1.5 times the height of an adult male, making it quite bright and roomy. There are window frames, but unlike the train head, it doesn't come with windows, which means it needs glass for modifications. Now there is no need to stuff things into the train head anymore, and just having a train head doesn't make it a proper train. This is how it should be. Ye Qiyan nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at his remaining stamina and mental state, deciding not to consider upgrading for the time being. He stuffed all the resources piled in the train head into this carriage and looked at the countdown to departure. 40 minutes. Enough time for him to move some things onto the train. Chapter 6. Arms deal stamina. 21. Mental state. 59. Current status. Exhausted on the train. Ye Qiyan lay there like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, completely motionless. In this last stretch of time, he had used his remaining strength to make 2 trips back and forth to the arms depot. Aside from expending a lot of effort on transportation, he did not forget his promise and used a shovel to dig a grave for the corpse, erecting a nameless tombstone. Ultimately, this completed the last harvest of this station. As the countdown to departure reached 0, the previously stationary train slowly set off. As it moved forward, the fluctuations in space suddenly reappeared. The train's speed continued to accelerate, and after passing through that space, it returned once again to the endless dim wasteland. At the same moment, the train's announcement rang out. Ding! All train conductors have left the platform. Congratulations to the 9,892 of you for successfully leaving the novice first station safely. You have officially exited the novice safety period. The second station begins, and the train will no longer guarantee stops in safe areas. The announcement caused an uproar. What does that mean? Didn't we have to leave the platform an hour ago? Did someone stay an extra hour at the first station? Why? Could it be that the rules are fake? If we don't get on the train before the countdown ends, the train won't leave? Is anyone going to try that at the next station? You're right. Try that at the next station. Damn it, I'm reporting someone for cheating. What? The first station was actually safe. If I had known, I would have gotten off to take a look. Can people die at a safe station? Of course, my first station was a desert. If it weren't for my luck, I would have been swallowed by quicksand. They did not realize that the big shot they were discussing was sitting on the ground, sorting through all his final gains from the station. Low-grade sniper rifles, 49 low-grade bullets, 150 kilograms metal, 104 kilograms mechanical parts, 162 pieces besides this. He also found some usable tools in the arms depot, such as crowbars, shovels, and screwdrivers, discarding the broken ones into the processing station for disassembly and recycling, keeping the rest as spares. Currently, the blueprints he possessed, low-grade water reservoir, and external garbage collector, required 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, which was not a big deal for him. He placed the blueprints and allocated the resources. Through the train's control system, he could load both on the train. The water reservoir was placed in the carriage, and the collector was hung on the left outer side of the carriage. After loading was completed, Ye Qiyan stood up and walked to the carriage, noticing that the original supplies were clearly reduced, replaced by a metal water reservoir fixed in place with a pulley. This low-grade water reservoir could hold 1,000 kg of water and had an unremovable isolation layer to separate sewage from clean water. The sewage brought from the arms depot occupied about 1/10 of the sewage compartment, which was 50 kilograms. Unfortunately, there was no clean water device. Ye Qiyan felt a bit regretful, but was not too anxious. Purchasing water, glass, fibers, blueprints, and various resources and items. Interested parties, please private message with price. Trading with firearms and food. This was the first message he sent on the public screen of the chat room, and after sending it, he did not bother with it anymore. It was evident that the preciousness of firearms, as he had previously mentioned to Li Shaosheng, would be understood by some. Gun? Is it the kind of gun that pulls the trigger? Wow, can you give me one? What a big face. Asking someone to give you such a precious item as a gun. I got nothing but a mess in the first station. Why do some people have firearms? Collecting resources? Are you upgrading the train, Big Shot? Big Shot, please take me with you. I'm a pure female college student. Give me some food, and I'll do anything when we meet. After checking the water reservoir device, Ye Qiyan also inspected the recycling device. The recycling device, suspended from the train ceiling, was completely in the form of a black iron box. He would only know if it started working once they reached the second station. After getting these sorted out, Ye Qiyan finally had the leisure to open the chat interface and saw that his private message interface was being bombarded. Zhao, Ku, Big Shot, give me a gun. I'll be your little brother. I'll do whatever you say. Lin Zhaopeng. Friend, can you share how you got the gun? At this time, everyone should help each other. If you have many firearms, you can give them to me for distribution to those in need, which will help more people survive. Shangwan Inshua. Lake water, 20 kilograms, no container provided. Cohen Jones. I only have 16 kilograms of glass. Can I trade it for a gun? Foreigners? Seeing some unusual names, Ye Qiyan was a bit surprised. But upon further thought, it made sense. This train survival world had never stated that only people from the same country existed. No, perhaps it couldn't even be certain that they were from the same world. After blocking and muting those who liked to moralize and freeload, Ye Qiyan carefully sifted through the messages and discovered a few potential trading partners. The 20 kilograms of lake water was worth discussing. After a moment of reflection, Ye Qiyan replied to the woman named Shangwan Inshua. You know, lake water doesn't mean it's drinkable. If not filtered, it could be deadly. If you want trade, show more sincerity. Train conductor ID E3-3924. Shangwan Inshua frowned slightly at the response in the chat interface, hesitating for a moment. Shangwan Inshua, how much do you want? Name a price. Ye Qiyan, 50 kilograms. Compared to metal, water is more precious, even if it's lake water. This is not only because it sustains life, but also because, at this time, even if the first station was a lake with clean water, few people would have a container to store it. In fact, Ye Qiyan's bottom line in his mind was that he could buy a gun from her for 30 kilograms, which is the price for non-drinkable water. If it were drinkable mineral water, it would go without saying that the quantity could be traded. After all, he was just one person. No matter how many guns he had, it was more useful to exchange them for resources. Shangwan Inshua, you fine, I can trade. But I want to provide a water storage container. You'll have to find a way yourself. Chapter 7 Blacklight Enchanted Pistol. Did I say too little? Looking at the other party's straightforward response, Ye Qiyan scratched his head, but didn't regret it. All right, let's make the trade then. Shangwan Inshua. Wait a moment. I need more bullets and food. This woman? Where did she get so much water? No, it's not surprising to have a lot of water, after all. She said it was lake water, so it's highly likely her first stop was a place like a lake. What really made Ye Qiyan curious was where she got the containers for the water. Before the average 3-hour stop at the first station ended, the trading platform and chat room were both closed. Did she pick them up? Did she build them using blueprints like him? He didn't ask, after all. Everyone has their own secrets. Ye Qiyan, bullets are relatively cheap. 1 kilogram of water for 5 low-level bullets, and you don't need to provide a container for that. As for food, it's military-grade compressed biscuits. 1 biscuit in exchange for 5 kilograms of water. Shangwan Inshua. Okay, I want 100 low-level bullets and 3 biscuits. Plus the gun and 20 bullets from before, a total of 85 kilograms of lake water. Let's prepare for the trade. Do you have enough containers? If not, I can sell you some. Ye Qiyan. No need, we could trade directly. The trading point was placed above the reservoir. At the same moment the gun and bullets disappeared, 85 kilograms of water appeared out of thin air, falling into the reservoir. Counting the previous ones, Ye Qiyan now had a total of 135 kilograms of water. Looking at the clean and clear water in the reservoir, he suppressed the urge to drink it all at once. Although this water looked clean, anyone with a bit of common sense would know that drinking water from the lake without filtration and boiling was akin to seeking death. Pleasant cooperation. If you have anything else to trade, feel free to find me. Shangguan Yinxue didn't respond, merely sending Ye Qiyan a friend request. Seeing the message prompt, Ye Qiyan didn't refuse. Compared to the self-importantly Xiaosheng from before, Ye Qiyan preferred trading with someone like Shangguan Yinxue. At least, she spoke little, which was reassuring. After finishing the trade with Shangguan Yinxue, he also sold quite a few low-level rifles and bullets to others. He managed to gather all the fibers and glass needed for reinforcing the carriage, and after the reinforcement, windows appeared in the frames, significantly improving the previously drafty environment inside the carriage. The harvest was substantial. After completing the last trade, Ye Qiyan had only 21 rifles left in his hands. He didn't set a specific price. He would sell to whoever he felt was offering a reasonable deal. This wasn't about making a loss. Ye Qiyan was well aware that aside from him, everyone else's train was still at level 1. And once the majority of people's trains underwent their first upgrade and triggered the upgrade options, who knew if there would be better weapon blueprints than these low-level rifles? Hoarding was not advisable. Such low-level items would only decrease in value over time. Finally, it was time to relax. Taking out a bread and a bottle of mineral water from the trade, Ye Qiyan enjoyed his first proper dinner since arriving in this world. He returned to the front of the train, swaying a bit to find a relatively warm spot to curl up. Forget about survival for now. He was so tired. And the only thought in his mind was to sleep, accompanied by the rhythmic thumping of the train traversing the endless wasteland. Ye Qiyan gazed at the bright moon hanging outside and slowly closed his eyes. Thump, 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 thump. Hiss. The cold of the deep night made Ye Qiyan shiver. He rubbed his eyes and got up from the ground, shaking his somewhat stiff neck and instinctively looking out the window. The wasteland was still the same, with a mysterious unease spreading beyond the distant horizon. Raising his head, the cold light cast by the huge moon seemed to add a touch of loneliness to the entire world. Stamina, 87, mental, 91. How long have I been sleeping? Looking at the timestamp on the train, Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes. 3:37. 3:37. Ye Qiyan sighed helplessly, opened the chat room, and saw the messages still scrolling continuously. Only a few like him could sleep soundly. Forget it. Anyway, he couldn't sleep anymore. Ye Qiyan dusted himself off and stood up. With stamina and mental state restored, it was time to continue with the enhancement. Let's try this first. Colt M1911. This all-black pistol, resembling a work of art. What kind of power would it have after a single enhancement? The next station wouldn't be a safe stop anymore. Only powerful weapons could give Ye Qiyan peace of mind. Enhancement. Stamina continuously drained from his body. The originally dark firearm gained faint patterns, and the gun's body became slightly longer and wider, making it a bit difficult to hold with one hand. Blacklight Enchanted Pistol, Level 3. Can consume stamina to convert internal bullets into armor-piercing rounds. Stamina, 47. Mental, 90. Consuming 40 points of stamina was still acceptable for Ye Qiyan. Weighing the blacklight pistol in his hand, he piled some metal into a makeshift target. Pulling the trigger, consuming stamina. An armor-piercing round shot out with a deafening roar and dazzling flames. Bang! Looking at the perfectly penetrated bullet hole, surprise spread across Ye Qiyan's face. So powerful. Aside from the recoil being a bit high, is this really just a pistol? Stamina, 45. 2 points of stamina for one armor-piercing round? Acceptable. It seems I can continue to enhance. Ye Qiyan fiddled with the gun in his hand, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the idea. The current recoil was still manageable. If the power and recoil increased again after the upgrade, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control it. The remaining stamina and mental state were enough for him to continue enhancing. He went to the first carriage. Ye Qiyan reached out to touch the wall. Enhancement. To his surprise, enhancing the carriage didn't require much stamina. Stamina, 25. Is it really this little? I thought it would require mental energy. Warm train carriage, level 2, enchantment warmth. Maintains a constant temperature of 22 degrees Celsius inside at all times. Now, I won't be woken up by the cold. Although the carriage couldn't be further enhanced like the front, Ye Qiyan was quite satisfied with this. Anyway, there was still plenty of time, so he might as well sleep a little longer. He took the thin blanket he bought from the front and laid it on the ground. Losing a lot of stamina was the best remedy for insomnia. He didn't plan to enhance the remaining items. Tomorrow, they would arrive at the second station. Next, it was about conserving stamina. Then, waiting. Chapter 8, Second Stop. White Forest that night. No one slept more soundly than Ye Qiyan. Countless people were unable to sleep due to the rumbling of the train and the cold wind of the wilderness, leaving their physical and mental states not only unrecovered, but even worse off. Waking up from his dreams, Ye Qiyan stretched his stiff body and glanced at the time to make a rough estimate. The arrival time at the first stop yesterday was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant that today would also be 1 o'clock in the afternoon for arrival, right? But how should I calculate this? He would leave the station an hour later than others, so would his arrival time also be delayed compared to the others? Leaving the first carriage and heading back to the front of the train, the temperature had dropped significantly. His control panel was already piled high with private messages. There wasn't too much time left until the arrival at the second stop, and the train announcement had stated that safety at the second stop was not guaranteed. The value of firearms would increase as that time approached. Luzhou, can blueprints be used for trading? The importance of blueprints is unquestionable. Possessing a blueprint is equivalent to having a lathe that can produce indefinitely with just the required materials. No one is foolish. So far, even though firearms are appealing, no one has been willing to trade blueprints with Ye Qiyan. This Luzhou is the first one. What blueprint could it be? Curious, Ye Qiyan replied to him. Hello, what blueprint do you want to trade? ID 3-9802. Luzhou sat on the ground in a daze upon hearing the notification sound from the control system. He immediately got up and ran over. After seeing the message, he hurriedly responded, I will send you a screenshot right away. Soon, a blueprint appeared before Ye Qiyan. Level 1 train seat blueprint. Requires 5 kilograms of metal, 3 kilograms of wood, 3 kilograms of plastic, 1 kilogram of fiber, a chair? Ye Qiyan was somewhat surprised. This item cannot be classified as precious or not. At least for now, no one would be willing to spend resources to buy it. But anyway, it's still a blueprint, something that can be manufactured repeatedly. If we have to say, in the world he once lived in, guns and bullets would definitely be considered more precious. But for him, a low-level firearm that could drop in value at any time and a blueprint that could be continuously produced, the value gap between the two would only become smaller. At least that's how it appeared to Ye Qiyan. How much he could sell the firearms and bullets for was entirely up to him. He could sell them to Li Shaoxing for 150 kilograms of metal or to Luzhou for a chair blueprint. Ultimately, the price of this transaction was never fixed. It depended on what others offered and whether he needed it. Ye Qiyan felt a bit tempted. Having a chair would at least mean he wouldn't have to sit on the ground and could rest better. I can trade, but I can only provide 10 bullets since this blueprint isn't that great. If you need more bullets, you can buy them with other resources. The moment Luzhou saw the response, his sweaty face instantly lit up with joy. 10 bullets will do. Thank you. Thank you. I will send it to you right away. You don't know how important this gun is to me. Without this gun, I will definitely die at the next stop. Definitely. Looking at Luzhou's messages, Ye Qiyan sensed something unusual. Definitely die? Although safety is not guaranteed at the second stop, it shouldn't be said that one would definitely die, right? Why would this Luzhou have such a judgment? A talent? Watching the trade prompt sent by the other party, Ye Qiyan did not choose to refuse. As before, he didn't care about what others were hiding. Secrets, everyone has them. After the trade was completed, Ye Qiyan immediately went to the processing table to manufacture the chair. A black chair appeared before him, and sitting on it gave Ye Qiyan a sense of returning to a civilized society. He had never thought a chair was so important before. Shaking his head, he continued with his arms business, until the countdown to the train's arrival at the second stop reached the last hour. Ye Qiyan successfully sold another 15 rifles along with 300 bullets. As for the remaining ones, he did not intend to sell them anymore, as the second stop was not safe. Stamina, 98, mental, 100. Looking at his stamina and mental state, which had nearly fully recovered, Ye Qiyan picked up a low-level sharpshooter rifle. Sublimation, the familiar feeling of powerlessness, but compared to the Colt pistol from before, this rifle consumed much less stamina. Stamina, 85. Did it consume 13 points? Moreover, the potential was already exhausted, so he could not continue to sublimate. Ye Qiyan was not disappointed. Looking at the rifle now adorned with a gilded color, he opened the train system's introduction. Exquisite sharpshooter rifle, level 2. It transformed from low level to exquisite. However, the power of the bullets fired increased by more than double. Of course, compared to the sublimated blacklight enchanted pistol, it still fell short. This was about right. The countdown to the second stop continued to decrease. The atmosphere in the chat room became increasingly oppressive. The number of people talking had significantly decreased. Ye Qiyan quietly organized his equipment and waited. In the last 30 minutes before entering the station, the familiar light screen appeared before him. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose one of the following 2 platforms to dock at. Platform 1, Goblin Camp, Level 2 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, White Forest, Level 3 Collection Platform. Different now. Compared to the first time it appeared, his exclusive module had more information. Platform levels and special suffixes. Hunting and Collection. Level 2 and Level 3. Did a higher level platform appear because I upgraded the train? Also, it seems the platforms the train arrives at have a 1 level difference. So is the previous Arms Depot also Level 2? No, it should still be Level 1, as the products inside were all Level 1 items. Ye Qiyan shook his head, thought for a moment, and chose White Forest as his next platform. Collection Platform. It should be too dangerous based on the name. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight. The second stop the train is arriving at is White Forest. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The spatial fluctuation that was familiar engulfed the train. A gray-white light enveloped this world. Looking out the window, a gray-white forest came into view. Current platform, White Forest, docking countdown, 3:59, 59, good luck. This station, low danger. The arrival time is still the same, low danger. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiyan placed the pistol at his waist, slung the rifle on his back, and carried a backpack filled with food and bottled water. Standing at the train door, he pressed the opening button. The moment he stepped out of the train, the entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Ye Qiyan surveyed his surroundings. All the trees in this world had gray-white trunks and leaves. If someone timid had come here, they would probably have lost the courage to proceed further, because it was too quiet, so quiet that one could hear their heartbeat, coupled with the last appearance of the words, low danger. Everything underscored that this place would not allow him to take freely like the Arms Depot. However, Ye Qiyan did not regret his choice. In fact, he had already mentally prepared himself when he chose this platform. Speaking of which, this danger warning seemed not to be visible to everyone. He had been peeking the chat room all day and had not seen anyone mention this matter. Those guys who have already run out of things to say can't possibly forget about this matter. So, is this also the ability at the crossroads of fate? Ye Qiyan collected his thoughts and raised his eyes to the deep white forest ahead. It was said to be a collection station, but I can't see what could be collected here at all. Could it be just ordinary timber? That doesn't seem to be any different from an ordinary forest. Is there a road? Chapter 9. White Forest Fruit. He walked along the road deeper into the forest. All the while, he remained vigilant for any dangers that might arise. But fortunately, nothing happened. At the end of the road, deep within this gray-white forest, fruit trees bearing white fruits appeared before him. Could it be that the collection items for the station were these fruits? Approaching the fruit tree, he used his dagger to cut the stem and picked one fruit to smell it. A sweet yet slightly bitter aroma wafted towards him. This was a type of fruit he had never seen in the world he came from. Gulp. Looking at the fruit in front of him, Ye Qiyan swallowed. It smelled so good. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming desire to take a big bite of these fruits. Just as he was about to take a bite, a strong sense of danger suddenly jolted him back to reality, and he quickly threw the fruit away. What the hell? Stamina, 93. Mental, 72. Ye Qiyan broke out in a cold sweat. His mental state had just been full, yet in just a few seconds of holding that fruit, it had diminished so much. He wasn't lacking food or water, so why was he so eager to eat a fruit whose toxicity he hadn't even confirmed? Moreover, the speed of the mental degradation was terrifying. Even during sublimation, it wasn't this fast. There was something wrong with this fruit. Ye Qiyan took a few steps back, frowning at the gray-white fruit. The identification feature of the train system could only be used back on the train, which was too inconvenient. However, these fruits were clearly the collection items for this stop, and Ye Qiyan felt that the danger of this stop lay within them. Did I just sense a hallucination because I smelled the fruit? What if I didn't smell it? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take these fruits back. At the very least, he needed to use the train's identification feature to see what they were before making a decision. He tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes with the dagger and tied it around his face. Although he didn't know if it would help, it was at least some form of protection. Opening his backpack, he found plenty of space besides food and water. Even when facing potentially life-threatening hallucinogenic fruits, Ye Qiyan couldn't bring himself to give up. The forest remained as quiet as ever, but now there was a diligent fruit farmer working hard to harvest his fruits. After filling his backpack, Ye Qiyan wiped the sweat off his forehead. Thankfully, he had this dagger. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy. He returned to the train, eagerly took out one fruit, and approached the control system for identification. White forest fruit, level 3. A fruit unique to the white forest that releases a hallucinogenic aroma when unprocessed, reducing mental state. Consuming it will cause permanent degradation of mental limits. Processed consumption can quickly restore mental state and slightly increase resistance to hallucinations. Processing method. Soak in cold water for 5 minutes. So that is how it is. No wonder I wanted to eat it so badly. It was indeed the smell that caused it. Thankfully, I reacted in time. Ye Qiyan patted his chest, relieved as if he had survived a disaster. A warning bell rang in his heart. He thought he had been cautious enough, but it wasn't enough. He couldn't wait to toss all the fruits he brought back into the water. After patiently waiting for 5 minutes, he watched as they transformed from gray-white to pure white, and he eagerly picked up a white forest fruit, taking a bite. The incredibly sweet juice burst in his mouth. Delicious. I've never eaten such delicious fruit before. Ye Qiyan's eyes sparkled with joy. Compared to the white forest fruit, the taste of bread and cookies was simply unpalatable. It was hard to imagine such fruit could grow in such a sinister environment. Pouring out the remaining items in his backpack, Ye Qiyan grabbed 2 guns and a dagger and set off again. A round trip took about 20 minutes, but filling an entire backpack would take about half an hour. With only 4 hours of stop time, he could only make 4 trips, so he couldn't waste time. As he stepped out of the train, Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and looked towards the direction of the train car. The garbage collection device he had installed was working. So this is what garbage collection means. The small robot, only half the height of a calf and cube-shaped, was moving back and forth between the white forest and the train, occasionally bringing back some leaves and putting them in the collection station. It doesn't seem very useful, does it? Ye Qiyan sighed. Since it had already been built, whatever. In the white forest orchard, Ye Qiyan's dagger swung continuously as he collected fruit from the trees. After several trips, the train stop time finally came to an end. 0:32. 16. What a pity. I wonder if I'll ever have such delicious fruit again. In nearly 3.5 hours, he had picked over 100 pounds of white forest fruit, ignoring the rotten ones. It was enough for him to eat for several days. He didn't set off again, as the departure time was approaching, and he didn't want to miss the train because of greed. Ye Qiyan organized the supplies he had on hand. Apart from the white forest fruits, he also had 79 compressed biscuits and 21 bottles of purified water. These supplies would ensure he wouldn't have to worry about survival for a while. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Qiyan ate a fruit and opened the chat room. At this time, everyone except him should have left the second platform. The moment he opened the chat room, his attention was immediately drawn to a line of numbers. 8,721, 10,000. Over 1,000 people have permanently disappeared. This is only the second station. Moreover, this number is still decreasing. Why? Who has medicine? I just drank a sip of lake water. Why does my stomach hurt so much? Deserved it. Who drinks unboiled water? Do you really think you're superhuman? Damn, those wild bulls pierce my lung. Brothers, I estimate I won't last long. If anyone sees my wife, please tell her that her husband killed a bull. Go ahead. I'll take care of your wife. Wow, the bleeding hurts so much. That big guy has medicine, right? I remember someone had opened golden wound medicine before. Please, save me. So hungry. The bread and water from the beginner's package are not enough to eat at all. In modern society, when humans are injured, they receive very good treatment. As long as they don't neglect it, even severe injuries have a chance of being saved. But now it's different. Even if they muster the courage to get off the train and explore, a slight mistake could lead to crisis. Even if they manage to escape by luck, it's likely their bodies would be injured. And if the injury is serious and cannot be treated, they would just be waiting to die. Not to mention that many people still haven't found food and water, and the pressure of survival was suffocating them. Chapter 10. Sublimation Level 3 Treasure Chest. What bad luck, the first stop was a broken house, nothing but trash, damn it. The second stop brought me to a muddy puddle. The smell nearly killed me. I didn't even have a chance to get out. Don't mention it. At least you didn't encounter any monsters. I was chased by a group of wild boars all the way. The train almost tipped over, and now there's several big holes. If it weren't for the departure time, I might have met my end there. Selling a piece of vulture leg meat. Trade for drinking water. I didn't dare to get off at the first stop, and I didn't dare to get down at the second stop knowing it was dangerous. After hearing you guys, I'm not too keen on getting off at the third stop either. Aren't you just waiting to die by not getting off? Do you still have food and water? Not everyone starts off like Ye Qiyan with a sublimated upgraded train, gaining the Fate Crossroads module, allowing them to choose and avoid certain dangers through platform levels and prefixes. After lurking in the chat room for a while, Ye Qiyan realized that the countdown for his stop was almost over. He then remembered that he still had a garbage recycling device running in the first carriage. For hours, he had no idea what kind of rewards he might get. In Ye Qiyan's mind, if that little guy could collect 12 kilograms of wood in this white forest, it would be a blessing, so he didn't hold out much hope. Level 3 treasure chest. Can be opened. Wait, what is this? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Damn. While everything else in the recycling station was various forms of garbage. Among this trash, a gray-white wooden box completely overshadowed all the light. A treasure chest, and it's a level 3 one. He had thought about the possibility of treasure chests existing in the White Forest, but it was too vast. Besides this road leading to the orchard, Ye Qiyan didn't dare to venture too deep into the forest. If he got lost, he might not be able to return to the train. So he simply didn't think about finding a treasure chest. He never expected that this little robot he had dismissed, which recycled garbage, would actually bring back a treasure chest from his forest. Now, Ye Qiyan looked at the silly-looking square robot with admiration, raising his hand to pat its square head. As expected, the recycling station he spent so many resources to create was worth it. If the little robot had expressions, it would definitely be showing disdain right now. After all, its owner had just been openly expressing his disdain for it. Humans are indeed the most changeable creatures. Suppressing the urge to open the treasure chest, Ye Qiyan reached out and pressed it. A level 3 treasure chest, after sublimation, would become level 4. Logically, it would guarantee at least 8 train coins plus other rare items of level 4. Stamina, 45. Mental, 92. Sublimation. Ye Qiyan happily began the sublimation. Stamina drained away, followed closely by mental energy. When the invisible force dissipated, just like that document bag before, this wooden box still showed no change. Level 4 treasure chest can be opened. Stamina, 20. Mental, 62. His body was tired, but he felt very excited mentally. Ye Qiyan rubbed his hands, eyes shining with enthusiasm. Ha. Let me see what's inside. Creak. Opening level 4 treasure chest. Obtained train coins. 8. Obtained external surveillance device. Level 4. Obtained white forest fruit tree seed. Obtained train gray white paint. Obtained advanced ceramic plate bulletproof vest. A level 4 building. If the people in the chat room knew, would they be envious to death? Ye Qiyan muttered to himself, not intending to show off. Showing off would only invite jealousy and hatred from others. He just needed to focus on his own matters. Why care about others? However, this level 4 building couldn't be sublimated for now, not because of a lack of potential, but because his stamina and mental energy combined didn't seem to meet the sublimation cost. It seemed that level 4 was a watershed. External surveillance watchtower device can be installed above any carriage, can be equipped with any ranged weapon. After installation, it will activate automatic surveillance attacks, targeting hostile threats within 100 meters of visible range and locking onto targets to break through camouflage, invisibility, illusion, and any obscuring visual effects. Note, can be repaired using mechanical parts after damage. Good stuff, as expected from a level 4 treasure chest, truly different. He placed the surveillance watchtower above the front of the train. From the outside, it just looked like an additional round object with a compartment on the front of the train. Activating the automatic surveillance, a red light orb would appear, rotating 360 degrees inside the compartment. Ye Qiyan still had 6 rifles left. Excluding the one he had sublimated, he equipped the remaining 5 into the watchtower. Can trees really be planted inside the carriage? Looking at the remaining 3 rewards, Ye Qiyan scratched his head. White forest fruit tree seed, level 3 plant. Requires the unique gray-white soil of the white forest for planting. Takes 10 days to break ground. 10 days to grow into a tree. 10 days to mature. Daily consumption of half a kilogram of fresh water. A tree seed needs half a kilogram of fresh water. And at this time, there should be few who can plant it. Coincidentally, Ye Qiyan was one of them. However, a full 30 days of growth time felt a bit long, regardless of whether he could grow it or not. These seeds reminded him that the soil of this white forest could also be considered a special resource, and there was no reason not to take some. Moreover, he could wait until his stamina recovered to sublimated this seed. Countdown to stop, 0, 3:21. He filled several wooden boxes with gray-white soil. And in the last few minutes before departure, Ye Qiyan shut down the garbage recycling station, patted the little robot's head, and tossed all the garbage it had collected from the forest into the workbench for recycling. Although there wasn't much, it still provided him with 12 kilograms of wood, along with some leaves and stones. What surprised Ye Qiyan was that those leaves were not entirely garbage. White leaves, level 1, can be used to make white paint. White stones, level 1, can be used to make white paint. Everything in this forest really was related to the color white. Little guy, you did well. Once I've rested, I'll sublimated you next. He patted the little robot's head. The countdown ended. The train started. A subtle push from behind hit him as Ye Qiyan looked out the window, watching the white forest recede before his eyes, until a void appeared. Gray and white disappeared, replaced by an endless wasteland. Back. Only then did Ye Qiyan stretch, open the chat room, and noticed his private chat interface flashing with a soft light. Someone sent him a message. The private chat reminder between train conductors only appears after adding friends. Ordinary private chats do not trigger reminders. This means that the person sending the message was the one and only Shangguan Inshua. Do you still need water? Chapter 11. The deal with Shangguan Inshua. What do you need? Just to be clear, I have no firearms left to trade with you. Ye Qiyan tapped on the light screen, sending the message out. After a while, without a reply, Ye Qiyan thought the other party would not proceed with the trade. Just as he was about to close the private chat, a message came through. Sorry, I was just taking a shower. Taking a shower? Ye Qiyan silently glanced towards his own water reservoir. How much water does this woman have to waste like this? He wouldn't be so extravagant. No problem. So what do you want to trade? You should have seen what I just said. Inside Shangguan Inshua's train, a girl with waist-length black hair stood up from a wooden tub that occupied most of the train. She tied up her long hair, and her light blue eyes showed no emotion. 32 kilograms of wood, 50 kilograms of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. You should have these things. Ye Qiyan raised an eyebrow and did not answer the question, but countered. These materials are for upgrading the train, right? How can you be so sure I have them? Besides, even if I do, why wouldn't I use them to upgrade my own train? Because I hate trouble. Before contacting you again, I had already collected some materials, but it takes too much time and involves too many people, which I don't like. As for why I'm looking for you, I think you're the only one who can provide different materials all at once. I calculated that you've sold over 20 rifles. Apart from food and water, what else have you traded but various materials? This statement was quite accurate, but not entirely. Because Ye Qiyan had sold not just over 20 rifles, but actually more than 40. As for the resources she wanted, Ye Qiyan indeed had them. However, he was not interested in trading just for water, as the water in his reservoir was sufficient for now, and he even had a way to drink it. He had seen this method in the chat room, drilling wood to create fire and then boiling it. Regardless of the taste, boiled water wouldn't cause anyone to die from diarrhea. Of course, unless there was absolutely no water to drink, he wouldn't try this method. Shangguan Inshua was silent for a moment. She dried herself and sent a screenshot. This should be enough. Water purification device, level 1. Can filter and purify wastewater. Purifying 1 kilogram per hour. Seeing the content in the screenshot, Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes. A water purification device? So, it's this kind of thing? No wonder this woman had become extravagant enough to start taking showers. She probably obtained this device during the first stop. Even the water used for showering could be filtered and recycled. Moreover, it wasn't just one. No, she should have the blueprint for this device. Otherwise, why would she be willing to trade it? You have a blueprint? This device should be enough to exchange for the resources I need. She neither confirmed nor denied it. Ye Qiyan put away his surprise. The blueprint for a water purification device was indeed precious, but it belonged to someone else. He was already fortunate enough and had no need to envy others. Okay, we could trade. The two completed the transaction. After obtaining the water purification device, Ye Qiyan found that it could be placed perfectly between the wastewater tank and the clean water tank in his reservoir. Once the device was activated, the purified water would automatically flow into the clean water tank. This saved him a lot of trouble. Upgrading. After using the upgrade multiple times, Ye Qiyan had roughly understood the rules of upgrading. Such a small level 1 item wouldn't consume too much stamina. Deluxe water purification device, level 2, can purify 3 kilograms of water per hour, can purify non-fresh water. After leveling up, the effect tripled, and it also gained the ability to purify non-fresh water, meaning even seawater could be purified now. Ye Qiyan's heart was filled with joy. On a whim, he sent another message to Shangguan Inshua. Can you upgrade the train now? Can you tell me what happens after the upgrade? He was curious about what upgrade options others had after upgrading their trains, and whether they would be the same as his. Shangguan Inshua hesitated for a moment. Okay, before long, a screenshot appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. Level 2 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Low-level compartment blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Welding tool set, 2 train coins. 3. Wooden bed blueprint, 1 train coin. 4. Train stop time increased by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Options 1 and 4 were the same as his upgrade, but the other 2 were different. So that's how it is. The compartment blueprint and stop time are fixed, while the other 2 are random. And the quality is different as well. Shangguan Yinshue's 2 random options were still much worse than the ones he received. Ye Qiyan nodded in understanding, and he saw Shangguan Yinshue send another message. Do you have any train coins? No. Then do you still want to buy water? Ye Qiyan's mouth twitched a couple of times. If it had been before, he might have bought some for backup, but now, thinking about how the other party had already started taking showers and that the shower water would definitely need to be recycled using the water purification device, it meant that if he bought water, he would essentially be buying her shower water. Not buying. All right. The chat ended. Ye Qiyan knew that the other party wanted to buy train coins from him to purchase options, but he didn't have enough to spare, let alone trade. Moreover, he still had one option he hadn't chosen. Train burst acceleration device blueprint. 5 train coins. One of the options opened after the train reached level 2. For an average person, it would probably take several platforms to accumulate enough to obtain it. But Ye Qiyan, having just passed the second platform, had already saved enough capital to buy all the options. Purchase, train burst acceleration device blueprint. Consumption, 5 train coins, current remaining train coins. 4, train burst acceleration device. Construction requirements, 50 kilograms of metal, 200 mechanical parts. After constructing the device, materials can be used to manufacture acceleration bullets. Using acceleration bullets can increase the train speed to 3 times the original speed within 10 minutes. So expensive. No wonder it costs 5 train coins to purchase the blueprint. However, he was just short of some parts, and he just happened to be able to afford it. After passing the second platform, the items on the trading platform had become much richer. Right now, what most people needed were food and water, and conveniently, he had food. Ye Qiyan might be picky about those few barrels of compressed biscuits, but that didn't mean they had no value. Chapter 12, third stop, Doomsday Town. After spending 7 biscuits and a lot of words, he finally collected enough mechanical parts from others. It was indeed troublesome. Looking at the resources at hand, Ye Qiyan shook his head. No wonder Shangguan Yinshue hated trading. He also disliked haggling with people. Constantly changing prices for a bit of food was really a waste of time. He placed the resources on the processing platform, and the blueprint for the acceleration device emitted a deep blue light. Soon, the machinery and metal fused together, and a complex mechanical device appeared before Ye Qiyan. Train burst acceleration device. Note, can only be installed on the train body. Place it next to the control system for automatic installation. After installation, it can produce acceleration bullets. Acceleration bullet can be used a maximum of 3 times per day. Materials needed: 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, 1 train coin. Manufacturing bullets actually requires train coins? Ye Qiyan felt a bit helpless. He didn't know what it would turn into after the next upgrade. Stamina, 55, mental, 70. After eating the white forest fruit, his stamina and mental state recovered a bit, which was enough for 1 upgrade. Let's give it a try. After consuming 30 points of stamina and 40 points of mental energy, the acceleration device underwent a change. Red triple speed train acceleration device, standardized acceleration bullet, can be used a maximum of 5 times per day. Can increase the train speed to 3 times its original speed within 10 minutes. The number of uses increased to 5 times, but the speed remained unchanged. However, it seemed that the potential had been exhausted, meaning no further upgrades could be made. Following the prompt, Ye Qiyan placed the acceleration device in front of the control system. A silver-white halo enveloped the device, and then a black hole rose from the control platform. That was the position for launching bullets. A bit expensive. Ye Qiyan spent 2 train coins to manufacture 2 acceleration bullets. Looking at the silver-white bullets, which are the size of a baby's arm, he felt a pang of regret. He put away the remaining 2 coins. Although he was eager to test the power of the accelerated bullets, he decided against it. He wasn't extravagant enough for that yet. With everything sorted, it was time to rest. Speaking of which, was the side effect of low mental state just empty talk? Why had he never felt it before? Stamina, 100, mental, 100. Finally, everything was back to full. After resting all night, Ye Qiyan yawned and got up from the warm temperature-controlled carriage. He washed his face and hummed a little tune as he walked to the end of the carriage. He dug a seed out of the gray-white soil and nodded at its unchanged appearance. Let's see if the upgrade can speed up its growth. Stamina, 70, blessed white forest fruit tree seed. 3 days to break ground, 3 days to grow, 3 days to mature. Once mature, it can bear 1 blessed white forest fruit daily. This is quite good. And did the fruit get upgraded too? Ye Qiyan sensed that the seed's potential was insufficient to support the next upgrade, but he could try again once they grew, digging a hole, burying the soil, and watering it. Just as Ye Qiyan was about to return to the front of the train to enjoy breakfast, he stopped in front of the garbage recycling device. Speaking of which, I seem to have said I would upgrade you. Looking at the small robot that hadn't started, completely resembling a large matchbox, Ye Qiyan bent down and knocked on its metal head a few times. Upgrade. As usual, Ye Qiyan intended to use stamina for the upgrade, but for some reason, the stamina he consumed seemed to vanish without a trace. Did the upgrade fail? Ye Qiyan frowned. This was the first time something like this had happened. He tried again, this time not consuming stamina, but using mental energy. Mental, 60. A familiar halo began to emerge, enveloping the small robot with the power of the upgrade. GT, automatic treasure hunting robot. After arriving at the platform, it will automatically leave the train to lock on treasures within the platform. Treasures that cannot be obtained will be mapped for the owner to collect themselves. Can be repaired using mechanical parts after damage. Each use consumes 1 train coin. Will forcibly return to the collection station before the end of each stop. A pair of eyes resembling cameras rose from the matchbox, spinning 360 degrees before finally locking onto Ye Qiyan's face. Owner information confirmed. Train conductor ID 3-1102. Ye Qiyan, please name the GT1 model. If not named, it will be automatically named GT1. Ye Qiyan looked at its appearance and inexplicably thought of a character he had seen in a movie in his previous world. Wally? Naming completed. Entering sleep mode. Please consume a train coin to wake it up upon arrival at the platform. More train coins. Acceleration bullets require train coins, and the upgraded little robot does too. Next time he upgrades the train, he'll have to spend train coins to purchase upgrade options. And perhaps even some upgraded items will require train coins. Ye Qiyan felt like he was going to be in the red. By the way, at this time, many people probably still didn't know the effect of train coins. He suddenly thought of something, jogged back to the front of the train, and open the control system to search for keywords in the chat room. Train coin. Have you opened treasure chests? What are the train coins for? Who knows? Maybe it's a currency in this world that can buy things at some platforms. You guys are really lucky to have open treasure chests. I don't even know what they look like. What good is it to have opened them? There's not even a single food item. The last 2 stops were garbage platforms. If this continues, I'll have to eat dirt. Sure enough, they had no idea about the value of train coins, and they were still worrying about survival. 1 compressed biscuit plus 1 bottle of drinking water, exchanged for 1 train coin. He put food and water on the trading platform. After watching for a while, he didn't care anymore. For this kind of fixed price trade, it would be best if someone bought it. If no one bought it, he wouldn't lose anything. Train time, 12:30 noon. The next stop selection prompt appeared on time in front of Ye Qiyan. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose one of the following 2 platforms to stop at. Platform 1, Doomsday Town, Level 2 Task Platform. Platform 2, Goblin Village, Level 2 Hunting Platform. Task Platform? This is yet another new type of platform. Compared to fighting goblins, which is likely to be a thankless task, Ye Qiyan felt that option 1 was more suitable for him. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight. The train is approaching the 3rd stop. Doomsday Town. The train was accelerating. The space ahead gradually became void. When the countdown reached 0, the surrounding world completely changed its appearance. Current platform, Doomsday Town. Countdown to stop. 3:59. 59. Good luck. Warning. Danger. Chapter 13. Platform task. The train came to a stop. And Ye Qiyan looked out the window. This station's world was not as dark as the previous 2. On the contrary, the sun hung high in the sky, brightening the entire land. It was completely different from the previous 2 stations. The streets outside were filled with dark red stains, and abandoned cars were piled up together. A Doomsday Town. Truly fitting. Hey Wally, get up and get to work. Wally, activate. Ye Qiyan grimaced a bit as he tossed a train token into Wally's coin slot, watching it wobble through the recycling device and disappear. Ye Qiyan couldn't help but wonder if this guy would get snatched away by the monsters emerging from there as a toy. By the way, what was the task at the task platform? His doubts were soon answered. Observing through the window, Ye Qiyan saw a corpse hugging a backpack, and within that backpack, a piece of parchment was fluttering in the wind. It was evident that something was written on that parchment, but it was too far away to see clearly. Standing at the train door, Ye Qiyan organized his gear one last time. Food, water, a finely crafted rifle on his back, a blacklight pistol and a sharp dagger at his waist, and finally, he put on the high-grade ceramic bulletproof vest he had obtained from the treasure chest at the previous station. This bulletproof vest had also been enhanced, transforming from a bulky, barrel-like shape into something that truly resembled a vest while still maintaining its protective capabilities. Fully armed, He pressed a button. The train door opened. He stepped out and shut the door behind him. Only the train conductor could open the train, so he wasn't worried about anything sneaking in. A wave of heat rushed towards him, and the air was filled with a strange odor reminiscent of rotten, salted fish mixed with decayed bread. Approaching the corpse, Ye Qiyan used the barrel of his gun to poke open the backpack, revealing the full view of the parchment inside. As you can see, I am a great courier. Ye Qiyan silently looked at the corpse lying on the ground. Great? Courier? Not at all evident. As a courier for Run Company, I bear the heavy responsibility of delivering supplies in this apocalyptic world. Only we can roam freely in this wasteland, but while I should be dead now, it was easy to imagine that this courier had a humorous side in life. But the mission of a courier cannot be violated. No matter who you are, after reading my message, please deliver the items in my backpack to the silver shop at the southeast corner of this town. As long as you deliver the items and show my run medal, the reward for this courier job will be yours. Of course, you don't have to deliver it. It's up to you, since I'm going to die anyway. Really not going to deliver? The reward is great. Our Run Company is the best company in the entire wasteland. A courier, huh? So this was the task at the task platform? What was in the backpack? Filled with curiosity, Ye Qiyan completely opened the backpack. What caught his eye, apart from the parchment, was a cake preserved in a sealed, transparent box, quite well preserved. On top, it was written with jam, "Happy birthday." A birthday? Ye Qiyan silently picked up the backpack. This courier had clearly been dead for a long time, judging by the state of decay. There would be no celebrating a birthday, but the cake could still be eaten. He rummaged through the backpack and found a mechanical-looking medal, depicting a running courier formed from gears and metal. On the back of the medal was a large run symbol. In addition, there was a map of the town with a red dot marking the destination. Putting away the cake and medal, Ye Qiyan set off towards his destination. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses turned to bones, and dark red bloodstains told of the terrifying events that had once occurred. What was that? He saw hyenas using the bodies of the dead. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen any living creature other than himself in the survival world. Wait, was it really a living creature? The hyena seemed to have heard a sound and turned its head towards Ye Qiyan. At that moment, he realized that this was no living dog. Its head was rotten, its heart exposed. This was clearly a zombie dog. Gore! The zombie dog let out a strange howl and charged towards Ye Qiyan. Calm down, calm down. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. He wasn't a sharpshooter, although only one of the 5 bullets hit the zombie dog. The powerful force was enough to blow it to pieces. No, he had to leave quickly. The gunshots were loud. Perhaps the entire town could hear them. And monsters like that zombie dog might have already surrounded him. Fortunately, the monsters he encountered weren't very smart. After taking a slight detour, Ye Qiyan successfully arrived at his destination, the silver shop. To his surprise, there were no signs of any monsters nearby. Strange. Was there really someone here? Looking at the tightly closed door of the shop, it was hard not to suspect that the people inside had long been devoured by the monsters outside. Just as he was contemplating whether to pry the door open, the rolling shutter suddenly opened a crack. Ye Qiyan immediately aimed his rifle at the gap. Don't shoot. I'm human, not a zombie. Seeing the dark barrel of the gun, the person inside quickly replied in a hoarse voice. Are you the owner of this shop? Unable to see the person's appearance inside, Ye Qiyan simply pulled out the medal. I'm a courier from Run Company. The previous courier died on the way, and I'm here to take his place. When out in the world, identities were self-given. In this strange apocalyptic wasteland, being a courier seemed to earn him more respect from others. The rolling shutter opened a bit more, revealing the face of a scruffy man in his 40s. Hey, I know you're a courier. Now, those who dare to be outside are either couriers, madmen, or monsters. Hee, please come in. Ye Qiyan made no move, still aiming his gun at the man's head, and pulled out the well-preserved cake from the backpack. Let us forget about coming in. Here, your item. What about the reward? The man stared at the cake for a moment. What a pity. If only it had been earlier. Hee. The reward, right, the reward. I'll get it for you right away. He turned and left, and shortly after, he reached out from under the rolling shutter with a box, opening it to reveal its contents. That was something Ye Qiyan was very familiar with. Train tokens? 3 train tokens lay quietly inside. Could it be that train tokens were the universal currency in all station worlds? Otherwise, it was hard to explain why the natives of this world would also have such things. Just as Ye Qiyan was about to put away the train tokens, the man inside the shutter suddenly reached out and grabbed his gun barrel. Chapter 14 Monster's Diary. The murderous intent was palpable. Feeling the tug on the gun barrel, Ye Qiyan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Roar! A severed hand flew out, smashing through the rolling shutter door. Only then did he finally see the man inside. His body was already grotesquely swollen, leaving only a human face and the arm he had just shot off, barely resembling his former self. It was too late. Too late. Why didn't you come sooner? My daughter just wanted a piece of cake. Why did you useless couriers take so long? Go to hell. Calm down. Ye Qiyan took a deep breath and continued to pull the trigger at the monster charging towards him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots hit. His aim was poor, but the monster was so large and close that it didn't matter. Yet even the upgraded rifle couldn't penetrate the monster's tough body. A punch hit Ye Qiyan's chest, sending him flying. Gritting his teeth, Ye Qiyan got up, feeling a tumult in his stomach. If it weren't for the upgraded bulletproof vest cushioning the blow, he feared he would have passed out. The monster shrieked and charged again. Bang! Another shot. Useless. I'm not afraid of your bullets. In response, more bullets flew. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, really? Want to look down? Ye Qiyan chucked it lightly. The monster instinctively lowered its head, only to see its own body riddled with holes. How is that possible? He blew on the gun barrel, holding his stomach as he stood up, the blacklight enchanted pistol in his hand emanating a faint glow. Blacklight enchanted pistol consumes stamina to convert to armor-piercing rounds. Ye Qiyan walked up to the monster, aiming the pitch-black muzzle at its head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! No wonder there were no traces of monsters here. It was because this was the territory of a big monster. After resting for a moment, Ye Qiyan crossed over the monster's corpse and picked up the overturned cake on the ground, shaking his head in regret. He then stuffed it along with 3 train coins nearby in his backpack. What a waste! He reached the rolling shutter door and opened it completely, revealing a surprisingly clean interior. It was indeed a silverware shop. Silver crossbows, arrowheads, and even crosses were casually displayed. On a cabinet, Ye Qiyan found a diary. March 1st. There are 10 days until my daughter's birthday. I found 3 coins in a broken train car outside the town. The old folks in town say these coins can summon couriers from Run Company to bring us unimaginable delicacies. I want to buy a cake for my daughter. Surely, her illness can be cured with a piece of cake. After all, it's something we can't even imagine. March 5th. My daughter's illness is getting worse. She just wants a piece of cake. Great courier, please hurry. March 9th. My daughter is looking forward to tomorrow's cake, but where are you? Courier? March 11th. My daughter has died. She never got to eat that cake. Before she died, she asked me what cake tastes like. I told her it's sweet, but what does that even mean? I actually don't know. She died, and I could only bury her in the backyard, so she wouldn't turn into a zombie monster. March 15th. Why hasn't the courier come yet? I really want to see it. If there was cake. The diary ended here, with blood-red tearing marks. Clearly, after March 15th, this man completely lost his mind and turned into that monster. Walking to the back door, Ye Qiyan saw a tombstone erected in the yard. He placed the cake in front of the tombstone. This could be considered completing the task. The reward for the task was the 3 train coins in his hand. This stop seemed to conclude here. But one thing made Ye Qiyan uneasy. Outside the town, the broken train car. Could it be that there was another conductor like him who left something behind there? Or perhaps some conductor once arrived at this stop, but was forever left behind. Could it be that we are not the first batch of survivors? Ye Qiyan's heart was filled with doubts, but there was no one to answer them. These silverware items wouldn't be used to deal with vampires, would they? In the corner of the shop, he also found a crossbow. Along with those arrows, Ye Qiyan packed them all into his backpack. So heavy. After taking one last look at the monster's corpse on the ground, Ye Qiyan set off on his way back. Countdown to departure, 35, 33. Returning to the train took more time than going to the silverware shop. The monsters in the town were more than he had imagined. If it weren't for the extra hour he got from the upgrade, he might have had to force his way through those hordes of monsters instead of returning safely like this. Zombie dogs, zombie chickens, zombie cats. Yet he hadn't seen any humanoid zombies. Well, he still hadn't returned. So Ye Qiyan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Time was still ample as he sorted through the gains from this stop. Mithril crossbow arrows, level 2. Deals triple damage to bloodkin. Mithril cross, level 2. Pray. It might be useful. Mithril ritual sword, level 2. Deals irreversible damage to bloodkin. Aside from these 3 items, he recycled some leftover scraps using the processing station and ultimately obtained 10 kilograms of mithril. That much could make him a small, wealthy person in his previous world. Among these 3 mithril weapons, Ye Qiyan picked up the cross and thought for a moment before starting the enhancement. Stamina, 55, Sanctuary Mithril Cross, level 3. Can release holy light in darkness, causing great damage to bloodkin, evil spirits, demons, etc. As for the other 2, To be honest, Ye Qiyan felt that he couldn't even aim with a pistol, and the crossbow was probably even less accurate. As for fighting bloodkin in close combat, he was self-aware. He hung the cross on the train head and casually opened the trading platform, pleasantly surprised to see that his initiated trade had actually been accepted. Someone really bought it. Looking at the shiny train coins in his hand, Ye Qiyan took a fruit to eat while opening the chat interface. At this time, the other conductors had already left the platform. Chat room. Population. 7,825 10,000 once again. Over 1,000 people were forever left at their third stop. The survivors still faced the challenge of survival. Food, water, and medicine. Those who possessed these essentials were ultimately just a few. As for those wanting to work hard to upgrade their trains, there were even fewer among the few. Chapter 15, End of the third stop. Where did you guys go for the third stop? I was really scared. The third stop took me to a cave full of spiders. I didn't dare to get out of the car. It was too terrifying. I was lucky. I only encountered a few wild dogs at the third stop. I barely managed to kill them with a gun I bought from a boss. And I even got some meat to eat. Sigh. I really envy you guys for being able to buy guns for Bossy. By the way, why hasn't Bossy come out to say anything? He has collected so many resources. Hasn't he broken through to level 2 yet? What boss? That Ye Qiyan is just a short-sighted guy. My big brotherly Xiaosheng is about to upgrade to a level 2 train. Just wait and see. I saw a familiar name. Li Xiaosheng. Ye Qiyan remembered that he had said he wanted to complete the upgrade within 3 stops. Now, what's exactly the third stop? Hasn't he completed the upgrade yet? Just as Ye Qiyan was curious, a message in the chat room suddenly caught his attention. Li Xiaosheng, I have completed the train upgrade. Here are the attributes of my upgraded train and the upgrade options. As the first person to upgrade, I now invite all companions with train coins to join the alliance I created. The first to join will receive food and water for today. The chat room exploded. Wow, boss, please take me with you. It's over. I used my train coin to buy food and water. Can I get my train coin back if I trade you water? What is a train coin? Ye Qiyan didn't pay attention to what Li Xiaosheng said. His attention was entirely on the screenshot sent by the other party, specifically the upgrade options. 1. Low-level carriage blueprint, 0 train coins. 2. Wooden automatic fishing rod blueprint, 1 train coin. 3. Low-limited survival food recipe for 1 day, 2 train coins. 4. Train stop time increased by 1 hour, 2 train coins. Sure enough, the first and fourth options after the upgrade were the same, and Ye Qiyan was completely convinced of this. A fishing rod and survival food. This was quite a good deal. The food wasn't particularly useful for him, but the fishing rod was another matter. What if one day he went to a platform where he could fish, and without a fishing rod, he could only stare blankly? But there was no need to rush. He could buy such things when he needed them. After all, with the crossroads of fate, he would always know the information about the platform half an hour earlier than others and make choices accordingly. It was time to enhance the train. The reason he hadn't continued to enhance the train before was not only that he had to wait for his stamina to recover, but more importantly, the train coins in his possession were insufficient to purchase the items in the upgrade options. After building the acceleration device, making 2 acceleration bullets, and putting them into Wali to start, he only had 1 train coin left. Now, having obtained 3 from the monster in the silverware shop, he had 4 train coins. If Wali could successfully find the treasure chest at this station, he might get more. Ye Qiyan felt he could definitely give it a try. Just as he was about to attempt to enhance the train, the sound of tracks moving outside made him stop. Looking out, he saw Wali stumbling in with a candy box stained with dark red marks. Injured? Seeing the bite marks on Wali, the depth was clearly not something an ordinary animal could achieve. Without time to focus on what it was holding, Ye Qiyan looked up at the outside of the carriage. Dozens of zombie dogs were slowly wandering outside the train, and behind them, several monsters resembling the one from the silverware shop, and that Uncle Zombie were limping towards the train. Bang! Ye Qiyan helplessly tapped Wali on the head. Silly thing. You attracted the monsters. Wali didn't understand. It just silently raised its hand and offered the candy box to Ye Qiyan. Forget it, considering your contribution. Level 2 treasure chest can be opened. Ye Qiyan picked up the treasure chest with a smile. Although monsters surrounded the outside, he wasn't worried at all. This was just a level 2 platform. Moreover, he had a level 4 defensive structure on the train. As the monsters approached within 100 meters of the train, the red light balls in the watchtower locked onto them. Red circles formed beneath the monsters' feet. The equipped long guns extended from the darkness. Bullets fired, continuously hitting the weak points of these monsters with precision. In less than 10 seconds, the humanoid monsters and the zombie dogs all fell. Ye Qiyan ate a white forest fruit, watching all this with a rather indifferent expression. 0, 08, 12, 8 minutes left until the station countdown. The gunfire just now was undoubtedly louder than at the silverware shop. It was likely that all the monsters in the town would come over. As expected, more and more monsters surrounded the train from all directions. Their bodies were fragile. The warning devices only needed one shot to crush their skulls. The larger humanoid monsters had defenses no better than the owner of the silverware shop and only required 3 shots. It must be said that the marksmanship of the warning devices was much better than his. 0001. The countdown was about to end. As the monsters chased from behind, Ye Qiyan's train began to move forward. Passing through the void, in the blink of an eye, the scenery of the apocalypse town disappeared, and the endless wasteland once again came into Ye Qiyan's view. Ding dong. The broadcast sounded at this moment. All survivors, leave the 3rd platform. Trading system restrictions lifted. Trading can now be conducted within the platform. Newbie protection period has ended. Survival mode activated. Please pay attention to night driving safety. Survivors traveling at speeds below 30 kilometers per hour will enter a dangerous state. Please upgrade the train as soon as possible. Good luck to you all. Wish you all stay alive. The chat room erupted again, and this time it was even louder. What the hell? What does this mean? Survival mode? Nighttime dangers? Monsters will appear in the wasteland too? It's over. I exchanged all my resources for food. Help me. Who will save me? I don't want to die. Brother Lee, help. Please give me some upgrade materials. I joined your alliance. Cut, a bunch of idiots. I knew this world wouldn't let us off so easily. All the resources collected during these 3 stops weren't sold. ISNT, the real concern a matter of time? Why was the broadcast sent out an hour late? Just like after the first stop? Someone must have upgraded the train, right? Didn't that guy Li Xiaosheng send a screenshot saying that after upgrading to level 2, the platform stop time can be increased? But it's impossible to upgrade at the first stop, right? Definitely. No one could complete the upgrade at the first stop. After all, the trading system wasn't even activated at the platform then. However, didn't Li Xiaosheng just say he was the first person to upgrade? It seems there are other experts. Chapter 16, Storage Unit Carriage, is quite different from the lively scene in the chat room. Ye Qiyan's focus at this moment is not on that. Into the 3rd station, Doomsday Town, killed 11 mutant humanoid zombies, 28 zombie dogs, zombie cats. Kill rating, A class. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Town Liberator. Reward for the task. 1 carriage exchange voucher. So, this is the task for the task platform? Looking at the text on the light screen before him, and then at the dirty Wally. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have missed all this. He patted Wally's iron head. A carriage, huh? The semi-transparent voucher is in his hand, with a pattern of carriage on it. After enjoying a few days in a temperature-controlled carriage, Ye Qiyan is quite looking forward to the new carriage. Elevate. Carriage exchange voucher. Special carriage exchange voucher. Can be exchanged for a special carriage of level 2. Use. The voucher burns in midair. Obtained level 2 carriage. Low-level storage carriage. Storage carriage. Has 48 storage units, can store an unlimited number of one type of item in any unit. Cannot store living things, this is a good thing. Thinking back to when he first collected resources, wood and metal were piled everywhere. And there wasn't even a space for him to sleep in the front of the train. With this carriage, he can greatly free up the train space. It can be elevated again. He can't wait to use his talent again. He arrives at the end of the 2nd carriage. Through the window, he sees a carriage precisely landing on the tracks and connecting with his train from midair. The doors at the connection open. Walking inside, he sees 48 units similar to storage cabinets evenly placed on both sides of the carriage. Elevate. Stamina, 5,530. Mentality, 8,055. Upgrading from a level 1 ordinary carriage to a level 2 special carriage consumes 20 stamina points, while upgrading from a level 2 special carriage to a level 3 requires a total of 50 points. More than double. Ye Qiyan's body falls into a state of exhaustion again, but his eyes are full of spirit. Storage unit carriage, level 3, has 51 storage units. Unlimited storage in any unit. Items placed in it will not decay or be damaged. Cannot store living things. 3 units in the storage carriage can be taken at any location by the train conductor. The elevated storage carriage only seems to add 3 units and the attribute of not decaying. But these 3 units are no ordinary addition. Being able to take them at will with the train conductor, isn't that like a personal space? He can't wait to put a few white forest fruits into one of those 3 units. Ye Qiyan returns to the front of the train, and, at his will, a white forest fruit appears in his hand as he slightly explores the air. Clearly, this elevation has paid off tremendously, eating the white forest fruit to restore stamina. Ye Qiyan tosses all the resources in the carriage into the ordinary units. The train space instantly becomes much cleaner and more spacious. As for those 3 special units, one is naturally for storing white forest fruits, and the other 2, Ye Qiyan only put some bullets and drinking water in. This way, when he leaves the train to explore the platform, his burden will be much lighter. Alright, there are also treasure chests. Taking out the level 2 treasure chest that Wali brought back for him, Ye Qiyan calculates a bit. Upgrading from a level 3 treasure chest to level 4 requires 55 points, and upgrading from 1 to 2 is 37 points, so from 2 to 3. At most it should be just over 40 points. Just hold on a bit longer, and it will be enough. Elevate. Stamina. 3020. Mentality. 5520. Warning. Entering exhaustion state. Warning. Entering rational dispersal state. He guessed correctly. The 45 points of mental consumption are gone. Ye Qiyan gasped for breath. His eyelids heavy as he forces the last of his strength to look at the treasure chest before him. The candy box in front of him has indeed changed. Level 3 treasure chest can be opened. Open level 3 treasure chest. Obtain train coins. 6 pieces. Obtained. Zombie Slayer, level 3. Virus Serum. 3 pieces. Windproof Lighter. 3 rewards. Neither good nor bad. The Zombie Slayer is a chainsaw sword modified from a chainsaw, with a 3x damage bonus against zombie-type monsters. As for the other 2, their functions are just as their names suggest. The serum might be useful. As for the Windproof Lighter obtained from a level 3 treasure chest, in some sense, it is also quite precious. But that doesn't matter. He also obtained 6 train coins from the level 3 treasure chest, bringing the total to 10 train coins. At this time, there is no one who could have more than him. He intends to take all the upgrade options for the train that will appear next. But before elevating, he has something important to do. That is, sleep. He is tired. 10 points of stamina. This is the first time working so hard. He truly feels the discomfort called exhaustion. As for the rational dispersal mentioned in the warnings, he feels nothing at all. During the time, Ye Qiyan rests. The chat room is still extremely lively. Countless people are buying materials to upgrade their trains from each other. But how many people actually have the qualifications to buy them? If only upgrades can ensure survival, then among the remaining thousands of people, being able to survive 1/10 would be considered lucky. Soon, someone discovers that the speed required by the train broadcast is only 30 kilometers per hour, while the speed after the upgrade can reach a full 40 kilometers. So, does this mean that the train can upgrade the speed-related parts separately, namely the wheels? Someone tried it. Using 1/5 of the metal and 1/3 of the mechanical parts for upgrading the train, they actually succeeded in upgrading the wheels separately, allowing the speed to reach the required 30 kilometers per hour. Once this news surfaced, metal and mechanical parts immediately became the most sought-after resources. Almost everyone wanted to buy these 2 materials, even though doing so would lead to consuming more materials for the overall upgrade of the train. But for the sake of survival, who can care about that much? Before this, Li Shaosheng, who had just mentioned forming an alliance to collect train coins, now has a rather ugly expression. Who was the person that upgraded the train before him? How could someone accumulate materials faster than me? Clearly, I am the chosen one. On his personal interface, there is a line for his talent. Resource radar. Before arriving at the next station platform, you must choose one type of basic train resource, and there will be a high probability of that type of resource appearing at the next station. Metal mechanical parts would. Li Shaosheng spent 3 station times collecting all the resources needed for the upgrade. He cannot understand. Who can be faster than him? Chapter 17, Level 3 Train. Another record breaker bang bang, so noisy. The intense gunfire echoed in the wilderness. Ye Qiyan was awakened by the sound, wearily opening his eyes. His gaze instinctively turned to the window, where pairs of crimson eyes were chasing the train under the night sky. What the hell is that? Scare me to death. The terrifying sight instantly sobered him up. He hurried to the front of the train and found that the warning system had already been activated. Wait a minute. This is the nighttime danger that the broadcast mentioned? Ye Qiyan recalled the word from the broadcast after the 3rd station ended. Crimson Moonwolf, Level 1. Chasing speed, 25 kilometers per hour. Looking at the monster information identified by the train, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, as long as the train's speed exceeded 30 kilometers, it wouldn't be classified as a dangerous state. And a level 2 train could reach a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, so he didn't have to worry too much about being caught by these monsters. After washing his face with cold water and blowing some cold air, Ye Qiyan was fully awake. 1:44. 1 o'clock in the morning. He felt completely awake. Opening the chat room, the moment he saw the number of people, his pupils contracted. 4,130, 10,000. Wait a minute. How many were there during the day? He vaguely remembered it being over 7,000, almost 8,000. So, in the time he was asleep, over 4,000 people had died in the wilderness, and this number was still increasing. A chill instantly made cold sweat break out on Ye Qiyan's back. Upon careful consideration, the nighttime danger was indeed more ferocious than at the station. If the train speed couldn't exceed 30 kilometers per hour, it would be caught by these monsters and become their meal. But after 3 stations, how many survivors could actually reach level 2? Those who remained after this night of terror could truly be considered survivors. To stay alive, they had to do their utmost to upgrade the train and explore the station. It was almost impossible to hide on the train as before. Forcing himself to calm down, a message notification in the private chat interface caught his attention. Shangguan Xue, are you still alive? Just woke up, what do you want to buy? Before long, the other party replied. Bullets. I used them all. I can't sell this, and I don't have many left. Ye Qiyan rejected Shangguan Xue's trade. With the warning system, his bullet consumption had skyrocketed. Just during the massacre at the end of the 3rd station, he used nearly 70 bullets. Counting carefully, Ye Qiyan now only had a bit over 300 left, so it was impossible to sell any. Don't you have a blueprint for bullets? Of course not. I wish I did. Got it, goodbye. The chat ended. Shangguan Xue's decisive personality made communication really easy. Ye Qiyan sat in a chair and opened his personal information. Stamina, 82, mental, 110 recovered. Wait a minute. His hand hovered in midair as he closed the personal information. He rubbed his eyes, looking at these 2 crucial stats, and pinched himself. Hiss, did my mental limit increase? What's going on? Did I do something? Trying hard to recall what happened before he fell asleep. Aside from exhausting his stamina and mental energy, it seemed nothing else happened, right? Ye Qiyan shook his head, hiding the doubts in his heart. Regardless, an increase in mental energy was a good thing for him. He stood up and reached out to touch the control platform. It was time. After 3 station periods, it was time for his train to undergo the next transformation. An invisible force enveloped the entire train, and stamina and mental energy flowed away like water from a dam. From level 1 to level 2, he only consumed a mere 30 stamina points. But from level 2 to level 3, it was clearly not that simple. Stamina, 8,252. Mental, 11,050. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 3. Materials required for the next upgrade. 300 kilograms of wood, 300 mechanical parts, 450 kilograms of metal, 10 kilograms of glass, 5 kilograms of gold, 5 kilograms of mithril, 1 firestone. Open upgrade options. Congratulations on breaking the record for the fastest level 3 train. You have received a train conductor module card. 90 points, which is 3 times what it was before. Ye Qiyan rubbed his temples. So what about level 3 to level 4? Would it be 3 times again? Or more? But would he obediently use materials for the upgrade? Forget it. Let's see what materials are needed for the next level. He had mithril and possibly could obtain gold. But what the hell is a firestone? Never even heard of it. It's better to see the changes after the upgrade first. Hopefully, the upgrade options won't be too bad. First, the speed increased from 40 kilometers to 60 kilometers. Secondly, the chassis, wheels, and frame, needless to say, all reached level 3 strength, able to withstand more attacks. Just like last time, the important parts were the upgrade options and the record-breaking module card. The difference this time was that it was a train conductor module. Check upgrade options. Opening. Options are as follows. 1. Train conductor module card. Departure rights, 3 train coins. 2. Bullet, level 3. Manufacturing blueprint, 4 train coins. 3. Energy generation device manufacturing blueprint, level 3. 6 train coins. 4. Increased docking time by 1 hour, 1 train coin. This is really like asking for something and getting it. Looking at the options in the upgrade menu, Ye Qiyan's heart was already filled with joy. Excluding the 4th option, which was likely an inherent upgrade, the other 3 undoubtedly hit his needs. Lacking bullets, a blueprint came, and it was level 3. More importantly, the blueprint for the power generation device. Although he didn't need electricity yet, he would definitely need it in the future. The only thing that made Ye Qiyan feel pain was that he thought having 10 train coins would make him a small fortune. But he never expected he still couldn't buy all the upgrade options at once. He had to make a choice. What is the departure rights? Train conductor module card. Departure rights. After use, you can leave the station 1 hour in advance. Good stuff. With this module, if he encountered any danger, he could leave the station early, although only by 1 hour. After thinking for a moment, he took out 8 train coins and bought options 1, 2, and 4. Although he really wanted the generator, the other 3 were equally important, especially that module. Bullet blueprint, level 3. Each group requires 3 kilograms of metal, 500 G of gunpowder. Each group of bullets, 100 rounds, The materials needed to make bullets weren't much, but where to get gunpowder? There were some for sale on the trading platform, but the quantity was very small, not even enough to make one group. Should I buy in the chat room? Ye Qiyan shook his head. Even if he bought it, now wasn't the right time. He had more important things to do. Module, departure rights. Transcendence, stamina, 32. Mental, 30. Train conductor module card. Departure VIP rights. The remaining docking countdown is 3 hours. You can start the train at any time and leave the station. Chapter 18 Advanced Module. Gunfire Judgment. The rights have been upgraded to VIP, and the time away from the station has become more flexible. Finally, the record-breaking reward train conductor module card has arrived. Red? Unlike the special module cards, the train conductor module card is blood red in color. The pattern on it is not a train, but an abstract eyeball shape. Both physical and mental strength are running low. He suppresses the urge to open it immediately. Ye Qiyan lies motionless on the cold train floor. So tired. It seems that since he came to this world, he has been in a state of exhaustion at all times. However, because of this, even in this terrifying wilderness, he can still sleep soundly. Holding the train conductor module card, Ye Qiyan fell into a deep sleep. Tonight, very few can sleep. The pursuit of death has plunged the chat room into boundless fear. They're still chasing me. What should I do? I won't be caught, right? Didn't they say that as long as you exceed a speed of 30 kilometers, nothing will happen? How come there are monsters that exceed this speed? The broadcast only said it wouldn't enter a dangerous state, but that doesn't mean it's really safe. In my opinion, only reaching level 2 with a speed of 40 kilometers can be truly safe. Damn it. If it weren't for someone buying all my resources, I could definitely upgrade to level 2. I think those monsters probably can't catch up. Only a few of them are fast enough, thank goodness. I bought a gun from the big guy that saved my life, but alas, now there are only 3 bullets left. Stop chatting, save your strength. There's still the 4th station tomorrow, Sai. This is just the first night. Will there be more monsters tomorrow? This world never intended for us to survive. Get some rest. There's still the 4th station tomorrow. I hope the 4th station is a safe platform. At least let me collect resources to strengthen the train. Things do not go as one wishes. 6:30:00. The train broadcast sounded at this time. 3 domain block. First night, survival ended. Number of survivors, 3825. The second night survival will start in 3 days. Those whose train speed is below 40 kilometers per hour will enter a dangerous state. Please increase speed as soon as possible. Friendly reminder. Please take precautions. The voice of the broadcast is so gentle, but the words spoken make people feel as if they have fallen into an ice cave. The second night survival in 3 days requires the train speed to reach 40 kilometers. That means in the next 3 stations, if they cannot upgrade the train to level 2, the only option left for them is elimination. The survivors, who were already having difficulty sleeping, have now fallen into madness. They really don't want us to survive. Where can we get materials? I only encountered a forest in one of the first 3 stations, and it was hard to even get off the train in the other 2 stations. It's not fair. It's over. It's really over. I used everything to exchange for wheel upgrade materials. I have no wood, no parts. How can I gather enough in 3 stations? Right, Ligo. Please help me. I'm a member of your alliance. You can't just watch me die. Yes, Ligo, I have train coins. I will give them to you now. Please think of a way for me. Looking at the chat interface filled with pleading messages, Li Xiaoxing's lips curled up. He is not lacking in resources, as long as he follows the plan to increase resource drop rates with his talents. It would only take about 3 stations to upgrade again, as long as the train's upgrades are still the basic metals, wood, and mechanical parts. His upgrade time will never exceed 3 stations. Although he doesn't know who upgraded before him, Li Xiaoxing thinks of it as just the other's good luck. He is different. He has worked hard, using his unique ability step by step. With this in mind, Li Xiaoxing sent a message in the chat interface. Everyone, don't panic. For those who have joined my alliance, I will definitely find a way to help you complete the first upgrade. After saying this, he suddenly remembered someone. Right? That guy named Ye Qiyan, he should still be alive, right? He sold so many guns, so he should be close to completing the upgrade. Could it be that the one who got ahead of him is him? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Li Xiaoxing immediately sent a private chat invitation to Ye Qiyan. Only after sending it did he suddenly realize that he actually didn't have Ye Qiyan as a friend. This guy, he didn't take the initiative to add me? Forget it, considering he has guns, I'll give him another chance. Friend request sent. Then it sank like a stone. Oh dear, my old back. Having slept on the floor for most of the night, Ye Qiyan was not comfortable at all. Groggily, he took a white fruit from the storage unit, washed his face, and watered the sapling. He glanced at the time. 8:34. 44. I actually slept for so long. Eating the fruit, His brain gradually cleared up. The next night's survival in 3 days? 40 kilometers? Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Hiss! Why is it so cold today? Ye Qiyan yawned, opened the train window, and a bone-chilling cold rushed in. Is the weather a bit strange today? In the past few days in the wilderness, it has been sunny with not a cloud in the sky. But today, the sun is covered by dark clouds, and the oppressive atmosphere seems to crush the entire world. After watching for a while, Ye Qiyan withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to his right hand. To be precise, it was the card held in his right hand. Train Conductor Module card, the second module as a record-breaking reward. If it weren't for his physical and mental strength being low last night, Ye Qiyan would not have waited until now to open it. Physical, 82. Mental, 110. Hasn't physical strength fully recovered yet? Did I consume too much? Forget it. Having mental strength is good enough. Talent triggered. An invisible force enveloped the red card. Sublimation, he silently chanted. A feeling of time slipping away surged from within. Sublimation completed. Train Conductor Module card upgraded to Advanced Train Conductor Module card. Mental, 11,080. Opening Advanced Train Conductor Module card. Gained Advanced Train Conductor Module. Gunfire Judgment. Gunfire Judgment. Mastery of any firearm. Shooting talent greatly enhanced. Can consume mental strength to enhance one bullet. The next shot will judge the target and increase power based on the target's guilt. An inexplicable feeling flooded his mind. Ye Qiyan drew the black glow pistol from his waist. The original clumsiness was completely gone. Holding the gun, he felt as if he had become a seasoned gunslinger. Even a seemingly casual shot could hit the target he wanted to hit. Chapter 19. The fourth station, so I was directly given the ability of sharpshooter. With this ability, Ye Qiyan felt that if he encountered the zombie monsters again, there was no need to hide anymore. After digesting all the rewards, Ye Qiyan, feeling bored, ate some fruit and opened the private chat interface in the chat room. He had a bit of a reputation among this batch of survivors, so maybe someone would actively trade with him. It'd be a shame to miss out on blueprints or train coins. Li Xiaoshin. Isn't he the guy from the third station, inviting me to join an alliance? En alliance? What was that again? Ye Qiyan recalled carefully and finally remembered what Li Xiaoxing meant by alliance. An alliance. It felt quite unreliable. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Qiyan chose to accept Li Xiaoxing's friend request. Although this guy wasn't on the same wavelength as him, he should have some train coins. Trading with him was fine, as long as it didn't get too deep. On the other side, Li Xiaoxing, who was competing with others for fishing rods, saw the notification that his friend request had been accepted. He remembered that he had only actively added one person, so he finally decided to contact me. Ye Qiyan, have you made the fishing rod yet? Seeing the message from Ye Qiyan, Li Xiaoxing frowned. Brother Yi, long time no see. Have you completed your first train upgrade? Are you selling the fishing rod? How many supplies? Ye Qiyan was too lazy to answer his question and continued to express his needs. Of course I'm selling it, but I can also give it to you for free. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ye Qiyan was waiting for but that would come next. You just need to join my alliance. All members of my alliance only need to contribute 5 kilograms of wood or 1 train coin, and I will give you a day's worth of rations and a fishing rod. You should have seen that after I reach level 2, I can manufacture survival rations. I know you have accumulated a lot of food and water by selling guns, and you even took over 100 kilograms of metal from me, presumably to manufacture firearms. However, food will eventually run out, and firearms will sometimes be hard to sell. Join my alliance, cooperate with me, and arm the members of our alliance with firearms. When we can meet in the future, we will immediately become the largest force. Ye Qiyan calmly read through this long message, chewing on the white fruit, and typed in the dialogue. So, are you selling the fishing rod? If not, forget it. There are not only Li Xiaoxing selling fishing rods. In the beginning, someone had obtained the blueprint for a mechanical fishing rod at the first station. That person was still alive and was also selling fishing rods, but very few people were willing to buy. Seeing that Li Xiaoxing didn't continue to respond, Ye Qiyan was too lazy to look further. He directly searched for the keyword fishing rod in the chat room and quickly found that person. Are you selling the fishing rod? Yes. Look, this is the kind of seller people like. Ye Qiyan traded 20 mechanical parts plus a biscuit for a mechanical fishing rod. Hey, it's even automatic, which is better than a wooden fishing rod. Ye Qiyan nodded in satisfaction and directly began to enhance it. Low-level mechanical fishing rod, low-level tempting mechanical fishing rod, does not require bait. Will attract fish more easily when thrown into the water. Ye Qiyan set the fishing rod aside and noticed a new friend request. It was from the person who sold him the fishing rod, named Zhao Lin. He chose to accept it. Boom. Time, 12:30. 00. A loud noise erupted from the gloomy sky. In the temperature-controlled carriage, Ye Qiyan looked out the window at the sky. The black clouds were so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. A drop of rain fell from the sky and quickly turned into a torrential downpour. Ding-dong. The broadcast sounded. Today is a thunderstorm day. All train conductors please note. The next station will likely enter a thunderstorm weather platform. It is recommended to wear rain gear. There is such a thing? The weather in the wilderness world actually affects the platform? It clearly doesn't look like the same world at all. Ye Qiyan looked at the fork in the road of his next station's fate. The fork in fate has been triggered. Please make a stop choice between the following two platforms. Platform 1, Lightning Goblin Tribe, Level 3 Hunting Platform. Platform 2, Misty Rain Manor, Level 3 Task Platform. Sure enough, the platform level has increased again. When a train upgrades, the platform also upgrades, and why is it goblins again? Ye Qiyan always felt that he had quite a connection with goblins. He was only at the 4th station, but had encountered goblin-related platforms 3 times. At this rate, it felt like there would be a time when he had to choose the goblin platform. Even so, he didn't plan to choose that one. One must have self-awareness. At least right now, he didn't plan to enter a hunting platform that looked quite dangerous. As for the second option, the name didn't reveal much. But that didn't mean it was without danger. Let us not forget that the last Doomsday Town, as a task platform, harbored quite a lot of dangers. If it weren't for his high-quality equipment and alarm system, no one else would have been able to clear it, let alone complete the hidden task. He chose Platform 2. Platform selection completed. Please hold on tight, the 4th station ahead is Misty Rain Manor. The train accelerated. The space ahead was void. The raindrops falling from the sky formed a thin film covering the front of the train. Accompanied by thunder and darkness, the surrounding space suddenly changed dramatically. Current station, Misty Rain Manor. Stop countdown. 4:59. 59. Good luck. Warning. Danger through the window. Ye Qiyan saw the outside scene. The place where he was stopping was a broken, winding mountain road. In the dark environment, all he could hear was the sound of raindrops continuously falling outside. A flash of lightning allowed Ye Qiyan to see a police car, billowing smoke, and several bodies in police uniforms not far away. Could it be the same as before with zombies? Forget it. Let us wake Wally first. Wally start. He tossed one of the last 2 train coins into Wally's body. Watching the little robot waddle away from the train, Ye Qiyan began to make his final preparations for going out. First, 3 special storage units, aside from the white fruit and bullets. The last unit contained the 3 virus serums he had obtained from the last station and enhanced. Blessed Virus Serum. Can cure zombie virus vampire transformation, ghost corrosion disease infection. Can restore injuries when damaged. The serum that could originally only cure the zombie virus transformed into an alternative healing potion after enhancement. Next, he prepared a handgun, a rifle, a dagger, a bulletproof vest, and a mithril cross. Fully armed, putting on a raincoat he traded for, Ye Qiyan pressed the door button. Chapter 20. Stormy Mountain Manor. Reasoning? Eerie. Braving the wind and rain, Ye Qiyan walked straight to the wrecked police car. After observing for a while and finding that the corpses on the ground showed no signs of decomposition, he began to search. Ultimately, he found a voice recorder next to one of the police officers' bodies. We received a report from the Ye Qiyan Manor on Mount Davil that the local tycoon Ravi has died there. Sigh. I really don't understand these rich people. How many people have died in this manor over the years? Why would anyone still want to live here? This godforsaken place takes 2 or 3 days to drive from my town. It's so far it's maddening. However, this tycoon is one of our police station's investors. And even if we are reluctant, we must find the murderer who killed him. As long as we find the murderer, his daughter will surely provide us with more funding for our police station. As for the real culprit, it's probably Ravi's maid, who knows. If we can't catch the real culprit, we could just pin it on her. It's not like this is the first time we've done such a thing. Haha. Is this the mission? No, or rather, this is the mission on the surface. Ye Qiyan searched for a while longer and eventually found 2 handguns and 4 magazines containing low-grade bullets, along with a police stun baton in the police car. If anyone else had found these things, they would have been thrilled, but unfortunately, they were of little use to him. After tossing them back into the car, he took the badge and the sheriff's identity information and walked up the winding mountain road. Ye Qiyan Manor was not far from the train stop. In less than 15 minutes, Ye Qiyan stood in front of the iron gate of a massive black manor. A nervous security guard rushed over. Who are you? Ye Qiyan showed his credentials and badge, which was enough to convince the guard of his disguised identity in the dark, stormy weather. Oh, it's the sheriff. Please come in. The guard hurriedly opened the gate and welcomed Ye Qiyan inside. The sheriff is finally here. Please make sure to find the true culprit who killed the master. The guard looked as if he were crying. giving the impression that he was genuinely loyal. How did Mr. Ravi die? The master passed away 4 days ago at night. Besides me, only his son and daughter are left in the manor, along with a butler and a maid. Sheriff, I think the maid killed the master. You must catch her. Ye Qiyan stopped and looked at the guard beside him. 4 days ago? So you reported the death a day after Mr. Ravi died. Why? The guard quickly explained, because it has been raining for the past week. The phone line and internet in the manor were affected. We could only manage to make a call to you 3 days ago, and since then we have been waiting in the manor. No one dared to leave. Well, isn't this Stormy Mountain Manor? Ye Qiyan recalled many similar settings from the murder mystery games he had played before. However, if it were truly that simple, why was this place rated as a level 3 mission site? After all, even level 2 mission sites already had monsters like zombies, level 3. Could it be that ordinary? Ye Qiyan didn't believe it would be that simple. The more ordinary the situation seemed, the more likely it was to hide some unseen danger. Just as the two were about to enter the manor castle, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from above. Looking up, a lightning bolt flashed. A female corpse fell from the sky and crashed onto the lawn beside them. Murky blood mixed with rainwater flowed out, pooling into a blood-red stream on the ground. But Ye Qiyan's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the corpse had fallen. He saw a shadow that clearly did not belong to a human. Moreover, he felt it. The sacred silver cross hanging on his chest was radiating heat. It really wasn't that simple. The maid is dead. The security guard exclaimed in terror. An elderly man with a white beard rushed out of the castle. The moment the guard saw the old man, he immediately screamed and ran away. It's you. You did it. The old man's face turned pale as he watched the guard disappear into the darkness, and he finally sighed. I'm sorry for making you laugh. I am the butler of this house. You're the sheriff from outside, right? You're quite young. Sigh. Another person has died. What's going on? Again? Besides the Master Ravi and the lady just now, has anyone else died? Ye Qiyan forced himself not to look at the bloody corpse on the ground. But the butler seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Picking up the corpse and walking to the side of the lawn, where several graves appeared to have been prepared long ago, he threw the body into one of them. There were 5 graves, 3 of which already contained bodies. The butler chuckled bitterly. Please come in, Sheriff. As they entered the castle, the cold feeling did not dissipate. In fact, Ye Qiyan felt as if something was watching him, sending chills down his spine. Do you drink coffee? Or tea? Just hot water. Please wait a moment. Soon, a cup of coffee was placed in front of Ye Qiyan. He did not drink it, but directly asked the butler, what exactly is going on here? Wasn't it said that only the Master Ravi had died, but just now? The butler sighed. Under the dim candlelight, his bloodshot eyes were indeed unsettling. 4 days ago, only the master died. The young lady and young master had a fierce argument. The young lady believed the maid killed the master, while the young master, having an affair with the maid, naturally defended her. They had a big fight, and the next morning, I found the young lady's body in the attic. The guard liked the young lady and went mad that day. On the 3rd day, the young master also died. Today is the 4th day. I feel like I will die soon as well. So, I dug the graves for the 5 of us yesterday. So there will be a place to bury me when I die. Sheriff, this manor is cursed. Everyone who lives here will die. I should have dissuaded the master from buying this place for the sake of a bargain. Sigh. It's all too late, it's all over. You should leave as soon as possible. Indeed, reasoning had turned into the supernatural. Ye Qiyan tightened his grip on the cross. If it weren't for this sacred cross, he would have wanted to leave quickly. He took a deep breath and continued to ask, since such a situation has arisen, why do you still stay here? The butler raised his head and forced a desolate smile. I've tried to leave, but I cannot escape this manor, the gates of the manor. I cannot get out. I already told the guard not to let you in if the sheriff came, but I'm sorry if you can't leave either. I will dig a grave for you. Chapter 21. God is hungry. What do you mean by that, curse? The old steward looked at the young face of Ye Qiyan, which showed no signs of fear and was slightly taken aback. You're not afraid? Ye Qiyan stood up and looked towards the solid wooden staircase leading to the upper levels of the castle. I forgot to tell you, in addition to being a sheriff, I also work part-time as a priest. Since this has happened, I certainly won't leave easily. He took out a mithril holy cross from his pocket. The gentle holy light dispelled the surrounding darkness, and in the glow, Ye Qiyan seemed to become the spokesperson of a deity. The old steward's mouth dropped open as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the young man before him. After a while, when the light faded, Ye Qiyan cleared his throat twice, and he finally came back to his senses. Praise the Almighty. We are saved. With the identity of a part-time priest, Ye Qiyan quickly learned the secrets of the manor from the old steward. The first master of this manor was secretly a bloodthirsty madman. Once, when a prey escaped to the police station, the master used his maid as a scapegoat and threw her in a prison, where she was tortured for days by the sheriff who colluded with him, forced to confess and executed. In the following days, the manor was covered by a stormy night, completely severing all connections to the outside world. When the rain finally passed, the delivery man discovered that everyone in the manor had died a violent death, including the sheriff who was having an affair with the master's wife at the time. For the next 30 years, the manor changed hands over a dozen times, each owner dying under mysterious circumstances during a stormy night. The current master, Ravi, does not believe in ghosts and gods. Although he is wealthy, he is a miser. Upon learning about this grand manor, which was very cheap and even tax-free, he immediately bought it. And then, as you can see, stormy nights, severed communications, death. The only difference is that we managed to contact the police outside once and brought you here. Perhaps you really can break the curse. Where did that maid die? I mean, the maid of the first master. It should be in the clock tower at the highest point of the castle. Ye Qiyan already knew what to do. The so-called curse was probably something similar to a bound spirit. So, as long as his cross could defeat that bound spirit, this task would be easily resolved. He didn't think about what would happen if he couldn't. That was meaningless. Holding an oil lamp, Ye Qiyan followed the old steward up the castle stairs. A cold breath echoed in the castle, and the sound of dripping rainwater added a strange atmosphere. They finally reached the clock tower at the very top, and the cross in his hand unconsciously emitted waves of warmth. Here we are. The old steward dared not enter, and Ye Qiyan gritted his teeth and stepped into the clock tower alone. The moment he entered, he immediately felt something lock onto him and rush toward him. So fast. Get away. The mithril holy cross released a gentle light, illuminating the clock tower. A piercing scream echoed through the night sky. Bang! Ye Qiyan looked down and saw a round, translucent skull fall at his feet. Is it over? Ye Qiyan felt a sense of unreality. He pinched his thigh, and it hurt. Wasn't he dreaming, or was this some kind of illusion? He searched the area for a while, and apart from that round skull, there was nothing else. In other words, it really was over. Looking at the cross in his hand, Ye Qiyan suddenly felt that he might have underestimated it a bit. Without a doubt, exploring this task platform would be absolutely dangerous for anyone else. Yet, the one who came was Ye Qiyan, and he just happened to have the sublimated holy cross in his hand. Just think, if he didn't have the ability to sublimate. If he hadn't transformed the level 2 mithril cross into the current holy cross, then when faced with such strangeness, he would have no means to resist at all. Ye Qiyan let a deep breath. In any case, although the station seemed to end so hastily, what is wrong with that? He picked up the round skull from the ground. Although he didn't know what it was for, since it had appeared, there was no reason not to take it. You came out? The old steward waiting outside wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He heard the sound from the clock tower, and, seeing the skull in Ye Qiyan's hand, was so frightened that he took several steps back. There is no need to be afraid. The curse of this manor has been resolved by me, and this skull is the essence of the curse. May the Almighty bless you. Thank you for coming to save us. After leaving the top floor with the old steward, the thunderstorm outside showed no signs of weakening, which was normal. A bound spirit that could be instantly killed was not the culprit behind the stormy weather. Conversely, it was precisely because of such weather that the bound spirit had come into existence. With the manor seal lifted, Ye Qiyan did not plan to return immediately. How long has it been? Not even an hour. Where's this place? A rich man's manor. Although there were no weapons and no train tokens, there were important items here that other platforms did not have. Food, not compressed biscuits, but real vegetables and meat. Although white forest fruits are delicious, if eaten every day, they can become monotonous. As a normal human, Ye Qiyan also missed normal meals. Priest, this is your reward for saving us. A flawless red gem was taken out of the safe by the old steward. This is a treasure obtained by the master in his youth, worth a fortune. And it is the most precious thing I know of in this manor. Please, priest, do not refuse it. Of course, if you fancy anything in this manor, feel free to take it, since there is no owner here anymore. That was exactly what Ye Qiyan was waiting for. He accepted the gem and weighed it in his hand. It was very smooth, ice cold, like a piece of ice. I will be going down soon, but before that, I need to replenish some supplies. Can I take some food and water with me? Of course. Entering their kitchen, Ye Qiyan saw a large pile of fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables in the refrigerator. He filled his backpack and hurried towards the train. With a round trip every 20 minutes, he threw the items into the train and immediately turned back. The old steward, who was tying up the crazed security guard with rope, was startled when he saw Ye Qiyan suddenly return. Priest, is there still a problem with the curse? No problem, it's just that God is hungry. And I need to take some food back, is that alright? Chapter 22. Departing the station, new level 4 treasure chest. Ye Qiyan made several trips back and forth, moving most of the food and various seasonings from the kitchen. He hadn't forgotten that there were still 2 living people in the mansion, so he didn't take everything. On the last trip leaving the mansion, the old butler, who had been standing in front of the iron gate, suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Priest." Ye Qiyan stopped and turned around. He saw the old butler bowing to him while leading the insane security guard. "Mr. Priest, thank you for saving my life. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Please take this." Please don't misunderstand. I am not implying that you have come back too many times. You can empty the mansion if you wish. I just remembered it now. If you were to leave like this, I would truly regret it. Fearing that Ye Qiyan might overthink, the old butler explained again and handed a wooden box tied with a ribbon to him. "What is this?" Ye Qiyan opened the box and was slightly surprised by what he saw inside. The old butler shook his head and sighed as he replied, "From your expression, you should know about Run Corporation. This is the currency for trading with them. With this currency, you can buy anything from them. The master collected it for many years. In the end, there are only these 3 coins. Since the master has passed away, it is better to give them to you, Mr. Priest, as a small token of gratitude for saving my life." Indeed, inside the box were 3 train coins. But Ye Qiyan was more surprised by a name. Run Corporation. The force that appeared in Doomsday Town was not just a simple background. Could it be that this company would appear in other stations in the future? How vast of a force could this be? He couldn't figure it out, and there was no more information to support his guesses. Ye Qiyan returned to the train one last time, discarded his raincoat, and looked at the piled-up food and some pots and pans with a smile. There was no point in thinking too much. It was better to focus on living well. He stored these items in the storage unit, without worrying about them spoiling from being left too long. He set up a barbecue rack inside the train, placed a thick, high-quality steak on it, preparing for his first proper warm dinner since arriving in this world. During the interval of grilling, Ye Qiyan also placed containers outside to collect rainwater and began to sort through the special gains from the station so far. Purified Earthbound Object, Level 3. Can be placed in any part of the train, can drive away evil spirits. Soft Red Ruby, Level 1. Expensive. Perhaps some entities will use train coins to buy it? Can create ruby-colored train paint. Would someone really use train coins to buy such things? Ye Qiyan tossed the gem aside, thought for a moment, and sublimated the skull. Stamina, 5,649. Mental, 9050. An invisible force enveloped the skull. In an instant, stamina and mental energy were exhausted. What was in Ye Qiyan's hand no longer resembled a skull. Instead, it had transformed into a completely smooth, glowing jade stone. Pure Earthbound Stone, Level 4. Can be placed anywhere in the train, can disperse evil spirits, ignores any evil spirit power below Level 4, and automatically absorbs negative effects applied to the train conductor. The ability after sublimation experienced a qualitative leap. It could still disperse evil spirits. But the Level 4 Earthbound Stone also had the added effects of absorbing negatives and ignoring Level 4 and below evil spirits. This meant that before he reached Level 5, he should not encounter any dangers when facing paranormal stations. Moreover, the most important point was that Ye Qiyan did not feel that this stone's potential was exhausted. It could still be sublimated further. Departure countdown 042, 45. While enjoying the barbecue feast, Ye Qiyan heard sounds coming from the collection station. He looked over and saw Wally just crawling in from the hole below. It was holding a bloody gift box and wobbled over to Ye Qiyan, handing it over. Level 3 treasure chest can be opened. Good job, Wally. I'll give you more oil later. Wally didn't understand these words. It just quietly returned to the collection station to sleep. Now it was time to leave. With Wally bringing back the treasure chest, there was no longer any meaning in staying at this station. Departure. Rights activated, the train started. It slowly accelerated, passing through the void, from one dark thundercloud to another. Ye Qiyan returned to the endless wasteland. All survivors leave Platform 4. Chat function within the platform activated. Newcomer inherent hidden module, newbie protection, closed. Next. Monsters will also attack the train during the day. The broadcast faded away, and the chat room instantly became lively. Damn it, is this world trying to kill us? Monsters at night, and now monsters during the day. Can't let us sleep, huh? If you want me to die, just say it. There's no need to torture us like this. Hey, don't you get it? This world just wants to watch us die. It never intended to give us a way out. Huh, that's strange. Shouldn't the Level 2 train have left for a while now? Why is the broadcast only coming out now? Are you saying someone has leveled up to Level 3? Don't joke around. Haven't you seen how much material is needed to level up to 3? It's impossible for anyone to gather that much. Not to mention it hasn't even been an hour. Maybe this broadcast is just malfunctioning and is late. Exactly. How long has it been? How can anyone have collected that much material? If so, I want to eat. TSK. Now there are monsters during the day, but I don't have enough bullets. That guy selling guns, come out and say something. Do you have bullets left? I'll trade you for some bug meat. It's high protein, beef flavored. EW, are you Bear Grylls? Why are you eating bugs? There were both complainers and commentators. After 4 stations, the remaining people had been forced to adapt to the cruelty of this world. They didn't express much anger over the broadcast announcements, as they had already exhausted their anger. The death toll after the 4th station was slightly less than that of the 3rd station. 3,455, 10,000. The death toll was under 1,000. Is this a cause for celebration? But the scrolling speed in the chat room had ultimately slowed down significantly compared to the beginning. Ye Qiyan did not pay attention to these. His entire focus was on the box in his hands. Sublimation. Stamina, 6,333. Mental, 7,045. Level 4 treasure chest. Can be opened. Ye Qiyan used a knife and fork to shove a piece of grilled meat into his mouth and wiped his hands. The last level 4 treasure chest yielded a watchtower. Hopefully, this time wouldn't be too bad. Opening level 4 treasure chest. Obtain train coins. 8 coins. Chapter 23 reward in the new level 4 treasure chest. Open level 4 treasure chest. Obtain train coins. 8. Obtain. Observer blueprint. Level 4. Obtain. Safety wristband. Level 4. Obtain. Wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint. Level 4. Obtain profane card fragment. 3 items marked as level 4, including 2 blueprints. There's no doubt that this time's opening is luckier than the last. Ye Qiyan couldn't wait to extract everything and take a look. Observer blueprint requires 100 kilograms of metal, 80 kilograms of wood, 150 mechanical parts, 30 electronic components, can be assembled in any carriage, can monitor any part of the train, and will sound an alarm in case of foreign intrusion. A very good train construction, but he temporarily lacks the electronic components and needs to check the trading platform. Safety wristband can block 1 fatal damage, shatters after use, an extremely brief introduction but quite practical. Staying alive is undoubtedly the most important thing in this world. Ye Qiyan put the wristband on his right wrist and felt inexplicably at ease. Wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint requires 3 kilograms of metal, 40 mechanical parts, 400 G of gunpowder, 1 kilogram of fiber. When fully wound, the doll monkey will go to a designated location for self-detonation. 400 G of gunpowder. I remember that 100 rounds of bullets only consume 500 G in total, but where can I get some gunpowder? Ye Qiyan shook his head. Having blueprints without materials is truly frustrating. He could only buy some. Making a decision, his gaze fell on the last reward, something he had never opened before. A third of a black gold card. Profane card fragment. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a profane card. Profane card? So mysterious? 3 in 1, which means I have to open at least 3 level 4 treasure chests? No, even if they're level 4 chests, it doesn't guarantee that I'll get them. Ye Qiyan played with this uniquely textured card for a while. Although he still didn't know what would happen after synthesis, it shouldn't be something simple. Trading platform. The acquisitions on the platform were not smooth. It wasn't that no one was selling, but the quantities were too small and the prices were uneven, with excessive premiums. Even though he was relatively wealthy now, he didn't want to be the fool who overspent. Moreover, in the current situation, those who truly had the capability had long since passed the initial difficult period. Things like gunpowder, they wouldn't casually sell. To acquire, he still needed to post a message directly in the chat room. Buying gunpowder can trade 200 G for 1 compressed biscuit and 1 bottle of drinking water or 1 fresh tomato. Interested parties, please go to the trading platform to search for themselves or privately chat with a price. After sending the message, Ye Qiyan also spent 1 train coin to pin this message, making sure all the survivors could see it. At the same time, he also posted a trading request for electronic components, setting the price at 10 components for 1 bottle of mineral water plus 1 compressed biscuit. Although after experiencing a thunderstorm of the platform, anyone with a bit of sense shouldn't be too short on water sources. Regardless of whether it's clean, heating it up and drinking it won't lead to dehydration. Moreover, there is Shangguan Inxue, a big seller of water. Ye Qiyan often saw her selling water on the trading platform, although he didn't know if it was leftover from her bath. So, Ye Qiyan also added a compressed biscuit. Although he looked down on these biscuits, that was him, not others. 1 bottle of water and 1 military compressed biscuit would be enough to last a whole day without eating. Moreover, The sweetness of the biscuit could bring a bit of comfort in this life-and-death situation. As for the tomato, the kitchen in Castle Station had the most vegetables and fruits, which were tomatoes. He had brought back 3 large boxes. In ancient times, sailors would suffer from scurvy due to a lack of fresh fruits and vegetables. Now, although they were surviving on a train, how much difference was there really from being on a ship? What the hell? What is this message? Why is it suddenly pinned? Awesome. Pinning a message costs 1 train coin. Damn, this is a big shot. I only have 1 train coin saved for upgrading train speed resources later, and someone is willing to spend it on this. What a waste. What a big shot wants to do is none of your business. Look at the name. Ye Qiyan. This is the guy who took out a rifle to sell right after the first station ended. Maybe he doesn't even need train coins. Is that what you guys are focusing on? Did you not see? He took out tomatoes. Damn, I haven't eaten a normal fruit in days. My mouth is so bland. 200 G of gunpowder. Hey, I actually found some in Corpse's backpack before. I was thinking if I could make a bomb or something, I could buy some. Can I use other things to buy tomatoes? Tomatoes are vegetables, not fruits. Gunpowder? Ye Qiyan, what is gunpowder used for? To make guns? Big shot. If you have a gun, can you sell me one? I can use train coins to buy it. I want one too. Big shot. Please sell me a gun. As expected, there are capable people among the survivors. In a short time, Ye Qiyan completed the 10 trades he set up. Looking at the additional 2 kilograms of gunpowder in front of him, he took out some and combined it with metal to create his first set of bullets. Bullet 100, level 3. 100 rounds of bullets appeared out of thin air at the material consumption location. Ye Qiyan weighed them in his hand. They felt heavier than the low-level bullets he initially obtained. After loading them, Ye Qiyan fired a shot at the pile of metal. The black light pistol, which originally could only penetrate with low-level bullets, surprisingly exploded the metal pile apart when switched to these level 3 bullets. Hiss! How many times more powerful is this? So fierce. Ye Qiyan was very satisfied with his creation. After turning the rest of the gunpowder into bullets as well, he stored the freshly made 999 rounds of level 3 ammunition in a special storage unit, allowing him to access it any time outside the train. The chat interface flickered slightly. A friend sent him a private message. Who could it be? Ye Qiyan looked over and found that there was more than one person sending him messages. In the private chat interface, all 3 of his friends popped up. Li Xiaosheng. Friend, do you remember what I said? I have gunpowder, and you can make weapons. Together, we can become the kings of all train conductors. A bit of a delusional statement ignored. Zhao Lin. Brother Yi, can you sell me a gun? I could trade with train coins. A smart trading partner, worth trading with her. Shangwan Inxue. What level is your train now? Seeing the last message, Ye Qiyan was momentarily taken aback. What does this woman mean? If she was asking whether Ye Qiyan had upgraded to level 2, there was really no need. Because after this 4th station, besides Li Xiaosheng, there were others who also upgraded to level 2. Even if Ye Qiyan didn't say it, others should see him as one of them. Ye Qiyan didn't mind that his train level might be exposed. Whether it was exposed or not didn't matter. He wasn't afraid of it. Just upgraded. Chapter 24 Manufacturing Power Generation Devices. New Tropical Heat. Shangwan Inxue saw the ambiguous answer and fell silent for a moment. She was half submerged in the warm water that was still steaming. After hesitating for a while, she continued. What are you collecting gunpowder for? Bullets? Can you sell me some? Just as he finished making bullets, there was already a customer. Ye Qiyan narrowed his eyes. As the second train conductor to reach level 2, Shangwan Inxue had more resources in her hands than others. Moreover, trading with her was relatively easy compared to the troubles with Li Xiaosheng. Of course I can sell you bullets, but this time I don't want water or resources. I only want train coins. 1 train coin for 30 bullets. Are you robbing me? It was obvious that Shangwan Inxue could not accept this price. No, I'm stating a fact. My bullets are worth that much. A screenshot was sent. Upon seeing the level 3 suffix attached to the bullets, Shangwan Inxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, how is that possible? Level 3 bullets? Has he really reached level 3? But Shangwan Inxue didn't ask why he had level 3 bullets. Everyone has their own secrets and luck, just like her. Taking a deep breath, Shangwan Inxue hesitated for a moment and decided to negotiate. 50 shots, 1 train coin for 50 bullets. 30 is too few, it's not enough. 50 is too many. How about this? Let's meet in the middle. 40 bullets, how does that sound? People often leave a midpoint when negotiating. As long as someone mentions that midpoint, both parties are likely to accept it. Shangwan Inxue sighed inwardly, took out a small pouch from the side, and retrieved her only 3 train coins, feeling a bit pained. Deal, but you have to give me a gun. The one before was a bit damaged. I definitely can't give you one for free, but I can sell you a new one. Don't rush to refuse. Take a look at the new gun before making a decision. Refined shooter rifle, level 2. Looking at the screenshot of the gun, which was obviously much more luxurious and powerful than the low-level rifle, Shangwan Inshue instinctively felt a desire. How much? Not much. 2 train coins. I'll throw in 10 bullets for free. Adding to the previous ones, that's a total of 50 bullets, just right for your needs. Quite generous, right? Silently looking at her 3 train coins, Shangwan Inshue inexplicably felt that she was being monitored by this person. Otherwise, how could he accurately state everything she currently possessed? After hesitating for a while, Shangwan Inshue gritted her teeth. Let's trade. Of course, by the way, I remember you have a blueprint for a wooden bed. Can you help me make one? Of course, I'll provide the materials. And consider it a gift for the extra 10 bullets. 10 kilograms of wood. Shangwan Inshue didn't want to speak anymore. After the trade was completed, looking at the extra wood sent by the other party, she merely sighed and made the wooden bed, then sent it over. With 3 train coins received and a bed to sleep on, this time, Ye Qiyan had gained a lot from the trade. The refined shooter rifle was of little use to him. After acquiring the gunfire judgment module, even using a handgun could hit targets at a greater distance. So keeping it was pointless. Selling it for train coins was a better option. After a long time lying on the bedboard, his mood improved significantly. 14 train coins. That was the wealth he currently possessed. It was nice to trade with such a person. They wouldn't waste words. Alright, there was also her. Ye Qiyan unloaded the low-level rifle from the alert platform, and after all had been upgraded to level 2, he sold them to Zhao Lin at the same price of 2 train coins each and conveniently exchanged 100 low-level bullets for 5 freshwater fish. This brought his train coin count to 16. Soon after, electronic components were successfully acquired. After consuming the materials, Ye Qiyan directly built a watcher and installed it in the 3rd carriage. Just like the alert device, he couldn't upgrade it for now. Crossing the level 4 threshold required some method. By the way, I can exchange for the generator now. Ye Qiyan hadn't forgotten about the option unlocked after reaching level 3. That generator blueprint worth 6 train coins. Exchange. Energy generation device manufacturing blueprint, level 3. Required 50 mechanical parts, 40 kilograms of metal. The required materials were less than he had imagined. That was good. There was no need for additional trading. Ye Qiyan directly manufactured the power generation device. Energy generation device generates power using diesel. Diesel was available on the trading platform, but there was only 1 barrel, and the amount was very small. Even if he bought it, it wouldn't last long, and acquiring more would likely be difficult. Ye Qiyan was not satisfied with this, so he patted the generator, which was as tall as his calf, and began to upgrade it. Energy generation device with enchantment. Omnivorous, level 3. Resources that could be consumed. Metal wood coal oil. For power generation. Now he didn't need to buy oil anymore. He casually threw in a piece of wood, and the power storage on the generator showed a slight increase. He bought some light bulbs and hung them in the carriage. With power, he wouldn't have to endure the darkness at night anymore. On the 4th day of coming to this world, he could finally lie in bed like an ordinary human, counting the stars and drifting off to sleep. Of course, there were no stars tonight, only the oppressive rolling black clouds above. The wilderness night was particularly lonely. There were no monsters disturbing him tonight, accompanied by the increasingly faint thunder and the gradually fading raindrops. The thunderstorm weather quietly passed. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window and onto Ye Qiyan's face. Groggily waking up, he stretched and casually grabbed a white fruit as breakfast, habitually heading towards the front of the train. But just as he entered the front, the scorching heat wave that rolled and instantly woke him up. Damn, it's so hot. What's going on? Ding dong. The broadcast sounded. Today's weather is a hot wind day. All train conductors, please note, please maintain body temperature and avoid heat stroke. The weather changed again, but this time, it didn't mention that the platform would also change. Ye Qiyan returned to the temperature-controlled carriage to wash his face, gritted his teeth, and returned to the front of the train. It was really inconvenient that the control system could only be used in the front. Opening the chat room, it was already bustling with voices. In fact, everyone except Ye Qiyan had already been awakened by the heat since the weather changed. Being able to sleep until now made him unique. Chapter 25. Zhao Lin's talent and call for help. So hot, so hot, so hot. I'm about to explode from the heat. What on earth is the temperature outside? At least 40 degrees. The hottest it ever got where I used to live was about the same as now. Water. Who can sell me some water? I can't take it anymore. Didn't you collect any water from yesterday's thunderstorm? Even if it's not very clean, boiling it should make it drinkable, right? Of course we collected it, but what's the use? With this heat, the water I just drank will make me sweat it out in no time. Besides, this train is just a metal box. with the sun beating down. What's the difference between here and an oven? Just hold on. We'll reach the next station in a few hours. The broadcast didn't say the next stop would have this kind of dreadful weather, did it? Hold on. Look at my mental state. Haven't you noticed? Since the temperature rose, my mental and physical stats have been steadily declining. I can only slow it down a bit by splashing some cold water on myself. At this rate, even if I don't die from the heat, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ye Qiyan gulped down a bottle of mineral water and checked his personal interface. Physical, 98. Mental, 110. His physical state was indeed declining, but his mental state hadn't changed like others said it would. Is my mental state different from others? Could be from eating too many white forest fruits? Bang! A gunshot interrupted his thoughts. Looking towards the sound, he saw the warning device firing. Outside the train, a group of emaciated wolves had gathered, seemingly chasing towards the train. Their speed wasn't fast enough to catch up with the train, which had already leveled up 3 times, but what was concerning was that these monsters didn't have the usual train broadcast alerts like during nighttime survival. They just appeared out of nowhere to chase the train. This could potentially become a new norm in the future. It wasn't a simultaneous appearance. It was completely random. No one in the chat room had mentioned this, which meant that Ye Qiyan was just unlucky to encounter this pack of wolves. You have new messages. The private chat interface flickered slightly. Someone had sent him a message. Zhao Lin. Brother Yi, are there monsters outside your train? It was Zhao Lin, the one who made automatic fishing rods and was a reliable trader. She encountered monsters? Ye Qiyan glanced at the emaciated wolves outside, which were gradually falling behind. Did you encounter them too? Yeah. If I hadn't barely increased the train speed to 35 km/h after the 4th station, I would have been caught by them. Those things are really scary. Many crashed into the glass as I passed by. If it weren't for the gun you sold me, I would have been dead. Birds, huh? They weren't the same type of monsters as the wolves he encountered. Oh, so what do you want by this time? I want to buy materials for an upgrade, but I don't have any train coins right now. Can I pay with fish meat? ID E3-7741 Zhao Lin, dressed quite lightly, nervously watched the private chat messages. Sweat trickled down her tan skin. She was afraid Ye Qiyan would refuse her purchase, but she really couldn't think of anyone else to buy upgrade materials from. After all, train speed equates to life, and with just 2 days left until the next nighttime survival segment, all the surviving players were hustling to upgrade their trains. No one was willing to sell upgrade materials. What if even Brother Yi refuses to sell to me? Sigh, my talent is really a pain in the neck. Zhao Lin also had talent. Luck conservation. Good luck is followed by bad luck, and bad luck is followed by good luck. At the 3rd station, her luck was terrible. She entered a pitch-black, damp bat cave and didn't dare leave the train, enduring for 3 hours inside. Her 4th station was a fish pond, where she managed to catch over 100 fish and a level 1 treasure chest in just 3 hours with a fishing rod she had been crafting since the beginning. It's worth noting that she had no bait. The fish seemed to be blind, all crashing into her hooks. Undoubtedly, that was a stroke of good luck. But what about next time? The next time was bound to be unlucky, and she probably wouldn't be able to upgrade the train, leaving only one opportunity before the next nighttime survival. Zhao Lin didn't dare gamble on being able to find upgrade resources in just one stop. She could only pray in her heart to buy resources from Ye Qiyan, the only one who might sell to her. Upon seeing Zhao Lin's message, Ye Qiyan didn't think twice and chose to refuse. He didn't lack food at the moment. Selling 100 rounds of ammunition to Zhao Lin was simply because he wanted to eat and the low-level bullets were of little use to him now. Sorry, not interested. Zhao Lin panicked, as if her last lifeline was about to snap. No, please don't, Brother Yi. Just consider a rescue. I beg you to sell me some resources. The only person I can think of who might sell upgrade resources is you. If I don't upgrade, I definitely want to survive the next nighttime survival. There's still 2 stops left. It's not that you have no chance to reach level 2. Others might, but I can't. Brother Yi, I have a talent. Zhao Lin gritted her teeth and revealed the secret of her talent. Watching the screenshot she sent, it was the first time Ye Qiyan saw someone else's talent apart from his own. Good luck and bad luck intertwined. What an abstract talent. His own talent of sublimation was definitely better, but it was no wonder she was anxious. If the next stop brought bad luck, even if the one after was good luck, it might not guarantee an upgrade. Ye Qiyan thought for a moment. How much do you still need? 38 kilograms of wood, 22 kilograms of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. You should have opened a treasure chest before this, right? Give me what's in that chest, plus 10 fish. After the upgrade, I want to see your upgrade options. Oh, forget about the fishing rod blueprint. I want the treasure chest you opened at the last stop. Don't get it wrong. He indeed had the items. After all, He was the first among the train leaders to use firearms to trade for materials. Even now, it would be difficult to trade for basic materials that could affect train upgrades. However, Ye Qiyan wasn't a philanthropist. Helping her was merely because she had a talent, which might lead to better trades with her in the future. Okay, thank you, you're such a good person. I will repay you. The trade was completed, and within a glowing circle, several items and 10 freshwater fish appeared before him. Chapter 26 Fifth Stop, Mysterious Bell Town, Waterproof Boots, Level 1, Durable Fishing Line, Level 1, Plant Nutrient, Level 1. So this is a Level 1 treasure chest. Ye Qiyan had never opened a Level 1 treasure chest before, and getting it from Zhao Lin could be considered completion. This nutrient. The first two items are not very useful, but the third one caught his attention. Plant Nutrient can accelerate plant growth. Isn't this exactly what he needs right now? Even after sublimation, the white forest fruit tree still needs up to 9 days to bear fruit, and only 2 days have passed since it was planted. What if he uses this nutrient on it? Let us try sublimating it first. Stamina 95-85, Plant Nutrient. Efficient plant nutrient can accelerate plant growth. The effect hasn't changed much. It just added an efficient prefix. But it surprisingly hasn't consumed all the potential, meaning it can continue to be sublimated. Stamina 85-65, Efficient plant nutrient. Bless plant medicine, accelerates plant growth. The potential is exhausted, and this time, not only has the suffix changed, but the entire name of the nutrient has changed as well. However, the effect remains the same. Ye Qiyan eagerly returned to the end of the temperature-controlled compartment and poured the potion into the wooden box where the white forest tree was located. A few seconds later, a white light enveloped the wooden box. The originally short sapling began to grow upwards continuously, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the top of the compartment, almost breaking through it. Soon, white forest fruits began to grow on the branches at a visible speed. 1-2, an endless stream of fruits appeared at the treetop, until the milky white light faded. The growth of the fruits finally stopped. Rubbing his eyes and pinching himself, he thought, "Am I dreaming? It actually grew to this extent?" He picked a fruit, and the familiar fragrance snapped him back to reality. Just as he was about to take a bite, he suddenly remembered the side effects of the white forest fruit. Blessed white forest tree, Level 4, can bear 3 blessed white forest fruits daily. Blessed white forest fruit, Level 4. No processing required after consumption. It can accelerate stamina and mental recovery and increase resistance to hallucinations. The side effects have disappeared. It can be safely consumed even without soaking in clean water. Ye Qiyan took a bite, and the rich, sweet aroma filled his nostrils. The indescribable deliciousness made him want to eat more. Phew, does this count as good people getting good rewards? Ye Qiyan sat aside, thinking of Zhao Lin's talent. Or did he just benefit from her good luck? But the rest also bad luck, so it's better not to talk to her at the next stop. He picked a total of 55 fruits and stored them in a special storage unit to replace the ordinary white forest fruits for carrying. Level 4 blessed white forest fruits can restore stamina and mental energy, which could be life-saving in critical moments. As time passed in this tropical weather, compared to others who were suffering, Ye Qiyan was comfortably eating barbecue and drinking beer in the 22-degree temperature-controlled compartment, feeling quite at ease. The only regret was that the beer wasn't cold. He should try to get a refrigerator next time. 30 minutes before arriving at the 5th stop, a prompt for the next stop selection appeared right on time in front of Ye Qiyan. Fate South Fork in the road has been triggered. Please make a stop selection from the following 2 platforms. Platform 1, Deep Bat Cave, Level 4 Killing Platform. Platform 2, Mysterious Bell Town, Level 4 Task Platform. To Level 4S? Ye Qiyan was suspicious that he had been infected by Zhao Lin's bad luck. While he knew that there was a chance to level up when the train reached the next stop, it was the first time he encountered a selection where all the platforms were Level 4. Killing? Isn't it the same name as the previous hunting platform? Is there any difference? After thinking for a moment, Ye Qiyan felt it would be wiser to be cautious. He didn't have much equipment advantage at Level 4 platforms. Moreover, the killing aspect gave him an uneasy feeling. He chose Platform 2. Having experienced 2 task platforms, he felt relatively more experienced. Even if there was danger on the platform, he could always abandon the task. Platform selection complete. Please secure yourself. The 5th stop the train is arriving at is Mysterious Bell Town. The countdown was approaching its end. The train speed began to gradually increase. The familiar void space appeared in front of the train. The moment the countdown reached 0, the originally bright sunny world was replaced by darkness. Current platform, Mysterious Bell Town, stop countdown. For 59, good luck. Warning, dangerous. The train stopped, and through the glass, Ye Qiyan saw the outside environment. This is a train station? He wasn't joking. The place where the train stopped looked like an ordinary train station platform with 2 tracks from any angle. It was nighttime, and small snowflakes were still falling from the sky. As usual, he called out to Wally. He tossed a train token. Wally, activate. The little robot wobbled away from the train, and just as Ye Qiyan was preparing to exit the train for exploration, a sound of footsteps disrupted his plan. People? Or monsters? Sir, prosecutor sir, you finally arrived. A small, tender voice traveled across the empty platform to Ye Qiyan's ears. It's a human. Ye Qiyan did not put away his pistol. The gunfire judgment module allowed him to plan a shooting scheme that would definitely hit the target just by sound without needing to see them. Until the owner of that voice arrived at the train door. Huh, where's the prosecutor? Dressed in a white cotton coat, wearing a knitted hat and scarf. A little girl about 11 or 12 years old stood on tiptoes, trying hard to look inside the train. Ah, the prosecutor is here. She saw Ye Qiyan and waved her hand excitedly. Prosecutor, hurry and get off the train. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Prosecutor? Everyone. Ye Qiyan hesitated slightly and opened the train door. If this little girl really had a problem, the alert device or the pure binding stone would react. Little girl, what's your name? The little girl blinked her bright blue eyes and answered happily in an innocent tone. Prosecutor, my name is Tina. Sister Nun said that a great prosecutor would come to save us who ride the train, and everyone has been waiting for a long, long time. Sister didn't lie, the prosecutor really came. Chapter 27 The Blonde Nun in the Town. Mr. Prosecutor, you are the prosecutor, right? Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Is it really you? Tina blinked, her eyes filled with a pleading and expectant look that seemed to solidify. Ye Qiyan looked at her, revealing a kind smile and nodding. Yes, you said that the person who came by train is the prosecutor, and besides me, there's no one else, right? So, I'm the prosecutor you mentioned. Hooray. Mr. Prosecutor, come with me quickly. Everyone has really been waiting for a long, long time. Okay, wait for me a moment. By the way, here, eat this. Ye Qiyan took a regular white fruit and handed it to Tina. The little girl looked at the fruit without any fear or hesitation and took a bite. Wow, this is so delicious. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. He smiled, said nothing, checked his equipment, and finally put on the chapel cross hanging from the train's front before stepping out. After shutting the train door and setting the alarm to maximum power, he turned his gaze to the little girl who was nibbling on the white fruit. Let's go and meet everyone you mentioned. Following the little girl, they left the overly normal train station. Outside, the small town was covered with a thin layer of snow. The town had no streetlights, only a lamp hanging above a church in the town center. The destination Tina mentioned was there, and Ye Qiyan couldn't shake the feeling that the church resembled an upright train front. The town was very quiet, but he could feel eyes from the darkness watching them. The occasional soft whispers sent chills down his spine. Ye Qiyan kept his hand on his black pistol and the chapel cross. He would not forget the warning from the platform. This small town was a threat to him. Danger, with an exclamation mark added. Yet, such a strange environment would make even some timid adults unable to accept it. But the little girl Tina seemed oblivious to it, bouncing along like the only color in a gray-white world. Ha ha, Mr. Prosecutor, we have arrived. Everyone has been waiting for a long, long time. Come in quickly. Tina stood at the church door, the light from above illuminating her. She invited Ye Qiyan in. Ye Qiyan paused for a moment, walked up the steps made of white stone bricks to the door. All right, little Tina, you go in first. Tina pushed open the church door, and the bright light instantly revealed the scene inside. Hundreds of townsfolk were sitting on either side of the church, bowing their heads in prayer. The only one standing at the front, a blonde nun in black clothing, lifted her head, set down the black-covered book in her hands, saw Tina, and then looked in Ye Qiyan's direction. Sister Nun, I've brought the prosecutor. As soon as this was said, all the praying residents simultaneously stopped their prayers. They lifted their heads like puppets, and hundreds of gazes fixed on Ye Qiyan's face. Ye Qiyan stood still, the safety of his black pistol already off. With the slightest movement, a bullet could pierce the nun's head. Mr. Prosecutor, there's no need to be nervous. We mean you no harm. The nun said with a kind smile. Everyone, please continue praying. Do not frighten our Mr. Prosecutor. Tina, go prepare a bit. Little Tina ran to the back of the church, and the praying townsfolk returned to their previous state. Only the nun walked a few steps like a normal person, retrieved a box from the prayer platform, and approached Ye Qiyan. Mr. Prosecutor, this is your reward. No reward without merit. I advise you to stay right there and tell me what is happening here. Ye Qiyan aimed his gun at the nun's head. This town is not normal. No, anyone can see that. But in this abnormal town, there was a girl like Tina who was too normal and this nun, which only made everything more bizarre. The nun was not frightened. She stopped and bent down to place the box on the ground, opening it to reveal what was hidden inside, a third of a black and gold card. Ye Qiyan recognized it. Even without the train's identification, he knew what it was. A blasphemy card? The nun's smile did not fade as she knelt in front of the third of the blasphemy card, clasping her hands in prayer. Only those who desecrate the divine can come to this world. My friend, you are the prosecutor I've been waiting for. Oh no, to be precise, a desecrator. What do you mean by that? Ye Qiyan glanced at the cross on his chest, but did not react. This woman was not a demon. The nun's gaze also flicked to his chest, and she stepped forward, holding the third of the blasphemy card toward Ye Qiyan. Of course, it's the literal meaning. The prosecutor is just a name for Tina. Only the conductor who possesses the blasphemy card can come to this world. Of course, if you want me to call you conductor, that's fine too. Hee, this unnamed conductor, how many stops have you made in this town? She actually knew about the conductor. Ye Qiyan let out a cold laugh as he watched the nun approaching without hesitation, then turned and ran toward the station. The blonde nun was momentarily stunned, watching Ye Qiyan's back as she quickly reached out her hand. Hey, wait, don't run. Who doesn't run is a muggle. Ye Qiyan showed no sign of stopping, and the blonde nun became anxious. Stop him. The praying townsfolk began to move, rushing toward Ye Qiyan. Their speed was too fast, far beyond what an ordinary person like Ye Qiyan could match. Damn it, I knew this stop wouldn't be so easy. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Ye Qiyan gritted his teeth and chose to shoot. Bang! A bullet hit the first person in the head, but the blonde nun raised her face triumphantly and said, "It's useless. They're all puppets I created, not afraid of mere bullets. Moreover, the conductor allowed into this place can only be level 3. Someone like you. A novice cannot defeat them skills? Huh." The blonde nun had been proud for only a few seconds when she suddenly realized that her connection with that puppet was severed. In other words, this person really shattered her created puppet? What a joke. Just as the blonde nun said, ordinary bullets were indeed ineffective. But what if they were level 3 bullets with armor-piercing effects? Ye Qiyan kept shooting, each bullet accurately hitting the joints and heads of those puppets. As long as he took down a few, he could keep running, taking down a few more as he was about to be caught. With the fire judgment module, his marksmanship had reached a point where he didn't even need to aim. In this balance, it seemed he really was about to escape from a small town. Chapter 28 The Sealed Nun, Shea, Sigh. A light sigh escaped. Just less than 100 meters from the station, a blonde nun appeared before Ye Qiyan. Her appearance came without any warning, as if she had always been there. The train is only level 3, yet it can defeat my puppet. It's been a long time since I was this surprised. Creak. The alarm system was triggered, but before it could fire a bullet, several black chains blocked the gun's muzzle. An alarm tower device? You have something like this? What good luck. Seeing the alarm system so easily blocked, Ye Qiyan's mouth twitched. Sister, I have no grievances with you in the past, nor any enmity recently. There's no need to target me like this. Why not just take what you want yourself? I want to take your things. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. The blonde nun walked up to Ye Qiyan and looked him up and down. Not running this time? Can't escape. Ye Qiyan helplessly sat on the ground. Teleportation. Controlling chains. Puppets. This woman was clearly not someone he could deal with right now. Actually, he still had the trump card of fire judgment. However, she didn't seem to have any intention of killing him. Otherwise, there would be no need to just stop him and say so much. Moreover, Ye Qiyan felt that even if he used fire judgment, he probably wouldn't win. That's good to know. Come back with me. By the way, my name is Shea. You can call me Sister Priest, I don't mind. Shea grabbed Ye Qiyan's hand and pulled him up, her curvaceous figure fully on display. In her exquisite black and white nun's attire, her long, fair legs clacked against the cobblestone path in little black boots. Back in the church, Shea brought over a third of the blasphemy token. Here you go. For me? Ye Qiyan pointed to himself. Never mind. Such a precious item is better kept by you. The more she wanted to give it, the less Ye Qiyan wanted to accept it. This thing called the blasphemy token was clearly not an ordinary item. Otherwise, she wouldn't treat it with such reverence, holding it with both hands. Seeing Ye Qiyan's expression, Shea burst out laughing, patting his shoulder and comforting him. Don't be afraid. Look at me. I'm a nun. How could a kind nun harm others? Sigh. Looking at the card that was forcibly stuffed into his hand, Ye Qiyan could only reluctantly accept it. At worst, he could find an opportunity to discard it after escaping. Don't think about secretly throwing it away, okay? Shea's hand grabbed the head of civilian puppet, and with a crunch, that head, which required a level 3 bullet plus blacklight, piercing enchantment to penetrate, was crushed. Gulp. Ye Qiyan swallowed hard, watching her delicate, fair hand. It was hard to imagine she possessed such great strength. All right, Sister Shea. I definitely want tea, throw it away. After crushing that head, Shea turned and walked to the prayer platform to pick up a black-covered book. Let us talk. What is your talent? Don't want to say? Then forget it. I'm not that curious about other people's secrets. Well, really not going to say? All right then, I won't ask you anymore. This woman is really strangely persistent. However, one thing Ye Qiyan was already certain of. He wouldn't die here, and fire judgment probably wouldn't be of much use. The atmosphere fell silent. Looking up, he accidentally made eye contact with Shea. Silence. Don't you want to ask me something? Eventually, it was Shea who broke the awkward silence. Aren't you curious? Why know about the train conductor? Why know about survival on the train? Why know about talents? Why know about? Not curious. Curiosity killed the cat. I'm not that interested in other people's secrets. You. Shea's expression twisted with frustration. She lost the previous smile, teleporting in front of Ye Qiyan and glaring at him. Stade. Shea's hand crushed another puppet's head. Ye Qiyan swallowed again, and because they were too close, he could smell a faint floral fragrance emanating from Shea. He tilted his body back and waved his hands hurriedly. No, Sister Shea. Who exactly are you? What is this place? Why are you here? What was that card earlier, and what do you want from me? Stop. Seeing Ye Qiyan opening his mouth and chattering nonstop, Shea covered his mouth with her hand. Out of all that, which one do you want me to answer first? Ye Qiyan quickly shook his head, indicating he didn't mean to. Damn. This woman turns hostile faster than flipping a book. Clearly, she was the one who prompted him to ask, and he had only said a word or two too many. Was it really necessary to get violent? Akintnon? More like a violent woman. Shea released her hand, casually kicking a civilian puppet aside, crossing her legs on the bench, taking a deep breath, and once again revealing that pure and kind demeanor, smiling. Speaking of which, I'm your senior. I came to this world 20 years ago and survived on the train. 20 years. Just as he guessed before. He was indeed not among the first batch of survivors to arrive in this world. Then that means Shea's age should be. Are you thinking something very rude? No, how could that be? I was thinking how a beautiful and kind woman like you, Sister Shea, could end up here. Upon hearing this question, Shea seemed momentarily lost in thought. I was sealed in this world. At this point, her gaze returned to Ye Qiyan's face. Logically speaking, no one should be able to enter this platform because the bastard who sealed me erased this station directly. The higher the train level, the less likely it is to find this place, so my former companions would not be able to come to rescue me. And lower-level trains have no qualifications to enter this station, but you managed to get in. Why? Is it because of your talent? Ye Qiyan's gaze slightly dodged. If he hadn't encountered the fork in fate, his destination at this station should have been that slaughter platform. Moreover, the fork in fate appeared because of his talent. So Shea was right. All of this was indeed due to the transcendent talent. Seeing Ye Qiyan's expression, Shea's mouth curled into a slight smile. I want to force you to tell me your secret, but don't casually share your talent and abilities with others. After all, there aren't many good people in this world. Talent is something that only a small number of survivors possess, and once you have it, it can't be changed. Even the worst talent will make those without talent feel jealous. Of course, if you want to tell me, that's fine. I, as your sister, want to let out. And that card too. You must never let anyone know you have the blasphemy token, not even your closest ones. Once it's known that you possess the blasphemy token, someone will definitely come to claim your life. Even if they can't kill you, you'll end up like me. Damn, such a dangerous thing you still gave me. Ye Qiyan wanted to say that maybe she should take it back. He was not worthy of this card. But meeting Shea's gaze, he understood that was impossible. Chapter 29. Questions answered Sister Shea. Were you one of the first survivors to come to this world? Anyway, she probably wouldn't kill herself, so Ye Qiyan felt less afraid. Since that was the case, it would be better to be bold and clarify some things he wanted to know. This senior from over 20 years ago must know a lot that he didn't. No, there were many batches of survivors before me, but I just rarely see them. Why? Shea snapped her fingers, and several chains materialized in the air, forming a train track. Remember, the world we are in is infinitely large. All the platforms are different worlds. In my time, there was a powerful guy who wanted to measure how vast the wilderness outside was. So he gathered all the strong conductors at that time to collect resources and increased his train's speed to a level that even I find hard to imagine. As if recalling a terrifying number, Shea clicked her tongue. That guy had a module. Oh, you know what a module is, right? This chain of mine is also a module. You can think of it as magic or a sci-fi weapon. They're all similar. This is also the best way for a conductor to enhance their power. However, you're currently only a level 3 conductor, so it's not easy to obtain a module. After all, such things can only be found in chests of level 5 or above, or have a very small chance of being obtained after upgrading the train. You little brat, your shooting was so accurate just now. You didn't get a module from the upgrade options before, did you? Facing Shea's scrutinizing gaze, Ye Qiyan could only chuckle awkwardly. He had indeed obtained a module from the upgrade options, but it wasn't related to shooting. It was about station departure rights. And then, did that person really measure the size of the entire world? Shea was silent for a moment before shaking her head. No, that guy died. He traveled at that unimaginable speed for a year, but still didn't encounter any other trains in the wilderness. Suddenly one day, his friend's avatar went gray, which meant his train was destroyed, and of course he died too. However, his death wasn't without value. Traveling at that speed for a year without finding other trains led us to conclude that the wilderness traversed by all conductors is not the same. Returning to your earlier question, survivors appear every 3 years. Conductors travel through their respective worlds. If the population in a block doesn't reach a certain critical value, they want to encounter each other. Of course, this is just the usual case. Shea pulled out a lollipop from who knows where and popped it in her mouth. Oh, do you want one? Thanks, but I'm not hungry. Don't mention it. I didn't intend to give it to you, anyway. This is my last one. With a mischievous smile, she bit into the lollipop, casually removed the nun's hat from her head, and stood up, indicating that she didn't plan to continue discussing this topic. All right, that is about enough questions. I'll answer one last question for you. The rest you can seek out yourself. Your level is too low, and telling you too much will only lead to overthinking, which isn't a good thing. Also, do you want some candy? Once again, she produced a lollipop from nowhere, and without waiting for Ye Qiyan to respond, she peeled off the wrapper and stuffed it into his mouth. It's sweet, but there's a hint of bitterness in the aftertaste. The coolness makes him inexplicably relaxed, and the fatigue from earlier vanished. How is it? Tastes good, right? Didn't you say there was only one? Of course, I was lying to you. The more beautiful the woman, the better she can lie. That saying is absolutely true. As he crunched the candy, Ye Qiyan thought of one last question. Do you know about Run Corporation? He shared his experiences from the Doomsday Town and the Yushin Villa with Shea. Is there a problem with this company? Seeing Shea's puzzled expression, Ye Qiyan wasn't sure if he had said something wrong. It's nothing. I don't know this company, but judging by your reaction, it seems you've seen such a force in multiple platforms, right? Don't pay too much attention to it. There are many similar forces. After all, this train survival game has been going on for who knows how many years. Ultimately, there will be people who don't want to continue taking risks and want to stop. The organizations they establish will inevitably influence some stations. All right, we want to count this question, but you don't need to ask anymore. Time is almost up. Come, let me show you my train. With a clap of her hands, Shea called out Tina. The long-missing Tina came running from behind the church. Sister Nun, it's ready. Oh, it's the prosecutor. Thank you, prosecutor, for helping us. Everyone will thank you. Tina happily grabbed Ye Qiyan's hand and shook it. Tina is also my doll. How about that? Isn't she cute? Doll? What? You don't believe it. Little Tina is my finest work. Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes as he watched Tina's movements, which were indistinguishable from a real little girl, and poked her cheek. Can this be a doll? It looks exactly like a real person. Oh no, she wouldn't have been made from a real person, would she? Scenes of Shea capturing and refining a little girl flashed through his mind. Could it be that Shea is actually a female demon, sealed here by some righteous person, and I accidentally released her? Better not make her angry. I'm so handsome. What, she turns me into a doll? Suddenly, the church shook. Shea took Tina's little hand and walked to the front of the altar. System, prepare for departure. Familiar light screens surged wildly. This church is actually the front of Shea's train? Hey, Ye Qiyan, take this. Consider it a little reward for helping me unlock this world. While Ye Qiyan was still stunned by the transformation of the church into a train, a black box was tossed over. Don't worry, this time it's not something dangerous. As for what it is, you'll find out when you go back. It's definitely suitable for you now. So that card really is dangerous, Cough. Stop thinking about it. Let me show you what a high-level train looks like. The church continuously changed, eventually forming the shape of a train head, with black tracks appearing beneath the wheels. In an instant, they arrived at the station outside that town. So fast. Compared to Shea's train, Ye Qiyan felt like his own train was as slow as a snail. Chapter 30 Departure. 15 years later, is the whole church a train space? How many upgrades would it take to achieve that? You should be envious. I'm already a level 57 train conductor, which was quite impressive in my time, let me tell you. Ye Qiyan didn't hear what Shea said afterward. He was astonished by the number 57, considering that the platform level required to upgrade each level of the train has also increased. Could there really be platforms above level 50? Shea answered him. Such a simple thing isn't really a problem. The highest platform level is only 12. Buildings, items, treasure chests, and so on are all level 12 too, except for the conductor level, which is the only one that varies. Of course, I'm talking about the situation 15 years ago. I'm not sure about now, but it shouldn't be too high. Well, I have to go now. Shea has set up the train operations and walked over to poke Ye Qiyan's face. No matter what, don't let the blasphemy card leave you. That belongs to you, and you must not lose it. She meant no harm. Ye Qiyan could feel that she was just teasing him. Hey, Sister Shea, don't worry. I definitely won't lose the one you gave me. You can't lose yours either. Synthesize it early. Although it's dangerous, it will be very beneficial for you. A huge benefit. Shea's voice carried a hint of melancholy. I have to go, although I could take your train with me. Staying on the train all the time is quite boring. Enjoy your time on land, and wait for the countdown to end. The houses in this town were all train compartments I created casually. You can recycle them however you like, take as many as you want. When you leave, remember to set a fire and burn this place down. I will never return here. Shea's gaze seemed to pierce through the church, taking one last look at this town that had sealed her for 15 years. The door of the church, or rather, the door of the train, slowly opened. Tina took Ye Qiyan's hand. Mr. Inspector, we're leaving. You should get off the train too. Tina is so cute. Cuter than one could believe she is just a puppet. Ye Qiyan patted her head, recalling how they first met, remembering that she seemed to quite like eating white forest fruits. So he took out 10 blessed white forest fruits from the storage unit. Here you go. Wow, it's delicious fruit. Thank you, Mr. Inspector. Tina picked up one of the white forest fruits and started eating it, and Shea, still busy with some operations, caught a whiff of the aroma and glanced up to see Tina holding the fruit, pondering. This fruit, what a lucky little guy. No wonder he could find that 1/3. Plus, why is there a hint of blessing? How strange. And that's the ability of the storage unit compartment? Would such a rare compartment really appear on a mere level 3 train? Could it be that my 15 years of being sealed have fallen behind times? Are today, as conductors, this strong? What is his talent really? It's so intriguing. Ye Qiyan didn't know that Shea was currently suppressing her desire to explore, carrying that box out of the train door, saying a final goodbye to Tina. Once outside, he finally saw the full appearance of Shea's level 57 train and understood why this station had 2 tracks. The main body was black, interspersed with pure white lines and angel patterns. Each of the 18 compartments was different, but they all appeared extremely high-end and luxurious. Moreover, from the outside, one could hardly imagine that the interior space could be as vast as a church. Space compression? Can I make the compartments like that in the future? No joke. He felt envious. Looking back at his own shabby train, which only had 2 compartments, he sighed. A gold nest and a silver nest can't compare to my own doghouse. It's okay. We will definitely be bigger and better than hers in the future. Ye Qiyan encouraged himself. As he returned to his own train, he saw that Shea had sent a friend request. I really want to refuse. It feels like getting too entangled with this woman won't bring any good. Then he saw a mandatory message pop up on the screen. You wouldn't want to refuse, would you? The dialogue box had a cute emoji of Shea smiling. How could I? It's an honor to have you as my friend, Sister Shea. Faced with the choice of becoming a puppet or saving his life, Ye Qiyan unhesitatingly chose the latter. However, he still sneakily wrote a name in the friend note. Big Golden Retriever. But soon he paid the price for this little whim. So obedient. Now I can find you wherever you go. Learn from this. Even if someone adds you as a friend in the future, be careful and don't add random people. The note now had an additional prefix, Evil Woman. Big Golden Retriever. Boom, boom, boom. The rumble of the train echoed in this town of Mystery Bell. The ground trembled. 15 years of stagnation made this train eager to move forward. Fireworks bloomed in the sky. Inside the train, Shea bit into a lollipop she had pulled out from who knows where. Finally, we can leave. Countless chains appeared ahead, laying down tracks. The space for departure twisted into being. The Black Knight Angel has set off. Shea's high-spirited voice echoed from the broadcast. The angel patterns on the black train body seemed to come to life, moving through the void until they disappeared. This town of Mystery Bell returned to its previous silence. Is that a dynamic train car? There is even such a thing. It's pretty cool. Ye Qiyan thought again about his own train. Never mind. He looked down at the box Shea had given him. It was neither light nor heavy, no different from an ordinary gift box. 22 safety box, Level 9. Absolutely safe. Cannot be broken from the outside. Cannot be violently opened by any means. Items placed inside are absolutely safe. Note: please place it somewhere. Once placed, it cannot be moved by anyone except the placer. Current status: please bind it. After binding, it can be opened. Level 9. Wow. I thought it was just an ordinary box, but I really didn't expect Sister Shea to be this generous. Even if there's nothing inside the box, it's precious enough. I have to delete that old woman from my notes and change it to beautiful and kind-hearted. What could be inside the box? After fiddling with it for a while, Ye Qiyan tried pressing his thumb on the center of the box. Chapter 31, I want to sublimate my sublimation. Binding successful. Can be opened. Current items in the safe box are: first slot, firestone, 1 piece, second slot, gold, 10 kilograms, third slot, mithril, 10 kilograms, fourth slot, healing lollipops, 3. So it turns out to be level 4 upgrade materials. And also, candy? The safe box is similar to a storage unit, where the items inside are counted by type rather than quantity. Looking at the items inside, Ye Qiyan couldn't say he was disappointed. After all, the firestone is an essential item for upgrading to a level 4 train, and there's been no way to obtain it so far. For someone who just recently leveled up, if he didn't have the sublimation talent, this would undoubtedly be something extremely important to him at this stage. Shea couldn't possibly know what his talent was, so it was understandable that she chose these materials as gifts. But what about the last slot, the candy? Shea's healing lollipop, level 8. Eating it forms a protective film to resist external damage, continuously restoring stamina and healing injuries. Note: a masterpiece of a certain dark nun. As long as you don't die, eating it will definitely keep you alive. Ding dong, ding dong. Evil woman, big golden retriever sent a message. Did you open it? How is it? Sister is very good to you. Leveling from 3 to 4 is a small threshold. Only after passing this threshold can you really be considered to have completed the beginner phase. For newcomers like you, obtaining the firestone is quite troublesome. It only has a very small probability of appearing at platforms that have it after the 10th station. You are currently level 3. Even if you're lucky, you should be around the 8th station when you reach Misty Bell Town. With this, it can help you avoid a lot of detours. As for those 3 candies, eat them when you get injured. Don't be greedy. Be sure to thank Sister in your heart, find the rest of the items yourself, level up early, and live well. Also, remember to tell me when you gather that card. The note hadn't been changed back, and her message was sent. Seeing the long string of text above, Ye Qiyan didn't know what to say. Complex emotions could only converge into one sentence. Thank you. Although I can't use it. The latter part of the words remained hidden in his heart, unnecessary to say. This gratitude is not mixed with false feelings. Although Shea must have her own motives for handing him that third of the blasphemy card, he also learned a lot from her. Moreover, even if Shea didn't give it to him, would he not collect it himself? Impossible. If he sees the next third, he will definitely find a way to get it. The blasphemy card. What will happen if it is really gathered? It's been a long time. The night angel is traveling through the wilderness, and Shea stands in front of the prayer platform, eating the blessing white forest fruit she snatched from Tina, gazing at the horizon, murmuring to herself. There really hasn't been any change. This world is truly boring. Ding dong, a message notification sound entered her ears. I'm back. Aren't you surprised? Not really. This world is infinite. Since it is infinite, there must be an unexpected event within the infinite to free you from the seal. However, it has only been 15 years, which is much faster than I imagined. So, the one who opened the world is the other third? Now it's 2/3. What? Do you find it strange? I was sealed for 15 years for that card, which means it really shouldn't belong to me. And the one who helped me open the world got what I almost lost my life to obtain in just a few days. Don't you think you should have that card more? It's fate. Within the infinite, such possibilities exist, which is not surprising. So, what do you plan to do next? Shea's gaze was cold as she typed a line of text on the screen. Repay hatred with hatred. Repay resentment with resentment. The person on the other side of the chat box remained silent for a long time. Shea's emotions gradually returned, and she suddenly thought of what Ye Qiyan had asked her not long ago. By the way, what is the Run Company? How could there be forces reaching into platforms for newcomers below level 4? What about the inspectors from the Celestial Organization? Why haven't they acted? Hey, where are you? Did you die? Why aren't you talking? It's just a not very important courier company. No need to pay attention. As for the Celestial Organization, those pathetic good people have already disappeared. Docking countdown 02248 with Ye Qiyan's efforts. He indeed harvested quite a lot of resources by dismantling the houses in the town that were transformed from train carriages. Most of these carriages were damaged, and during recovery, he could obtain at most 1/10 of the materials used in construction. Moreover, dismantling these things required him to transport them. The only fortunate thing was that it seemed Shea had anticipated this long ago, as the safe box she gave Ye Qiyan could actually contain an entire carriage. Compared to the storage unit, this level 9 safe box had much looser storage standards. But these carriages couldn't be counted as the same type of item placed in the same slot. Otherwise, Ye Qiyan would really want to take all the carriage houses from the town. Another unfortunate point was that the processing station required time for recovery. Only 9 carriages could be recovered in nearly 4 hours. As the docking countdown was about to end, he could only choose to give up on the remaining ones in the town. After putting the resources into the storage unit, Ye Qiyan organized the materials he had so far. Wood, 645 kilograms, metal, 770 kilograms, mechanical parts, 505 pieces, glass, 180 kilograms, rubber, 35 kilograms, fiber, 60 kilograms, gold, 10 kilograms, mithril, 10 kilograms, firestone, 1 piece. These resources were already enough to upgrade his train to level 4. But with the sublimation talent in existence, Ye Qiyan wouldn't do that. Clatter, clatter, the sound of the tracks passing over the ground made Ye Qiyan, who was half reclining on the chair waiting for recovery and playing the role of a salted fish, lift his eyelids. The little wall, which he almost forgot, was wobbling towards him. Almost forgot about this little thing, but there shouldn't be any treasure boxes at this station, right? After all, this is a town built by Sister Shea herself. She doesn't need to put any treasure boxes here. After knocking a few times on Wall's metal head, Ye Qiyan noticed that his mechanical arm was holding an iron lump. What is this? Ye Qiyan took the iron block and examined it. It didn't seem to have anything special. It doesn't look like ordinary iron. What is it? Curiosity overcame laziness, and Ye Qiyan returned to the train, using the control system to identify the iron lump in his hand. Level 4 treasure chest can be opened. Huh? A treasure chest? Wait. Isn't the stuff at this platform made by Shea? Could it be that this treasure chest was left by her? Was it intentional? But that doesn't make sense. Didn't she say to burn this place down? Ye Qiyan stroked the exterior of the treasure chest, and he had no intention of asking. After all, she didn't want it and never said anything about it. Leaving it here unopened is fine. Should he wait a bit? A level 4 treasure chest represents that after one sublimation, it can reach level 5. The only question is, can he really subliminate this level 4 treasure chest? Now, his physical and mental strength has fully recovered to a total of 210 points. To upgrade a level 3 treasure chest to level 4 requires 55 points. And does it mean that upgrading from level 4 to level 5 will require several times that? Ye Qiyan casually took out a white fruit and took a bite, suddenly realizing something was off. Strange, why do I always have this feeling that I can't reach level 5? This feeling isn't new. If it were before, he might have thought that the points required to upgrade from level 4 to 5 were too high, and his physical and mental strength couldn't support it. But upgrading a level 3 treasure chest to level 4 only required a small amount of points. Now, after learning from Shea that treasure chests can exist up to level 12, if he can't upgrade a level 4 treasure chest now, what about later? Wouldn't the required points become astronomical? This doesn't feel right. Should I try? Ye Qiyan's heartbeat quickened. How would he know if he didn't give it a shot? Feelings are ultimately just feelings. Humans are the best at deceiving themselves. Having made up his mind, Ye Qiyan didn't start immediately. He needed to fulfill the promise he made to others. He bought a barrel of diesel from the trading platform using a few biscuits. Long ago, he had already used wood to connect several places in the town. The cold breath mixed with the smell of diesel. With 10 minutes left on the countdown, standing at the door of the train, Ye Qiyan took out the windproof lighter he had received earlier. Click! The flame followed the wooden planks laid along the path into the town. The gentle snow mixed with the breeze. The fire borrowed the wind's momentum, and in an instant, starting from this simple platform, it burned everything within Melling Town. Ahead of the train, the twisted void of departure appeared. Ye Qiyan stood at the control panel and pressed the start button. Rights activated, early departure. In an instant, the world changed. Ye Qiyan instinctively shielded his eyes. The suddenly rising temperature around him reminded him that the tropical wind of the wilderness was still ongoing. It had been so long, and the temperature hadn't dropped at all. Returning to the temperature-controlled carriage, the surroundings returned to a comfortable range for humans. He placed a safety box in the corner of the carriage, filling 3 compartments with items from Melling Town. The remaining compartment, of course, was for the blasphemy card. The original items in the safety box were thrown into the storage unit. Another stop ended, and this time the broadcast didn't say a word. Throwing himself onto the bed and staring at the ceiling, Ye Qiyan raised the level 4 treasure chest into the air and smiled inexplicably. He didn't expect that the first level 4 treasure chest he couldn't upgrade wasn't the biggest gain of this stop. If others found out, they might be envious to death. In this stop, Ye Qiyan learned a lot about this world. Although not much, he wouldn't be completely lost when encountering certain situations in the future. And then there was the blasphemy card. Shea never told him what this card was, but Ye Qiyan could roughly guess that she would be sealed in Melling Town, likely related to the blasphemy card. With more knowledge came even more curiosity about things he wanted to know. He felt a bit tired. In fact, from a moment he chose to escape until now. Even though Shea showed her goodwill, the tension deep in Ye Qiyan's heart had never dissipated. It wasn't until he returned to his own train that the tension finally disappeared. With both body and mind relaxed, Ye Qiyan wanted to be a salted fish, no longer worrying about the next stop, just letting things be. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. The process of upgrading had to continue. The platform wouldn't wait for him. Tossing the level 4 treasure chest in his hand, Ye Qiyan gazed at the box. Even though something within him told him that his upgrade wouldn't succeed, he still wanted to give it a try. Stamina, 89, mental, 110. His stamina wasn't full, but that didn't matter. Ye Qiyan took out the healing lollipop Shea had given him and put it in his mouth. The sweet aroma filled his nostrils, and his stamina rapidly recovered. In just a second, it went from 89 points to 100. At this speed, it could guarantee that his stamina would recover 10 points per second. Without wasting time, Ye Qiyan pressed his hand on the level 4 treasure chest. Upgrade. In an instant, his physical and mental strength flowed away like water released from a dam. The power of the healing lollipop kept replenishing, but it was still a drop in the bucket. It seemed that the talent for upgrading was never meant to reach the height of level 5. At this moment, Ye Qiyan finally understood what he had been feeling all along. It wasn't that his physical and mental strength were insufficient, but that above level 4, whether it was treasure chests, buildings, or anything else, they were all resisting the upgrade. Since that was the case, should he give up? It was still not too late to give up now. Otherwise, his stamina and mental strength could be completely drained. But conversely, if he really gave up, wouldn't his upgrade talent end here? Shea had said that once a talent was possessed, it could never be changed. If he stopped now, his upgrade would be stuck at the threshold of level 4. He was unwilling and discontent. Can it be changed? Ye Qiyan was smiling, with one hand pressed against his chest, where his heart was located. Then I'll give it a try. I want to upgrade my upgrade talent. This crazy action seemed to trigger some switch. Countless dazzling red light screens kept appearing. If viewed from the outside, his train was now enveloped in red. At this moment, everyone in the entire train world felt an indescribable fear. And the instigator of all this at this moment was surrounded by red light screens and fell into a coma. Approaching the 6th platform, the crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please make a stop choice among the following 2 platforms. Platform 1. Platform 2. An error occurred, correcting. Correction failed. What sound is that? The crossroads of fate is being triggered. Please choose a platform within 5 seconds, or it will automatically update the platform. Can't wake up. Selection countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Timeout. Module. The crossroads of fate randomly reselecting platform. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight. The 6th station ahead is Hope Valley, level 4 slaughter platform. The train accelerated. The environment was changing. Passing through the void, the wilderness outside transformed into a forest. Departure countdown. Error. Clearing interference. Revision complete. Correct. Departure countdown. System forcefully revising. Interferer eliminated. Elimination successful. Departure countdown. 9:59:59. This station, extremely dangerous. Please be careful. Wish you survive. Special reminder. After the station ends, there will be special rewards. Please strive to survive until the departure time. In the quiet train, Ye Qiyan's consciousness gradually returned. Chapter 32. Killing Platform. Opening level 5 treasure chest, the 10th minute of the stop. In the bright sky, sunlight streamed through the train window and illuminated Ye Qiyan's face. The blinding light woke him up. He looked around in confusion. Outside the window, vast stretches of forest came into view. This place was not a wilderness. It was a platform. He regained his senses, and memories from before he fainted surged back like a tide. Looking down, he saw the iron lump of a treasure chest quietly lying at his feet. Level 5 treasure chest can be opened. He succeeded. He really completed this sublimation. That means he looked at the talent section of his personal interface. Sublimation can consume physical or mental strength to subliminate and evolve all existing entities. No restrictions on type. level, or damage, ignores resistance. The introduction had only 4 additional words. Ignore resistance. That was enough. He succeeded. It really was possible. A smile appeared on Ye Qiyan's face. He looked up at the lookout tower above the train. The feeling of being unable to sublimate was gone, and there were no more obstacles above level 4. The shackles of his talent had been successfully broken after self-sublimation. Excited, Ye Qiyan began to observe his surroundings. When he was unconscious, he vaguely heard some sounds. This randomly chosen platform was one he least wanted to enter, the killing platform. What was the difference between killing and hunting? Ye Qiyan had no idea. After all, he had never even entered a hunting platform. These were. Opening the train system's records, he saw a long string, and his original good mood gradually faded, replaced by heaviness. Interference? Someone interfered with my stop in time, but it was erased by the train system. And this countdown? Damn, 10 hours? Rubbing his eyes, Ye Qiyan confirmed he wasn't mistaken. What the hell? This train system wants him to stop for 10 hours at a platform that is extremely dangerous. He clearly remembered that his train stop time was only 5 hours. Without a doubt, this was also the result of that unknown existence's interference. It even seemed that the being wanted to keep him here forever, but in the end, it was forcefully erased by the train system. It seemed that the train system was still relatively fair and trustworthy. One fortunate point was that the VIP departure rights module was still usable, but he still had to stay here for 7 hours. Ye Qiyan took a deep breath, calming the emotions within him. Although he didn't know why it turned out this way, no matter what, he should open the treasure chest first. The items in the level 5 treasure chest should, in theory, be able to crush the level 4 platform. As long as it wasn't too bad, there shouldn't be any problems. Opening level 5 treasure chest. Obtained train coins. Obtained. Module. System binding. Obtained. Module. In station activation. Obtained. Golden strike card. Level 5. Obtained. Always accurate pocket watch. Level 5. Aside from the train coins, there were 4 types of rewards. 2 modules and 2 level 5 items. Module. System binding. After using this module, the train system will permanently change the binding object to the train conductor himself rather than the train control base station. Module. In station activation. After using this module, you can activate the train to the target location within the station, consuming 1 train coin per hour. He used both modules directly. They weren't cards. After being used in the system, they would be directly displayed on Ye Qiyan himself without a tangible body to touch, so they couldn't be sublimated. This was different from talent. Talent itself represented him. Sublimating talent was equivalent to completing a sublimation of oneself. Among these 2 modules, Ye Qiyan especially liked the first one. Many times he had been troubled by the train's control system that could only be used at the front of the train. Now, even outside, he could use the system, whether for identifying items or checking personal information, without having to run back and forth. Golden strike card, level 5. After use, consumes 20 points of mental strength. Your next attack will have the golden strike effect, increasing power by 5 times. Usage count, 3 sublimation. Physical, 10,080. Mental, 12,090, after completing self-sublimation. The points consumed were even less than before. Golden critical hit card, level 6. Consumes 20 points of mental strength. The next attack, add the golden critical hit effect, increasing power by 50 times. Usage count, 3. It directly increased by 10 times. Hey, if this were used on someone, it would definitely feel great. Exhausted of potential, Ye Qiyan stored it in his pocket. With this, if he had to face some powerful monsters, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. Unfortunately, it could only be used 3 times. Always accurate pocket watch, level 5. A pocket watch that will never be wrong about time, providing the most accurate time in any space-time. Forget it, it's still okay. Although he wanted to complain about why a watch could be considered a level 5 item, the rewards from this treasure chest weren't bad, just an extra item. It looked quite nice. The pocket watch was entirely white, with golden lines outlining intricate patterns he couldn't understand. The watch face and hands were carved from some kind of gemstone. From any angle, it was a beautiful pocket watch. Ye Qiyan also put it in his pocket. It wasn't bad to check the time. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a pool of bright red blood gathering on a clearing in the forest, and a dog-shaped monster with a dagger in its mouth slowly emerged. The recent gunshot was from the lookout tower. It had detected that monster. However, the death of one monster did not mark the end. The lookout tower's red light flared, and red circular rings appeared on the ground, locking onto targets. One monster after another rushed from the forest towards a train. Bang bang. Gunfire was incessant. The lookout tower activated at full power, and level 3 bullets rained down like they were free, each one accurately targeting the monster's vital points to kill them. The 100-meter warning range became a no-go zone for these monsters. Ye Qiyan felt a bit relieved, but his heart grew heavier. If he hadn't obtained the lookout tower, if the lookout tower hadn't had detection capabilities, he might have already been caught and killed by the monsters that stealthily entered the train. What on earth was this platform? Hunting, killing, just one word apart. The former acts as a hunter, killing enemies. The latter's killing can be interpreted in two directions. 1. Killing enemies, but that clearly overlaps with hunting. 2. Being killed by enemies, waiting in fear and despair, constantly hiding and struggling until the stop time ends. In other words, the encirclement by these monsters was the way to constitute the killing platform. The existence that interfered with his platform choice was meant to trap him in this killing ground to die. Chapter 33, Continuous Sublimation. No matter who that guy wanting me dead is, I will never let him be satisfied. Even if this place is dangerous. It's just a level 4 platform. After a wave of slaughter, the monster's assault gradually ceased. Ye Qiyan climbed to the top of the train and reached out to touch the warning device that was still firing continuously. A level 5 warning device facing a level 4 platform should be quite good. Sublimation. Mental. 9040. Sublimation successful. Warning Sentinel. Level 5. After being installed on the train. It can be equipped with up to 9 weapons of any type, including melee. Can appear freely at any part of the train. Warning range of 150 meters. Within this range, all hostile targets are automatically locked for attack. Locked targets can have stealth sneak, illusion, visual concealment effects broken, can temporarily detach from the train to pursue targets. Pursuit range is 150 meters around the train. Can freely choose whether to start warning. Consume 1 train coin to activate over limit mode. All weapon attack speeds double. Lasting 30 seconds. The warning device after sublimation directly transformed into a warning sentinel. And just from the introduction, it was enough to showcase its strength. The increase in warning range from 100 meters to 150 meters was already a significant improvement, not to mention the other additional features. Ye Qiyan's sublimation was not over yet. The level 4 buildings he equipped on the train were not just the warning sentinel. Arriving at the 3rd carriage, the previously inactive observer quietly stayed here. As another level 4 building, the observer had almost no room to play a role. The external threats could be solved by the warning sentinel, but better safe than sorry. The warning sentinel's warning range does not include the interior of the train. If there were truly some monsters that could bypass the sentinel's detection and enter the train, it would be the observer's time to act. Sublimation, Stamina, 8040, Mental, 4030, Sublimation successful. Enchanted, Illusory Observer, Level 5, installed in any carriage, can monitor any part of the train, will issue an alarm when foreign objects invade, and release an illusion effect on the foreign objects. The effect of the observer after sublimation was not as powerful as the sentinel. It merely gained an illusion enchantment, and it was still unclear what level of effect it could achieve. After 3 consecutive sublimations, Ye Qiyan still felt tired, but now was not the time to stop. Returning to the front carriage, he took the mithril cross and the pure binding stone to the front. For physical intrusions, there were the observer and the sentinel. So for the supernatural, it would rely on these two. Moreover, the potential of the pure binding stone had not yet been fully consumed, meaning Ye Qiyan could still perform 1 more sublimation on it. However, his current stamina and mental energy were too depleted. He needed some time to recover. Wearing a bulletproof vest and gripping the blacklight pistol, he prepared as best as he could. He would never let that existence that wanted his life succeed. This stop, he was determined. By the way, there was one more thing. Wali Aktifata. Now that he was here, it would be a pity not to take something away. After doing all this, Ye Qiyan had one very important thing to do. I'm so hungry. It's time to eat. Taking some meat and vegetables from the storage unit, he set up a barbecue outside the train, making his lunch amidst the occasional gunfire. After being unconscious for a day, one couldn't just skip meals. Speaking of which, after the 5th station ended, was there anything new? Opening the system's message log, Ye Qiyan scrolled up and indeed found something new. All train conductors have left the 5th station. Lifted the restriction on private trading within the station. Lifted the restriction on placing items on the trading platform within the station, currently. All train conductors can place up to 5 types of items on the trading platform. Has the trading platform been liberated? That's good news. Because he missed a trading opportunity while unconscious, he regretted not being able to trade for good items from those who experienced the 5th station. The private chat interface flickered slightly. A friend had sent a message. Shangwan Inshua. Did you feel the tremor over there? Sorry to disturb you. The message from Shangwan Inshua left him puzzled. Tremor? What was that? Was it something that happened while he was unconscious? The subsequent inexplicable apology was even stranger. Zhao Lin, Brother Yi, thank you for helping me level up. I entered the 6th station. It's a snack shop. If you need any food. Attached was a photo of various snacks, drinks, and even alcoholic beverages. After bad luck comes good luck. Although Ye Qiyan envied her 6th station, he wasn't particularly impressed by Zhao Lin's talent. Luck is conserved. After good luck comes bad luck. And he didn't know what her next station would look like. It might be like him, entering a slaughter platform. Li Shaosheng, how are you considering what I said? To be honest, after the 6th station, I will be the first conductor to upgrade to a level 3 train. Join my alliance, provide weapons, and survive together. In the future, I can help you upgrade your train. This guy wanted him to join the alliance, but offered no benefits at all. This guy must have been a boss of some trash company before coming to this world, being so good at making empty promises. Before, it was just a trade with him, but after the last fishing rod incident, Ye Qiyan felt there was no need for any transactions with this guy. Friend deleted. Continuing to scroll down, Ye Qiyan noticed that some names had turned gray. He remembered that Shea had said names turning gray indicated train damage or death. Clearing all private chats in the background, Ye Qiyan sent a message in the public chat room. 2,453, 10,000. Buying a large amount of gunpowder. Interested parties? Please private chat with prices. The message did not receive as many responses as usual. Aside from the number of people decreasing again, most people were exploring the station. They had no modules and could only remain at the front of the train. This was good, as his message could stay up for a while without being pushed down. After an hour of docking, under the slaughter of the Sentinel, the area within 100 meters around the train became the only safe zone nearby. Ye Qiyan enjoyed his barbecue, paired with white forest fruit and ice beer bought from Zhao Lin, feeling as if he were not in a slaughter platform, but on vacation in a picturesque forest. Of course, the premise was to ignore the faint smell of rust in the air. Chapter 34, Collecting Corpses, Harvesting Train Coins. After having his fill, Ye Qiyan's mind became active again. This slaughter platform seemed to be only capable of passive defense, but that didn't mean there was nothing to be done. If he could collect the corpses of those monsters that the Sentinels were calling out one by one and recycle them at the processing table, it would still be a form of gain. Without hesitation, Ye Qiyan bought a large bamboo basket on the trading platform and strapped it to his back with some ropes. He also tied a dagger to the top of a wooden stick, creating a makeshift hook sickle. During the intervals when the monsters were dealt with, Ye Qiyan quickly rushed to the corpses of the monsters and dragged them back. Blackhorn Hound, Level 2, Swift Serpent, Level 3, Assassin Lizard, Level 3. One by one, the monster corpses were placed on the train's processing table for recycling. Obtain 10 Blackhorn Hound meat. Obtain 5 Swift Serpent meat. Obtain 10 Lizard meat. Obtain 1 Assassin Lizard skin. Carrying it slightly reduces presence. Obtained 1 Hound Dagger, a dagger used by the Blackhorn Hound, has corrosive properties in addition to various chunks of meat. Recycling monster corpses also yielded special materials related to their characteristics. Ye Qiyan quickened his pace, freely collecting within the 150-meter safety zone. As long as he stayed within this range, these monsters couldn't harm him under the Sentinel's lock. So far, this slaughter platform had not caused Ye Qiyan much trouble. On the contrary, it had been quite rewarding. The level 5 Sentinels were completely overpowering against monsters that were only level 4 at most. Even if a few overly large beast waves occasionally breached the 150-meter safety distance, activating the Sentinel's overload mode was enough to repel them. Moreover, Ye Qiyan's gunfire judgment module had also turned him into a sharpshooter. With a blacklight pistol equipped with armor-piercing rounds, even the puppets of Shaya could be penetrated, let alone a group of flesh and blood monsters. After 5 hours, this place had turned into a slaughterhouse where he could pick and choose. As for the danger, if one had to mention it, the consumption of bullets did cause him some discomfort. Originally nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition had dwindled to less than 400 after 5 hours, and that was under the condition that both he and the Sentinels were hitting every shot. Was the slaughter platform just like that? Although those monsters had no brains. The corpses strewn about and the smell of blood in the air instinctively warned them to avoid that area. The monsters stopped attacking and instead wandered around, seemingly waiting for something. The sky gradually darkened. Ye Qiyan took out his pocket watch. It showed 1812. It was getting dark, and he didn't plan to continue adventuring. He lit a campfire with a lighter, took out a piece of snake meat, cleaned it with water, and skewered it on a stick to roast over the fire. In 5 hours, he had collected a total of 810 kilograms of various beast meats, occupying 4 storage slots. With the characteristics of a storage compartment, he didn't have to worry about it rotting or stinking from being placed for too long. While roasting the meat, Ye Qiyan summoned the system interface before him. Chat room, 2044, 10,000. Everyone except him should have already left Station 6. As usual, many have been left behind. Are we going to have another night survival tonight? Yes, the last broadcast said the next night survival would be in 3 days, which means 3 stations later. ISNT that now. What? You haven't reached level 2 yet? Then you're dead for sure. Those monsters almost caught up to me last time. Need resources. Need metal. I'm only 30 kilograms short of metal. I'll trade food, trade water, trade all my supplies. Save it. At this time, upgrading resources are more important than anything. After tonight, who knows how much speed you'll need for the next time? Who would trade upgrading resources? Friend, why not try joining the Alliance? Li Shaosheng from the Alliance seems to have a lot of upgrading resources. Upstairs, you're overthinking it. That guy Li Shaosheng is very selfish. It's sky-high prices to buy resources from him now. 1 train coin for 15 kilograms of metal? Just FK off. I'd rather die than buy from him. Why are you reacting so strongly? Then just die. Besides, the prices have already updated. 1 train coin can only be exchanged for 10 kilograms of materials or 10 mechanical parts. If you don't buy now, when night survival starts, the prices will be even higher. Let me tell you, right now, the only one willing to trade materials is Brotherly. The person speaking was likely a member of Li Shaosheng's alliance. The chat room now had just over 2,000 people left. Ye Qiyan observed for a while and noted that about 1/10 of the train conductors still hadn't completed their first upgrade. Some of them missed resources because they didn't get off at certain stations. Others simply had terrible luck and hadn't entered a station with basic resources in the 6 stations time, having done their utmost just to survive until now. Just crossing the threshold from level 1 to level 2, 8,000 people have been directly brushed off by this barrier. At this time, they should not be stingy with their train coins or some special items to trade for resources. And it seemed Li Shaosheng was also selling, but the prices were too high, making it unaffordable for everyone, and that guy seemed to be intentionally keeping some people from completing their upgrades. Currently, he had 16 train coins, which seemed like a lot, but he didn't know how much would be consumed for the next upgrade options after upgrading the train. If there was a chance to harvest more train coins, Ye Qiyan wouldn't give up. He thought for a moment and sent a message in the chat room. Selling upgrading materials. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 30 kilograms of metal, 30 kilograms of wood, or 20 mechanical parts. Limited quantity, first come, first served. No bargaining accepted. Boss, I want to buy. Holy ST. ISNT this the gun seller? The gun seller is actually selling resources again? This price is quite a bit cheaper than Li Shaosheng and his lot. Help! Help! Boss, I have train coins. I'll private message you. Please reply quickly. So expensive, only a fool would buy. What the FK? A bunch of blood-sucking vampires. Does a pile of garbage resources really worth a train coin? If you buy now, wait until you upgrade and have no train coins for purchase options. Let us see how you'll manage. What else with the barking? Are you jealous that someone has resources to sell while you're useless? I'll smash your head. ISNT that just Li Shaosheng's dog? Seeing someone sell cheaper than your master, you start getting upset. I'm buying for Bossy. Who are you calling a dog? FK you. I'll remember you. When we meet, I'll definitely kill you. The chat room erupted. Some people who had spent higher prices buying materials from Li Shaosheng felt unhappy upon seeing Ye Qiyan's posted prices and started arguing with others in the chat room. Ye Qiyan ignored their commotion. The materials listed on the trading interface were sold out in an instant, turning into 10 train coins in his hands. Chapter 35. The wonderful transaction with a rich woman in the chat room was still noisy. Many voices were pleading for others to list materials on the trading platform, and more private messages were sent to Ye Qiyan's backend. Ye Qiyan listed another batch of items, but this time he only earned 3 train coins. It wasn't because the market was saturated, but because there were really very few people who had train coins. Treasure chests were not easy to find. Thinking about it, if it weren't for Wally's existence, wouldn't Ye Qiyan have only found the first treasure chest in the arms depot? Without treasure chests, there'd be no train coins. Without train coins, he couldn't buy upgrade resources, and when the next night survival came, he would just be waiting to die. But that had nothing to do with Ye Qiyan. He couldn't help everyone. He was willing to list items just to harvest a wave of train coins. Moreover, in 6 station times, if someone couldn't even achieve the first upgrade, they really weren't suited for this world. Glancing over the private messages from those hoping to exchange resources for supplies, they hadn't even considered that when pleading for others' help, they should prove themselves worthy of such help. Penguin Xuan. Please, I only have this 1 blueprint left. I need 30 kilograms of metal to upgrade the train. Please help me. Among the private messages, Only one attracted Ye Qiyan's attention. A blueprint? It might be worth looking at. However, a single blueprint should be able to exchange for more resources from others, right? After all, no matter how worthless it was still a blueprint. Strange. What blueprint? Upon receiving a response, Peng Wenxuan, curled up in a corner of the train, was instantly overjoyed. This one, please help me. Wooden bow blueprint, level 1. Requires 3 kilograms of wood. All right. Ye Qiyan retracted his previous thoughts. No wonder he couldn't sell it. How many modern people could use a bow? Compared to guns and crossbows that just needed to be aimed and triggered, bows were much harder to use. Moreover, this was just a bow, without arrows to accompany it. However, this was still a blueprint. It might be useless to others, but not necessarily to him. Okay, let's trade. The moment Peng Wenxuan saw Ye Qiyan agree, he was overwhelmed with joy and tears. He thought the other party would refuse like everyone else. He really didn't expect this. Thank you. You're a good person. I will definitely repay you. A good person? Ye Qiyan scratched his head. Being called a good person these days felt like an insult. He didn't pay attention to the repayment he mentioned, as this was likely to be their last interaction. Struggling to reach level 2 in 6 station times. What about the next time? Could he really keep up with the increasing pace? Transaction completed. Then transcendence. Yes, the reason Ye Qiyan chose to agree was right here. A worthless level 1 blueprint, after transcending, could reach level 2. Once manufactured and transcended again, it could jump to level 3. He had never thought about transcending a blueprint. He just didn't want to gather suitable materials for manufacturing after leveling up. Speaking of which, this was his first time transcending a blueprint. Mental power, 120,115. Black hardwood bow, level 2, requires 10 kilograms of wood, 5 kilograms of fiber. All materials were available, so he manufactured it directly. Then, he continued to transcend. Mental power, 115105. Flower Dawn enchanted wooden bow. Consumes mental power to manufacture Flower Dawn arrows. Allows slight adjustment of hit rate after firing. Potential exhausted. A wooden bow adorned with floral patterns was in his hand. Consuming a bit of mental power, he drew the bow, and a pale pink energy arrow appeared out of thin air. He fired it into the distance, and the arrow pierced through a monster's body. The power was decent, comparable to the blacklight pistol with armor-piercing effect, and it even had a slight auto-aim ability. However, Ye Qiyan still preferred using guns. But this level 3 bow would definitely sell for a good price. Clear all messages from unfamiliar private chats were cleared. The pleas of others had nothing to do with him. After all, with a price of 30 kilograms of resources for 1 train coin, it already represented that he wasn't a good person. There was still one message left in the private chat, sent by a friend, which wouldn't be cleared. Shangguan Ingxue, do you have bullets for sale? I can exchange gunpowder for them. It was her, a very good trading partner. Gunpowder, just what he needed. Came at the right time. Ye Qiyan, 500 G of gunpowder for 10 level 3 bullets. I won't charge you extra processing fees for the metal materials. Deal. I want 100 pieces. Question mark. Is there a problem? No. I'm just curious how you got so much gunpowder. Ye Qiyan couldn't help but smile. 500 G of gunpowder could produce 100 bullets, and the price he was selling to Shangguan Ingxue was 10 times the cost. Moreover, this rich woman wanted 100 pieces at once, meaning she would provide enough gunpowder to manufacture 1,000 bullets. Trading with her was quite enjoyable. The transaction was quickly completed. 100 bullets were exchanged for the raw materials to make 1,000 bullets, and Ye Qiyan immediately took out the blueprint to manufacture at the processing table. Originally worried about whether the bullets would be enough for him to leave this platform, Ye Qiyan was now completely at ease, distributing all the freshly produced bullets to the sentinels, ensuring his safety was maximized. Snake meat sizzled and oozed oil over the flames, a bit of salt sprinkled, and it was turned over. His fingers tapped on the light screen. By the way, I was unconscious yesterday. What was that vibration you mentioned? Can you tell me? Unconscious. Shangguan Ingxue, who was organizing supplies, paused upon seeing this message. Yeah, I was seriously injured at the platform and almost didn't make it. I thought I disturbed you too much and that you didn't want to talk to me anymore. I thought this would be our last conversation. No need to apologize. So what exactly was the vibration? He still wanted to figure this out. I don't know. It suddenly appeared around 5:50 p.m. yesterday. That kind of vibration made people feel inexplicably fearful, as if something was angry. 5:50 p.m. Wasn't that when he left Miling Town? Thank you for explaining. By the way, how was your last station's harvest? Did you get anything good? Show me? Shangguan Ingxue hesitated for a moment, recalling that she had misunderstood the other party, and sent over a screenshot. Ice condensation stone, level 2. When placed in a container, it can lower the temperature of the liquid inside to the freezing point. I got it from a treasure chest. If you need it, I can sell it to you for 60 bullets or 2 train coins. Chapter 36, Continuing the Deception. This is a good thing. Without a reservoir, the temperature is too high, and the water is very likely to spoil. However, if the temperature is kept at freezing point, the spoilage time can be greatly reduced. Moreover, if high temperatures are encountered, this thing becomes even more useful. After all, no one can refuse an ice-cold beer on a hot day. Almost forgot about this. Ye Qiyan thought of something, returned to the carriage, and found his target in the place where he stored the blueprints. Low-level reservoir blueprint. This is a blueprint obtained from the upgrade options after upgrading the train for the first time, although he had only built it once. The reservoir's function is undoubtedly quite practical in this world. Moreover, Shangwan Inxue, this inexplicably water-related woman, should really like this. So, do you want to buy it? He sent an introduction of a low-level reservoir. How many train coins? She was interested. 2. I don't have that much. Can I buy it on credit? And it's just a low-level reservoir. Why is it so expensive? You could trade other things in exchange. Credit, what do you think? Shangwan Inxue understood that this was impossible, hesitated for a moment, and made a decision. Ice condensation pearl, is that okay? She agreed, so easily. She didn't even bargain. Ye Qiyan patted the low-level reservoir. To put it bluntly, this thing is just a special ability iron lump. The blueprint for buying it was only 1 train coin, but unexpectedly, it could sell for 3. Truly, things cannot be judged by their appearance. Do you disagree? Okay, let's trade. Wait a moment. She was willing, and Ye Qiyan wouldn't refuse. He took the blueprint, retrieved the materials, and crafted it at the processing station. A brand new low-level reservoir appeared, and Shangwan Inxue had already sent a trade request early on. Accepted. The trade was completed. Ye Qiyan picked up the ice condensation pearl. This thing is nice. He should buy a few bottles of beer and drinks from Xiaolin later. If she hangs around at the next stop, he won't be able to buy them. Moreover, there's the sublimation. Mental, 10,484, ice pulse pearl, level 3. Can condense water into ice and can manipulate its shape. Oh, could it be? Cough, appear. Ice pulse sword. Ye Qiyan coughed lightly. Striking a pose he thought was very cool as he aimed the ice pulse pearl at the reservoir. The fresh water in the reservoir slowly condensed into a long sword made of ice blocks. He reached out to grab it. Then, just a touch, and it shattered. This is so trash. I thought it would turn into something magical. Disappointed, but it's not too bad. After all, the thing was almost free. He didn't lose out. Looking at the chat interface, he glanced at the enchanted wooden bow of Hua Xiao beside him. Shangwan Inxue probably didn't have anything else to trade with him, but after hesitating for a moment, he sent a screenshot and added a sentence. Do you want this? I'll sell it to you for 4 train coins. Or other things. Shangwan Inxue, who was about to take a shower, was stunned when she saw this message. I have no money left. And it's too expensive. Not expensive at all, okay? This is a level 3 weapon, which can completely crush the monsters we can encounter now. As for train coins, I said you can trade equal value items. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shangwan Inxue's words carried a hint of grievance. If Ye Qiyan had brought out this bow from the start, why would she need to buy bullets? I just remembered. And didn't you say you wanted to buy bullets? Ye Qiyan continued to deceive without a hint of shame. If we can't trade, then forget it. This bow can only be sold to others. He was still testing. Compared to Xiaolin, Shangwan Inxue seemed to be luckier, after all, besides him. She was the first to complete the train upgrade. She might still have some other items. By the way, I remember you said you opened a treasure chest at the last stop. Besides the ice pulse pearl, what else did you get? Don't worry. I'm not implying you should trade those items. Shangwan Inxue felt an inexplicable urge to close the chat interface and directly delete him from her friends list. Not implying? Then what does this mean? Did he accurately guess that she would want to buy it? Just a level 3 weapon. Shangwan Inxue, is not. A screenshot was sent to Ye Qiyan. Sunny Doll, level 2. Consumes 2 points of mental energy. Will predict the weather for the next day at noon every day. This is all I have. Plus 100 kilograms of fresh water and 1 train coin. If you're unwilling to sell, then forget it. She had really put out everything she could. It's not that Shangwan Inxue was eager to buy, but this level 3 weapon was too attractive for her, who only had a level 2 train. If he didn't agree this time, she absolutely wouldn't raise the price again. Secretly thinking this, Ye Qiyan had already replied. Well, fine. Considering we've traded so many times, let us just call it a personal favor in trade. Although he said that, his face was already filled with smiles. What a big profit. The blueprint he exchanged for just 30 kilograms of supplies was finally sold for a value of 3 train coins. He was truly a business genius. The trade was completed, all the fresh water was put into the reservoir, and a white sunny doll also appeared in his hand. Quite cute. Sublimation. Mental, 8469. Relax Sunny Doll, level 3. Consumes 1 point of mental energy. Can predict today's and tomorrow's weather at any time. From only being usable at noon to being available anytime, and the mental consumption reduced to 1 point, not bad. There were no changes in appearance, and Ye Qiyan hung it in the constant temperature carriage where he usually rested. This trade had brought him many rewards, though it was not to the point of qualitative change. But now he had a total of 30 train coins. He could consider the next sublimation for the train. Still, it would be better to wait until after leaving the station. After all, this place is not very safe. Having made up his mind, Ye Qiyan walked out of the carriage. What is that smell? He sniffed, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, my meat. That piece of snake meat that had been roasting for a long time was now completely charred and obviously inedible. Sigh, I have to roast it again. Speaking of which, it's been so long. Wally hasn't he come back? Could it be that he is dead outside? Chapter 37. Electric White Wolf. Leaving platform 6. Damn. That guy Ye Qiyan actually deleted me from his friends list? And he is selling materials at a lower price. Is he trying to go against me on purpose? Li Xiaoxing's face looked extremely unpleasant. Looking at the glaring prompt in his friend's list that he had been deleted, it felt like he had swallowed a fly. Since you chose to go against me, just wait. I will make you know what regret feels like. Around him, a large amount of wood and metal occupied most of the space. Li Xiaoxing let out a proud laugh. Sure enough, I am the chosen one. I can upgrade every 3 stations. Who can keep up with me? Haha. Upgrade. Li Xiaoxing consumed materials, and the train level rose to level 3. Just as he was about to send this news to the chat room to show off, he suddenly noticed something and frowned. Firestone? Gold? Mithril? Were these things? Forget it, with my talent, I can find any material. Wait, why can't I select them? A terrifying thought was born in Li Xiaoxing's mind. His talent could only select basic materials, which only included metals, wood, and mechanical parts. However, mithril, gold, firestone, and such were not included. His talent was limited to this. Finally, it was time to eat. Docking time, 6 hours. Ye Qiyan blew on the snake, meat covered in ash. The rich aroma of the meat, even with just basic seasoning of salt, made one's mouth water. During this time, the monsters outside had not launched a single attack. Even when Ye Qiyan actively shot at them, these monsters would only choose to flee, returning to within the 150-meter warning line after he left. Are they trying to trap me here and wait? Eating the snake meat, he rubbed his chin in contemplation. Just then, a rustling sound came from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, the sentry did not attack the source of the noise. The square robot Wally, with 2 treads, was approaching from a distance. Oh, you actually came back. I thought you would be hanging outside. Wally couldn't speak. It silently presented a tree stump to Ye Qiyan. Level 4 treasure chest can be opened. Ye Qiyan's expression instantly changed. As expected of Wally, well done. He knocked a few times on Wally's metal head. Didn't he open the treasure chest immediately and tossed aside the half-eaten snake meat before turning back to the train? However, it would be better if you didn't attract monsters next time. A wolf. The deafening howl of a wolf echoed from the direction Wally returned. A white wolf, as tall as an adult man, appeared in that direction. After it entered the sentry's warning range, a storm of bullets continuously hit its body. Undoubtedly, in the sentry's judgment, this white wolf was not a monster that could be taken down with a single bullet. The white wolf whimpered in pain, a surge of electricity enveloping its fur, its speed skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, it had broken through to within 50 meters of the train. Electric White Wolf, Level 4, Talent, Lightning Attachment, Skill, Lightning Armor, Over Limit Mode. A train coin in Ye Qiyan's hand transformed into golden light and merged into the sentry, doubling its attack frequency. 5 sharpshooter rifles in the sentry's hands transformed into a giant Gatling gun, a storm of bullets engulfing the White Wolf. In less than 3 seconds, only a corpse remained on the ground. But the sentry's attack did not stop. The monsters that had just been outside followed the White Wolf into the warning range. Were they waiting for this wolf? In 30 seconds of over-limit mode, hundreds of monsters were turned into minced meat. What pity for this hide. If it could be made into clothing, it would definitely be warm. I wonder if it would be better after recycling. Picking up the White Wolf's corpse, riddled with bullet holes and blood, he dragged it back to the train for recycling at the processing station. Acquired. Electric White Wolf, Fur, X1. Acquired. Wolf Bone X10. Acquired. Wolf Fong X1, as expected of a level 4 monster. The materials dropped were several more types than low-level monsters. The only pity was that its meat was shattered by the sentry. Even if he really picked up that pile of what should be pixelated. Never mind. So, Those monsters outside were waiting for this white wolf. Thinking carefully, that white wolf was indeed formidable. In the 150-meter warning range, it withstood the sentry's attacks and pushed the range forward by 100 meters before collapsing under the powerful firepower of overlimit mode. If it were any train captain with only a level 3 train, even if they could barely dodge the attacks of ordinary monsters at this station, there would be no way they could contend with that wolf demon. Fear, despair, being torn apart, and ravaged were the normal states of a level 3 train captain at this station. It can only be said that he was slightly stronger than the average person. Raising his eyes, he gazed through the train window at the sky above. Although I don't know who you are, if you want to take my life at this station, sorry, I can only disappoint you. As time passed, when the countdown reached the last 3 hours, the trigger for leaving the station, Wright's, turned from gray to color, completely easing Ye Qiyan's heart. He did not choose to leave the platform immediately. Now that the white wolf was dead, those monsters were too afraid to stay even outside the warning range. Since that's the case, of course, he had to take the opportunity to collect more resources. Where is this? A forest in a canyon. The forest is filled with trees. For the past few hours, he had been cautious and did not leave the platform. The remaining 3 hours could not be wasted. Carrying an axe, Ye Qiyan took down a safety box that Saya had given him. To chop trees, one must also consider how to bring them back to the train. The slots in the safety box are more lenient compared to the storage carriage. For example, a gun, a car, or a carriage can all count as one type. Therefore, a tree can naturally count as one of them. Chop down, store in the safety box, bring back to the train, recycle. After more than 2 hours, he had harvested a total of 500 kilograms of wood. In the last 30 minutes of the docking countdown, VIP departure rights activated. Please start the train. Captain on the light screen, a huge button appeared before him. Ye Qiyan's gaze finally swept across the dark forest. It's time to go. He slapped the button. The train began to reveal the familiar void distortion. The tracks extended forward. The train gradually accelerated, passing through the void, through the darkness. Bright moonlight streamed through the windows into the train. 22:30:05. The train's broadcast sounded the moment he returned. All train captains leave Platform 6. Chapter 38. Weapon conversion card, black sandalwood. All train conductors leave Platform 6. The loud announcement made the remaining 2,000 conductors stop their actions in shock and look towards the broadcast. After tonight, conductors with a train level below level 2 will die in the night survival. The remaining conductors will enter the trading platform at the 7th station. On the trading platform, items of the current train level can be purchased. Please keep enough train currency. As the number of conductors in the current E3 block is about to drop below 2,000, a block will be conducted after the 7th station. Friendly reminder, night survival will start at midnight, lasting for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Special reminder, if the train is attacked and damaged, the train speed will decrease. Please use materials to repair the train in time. A long string of words struck the hearts of many conductors. The chat room was filled with wails. They prayed everywhere just to get some resources for upgrades. However, no one would lend a helping hand at this moment. The broadcast had said that if the train was damaged, it would reduce the speed. Therefore, even conductors who had upgraded to level 2 were not absolutely safe that night. But none of this concerned Ye Qiyan. Returning to the endless wilderness, apart from the broadcast sound above, a light screen automatically appeared in front of him. Congratulations. You have left the level 4 slaughter platform despite interference. The train system expresses its apologies for the interference. Therefore, you will receive the following rewards. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the module, Arbitrary Processing. Arbitrary Processing. After equipping this module, you can summon a processing station at any location and use it. Couldn't it have come earlier? Really? Sliding his fingertips across the light screen, he received the module. If he had had this module at the last station, he wouldn't have had to exert so much effort moving corpses and wood. After a brief complaint, Ye Qiyan's gaze fell on the tree stump in his hand, or more accurately, on the treasure chest above it. Level 4 treasure chest can be opened. Hey, thankfully Wally was here. Otherwise, where would he have gotten so many treasure chests? Night survival had nothing to do with him. He had more important things to do. Evolution. Stamina, 8,050. Mental state, 11,595. Level 5 treasure chest can be opened. Only 50 needed? Ye Qiyan sighed slightly in his heart. This is much better than before. Open treasure chest. Obtained 10 train currency. Conductor module. Lightning strike. Level 4. Weapon conversion card. Level 5. Blueprint. Electric wolfskin boots. Level 4. Apart from the train currency, there were 3 items in total, with only one being a level 5 item. Ye Qiyan began to check them one by one, starting with the first. Lightning strike. Consumes 30 stamina to envelop the body in lightning, forcibly accelerating for a short distance hyperspeed movement. Weapon conversion card, level 5. After using on any weapon, it can convert that weapon into a same type level 5 weapon. Blueprint, electric wolf skin boots, requires 1 electric white wolf fur. After equipping, you can consume 20 mental power to summon a lightning embodiment, increasing attack release movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds. Can be continuously released, with each release doubling the mental power consumed. Although there was only 1 level 5 item, the other 2 rewards were also excellent. The first module could be seen as a forced displacement in the game, which was a good ability for evading attacks or making a getaway. The third blueprint was even more so. The ability of that white wolf was still vivid in his memory. As for the second, Ye Qiyan pondered slightly, playing with the card in his hand. Who should it be given to? Actually, there wasn't much to think about. He picked up the blacklight pistol that had been hanging at his waist. This gun had accompanied him through several platforms, and even in platforms above his level. It could still function effectively thanks to the armor-piercing bullet effect. Moreover, it looked cool. Evolution. Stamina, 5030. Mental state, 9545. The feeling of exhaustion hit him. Evolving from level 5 to level 6 consumed a hefty 70 points, which was indeed high. But it was worth it. Enchanting Heaven's Predator Weapon Conversion card. After weapon conversion, it can additionally enchant with the Heaven's Predator effect. Without hesitation, Ye Qiyan affixed this card to the blacklight enchanted pistol. The weapon card emitted a glow of intertwined black and white, as if angels from heaven and demons from hell appeared simultaneously. The blacklight pistol floated into the air, dazzling and dimming in contrast. The massive energy fluctuations caused the train to tremble. Buzz. With a light hum, the light and darkness all dissipated, and a completely black reflective pistol, engraved with the wings of angels and demons, returned to his hand. Unnamed. Level 6. Special effect. Heaven's Predator. Each kill will absorb a certain amount of life to restore the owner's injuries, stamina, and mental state. Consume 1 mental power to condense black armor-piercing bullets. Consume 1 stamina to condense white explosive bullets. Simultaneously consume 10 stamina and 10 mental power to condense black and white dual-color armor-piercing explosive bullets. Please name this weapon. Very strong. After enchanting, the originally level 3 blacklight pistol jumped to level 6. Not only that, but its effects were also greatly enhanced. Ye Qiyan couldn't wait to open the train window, braving the biting cold wind outside, and scan the area, spotting a mummy monster not far away. He raised his gun, consumed 1 stamina, and fired. A pure white bullet shot out from the muzzle, and the moment it hit the mummy, an explosion occurred within a 1-meter radius centered on it. This strike was completely comparable to the power of a hand grenade, if not greater. What should a level 6 weapon be called? Right? Ye Qiyan thought of a name looking at the firearm in his hand. Black Sandalwood. The name is nice. It was one of the firearms used by a protagonist in a game he once played. He thought it looked incredibly cool at the time, and after the enchantment, this gun bore some resemblance to that Black Sandalwood. Using this name, it's a tribute to the past. Name successfully set, Black Sandalwood, Heaven's Predator enchantment, hidden suffix. He did not evolve the remaining items, aside from the module. That blueprint, if evolved, might not even require that wolf fur anymore. Making the boots would leave him with plenty of wolf fur, which would be just right for a blanket at night. After finishing everything, he lay on the bed, humming a little tune in a good mood. It was already past midnight. Outside the train, monsters began to chase it. However, this night's survival was a difficult battle for others. For him, it was still just an ordinary night. Tomorrow, he would reach level 4. Chapter 39, Re-Elevation. Level 4 train, don't come over. Help! I'm almost there, just a little more to level up. Why won't you lend me the materials? Get away from me. You monsters. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. On an ordinary night, those train conductors who failed to reach level 2 became fodder for the monsters. Even among those who had leveled up, some unfortunate souls met their demise due to train damage and slowed speeds. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed into the train. Washing face, brushing teeth, stoking the fire, preparing breakfast. The weather was nice. The weather doll had predicted today's weather last night. A mild sunny day. The most suitable weather for human survival. Opening the window, letting the cool breeze from outside blow in, the wilderness outside showed no signs of change. Did we really expend 70 bullets overnight? That's fewer than I imagined. After checking the Sentinel's consumption, it was evident that last night was indeed a time for survival. Although the monsters couldn't catch up to his level 3 train, there were still some that came from the sides, damaging the train's flanks. He didn't want to see the train damaged. After all, repairs would require materials. Stamina, 100. Mental, 120. He brought up the system interface. His mental state and attributes had fully recovered. Ye Qiyan swallowed the white fruit flesh in his mouth, ending his breakfast time, and began to roll up his sleeves. He wondered what the train options would be this time. Walking to the front of the train, he placed his hand on the original control system. Although it was unnecessary after binding the system module, he enjoyed this sense of ritual. Elevation, stamina, 10,070. Mental, 12,050. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 4. Materials required for the next upgrade. 500 kilograms of wood, 500 mechanical parts, 850 kilograms of metal, 40 kilograms of glass, 200 electronic components, 10 kilograms of gold, 15 kilograms of mithril, 1 calculation unit. Open upgrade options. Congratulations. You are the first train conductor in this area to upgrade the train to level 4. Title acquired. Upgrade expert. Congratulations. You broke the record for the fastest level 4 train. You have received a train conductor enhancement card, 100 points, which is just 10 points more than the 90 points consumed to elevate from level 2 to level 3. His elevation talent significantly reduced the consumption after self-elevation. Otherwise, the point cost for leveling up from 3 to 4 might have drained him completely. However, breaking the record with this upgrade surprised Ye Qiyan. After all, Shea had given him a fire stone. Even without elevation, he could have reached level 4 in this short time. Since Shea could do it, perhaps other veteran survivors could achieve the same? It seemed Ye Qiyan was mistaken. Those survivors who arrived in this world before him didn't seem to easily interfere with newcomers like him. Shea's case was just an exception. After the upgrade, he first opened the train details. The usual 3 components of the train went without saying, and the speed had also increased by 20 kilometers per hour. But that wasn't the main point. Open upgrade options. Upgrade options opened. Level 4 train upgrade options are as follows. 1. Luxury dream bed, 5 train coins. 2. Train space enhancement, 8 train coins. 3. Train module, train any door, 6 train coins. 4. Smart chip, 10 train coins. After looking at these 4 upgrade options, Ye Qiyan's face was filled with question marks. 5, 8, 6, 10. Wanting to buy all of them would cost a total of 29 train coins? Was this upgrade option really not based on the number of train coins he had? He only had 39 coins in total. After buying these options, he would only have the 10 coins from opening a level 5 treasure chest left. This was too expensive. Ye Qiyan felt a bit pained and muttered a few complaints. However, train coins could still be earned. Missing out on upgrade options would mean truly missing out. But he still needed to check the details of these 4 options before deciding whether to buy them. Touching the screen that appeared before him, he pulled up the details of these 4 upgrade rewards. Luxury dream bed. On this bed, you can get the best rest. Stamina mental recovery speed will be increased, and you won't have nightmares. What a good thing. He was just thinking that the current iron bed was hurting his back, and this could restore stamina and mental state. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? Bought it. Train space enhancement. All compartments' engine space in the train will increase in length, width, and height by 1 meter. This upgrade option immediately reminded Ye Qiyan of Shea's church compartment, and without a doubt, he needed to buy this too. Bought it. Train module. Train any door. Through the compartment partition door, you can freely choose to enter any compartment in the train. This also seemed very useful. Bought. Smart chip. Must be installed in mechanical constructs. After installation, it will grant them low-level intelligence. If this were installed in Wally's head. Better hold off on that for now. Ye Qiyan repressed his impulse to spend. After buying the first 3 options, he was left with only 20 train coins. He hadn't forgotten what the broadcast had said yesterday. Today, all platforms will be transaction platforms that required train coins. If he spent all his train coins now and encountered something he wanted later, wouldn't he'd just be left staring blankly? Suffering a bit for Wally. Saving some train coins, Ye Qiyan decided to keep the last smart chip in 3 station intervals. Even if he spent all his train coins at the transaction platform, he was confident he could gather them again. After finishing his purchases, the train space was significantly widened after the enhancement. Putting that bed in the already designated bedroom compartment, he realized that if he hadn't upgraded the train space, fitting the bed would have made it quite cramped. I haven't slept on such a comfortable bed in ages. No, my previous beds weren't even this comfortable. Throwing himself onto the bed, Ye Qiyan squinted his eyes, his body enveloped by the soft and elastic mattress, feeling extremely relaxed, and his fatigue was alleviated at that moment. He pulled up his personal interface. His stamina and mental state were recovering at an even faster rate. Indeed, suffering a bit for Wally was the right choice. Chapter 40 Public Trading Station. After resting for a while, Ye Qiyan sat up from the bed. His upgrade rewards were not just limited to this. Titles. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Title: Upgrade Expert. Description: awarded to the first train conductor in the block to elevate the train to level 4, recognizing your outstanding performance in this train survival challenge. Wearing this title makes it easier to gain the trust of the natives in the station. Trust, while might be useful, he equipped the title directly. But nothing seemed to change. He would have to wait until he arrived at the station and encountered living people to see the effect. Lastly, there was the reward for breaking the level 4 record. Conductor Enhancement Card. Enhances the conductor's mental spiritual attributes by 10 points. Seeing the introduction of this enhancement card, Ye Qiyan's face instantly lit up with joy. Just as I guessed, there really is a way to enhance stamina and spirit. I didn't expect to encounter it so soon. For someone like him, who needed to consume a lot of stamina and spirit, the effect of this enhancement card was simply perfect. Additionally, there was one more thing that excited him. The enhancement card had a physical form, unlike some modules that were used directly without a carrier. It could also undergo an enhancement. Enhancement Spirit, 7,540. Advanced Conductor Enhancement Card. Conductor Enhancement Card. Enhances the train's spirit stamina by 20 points. 10 points turned into 20 points. While it may not seem like much, this enhancement is the limit. He held the card between 2 fingers, close to his heart. Enhanced Stamina. The enhancement card transformed into tiny red particles of light that fused into his body. An indescribable sense of comfort filled him. This feeling lasted for a few minutes. Enhancement successful. Stamina limit 100120. It seems like it not only increased stamina. Ye Qiyan clenched his fist, picked up a piece of wood, and with a slight effort, he actually broke it in half with his bare hands. If this were modern society, he could easily be called a little superhero. So that's it. No wonder there are only spirit and stamina attributes. It seems that strength and speed are all encompassed within them. What other attributes might be included in spirit? He didn't think too much. He would find out sooner or later. Now was time to rest. Before arriving at the next station, he needed to restore himself to peak condition. 1300 hours, 00, the time that should have entered the station came, but the familiar spatial distortion did not appear in front of the train. Ye Qiyan leaned back against the window, his fingers moving in the air, bringing up the public chat window. 1735, 10,000, over 200 people died again last night. This number had dropped below 2,000. According to the broadcast after the 7th station, it would merge with other blocks, and would it still be exactly 10,000 then? What the hell? Don't we need to enter the station today? It would be nice to think so, but the previous broadcast said we would arrive at a trading station today, right? There must be special rules. So what does it matter what kind of station it is? I just hope there won't be any danger. Trading, haha. I used all my train coins to buy materials to upgrade the train, so I don't have money to buy anything. In the chat room, everyone was chatting enthusiastically. At that moment, the familiar, cold, mechanical female voice echoed from the broadcast. The train is about to arrive at the 7th station, which is a public trading station. All conductors will stop at this station. As this station is a public station, the stop time will start from the conductor's current position, and it will take 300 kilometers to reach the trading station. There are only 20 tracks available at this station. First come, first served. Trains arriving later will have to queue outside until the train in front leaves before they can enter the station. Attention! Monsters will attack when heading to the 7th station to slow down the train. The broadcast ended. The people in the chat room began to stir again. Damn, unfair. A level 2 train has a speed of only 40. Li Qiyan has already upgraded to level 3, so he will definitely be the first to arrive with a speed of 60. That's Ligo being awesome. What does it have to do with you? What are you barking about? Li Qiyan. Hey, Ligo, when you arrive first, remember to send a screenshot for the brothers to see. Li Qiyan? He has already upgraded to level 3? That was indeed fast. This guy's talent should be pretty good. Li Qiyan. Haha. No problem. Don't worry, brothers. As the first level 3 train in this block, I will definitely arrive first. Once I get there, I will let my alliance members know what the situation is like there. Below were all the compliments from Li Qiyan's alliance members. The first one, huh? Ye Qiyan's lips curved into a smile. A level 2 train travels at a speed of 40, taking 7.5 hours to reach the trading station. A level 3 train has a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, which means it will take 5 hours to cover the 300 kilometers, while level 4 has a speed of 80 kilometers. It would only take 3 hours and 45 minutes to reach that station. But Ye Qiyan's speed was not just that. Red triple speed train acceleration device, standardized acceleration bullet. Ever since he obtained this device, he hadn't encountered a situation that required extra acceleration. But now he finally had the chance to use it. He took an acceleration bullet from the storage unit, passed through the train door, triggered the train's arbitrary door module. and crossed to the front of the train. The acceleration device slowly rose. A silver-white bullet, as thick as a baby's arm, was loaded into it. The acceleration began. The train started to accelerate. A powerful sense of being pushed back hit him. The endless wilderness outside the window accelerated backward. Ahead, the monsters mentioned in the broadcast appeared. But at a speed of 240 kilometers per hour, these monsters were directly turned into meat patties. In just 10 minutes, the distance displayed on the system screen showed only 260 kilometers remaining. Continue. Another acceleration bullet was loaded into the device. The acceleration continued. With the help of 2 acceleration bullets, in just 3 hours, Ye Qiyan saw a massive station that truly stood in this wilderness ahead. At that moment, the long silent fork in fate appeared before Ye Qiyan. Fate fork triggered. The station ahead is a public trading station. Please choose the entry route. 1. Novice trading area, 1 to 3 level trading station. 2. Ordinary trading area, 4 to 6 level trading station. There is such a distinction? I choose 2. Ordinary trading area. After another 5 minutes, the train began to decelerate, suddenly changing tracks after passing through a semi-transparent cover, deviating from the front station with 20 tracks and arriving at a larger station. Welcome E3-1102 numbered train conductor, Ye Qiyan, to the trading station. Current station, transit station, stop countdown, unlimited. Good luck, this station, no danger. Stop time, unlimited. Chapter 41, the guiding, smiling person, great compassion heavy machine gun trading platform. After the train came to a stop, Ye Qiyan was infinitely surprised by the station information displayed on the system screen in front of him. Infinite stops? Does this world really give people the choice to stop? Ye Qiyan did not believe it. Just then, a faint knocking sound reached his ears. He looked up and saw a person standing in front of the train door, wearing a white smiling mask and a black military cap, making it impossible to discern their gender, waving at him. The sentry did not trigger an alarm. This was a person, not a monster. The smiling person tilted their head, standing nearly 2 meters tall, like a small mountain. They clapped their gloved hands and bowed to Ye Qiyan. Welcome, esteemed train conductor. The guide of traversing station number 2 is sincerely at your service. A guide? What do they do? The smiling person straightened up, pointing to the building behind them. Naturally, I will lead you into the shopping hall to earn train currency for this station from you. Of course, I can also answer some of your questions. You're quite honest. Thank you for the compliment. Getting off the train and closing the door with sentries on guard. There was no fear of anyone trying to attack his train. You just said you could answer my questions? What is the cost? No cost. As a guide, it is a reasonable act to answer your questions about this station. Of course, it would be even better if you were willing to spend more train currency. On the way to the shopping hall, Ye Qiyan raised his most concerned question. Why does the station exist in the wilderness? Also, the stop time at this platform. Is it infinite? What does that mean? Can I stay here and not have to continue taking the train to the next station? Upon hearing this question, the smiling person paused, and even with the mask on, Ye Qiyan could feel the playful gaze directed at him. This gaze vanished in an instant, and the smiling person replied, Traversing station has always existed in this world. There is no reason to question it. As for the stop time you mentioned, that's right. You may stay here, abandon the train, and remain forever. Do you wish to stay? The naked malice seemed to want to engulf Ye Qiyan. They appeared to be eagerly anticipating someone staying here. Forget it. What a pity. The smiling person shook their head and continued forward. Arriving in front of the shopping hall, the smiling person bent down and pulled out a card from their chest, placing it at the door. The door opened, revealing the scene inside the shopping hall to Ye Qiyan. Please, step into the shopping hall. A screen suddenly descended from the air. ID, E3-1102. Name, Ye Qiyan. Train level, level 4. Current station count, 7 station. Train currency assets, 20 coins. The screen displayed his information clearly. Ye Qiyan was indifferent to this. Such information was not precious. So what should I do? Not receiving a response, Ye Qiyan looked suspiciously at the smiling person beside him, only to find them standing there in a daze, their eyes behind the mask fixed intently on him. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? The smiling person came back to their senses and asked in an incredulous tone while surveying Ye Qiyan, This is actually just your 7th station? How surprising. I have been at this platform for many years and have never seen anyone arrive here so early. The second major platform of traversing station has never been considered the 7th station for train conductor. And how were you able to reach level 4? Is that important? I have no reason to satisfy your curiosity. Ye Qiyan's expression was calm, and the leather boots under his feet flickered with subtle electric light. The smiling person shook their head. No, that is not important. I was rude. Bowing. The smiling person lifted their long hand and tore off their own other arm right in front of Ye Qiyan. This is my punishment to myself. If you're still not satisfied, I can also tear off my other arm. No need, I'm not that bored. Thank you. The smiling person picked up the severed arm and reattached it to the torn wound. The bloody flesh melded the two together, and even the blood on the ground was drawn back into their body. Is this guy really human? The shopping hall had 3 pathways, and the smiling person led Ye Qiyan to the rightmost one. Above this path was the numeral symbol 6. This is the showcase for level 6 items. According to the rules, you can purchase 1 item here. The smiling person waved their arm, and 2 transparent display cases rose on either side of the path. Only 2. Yes, if you're not satisfied, you can also choose from the adjacent level 4 and level 5 item areas, where there are many items. If that doesn't work, there are also low-level trading stations from levels 1 to 3 for you to choose from. Forget it. Let us take a look first. Walking straight to the center of the 2 display cases, he activated the system screen, and the information of the 2 items appeared above. Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, level 6, can use mental power instead of bullets. Every point of mental power condenses 10 shots, causing more damage to evil spirits, demons, evil, and adding a purifying effect against ghosts. Price, 18 train coins. Tricky Play Sword, level 6, consumes 10 points of mental power limit. Can cause a 3-fold reduction effect on the mental power of those deemed alive, causing the enemy's sanity to dissipate, self-doubt, and mental madness effects to double. Price, 18 train coins, so expensive. But isn't it worth the price? The smiling person was right. Level 6 items were indeed worth this price. However, what the hell is this Tricky Play Sword? It only reduces the opponent's mental power at the cost of my own mental power limit. ISNT, that just pure harm to the enemy while self-harming? Chapter 42, help me. Let me die as you wish. 18 train tokens transformed into glimmers of gold in Ye Qiyan's hands, merging into the display case. Accompanied by a soft glow, the dark golden heavy machine gun perfectly appeared before his eyes. So big, so thick, so cool, and so heavy. Ye Qiyan tried to lift it. The heavy weight made him understand why this thing is called a heavy machine gun. If it weren't for the 20 points of stamina he had previously increased, along with a rise in strength, it would have been difficult to lift. Moreover, it was clear that the smiling man had no intention of helping. He had to carry this gun back by himself. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance to buy large items, pulling out a safety box from his backpack to store the heavy machine gun directly inside. The smiling man said nothing, but the eyes behind the mask kept rolling until Ye Qiyan put the safety box back in his backpack, still silent. It was only when he saw Ye Qiyan planning to leave without waking him that he finally spoke. You are indeed a powerful conductor. Can you do me a favor? Although this favor is something you cannot accomplish right now. If you agree, I will give you another level 6 item for free. Ye Qiyan stopped in his tracks at the words of the smiling man. What favor? Seeing that he hadn't left, the smiling man shattered the glass of another level 6 item and took it out. It's very simple. Let me die. The eerie sword was handed before him. A purple, ominous aura spread from the blade, and faint whispers echoed in his ears from time to time. If you want to die, just commit suicide. Why look for me? Besides, I don't think I can kill someone who can regenerate limbs in a few seconds. A person? The smiling man shook his head. I can't die by my own hand. No guide can. Ha! Don't worry. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter. As you said, you really can't kill me now, so why? I'm betting that you will come back here again, betting that by then, you will have the ability to free me. The smiling man took off his mask. A face full of twisted wrinkles and abstract features was revealed. Actually, I was once a conductor too, but for some reason, I was forced to stay here. Haha, this is the curse that keeps me here. Scary, right? The smiling man put the mask back on. This item has been taken out by me and can no longer be returned. This sword is now yours. Even if you forget this matter in the future, just pretend I never said anything. The eerie sword fell at Ye Qiyan's feet. Will you accept it? Why not? I can't guarantee if I can do it, nor when I can do it, but if you're willing to give it a try, I promise you. Thank you. That's enough. Bowing. The smiling man returned to his original state. Your purchases at this station have ended, but there are some specialty foods from human society that can be purchased with train tokens. Would you like to try? Never mind, I'm not lacking. Steamed buns, dumplings, hot pot, everything you could want. Only 1 train token needed. This is a special benefit provided to the first conductor to enter the station. Are you sure you don't need it? A few minutes later, after Ye Qiyan sat down in a restaurant, looking at the array of delicious dishes before him, he recalled the messy barbecues he had made these days, either salty or bland, swallowed his saliva, and began to feast. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opened. A shabby train entered the transit station from afar. The train stopped. And Li Xiaosheng hurriedly ran out of the train. Cough, cough, damn. Those damn monsters actually set the train on fire. Luckily, the speed was fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Damn, my carriages were destroyed. Now his train only had one engine left, as the two carriages that had stored a lot of resources were ambushed by monsters on the way. If it weren't for the speed being reasonably fast, he would have been blown to bits along with the train and carriages. He punched the ground, calming his anger after a while, looking at the empty platform. His lips couldn't help but curl up. I was indeed the first. Ha ha! This time I must buy the blueprints to make weapons, and then exchange them for firestones with others. I can continue to stay ahead. Huh? Permanent docking? Who wants to dock? I'm the man who wants to be the protagonist. Li Xiaosheng stood up and looked around, striding towards the building ahead. Baby, I'm coming. He didn't know that everything he did was being watched. Ordinary trading area. The empty platform had only one train, and Ye Qiyan leisurely sat on the roof, enjoying the warm sunlight. The smiling man silently stood beside him, saying nothing. I said, "Are you sure they can't see us from over there?" Of course. The trading area has extremely strict rules. Low-level trading areas absolutely cannot see anything from higher-level trading areas. In other words, maybe someone is watching us from a higher trading area right now? No, the transit station only has novice and ordinary trading areas. Oh, Ye Qiyan ate peanuts, curiously watching Li Xiaosheng's actions in the novice trading area. Speaking of which, isn't there a guide like you in the novice trading area? This guy seems lost. The smiling man shook his head, then nodded. There used to be, but they died. I really envy him. I now work part-time as a guide for both novice and ordinary trading areas. I should have appeared in the novice trading area. But compared to guiding a bunch of novices, you are more important to me. Moreover, this trading session is just a lesson to help novice conductors understand this world as much as possible within 10 stations. In fact, the ordinary trading area should not have opened today, but you barged in. The ordinary trading area was forcibly opened. This situation has only happened once in decades. The smiling man looked at Ye Qiyan with a strange gaze. To be honest, he didn't understand why someone could upgrade a train to level 4 before 10 stations. Nor did he understand how Ye Qiyan could enter the ordinary trading area. Moreover, he was sure he had seen a level 9 safety box earlier, which was certainly not something a novice conductor could obtain. This was very unreasonable. But it was precisely because of this unreasonableness that he developed an expectation that Ye Qiyan could kill him. Oh, speaking of which, I should be a bit proud, right? By the way, do you want to eat? Ye Qiyan handed over the last peanut, but the smiling man said nothing, just silently turned his head away. Sorry, I forgot you can't eat. Tossing the last peanut into his mouth, Ye Qiyan clapped his hands, summoned the light screen, and raised his eyes to look at the smiling man. So, the infinite docking time displayed by the system is indeed problematic? The smiling man chose silence. Understood. Ye Qiyan nodded, no longer asking, as he had already gotten the answer. A message alert popped up in the chat backend. It was sent by Zhao Lin. If you remember correctly, this woman's luck was conserved, and she should currently be in a state of bad luck. However, her avatar wasn't gray yet, so she was still alive, but based on her luck from the last station and her bad luck this station, could she really survive to arrive at this station? 40 minutes ago. Brother Yi, do you want to meet up when we get to the station? I brought you some snacks and wine, how about that? 9 minutes ago. Oh no, there are so many mummies blocking my train, but they are moving so slowly, like snails, haha. It seems my bad luck isn't that serious after all, just that the wine I prepared for you got smashed, I'm sorry. Now, okay, Brother Yi, I'm really starting to have bad luck. The wheels got caught in the mummy's corpse. The train speed has decreased a lot. Can you sell me some repair materials? You know about the stuff I put on the trading platform at the last stop? For some reason, no one has bought it except for you. Sure enough, she is starting to have bad luck. Chapter 43. Docking trap stuck by a mummy, as expected of you. Zhao Lin, nervously hiding in a corner with a gun, occasionally peeking outside to see if there were any monsters blocking her way, saw this message and immediately felt like she had grasped a lifeline. I don't want this either, Brother Yi. You know my talent. The things I got at the last station were supposed to be sold for resources, but no one wants to buy them. I really don't understand why. It seemed her bad luck didn't just start at the platform. It began the moment her good fortune ended. As for why no one was buying her snacks, it wasn't hard to understand. Among the few survivors who could spare extra resources just to satisfy their cravings, just mix them cold. You can't mix them cold. I'll give you the snacks, but sell me the materials for repairs. The dialogue box was accompanied by a cute emoji of a little character kneeling and crying, which was quite amusing. Although it was funny, Ye Qiyan had no intention of being her savior. You should have opened a treasure chest at the last station, right? I want the train coins from your chest to exchange for materials. The chat room fell into silence. Ye Qiyan wasn't in a hurry. Less than a minute later, Zhao Lin sent a response. Okay. Following that was the list of materials she needed. There weren't many items, just 42 mechanical parts. If it were at another time, Zhao Lin definitely wouldn't have been willing to part with 2 train coins for a trade. But now she had no choice. What a schemer. Even at the trading platform, she wouldn't be able to buy anything anymore. How could they bully people like this? After receiving the materials from Ye Qiyan, Zhao Lin hurriedly repaired the train before the monsters caught up with her. She had a mournful expression as she patted her thin wallet. She had given him so many snacks for free and didn't even receive any pity. Woe is me, all my money is gone. Ding dong. You have a new friend message. By the way, I want to tell you something. Do you want to hear it? Trying to trick me out of my money again? This big merchant, I want to fall for it. That said, I want to hear. Brother Yi, go ahead. The docking time at this trading platform is unlimited. Huh? Really? So that means. The moment Zhao Lin saw the message, she stood up excitedly, only to bump her head against the nearby wooden cabinet, causing things inside to fall and hit her head. Ouch, that hurts. She didn't care much about that and continued tapping the light screen. If we could stay here indefinitely, wouldn't that mean we don't have to risk anything anymore? Indeed, if she hadn't been reminded, Zhao Lin might have chosen to stay here. Her talent kept her caught in a cycle between danger and happiness. Especially when faced with great fortune, she wouldn't feel surprised, but rather more fearful of the next misfortune. That was frightening. But this is a trap, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me in advance. I would have figured it out when I got there. Zhao Lin took a deep breath. Her excited mood gradually faded, replaced by a sense of helplessness and fear. You're right. How could this world let us off? Even if we really stayed here, we would definitely face something scarier than on the train, especially since this station is my bad luck station. How could anything good happen? Thank you. I understand now. She was very clever. She figured it out from just one sentence. Ye Qiyan didn't say anything further. He reminded Zhao Lin only because this little hen occasionally laid some golden eggs. Keeping her alive a bit longer was no harm to him. As for whether Zhao Lin would die during some misfortune, that was just a pity. Boom. The second train entered the platform. A woman with waist-length, smooth black hair stepped off the train. She looked around and frowned slightly upon seeing that there was only one train on the platform besides herself. She took out a light blue Japanese flip phone. Haven't you arrived yet? Aren't you already level 3? This train isn't yours, is it? Ye Qiyan, who was playing Go with a smiling face, heard the system prompt and looked over in confusion. That unlucky girl got into trouble again? He thought it was Zhao Lin, but when he pulled up the light screen, the person messaging him was actually Shangwan Yingxue. Huh, this train is hers? That was quick. But how is she communicating with me outside, on a phone? Ye Qiyan noticed the extra train in the novice trading area and realized that the woman was Shangwan Yingxue, someone he usually traded with. It made sense. After all, aside from him and Li Xiaosheng, she was the most outstanding among the remaining train conductors. It wasn't surprising that she was the third to arrive here. I'm not there. Shangwan Yingxue wondered if she was still half asleep and rubbed her eyes upon seeing the dialogue box on the light screen. You've already left this station? How could that be? Li Xiaosheng said in the public chat room that he was the fastest, and he hasn't seen anyone else. Unless you've already reached level 4? Guess. Boring. Shangwan Yingxue closed the chat interface in annoyance, took a deep breath, unable to suppress her confusion and shock. How'd he manage to do this? Why did he level up so quickly? Unable to understand, she had no choice but to accept it. Switching screens, the system's platform introduction popped up. Unlimited docking time? A boring trap. Shangwan Yingxue had no intention of staying here at all. She followed the station sign to find a shopping hall. There are also 3 paths here, Roman numerals 1 to 3, and she chose the third without hesitation. Just as she was about to enter, she happened to see Li Xiaosheng walking out from inside, and an exquisite sharpshooter rifle appeared from her phone. The dart barrel aimed directly at Li Xiaosheng's head. You? No, don't shoot. Im Li Xiaoshen. This place doesn't allow killing. Li Xiaoshen swalua nervously, raising his hands and tremblingly pointing to a nearby warning sign. It boldly stated no killing in bright letters. Step aside. I'm leaving now, don't shoot. Dodging the gun barrel, Li Xiaosheng stumbled a few steps back in fright before suddenly realizing something. I'm Li Xiaosheng, the first to arrive at this station, and the leader of the Alliance. Since you were able to arrive after me, it means you are quite powerful. Can I invite you? Bang! The bullet landed at his feet, just barely missing his thigh. The first? Shangwan Yingxue blew out the smoke from the gun and looked at Li Xiaosheng as if he were an idiot. Feeling the blatant mockery from the other party, Li Xiaoxing's face turned beet red. If it weren't for the fear of that gun, he would have left long ago. After hurriedly exiting the shopping hall, Li Xiaoxing finally dared to speak loudly. Damn it, you'll regret this. Chapter 44, Leaving the 7th Station. Sublimating the heavy machine gun, this guy really knows how to adapt. After watching a good show, Ye Qiyan jumped off the train. I should be leaving too. Here, this back to you. He pulled out a water pipe from the window of the first carriage that connected to the shopping hall and threw it to the smiling man. The water tank in the carriage was now overflowing. Finally filled up, it took too long. The smiling man silently snapped the water pipe and spoke softly. Asking the train conductor to get water in the trading hall was already against the rules. Finding this water pipe was already a stroke of luck. Ye Qiyan smiled slightly, saying that while it seemed so, in the end, didn't they still agree? He boarded the train and closed the door. The smiling man outside took off his mask once again. Please remember, no matter when and where, do not believe in infinity. If you do, that will be your end. Remember, next time we meet, I hope you can help me find release. If you can't, it's fine. I've been disappointed many times. So this time doesn't matter. Looking at the distorted features of the smiling man, Ye Qiyan felt no disgust or fear. He shook his head and took out a blessed white forest fruit from the storage unit, handing it out the window. Don't worry, I will remember this. And next time we meet, I will definitely help you find release. The smiling man accepted the white forest fruit, and Ye Qiyan pressed the start button. This stop had completely free departure time. The train traveled through a curtain of nothingness ahead. Looking back, the platform that had originally existed behind him had vanished. Although it was a station in the wilderness, wasn't it still different? There were too many secrets in this world that he couldn't comprehend right now. Throwing himself onto the bed, he called up the system screen to tally up the harvest from this stop. First, 2 level 6 items. The Great Compassion heavy machine gun and the Deceptive Sword. The former undoubtedly had to be placed on the sentry. Its 9 weapon slots now only held 5 exquisite sharpshooter rifles and a mithril crossbow, completely unafraid, even facing a level 4 slaughter platform. If he added this heavy machine gun, Ye Qiyan felt that if he went to a level 4 slaughter platform again, he could actively drive around looking for monsters to kill. As for the latter, to be honest, this sword had almost zero appeal to him. A weapon that required consumption of mental limits was directly sentenced to death in his hands. But since it was free, anything free is valuable. Even if he gets the chance to sell it later, it would still be a huge wealth. In addition, his water tank was already filled with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Although he had already passed 7 stations, freshwater resources were still relatively precious. After all, a person can go 7 days without food, but can't go 3 days without water. For a short time, he wouldn't be lacking water. Phew, no time to rest. Leaving the soft bed, Ye Qiyan took out the Great Compassion heavy machine gun from the safety box. Looking at this powerful heavy machine gun, Ye Qiyan rubbed his hands excitedly. Will it become cooler and bigger after sublimation? He was looking forward to it. So, he began the sublimation. Stamina, 12,090. Mental, 120,100. It only consumed 50 points? Strange, this is a level 6 item. Why is the sublimation cost so low? Ye Qiyan opened the appraisal function in confusion. Enchantment, mental magazine, Great Compassion heavy machine gun, level 6. Can consume mental energy to fill an additional magazine with a capacity of 500 rounds. The level did not increase, but an additional ability was added to the original description. Unfortunately, the potential of this heavy machine gun was completely exhausted and could not be further enhanced. But that is not bad. An additional magazine of 500 rounds, plus its own capacity of 300 rounds. Wow. Ye Qiyan was relatively satisfied with this sublimation. After equipping it to the sentry, he consumed 50 points of mental energy to fill its mental magazine and 300 rounds of level 3 bullets. As for that sword, forget it. It's something he doesn't intend to use, so sublimating it is meaningless. The Deceptive Sword was thrown into the last slot of the storage unit. It was still early, and today would be quite leisurely, so he might as well sublimate this thing too. The pure binding stone. Ye Qiyan had the idea of sublimating it to ensure the train wouldn't be invaded by evil spirits when he was at the level 4 slaughter platform. However, later, the sentry was too brave and nearly killed through that platform, so the matter was shelved. Stamina 90-40. Pure binding stone. Pure purification stone. Level 5. Place it anywhere on the train to maintain a pure state within the train, free from dirt disturbances, evil spirit interference, and evil invasions. Potential exhausted. In Ye Qiyan's hand, the originally smooth stone had become somewhat transparent. Holding it in his palm, The icy hard touch, surprisingly, had a kind of inexplicable softness. The stone itself emitted a faint glow. It should be quite nice as a nightlight. He bought a wall-mounted decorative light from the trading platform, placing it in the center, directly opposite Ye Qiyan's bed. It looked good. Phew, finally got everything sorted out. Casually taking a white forest fruit, Ye Qiyan comfortably lay on the bed, casually opening the system screen to look at the current public chat room. At this time, other people should be arriving at the station soon. Then, since Li Shaoxing didn't tell them about the infinite stop time, it should soon be known to everyone. How many people will fall into this trap? 1574, 10,000. It seems we were about to arrive. This journey has really exhausted me. What? You're so fast? Did you upgrade the train's wheels? Hee, I got a blueprint at the last few stations that allows me to increase speed using manpower. That's why I said I'm exhausted. Didn't Li Shaoxing say he would send out the news as soon as he arrived at the station first? I've been waiting forever. Why hasn't he sent it? Li Gu said he would send it to the members of the Alliance. You're not part of the Alliance, so why should he send it to you? Idiot. Haha. How can someone be willing to be someone else's dog in this world? Really disgusting. If he doesn't send it, I will. The train conductor who improved speed using manpower entered the passage station, becoming the fourth person to arrive here. He was panting heavily, stepping out of the train door, and saw two other trains parked nearby. Wow, besides Li Shaoxing, there is someone else who arrived so quickly. There must be other strong people here too. Feeling a moment of envy, the system screen appeared before his eyes at that moment. The platform was called the Forward Station. What a strange name. Really ugly. Stop time? Infinite. What the heck? A screenshot was quickly sent to the public chat room. What the heck? I'm dizzy. I read the words above wrong. What a pity. 1. What are you guys focusing on? The stop time is infinite. If I stay at this station, does that mean I never have to go to the next station again? The one above is 1. Chapter 45, it turns out to be a psychopath as expected. After learning about the infinite docking time, some people began to have ideas. Shangguan Ingsnow walked out of the shopping hall, scoffing at the conversations in the chat room. She boarded the train with her haul and left. Unlike her, Li Shaoxing did not leave. Although he had no intention of staying, the alliance he had established had already agreed to meet here. Moreover, Li Shaoxing had a plan to harvest resources. Since the docking time at the platform was infinite, as long as my alliance members occupied these 20 tracks, the rest could only wait outside. If they didn't pay the toll, they couldn't enter the station. As time went on, more and more people entered the platform. Among them, thanks to the basic resources provided by Li Shaoxing, his alliance members arrived faster than others and occupied the vast majority of the 20 tracks. Those who arrived later at the trading station had to stand outside and were continuously attacked by monsters. They could only huddle together for warmth and curse Li Shaoxing in the chat room. Li Shaoxing, IXX your XX. What do you mean blocking the entrance? Let me in quickly. Is this station your family's? Why do you demand resources from us? Damn it. You think you're something just because you want a train token for passage? You stupid dog, I'll kill him once I get in. Who told you to come late? If you had entered the station first, you could do the same. If you have no ability, you have no ability. Li Gu is right. Those who benefited joined in the cursing battle against others. But one saying was very true. They came too late, and the initiative was never in their hands. As more monsters appeared outside, some people chose to compromise, paying the toll to Li Shaoxing's alliance to enter the station. Li Shaoxing experienced a taste of power he had never felt before. Sure enough, I came to this world to be the protagonist. He couldn't wait to show off his success, bringing up the hologram and inputting that memorable number. Ye Qiyan, only you, I will never let you in. Fetching water, watering trees. Ye Qiyan skillfully picked a fruit from the tree and took a bite. This is still delicious. I'm a bit tired of the big fish and meat. If others heard this, they would probably be infuriated. The hologram floated beside him, displaying the private chat interface. Just then, a message appeared before Ye Qiyan. Li Shaoxing? Why is he looking for me again? After thinking for a moment, he figured he had nothing to do right now, so he would see what he wanted to say. Ye Qiyan, I'll give you one last chance to hand over that blueprint for the rifle. I will consider letting you into the platform. Otherwise, you can only wait to die outside. Enter the station? He had already left the station for a while. And with this tone, could it be that he had offended this guy somehow? Another message came through. What? Afraid to speak? To tell you the truth. Even if you hand over that blueprint, I will still make you die outside. Do you really think a low-level rifle blueprint is precious? I will pay you back double for humiliating me. No wonder I always felt something was off. It turns out he is a psychopath. Deleting him was indeed the right choice. Ye Qiyan couldn't be bothered with this lunatic, typed a single word in response. Then, he blocked and muted him in one go, completely cutting off contact with Li Shaoxing. Inside the station, Li Xiaosheng, who was waiting for Ye Qiyan's response, saw this and instantly felt his veins popping, madly pounding the hologram, sending a long string of messages, only to find the send option had turned gray. Blocked? He dared to block me. Li Xiaosheng's face turned red, looking as ugly as an about-to-burst clown. As time passed, even without paying the toll to Li Xiaosheng's alliance, more people were entering the station. This was because Li Xiaosheng's plan had a huge and obvious bug. There were 20 tracks, and to prevent outsiders from entering, all 20 tracks had to be filled. When outsiders paid the fee, they would have to let one of the track-occupying members leave the station first and notify that person to follow immediately. However, this would lead to alliance members occupying the tracks continuously leaving, and once outsiders entered, they wouldn't listen to Li Xiaosheng. They could stay or leave as they pleased. If it weren't for some people wanting to try and stay after learning about the infinite docking time, these 20 tracks would have been impossible to fill long ago. Among these people, many were also members of Li Xiaosheng's alliance, and they had no intention of leaving. The alliance's gains were minimal. This made Li Xiaosheng's face, who had invested a lot of materials to upgrade wheels for other alliance members to increase speed, grow increasingly grim. The so-called alliance was not a solid organization. Everyone joined just to freeload off materials. When it came time to do something, even passive resistance was considered noble behavior. Moreover, he could form an alliance, and others could secretly plot to snatch resources from him. After all, he boasted about his supplies all day, and everyone knew he was wealthy. If this continued, he would become the most eye-catching fat sheep. The way the alliance members looked at him gradually changed. He had no choice but to leave the station in disgrace. This garbage plan didn't even earn back the capital he gave to other alliance members. Time continued to pass. Just because Li Xiaosheng left didn't mean everyone could freely enter the station. The 20 tracks were firmly controlled. Even train conductors from the outside, wanting to enter with resources, were completely ignored. Those who stayed behind had no intention of leaving. They felt that no matter how long they could stay here, whether they had food and drink, as long as they didn't board the train and didn't come into contact with new stations, they could manage to live a few more days. Zhao Lin, who was still in bad luck, was among those unable to enter the station. She had a mournful face, tightly holding the gun she bought from Ye Qiyan, as it was the only thing that gave her a bit of a sense of security. Not dying inside the station, was she supposed to die outside the station? Ooh, why am I so unlucky outside the train, in the dark wilderness? The sounds of monsters could be faintly heard. Zhao Lin curled up in a corner, covering her ears, trying to block out the noise. As long as she didn't hear it, it was as if the monsters didn't exist. 2400 hours. 00. A strange bell suddenly rang. All the monsters gathered outside the station seemed to sense some kind of terror and scattered in all directions. Zhao Lin looked up in confusion, gazing out the window. The massive station ahead was being enveloped by a mass of black sludge, illuminated by the moonlight. As if it were alive. Inside the station, the smiling man who had removed his mask was slowly nibbling on the white forest fruit that Ye Qiyan had given him. He stood high above, coldly observing the 20 people gathered below. Foolish, pathetic haha. Weaklings, not even qualified to be cursed. Stay? Infinite? In this world, there is no option to stop. Cycles of black sludge whirlpools appeared beneath those people. They were terrified and tried to escape, but in that sludge, even their train was being continuously swallowed. Help! Save me! The shrill screams echoed under the night sky. The smiling man continued to nibble on the white forest fruit. So delicious. Chapter 46, New Life Survival Encouragement Fund. Hurry up and look. Oh my God, I almost got eaten. A noisy alert sound woke Ye Qiyan up. He opened his eyes and saw a message from Zhao Lin, feeling a bit speechless. Do you want to see what time it is? I'm trying to sleep. Sleep? I can't sleep at all. Brother Yi, you must see this. That station is actually alive. A photo was sent over, and seeing the station wrapped in black sludge, Ye Qiyan perked up. Oh, you even have a camera hidden. That is not important, Brother Yi. Look at the picture I sent. It scared me to death. Luckily, I didn't go inside. Didn't he go inside? Don't tell me you haven't entered that station at all. He picked up a pocket watch beside him and checked the time. You know, my luck has been pretty bad lately, so it's normal I didn't get in. But thanks to you telling me that the arrival time was a trap, otherwise I would have definitely exchanged my last item for a ticket into the station. So where are you now? Zhao Lin blinked and looked around. The station standing in the wilderness had disappeared, and the road ahead was smooth. The trains that had gathered together were nowhere to be seen, as if they had suddenly vanished from each other's world. The station has disappeared, and the other trains are gone too. Only a single track is left on the ground. The trains restarted, as if this stop never existed. Brother Ye, what on earth is going on in this world? Why were we brought here? Is it really as Shay has said? Each train conductor's world is independent of each other. Wow, how many worlds could there be? It's really unimaginable. With a small sigh, Ye Qiyan turned over and changed to a more comfortable position. Don't think too much. It's better to get some more sleep during this time. Don't forget, we'll arrive at the next station at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Oh, that is right, good night. The chat immediately ended. Beneath the wilderness in the night, only the rumbling of the train echoed. Who knows what will happen next? Morning 6:30. The cold broadcast awakened all those still asleep at that moment. Today we will arrive at the 8th station, with 2 more stations left to exit the novice period. After completing the 7th station, new life, survival, encouragement funds will be distributed. Different amounts will be allocated according to the order of arrival at the public trading platform of the 7th station. The first person to reach the public trading platform will receive 4 train coins. The second will receive 3 coins, the third 2 coins. The remaining arrivals will receive 1 train coin each. Those who fail to enter the station will receive no rewards. Today's weather, clear skies. Current number of people remaining in the block, 1204. The block will merge in 3 hours. Ye Qiyan felt that this broadcast seemed more lively than before. Hearing about the train coins to be distributed, the annoyance of being awakened disappeared. He happily accessed the system. The mail notification flickered with a faint glow. 4 train coins landed in his palm. Weighing them in his hand, along with these, he now had 7 train coins, just 3 coins short of buying a chip. He walked over to the sleeping Wally and patted its metal head. Come on, Wally. As long as we find a treasure at the next stop, it'll be enough to get you a brain. Unlike his good mood, on the other side, Li Shaosheng looked very displeased. Why? Why is it 3 coins? I was clearly the first. System. This is unreasonable. He angrily sent a complaint to the system. What he received was just a cold response. No error in ranking. Conductor number E3-4409, Li Shaosheng, detected questioning of the train system, warning issued. If this happens again, you will enter the penalty platform. Damn, who could it be? Who else could be faster than me? Compared to Li Shaosheng's reaction, Shangguan Yingxue, after receiving 2 train coins, fell in a deep thought. What that guy said was true. He was indeed the first to reach that platform. But why didn't he buy anything? Remembering the 2 level 3 item display cases she saw in the shopping hall, one of which was taken by Li Shaosheng and the other she bought. So what did Ye Qiyan buy? She didn't believe Ye Qiyan didn't have train coins. That merchant must be the richest among everyone. It really made her curious what kind of talent he had. The girl murmured softly, casually pulling up the light screen. And in her displayed personal information, there was a talent named Mirror Moon. Consumes mental power to randomly obtain an item below the train level. Shangguan Yingxue rubbed her temples, looking at the pile of shriveled water balloons obtained through her talent, and sighed. Failed again. The most useful items she got over so many days were just the water purifier and the phone. And the feeling after consuming mental power. It's so uncomfortable. The self-doubt below 50 is already terrifying. What if it goes lower? Can any human really endure that? She couldn't use her talent during this period, and the recovery speed was just too slow. Sublimation, mental, 120,110. Comfortable new carriage blueprint. Requires 150 kilograms of wood, 200 kilograms of metal, 90 mechanical parts, additional submission, 30 kilograms of glass, 20 kilograms of fiber for carriage modification. Carriage construction successful. Current number of carriages, 3. The low-level carriage blueprint obtained at the beginning was sublimated by Ye Qiyan. As expected, it was right not to sublimate it earlier. The materials needed for construction increased significantly, but for him now, it wasn't too much. Construction complete. Entering the carriage. Compared to the low-level carriage, this one was cleaner, tidier, and everything was new, unlike the low-level carriage which, no matter how clean it was, couldn't hide the rust marks and the cringe-inducing sounds. But Ye Qiyan was not satisfied with this. Sublimation. Mental, 11,095, comfortable new planting carriage. Planting carriage, equipped with temperature control functions for different blocks. Plants grown in this carriage will grow at a faster rate. Can be equipped with smart chips for automation modification. After modification, it can automatically complete planting, harvesting, watering, and other tasks. Note, this carriage requires electricity and must be equipped with any power generation device before it can be used. Planting? Not bad. Just in time to move the white forest tree over. Chapter 47 8th Station Knight's Plane. There's no need to elaborate on the generator. He has the blueprint and can directly consume resources to manufacture it. And after sublimation, he obtains a device that only requires wood and metal to generate electricity. The environment inside the planting carriage is relatively humid, with 6 sections that can be freely divided in size, allowing for adjustments in temperature and humidity within these sections. Instead of a steel floor, there is black fertile soil underfoot, with a white fruit tree planted right in the center. And the skylight above the carriage allows sunlight to shine through perfectly. There's still a lot of space left. So Ye Qiyan simply planted the tomatoes he obtained from the Yoyu villa. The growth acceleration effect of the planting carriage is quite significant. The tomatoes took root and sprouted shortly after being planted. It is expected that the first batch of tomatoes will be ready in 3 days. He also bought watermelon seeds on the trading platform. They clearly came from someone who had eaten them and then tried to sell the leftover seeds on the trading platform at a very low price. But no one was willing to buy them. This turned out to be a bargain for him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ye Qiyan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. There is still plenty of empty space. In the future, he can pay attention to the seeds and plants on the platform. If useful, they can be transplanted here. Currently, there isn't much he needs on the trading platform, but there's no rush as the blocks are about to merge. The train conductors from other blocks will surely bring new trading products. 9:30:00. 3 hours later, the broadcast sounded on time. Starting block merge, D56D, 119, E3, E19, E28, E103, total of 10,000 people. Starting merge. Merge complete. Current population, 10,000,10,000. There were no earth-shattering changes. Only the number of people in the chat room kept increasing until it returned to the original 10,000. On the public screen, lines of scrolling text made people feel as if they had returned to the moment they first arrived in this world. Wow, it really merged? Can the brothers from other blocks see us? Yes, Finally someone can chat with us again. We only have a little over 300 left here. We're almost extinct. Where are you? A little over 1,000, but how many blocks are there in total? Wow, the letters are already followed by 3-digit numbers. A little over 1,000 is still okay. So it seems our D119 with 900 people is the most? Of course, with Brother Zhao around, we won't starve. Who is Brother Zhao? Is he really awesome? Definitely, Brother Zhao is the most amazing god in our D119. He started planting vegetables at the first station, and a lot of the food we eat now comes from him. Plus, Brother Zhao is a level 3 conductor. So what if he's level 3? So what if he plants vegetables? It's not like we don't have them here. Our brother Li is definitely the first to reach level 3. Exactly, we have guns for sale on our block. Do you have that? Arguments, laughter, and boasting. As people from different blocks continued to merge, they also attached different labels to themselves, even though the survivors in the blocks had no real emotions. The letters and numbers before their IDs still brought a tiny sense of self-identity, clearly unrelated to oneself, yet they flaunted others' excellence as if the blocks shared a common fate. Starting to plant vegetables at the first station, it turns out there are capable individuals among the survivors. TSK, sigh, I'm still too weak. It's already the 8th station, and I'm just now starting to plant vegetables way behind. Ye Qiyan shook his head in lament and took a bite of the white fruit before opening the trading platform, which he was most concerned about. Since the blocks had merged, the trading platform should have merged too. Sure enough, within the trading platform, there were many items and resources that had never been seen before. Each block had its own situation. For example, D119 seemed more inclined to sell food, but had no seeds at all. This is normal. After all, with someone who started farming at the first station, most of D119's seeds would naturally end up in that person's hands. There are quite a few items here. Let me see. After browsing the trading platform for quite a while, Ye Qiyan bought a few changes of clothes, a bar of soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The prices of these items were neither high nor low, and very few people bought them, as most people were still struggling to survive, with few willing to spend resources to improve their quality of life. With these items, Ye Qiyan decided to indulge a little. He also bought a large wooden tub and filled it with clean water, stripped off his clothes, and jumped in. His breath. The water was cold, but very comfortable. Ye Qiyan enjoyed it, closing his eyes and continuously relaxing his body in the water. All his fatigue dissipated at that moment. After bathing, he changed into clean clothes and lay on the soft bed. If it weren't for the rumbling sound of the wheels by his ear at that moment, nothing about train survival mattered. 12:30:00, 30 minutes before arriving at the 8th platform. The fork in fate has been triggered. Please make a stop choice between the following 2 platforms. Platform 1, Train Maze, Level 4 Escape Platform. Platform 2, Knight's Plane, Level 4 Task Platform. Another new type of platform. Escape, literally, doesn't sound like a good place, and this station is even called a maze. In contrast, the second option as a task platform is something Ye Qiyan has experienced many times, and the gains here are generally not bad. Choosing Platform 2, Platform selection completed. Please sit tight. The train is about to arrive at the 8th station. Knight's Plain. The train moved forward, gradually accelerating as time passed. Distortion appeared in front of the train. When the hour hand on the pocket watch pointed to 1, the entire train passed through the void. The world outside the window changed in an instant. Current platform. Knight's Plain. Stop countdown. 9:59. 59. Good luck. Current status. Dangerous, huh? What's the stop time? Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, but the countdown displayed on the screen told him it was real. System, wasn't my stop time only 5 hours? The train system quickly responded over the broadcast. The conductor's stop time is fixed. Once increased, it will not change again. The stop time for conductor Ye Qiyan, ID E3-1102, has been interfered with, hence the increase in stop time. Furthermore, because conductor Ye Qiyan's stop time exceeds the limit for new conductors, the option to increase train stop time will not appear before arriving at the 10th platform. Chapter 48. The Windmills and the Rice Field Giants? Is there such a saying? Isn't this just a pure setup for me? Ye Qiyan felt a bit speechless. The inexplicably prolonged docking time had its pros and cons for him. The advantage was that the longer he stayed at certain resource stations, the more resources he could gather. Conversely, if he encountered extremely dangerous stations, he would have to dock for a full 7 hours before he could leave. The train system has been interfered with. It is a system issue. The system has already provided additional compensation. We hope train conductor Ye Qiyan will continue to work hard. Forget it. I'll just be more careful next time. There's no other way at this point. Ye Qiyan shook his head and walked straight up to Wally, dropping a coin in. Wally, activate. He tapped Wally's metal head, a smile appearing on his face. Come on, Wally. If we find the treasure at this station, I'll get you a brain. Watching Wally leave the station, Ye Qiyan pressed the door button. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of hoofbeats caught his attention. A knight clad in tattered armor was riding a bony, rib-exposed old horse, charging toward the train with a rusty spear in hand. An enemy? So soon, but if this is an enemy, isn't a bit too shabby? After a moment of thought, Ye Qiyan stopped the sentry from preparing to shoot. This is a mission station. Based on past experience, the first encounter at this station would be related to the tasks within it. He let the knight approach. He stepped out of the train, drew his gun, and fired, a bullet landing precisely at the feet of the knight's old horse. The horse was startled and flipped the knight off. Ouch! The knight's helmet fell to the side, revealing a cardboard core inside. So weak. This was Ye Qiyan's first impression of the knight. He looked haggard, his skin dark, and his sparse gray beard was caked with dirt. His frail body seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Only those eyes stood out, even from a distance. Ye Qiyan could see the fervor and obsession reflected in them. Are you okay? He didn't know how to address this old man, but judging by his appearance, he was likely a real human. I'm Fina. Oh, you're a human? Why did you come out of the belly of a dragon? Oh, I see. You've killed that dragon. My God, you conquered the dragon. You are a great dragon knight. Dragon? Dragon knight? What is going on? Ye Qiyan felt utterly baffled. Could he be a madman? Sir, are you okay? From the same direction, a short, chubby man riding a gray donkey came wobbling over. Haha, Sancho, it's nothing serious. I offended this dragon knight. This is fate's arrangement, allowing me to meet a dragon knight before battling the giants. Sancho, that name sounds familiar. Ye Qiyan felt like he had heard it somewhere. Don Quixote, what dragon? The giant black beast in front. Didn't you hear? The roar of that dragon. Didn't you see? It fell from the sky. Don Quixote. Upon hearing this name, Ye Qiyan immediately remembered who the person in front of him was. Don Quixote, a knight lost in ideals and fantasies, the archetype of all failures in the world. This place is actually the world of Don Quixote. Then the short, fat man next to him is the most important supporting character in that book, Don Quixote's squire, Sancho. I never expected that the train station would have a world from a story, and that the protagonist from the books I read as a child would appear before me in this way. Ye Qiyan sikit inyardli. Don Quixote had already gotten up from the ground, brushing the dirt off his armor to make himself look more like an excellent knight. Sir Don Quixote, that's not a dragon. It's, just a row of houses connected together with strange wheels. No, that is a dragon. You are still an amateur in terms of adventure. The dialogue was similar to the book, but the subject of discussion had shifted from windmill giants to train dragons. Could he be playing the role of the villain in this mission station? No, turning around, Ye Qiyan saw 34 windmills in the rice field ahead. It was he who had suddenly appeared and interrupted Don Quixote's first battle. Sorry, Dragon Knight, but there are long-armed giants ahead waiting for me to defeat them. Once I eliminate these giants, I'll come and talk to you. Don Quixote with sword and lance. mounted his old horse, circled the train, and headed back toward the rice field. Sir, that is really not a giant. That is a windmill. And the long arms are their windmill blades. Sancho's shouting went completely ignored as he charged forward. Ye Qiyan stood on top of the train, watching the scene unfold. Just when he thought Don Quixote would crash and fall like in the story, the world in front of him suddenly underwent a subtle change. Windmill? No. In a rice field there appeared giants. Ye Qiyan quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. The giants had turned back into windmills. What the hell? He instantly realized something was off and hurried back to the train. The power of the pure purification stone calmed his inner discomfort. But what he saw in the train confirmed one thing. The rice field was not windmills. The rice field had long-armed giants. Was Don Quixote right? Why is this happening? This world doesn't seem as simple as it looks. He pulled up his personal information and saw an unexpected line of text in the mental section. Mental, 120, witnessing the truth, an unprecedented mental state. What exactly is the mission at this task station? It seems I can't underestimate the task station anymore. Huh? Is it over? In a rice field, Don Quixote was casually flipped over by a giant. Just as he fell, the giant transformed back into a windmill. God bless. Didn't I tell you? That is a windmill. Unless someone's mind is also filled with windmills, how could they not admit that it's a windmill? Shut up. Sancho. As they bickered, Sancho helped Don Quixote get back up and remount his horse, and they retraced their steps to continue toward their goal. Passing by the train, Ye Qiyan, who had been a mere spectator, suddenly spoke up. Don Quixote, are you planning to run away? The giants are still there. Don't you want to become a true knight? Chapter 49. Believing makes it true, a real knight. One sentence made Don Quixote's eyes widen, while Sancho Panza beside him gasped. Indeed, a true knight, didn't you see? Don Quixote, how can you choose to leave when those giants are ravaging the peasants' wheat fields? Ye Qiyan pointed towards the wheat field, observing the space between Don Quixote and the field. Sure enough, after he said these words, Don Quixote looked again at the wheat field, and at that same moment, the windmills in the field, no, those giants, began their rampage. Giants. Giants. That's right, Sancho, do you see? Those are the giants. Great Dragon Knight, thank you for your reminder. Sancho looked back and forth between Don Quixote and Ye Qiyan in confusion. He even doubted whether he was losing his mind. There were only windmills in the field. Where were the giants? Sir Don Quixote, those are really just. Enough. Sancho, are you questioning the Dragon Knight? Don Quixote excitedly put on his cracked helmet again. Dragon Knight, you are right. How can a knight flee in battle? I will fight them. He turned his horse's head and charged towards the wheat field once more. From Ye Qiyan's perspective, the giants in the wheat field became more solid, raising their arms to grab at Don Quixote. Giants. In the face of monsters dozens of times larger than himself, Don Quixote showed no fear, raising his tattered lance to stab forward. Bang! The moment the tip of the lance touched the giant's arm, a gunshot rang out simultaneously. The bullet fired from the ebony which struck the giant's palm. Don Quixote's lance also pierced through the bullet hole. The giant let out a painful howl and then fell to the ground. Don Quixote rubbed his eyes and looked at the giant's corpse in front of him, shouting excitedly. Ha! Sancho, did you see? I did it. I killed the giant. Sancho said nothing, as he was in shock watching Ye Qiyan beside him. In his eyes, the windmills were being penetrated by a black flute-like object that this stranger was wielding. Magic, a magician? Every bullet fired by Ye Qiyan landed where Don Quixote's lance had thrust. 34 windmills, 34 giants, 34 charges. Don Quixote showed no fear. His face was filled with excitement. As one giant after another fell, the space in the rice field became increasingly distorted. Even Sancho rubbed his eyes as he vaguely saw those windmills transforming into long-armed giants. Giants? Are they really giants like the windmills? The world was changing, and guiding this change was Don Quixote. As the giants continued to decrease, even without Ye Qiyan's help, Don Quixote could pierce through the giants' bodies with his tattered lance. Why? Because he had already convinced himself that he could do it. Just like he had convinced himself that the figures in the wheat field were giants and not windmills. The perception of this world was changing along with Don Quixote. Ye Qiyan watched all this, understanding that the task at this stop was exactly this. When the last giant fell, Don Quixote, covered in blood, excitedly waved towards Ye Qiyan and Sancho. Ha! Dragon Knight, Sancho my friend, did you see? I succeeded. I killed all the giants. I'm a true knight. He held his lance high, and that old horse, Rocinante, seemed to appear tall and majestic. Sancho my friend, I didn't lie to you, did I? Those were giants. I am the knight who vanquished the giants. From now on, call me the Giant Knight. Oh, and Dragon Knight. The Giant Knight thanks you for your help. You didn't let me disgrace the name of a knight. I still don't know your name. My name is Ye Qiyan. No need to thank me. I just did what a knight should do. Ye Qiyan's gaze remained fixed on the wheat field, not noticing Don Quixote's actions. In memory of the friendship between knights, please accept this. A wooden round shield was handed over, surprising Ye Qiyan enough to turn back. For me? What will you use afterwards? Don Quixote patted his chest. I will go forge the next shield. For our friendship, my friend Ye Qiyan, please accept it. From now on, we shall be knightly allies. If you encounter something you cannot solve, I will definitely come to help you. Ye Qiyan initially didn't want to accept it, but after seeing the information about the shield, he changed his mind. Don Quixote's round shield. Use it when you encounter danger. Your ally Don Quixote will come to help you. Please make him believe he is facing a powerful monster. As a knight, he will not back down. In witness of the friendship between the Giant Knight, Don Quixote, and the Dragon Knight, Ye Qiyan, Don Quixote and Sancho left, continuing their journey. Ye Qiyan watched their backs, silently pondering whether the Don Quixote who had experienced a real battle would still become the failure in the story. Perhaps the flock of sheep would truly turn into enemy troops, and the White Moon Knight was really a knight. As long as he believed, Don Quixote would charge forward. What a terrifying ability. Believing makes it true. I suppose this counts as changing the plot, right? If Don Quixote really had those powers, perhaps he wouldn't become that failure after all. TSK, I guess I did a good deed. By the way, I wonder if he will have such abilities at other stops. He should, right? Hey, if he really does, then this is a good thing. It was worth my performance for half a day. Ye Qiyan stroked the unranked wooden shield. If he could really achieve the same thing in other worlds, then as long as he drags it out, giving Don Quixote the confidence that he can win, wouldn't that be invincible? Putting the wooden shield back on the train, he immediately rushed towards the wheat field. Because the 34 giant corpses in this field were gradually returning to the appearance of windmills. The power of belief has a time limit. Ye Qiyan realized this after Don Quixote left the wheat field, which is why he kept his gaze fixed here. Come out. Processing station. It would be too regrettable to let these fantastical monsters simply disappear. Why not try to see if he could recover something? Just right. With a random processing module equipped, it would be much easier to recover these large items. Successfully recovered the corpse of the long-armed giant, Fantasy. Obtained, huge skeleton 1. Dream crystal 1. Meat chunk 1. Ye Qiyan understood the skeleton and meat chunks, but what was this dream crystal? Illusory crystal. After consumption. You can awaken in a dream. What does that mean? Lucid dreaming? What use is this? Ye Qiyan didn't think too much and continued his recovery work. Each corpse took 10 minutes to process. For 34 corpses, that would be over 5 hours. But considering the time it took for the giants to revert to windmills, the final number he could recover should be around 13. Chapter 50, Blasphemous Card 7 Anchor, Giant Skeleton 13, Dream Crystal 5, Flesh Block 13. The final harvest is these. If the recycling speed of the processing station could be a bit faster, it should have been able to collect all these corpses once the giant was restored to the windmill. However, since the processing station is integrated with the train, any upgrades would require upgrading the train as well. The remaining corpses have already taken on the shape of windmills, and Ye Qiyan didn't waste them either, recycling them into wood. This time, the most abundant harvest was the flesh blocks of the giant, but Ye Qiyan did not intend to eat such things. The thought of eating humanoid monster meat was quite disgusting. However, just because he wouldn't eat it doesn't mean others wouldn't. 13 portions of giant meat, which weighed a total of 130 pounds. He listed all 5 shares for trade, pricing each at 1 train coin. This price is extremely low for survivors who haven't had meat in a long time. Even though Ye Qiyan labeled it as meat from a giant, it couldn't stop some people's desire to buy. Someone is selling meat on the trading platform. You could buy 10 pounds for just 1 train coin. Damn, I just spent 1 train coin yesterday to buy 1 pound of chicken. I'm so mad. Really? No way, there really is. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. I have to buy 10 pounds to roast. Anyway, I got a train coin from the last trading station. Don't buy it. Didn't you see it says it's giant meat? Can you really stomach humanoid monster meat? Exactly. Are you even human? Disgusting you all. So what if it's from a giant? Giants aren't human either. I'm so craving meat that I could go crazy. Don't say giants. If I get really hungry, I'd even eat people. I'll kill you all at the next public trading station. Is the person upstairs mentally okay? Still have 33 points. What is wrong? Did I eat your rice? Identification completed. The person upstairs is going crazy. It didn't take long for the meat on the trading platform to be sold out. After all, All 10,000 people here are survivors who have passed the 7th station, and the train is at least level 2, with most having some train coins. Moreover, the price Ye Qiyan offered was the lowest on the market, and they didn't care whether it was giant meat or not. They bought it first. Ye Qiyan filled in the links again and sold out once more, earning 10 train coins in this short time. He didn't sell the remaining 3 portions, keeping them for potential use. Through the conversations of these people, he also discovered something. It seems that once other people's mental state lowers, it is very difficult to recover. And when it drops below a certain percentage, they gradually fall into madness, experiencing what is known as mental fatigue, self-doubt, dissipation of reason. But what about him? After using sublimation so many times, his mental state had dropped below 20 points at its lowest, yet he still felt nothing, and his recovery speed was quite fast. From the chat room dialogue, it was easy to see that mental consumption is extremely hard to recover, but his mental recovery speed is even faster than his physical recovery. Could it be that I have some special ability that I don't even know about? Something the train system can't detect? Ye Qiyan scratched his head, unable to figure it out, and decided not to think too much. Where there's a will, there's a way. Thinking too much would only add to his troubles. After resting for a bit, he continued working. Don't forget where Don Quixote fought the giant. This is a wheat field filled with mature wheat. He planned to transplant some intact ones into the planning compartment and pack as many as he could. The stop countdown, 3:41:08. There are 41 minutes left until departure, and while harvesting wheat, Ye Qiyan discovered Wally, who had not returned under the ruins of a windmill. You haven't been stuck under here the whole time, have you? I was wondering why you took so long to come back. Wally shook his mechanical arm and kept moving in one direction. The treasure chest is over there. Ye Qiyan followed him, reaching the center of the wheat field, next to the wreckage of a windmill. Ye Qiyan remembered this was where the last giant disappeared, and also the endpoint of Don Quixote's first charge. Underneath this, moving the rubble, a piece of dark golden fragment appeared before his eyes. This thing looks so familiar. Wait a minute. Ye Qiyan couldn't believe what he was seeing, because buried under this ruin was actually 1/3 of the blasphemous card. No way. Is this already complete? I'm not dreaming, am I? He originally thought it would take a long time to find the last third of this card. After all, Shea had been sealed for 15 years for that piece. How could this thing not be extremely precious and rare? He never expected to find the last third at the 8th station. Picking up the fragment, Ye Qiyan pondered slightly. Should I combine them? What will happen after merging? Will it bring danger? The hesitation lasted only a moment before he shook his head and threw those thoughts aside. There's nothing to hesitate about. Since I have it, why not combine it? He took out the other 2 pieces from the safety box. The 3 card fragments fit together perfectly, as if they had never been apart. Dark golden light flowed from the blasphemous card, transforming into infinite brilliance that enveloped the entire world. The blasphemous card floated in midair, and faint whispers suddenly rang in Ye Qiyan's ears. He couldn't understand it, but the sound grew louder and sharper, as if 100 sopranos were shouting, singing, and proclaiming something. Even covering his ears didn't help. The unbearable sound made Ye Qiyan draw his gun, prepare to shoot the card when the sound abruptly stopped. The brilliance faded, and the dark golden card fell into his palm. This is quite scary. This thing is definitely not good. I'll just look at the effect, and if it's no good, I'll throw it away. That said, his gaze on the blasphemous card was filled with anticipation. Blasphemous card 7 Anchor. Anchor consumes mental energy, sets anchor points, up to 3 could be set, cooldown time 1 day. Voyage consumes mental energy. Teleports to the location of the anchor point. Exile removes all anchor points, forcibly exiles enemies to the wilderness. Return consumes all mental energy. Gulp. The description of this blasphemous card on the screen made Ye Qiyan swallow hard. So powerful, undeniably strong. If the description is not wrong, then as long as he sets an anchor point at any station, even if he goes to another station, he can teleport back through the anchor point. Not only that, it also has the ability to exile enemies, although this would consume all anchor points and prevent further teleportation. But if faced with an inescapable danger, this will undoubtedly be a trump card. And, finally, what happens when all mental energy is consumed? Chapter 51 Departure from the 8th Station. The bitter smile of Shea, although his mental state had decreased, it had never dropped to 0 until now. Ye Qiyan had no intention of recklessly trying things without certainty. However, he could still experiment with other abilities. The anchor point could be set once a day. Without a doubt, the first one had to be placed on the train, specifically in front of the operating system at the front of the train. Setting an anchor point consumed 50 points of mental energy, which was manageable, not too much. After setting it up, Ye Qiyan ran outside, took out the blasphemy card, and silently chanted in his heart. Sailing another 30 points of mental energy were consumed. And on the surface of the blasphemy card, a dark golden, hooded humanoid figure dragging an anchor began to move. Ye Qiyan felt his body sink, as if he were in an extremely dark abyssal sea. Whispers echoed in his ears, but this sensation lasted only a moment. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the front of the train, while the little figure on the blasphemy card gradually turned gray. Cooldown time 1 hour? That's fine, not too long. Ding ding, the train's system hologram suddenly appeared beside him. In the private chat interface, a dialogue box with a blonde-haired avatar popped up. Shea, why is she looking for me at this time? Could it be that she already knows about the synthesis of the blasphemy card? That's too fast. With confusion, Ye Qiyan opened the dialogue box. What? You've already found the third piece of the blasphemy card and synthesized it? She really knows. Ye Qiyan felt a bit speechless. He had initially thought of keeping this matter to himself. It seemed he had underestimated Shea. Perhaps something had been left behind on the blasphemy card fragment she gave him. Thinking of this, Ye Qiyan had no intention of hiding it. Just synthesized it. How did you know, Sister Shea? Ew. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No problem. Of course, I have my own means. Don't underestimate your senior. Learn well. That said, Shea's heart was filled with mixed feelings at this moment. She contacted Ye Qiyan simply because someone told her the new blasphemy card had appeared. But no one knew where that card was or who obtained it. Shea just suddenly thought of Ye Qiyan and casually asked. She never expected it to be him. Sigh. The blasphemy card can only be owned by the master they expect. That was the meaning. It took her years to find 1/3 of the fragments. And that fragment had been sealed for 15 years. But in the end, a bitter smile flashed across her face. She calmed her emotions and continued talking to Ye Qiyan on the hologram. Your blasphemy card is, never mind, I won't ask you these things. After all, even if I did, you would tell me, right? Ye Qiyan chuckled and didn't respond. Take good care of that card. Don't let others discover it easily. And try not to use it in front of others. Don't give it to anyone else. Don't worry. Only you and I know about you having the blasphemy card. That's it, I'm busy. A playful, tongue-out Q version emoji followed her message. And then Shea casually closed the system hologram, sitting down and gazing at the white light above the church. God, why is it that the one qualified to blaspheme you is not me? The conversation ended. Ye Qiyan's heart, which had been excited and fiery due to the blasphemy card, gradually cooled down. Shea's appearance reminded him that this world was not just about their batch of survivors. He didn't know how many others existed before him. The powers, resources, and talents those people possessed were absolutely beyond his current capabilities. He couldn't get carried away. Thinking of this, Ye Qiyan wanted to put the blasphemy card into the safe box. But then he realized that if he put it in the safe box, he couldn't carry it with him, which would be no different from not having it all. If only the items in the safe box could be accessed like those in the special storage unit. Suddenly, a wonderful idea popped into his mind. Is the safe box also a type of item? Could it be placed inside the storage unit? As soon as this thought emerged, he eagerly took the safe box to the storage car to try placing it. No way. It really worked. The safe box was indeed placed into the special storage unit. After trying out, he could also take out items from the safe box freely. This meant he had effectively gained 4 extra slots in the special storage unit, which could be accessed freely from the outside. Haha, I'm truly a genius. Today's gains were substantial. Ye Qiyan tossed the compartment stored in the safe box outside, leaving only one behind. Apart from placing the blasphemy card in the remaining 3 slots, he also put the blessed virus serum he obtained and sublimated in the Doomsday Town into one of them. The last remaining slot was reserved for the pure purification stone. Now he could freely access 7 types of items from the outside. Blessed white forest fruit, bullets, level 3. Virus serum, a train compartment, pure purification stone, the blasphemy card, and the safe box itself. Without a doubt, these items would provide him with a lot of help if he encountered danger outside. 3 o'clock. 00. 3 hours remained until the train's final departure time. Ye Qiyan's VIP departure rights changed from gray to green. Time's up, it's time to go. He pressed the departure option, and the familiar spatial passage appeared once again in front of the train. The tracks advanced, and the rumbling of the train echoed throughout the world. As the train began to accelerate, the green plains outside the window transformed back into the endless wilderness. 200 hours. 00. The train's broadcast sounded at this moment. All trains depart from the 8th station. Extreme weather is expected tomorrow, and monsters suitable for this weather will chase the train in the wilderness. A train traveling at a speed lower than 50 kilometers per hour will be in a dangerous state. Please prepare for defense and upgrade the train as soon as possible. This time, the broadcast was only this, but it made many people cry out in despair. 9,641, 10,000, no way. How long has it been? And the speed needs to be increased again. 50? So, either upgrade the train to level 3, or upgrade the wheels individually to barely pass. TCH, I knew it would be like this. Fortunately, even if I starved to death during this time, I didn't T-sell the materials. I'm a bit short of level 3, but upgrading a wheel is more than enough. That speed isn't fast at all. It's been this upgrade frequency for so many stations. Don't slander the broadcast sister with your eyes open. If you can't upgrade, look for your own reasons. Have you collected resources properly during these stations? Have you exchanged resources for food? I was originally thinking of saving some resources to exchange for train currency. Now it seems I can only upgrade in advance. Chapter 52. Why is emotional treasure hunting robot Wally from these conversations? It is not difficult to see that after experiencing a block merger, the quality of the train conductors has improved quite a bit compared to before. At least they are not too fearful when facing the things mentioned in the broadcast. The vast majority of people have long been prepared to increase the train speed again. Moreover, increasing speed is not only about enhancing the wheels or upgrading the train. At the 7th station, the train conductor who used manpower to accelerate put a manpower energy device he made with blueprints on the trading platform, which could increase the speed by 10 kilometers per hour with a pedaled energy bike. For some who cannot upgrade their trains but still want to survive, spending a train coin to buy such a device is the best choice. Of course, the consequence of doing so is overextending the future, making it harder to increase speed next time. Ye Qiyan is certainly not worried about this. After hearing the broadcast, he consumed a bit of spirit to find out tomorrow's weather through the weather doll. A snowstorm? Does that mean there will also be elements of a snowstorm at the 9th station tomorrow? Ding ding, another message came in, and Ye Qiyan looked up to check. Shangguan Ingxue, tell me tomorrow's weather. The weather doll is a trade between Shangguan Ingxue and him, so it is quite normal for her to ask him for tomorrow's weather. Ye Qiyan, 1 train coin. Shangguan Ingxue cursed the profiteer in her heart, but still traded 1 train coin over. Pleasant transaction. Tomorrow's weather is a snowstorm. Remember to keep warm. Oh, after the conversation ended, Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of another friend of his, right? Zhao Lin's last station was the lucky station, right? What valuable thing would that unlucky yet lucky woman get at the last station? Are you there? How was the last station? The message was quickly responded to. It's Brother Yi. It was okay. Hey, anyway, I have upgraded to a level 3 train. Congratulations. Ye Qiyan was a bit surprised after all. Zhao Lin's level 2 train had just upgraded not long ago. It seemed she had a bountiful harvest at her 8th station. But correspondingly, her 9th station's misfortune level should be higher. Just lucky, by the way, Brother Yi, I was actually looking for you, do you want to buy this? Ice shaver, a machine for shaving ice. On such a hot day, don't you want to have a delicious shaved ice? Just 1 train coin. And I can also give you a big block of ice as a bonus. This girl unexpectedly turned the tables and wanted to make money from him. Ye Qiyan's mouth curled into a smile. It seems your harvest at the last station was quite significant. The ice shaver is nice, but I'll pass on buying it. Selling you a piece of news also costs 1 train coin. Do you want to buy it? Buy. Can I use this ice shaver as a trade? Of course. With the ice block included. Zhao Lin did not hesitate at all. In her heart, Ye Qiyan was a capable person. She had been lurking in the public chat room for a long time. Even some seemingly powerful train conductors did not seem as capable as Brother Yi. Sure, the ice shaver and a head-sized ice block were sent over directly, and Ye Qiyan also informed Zhao Lin about tomorrow's snowstorm weather. It's actually a snowstorm? Thank you, Brother Yi. Good thing you told me. Otherwise, I would really freeze to death tomorrow. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to buy some warm clothing now. Brother Yi, you also take care to keep warm. It's very cold on the train. The chat ended. After getting the ice shaver, Ye Qiyan made himself a big cup of smoothie. After crushing the white forest fruit to use as syrup on top, he took a spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweet taste combined with the icy texture was simply unbeatable. All right, I almost forgot about this. Walking to the temperature-controlled carriage, Ye Qiyan brought up the train details interface on the system screen. On it, the upgrade option for the level 4 train still retained the last item. Smart chip, 10 train coins. Although Wally did not bring him a treasure chest at the last station, after selling the giant meat chunks and trading with Shangguan Ingxue, he now had 17 train coins again, enough to buy the smart chip. Purchase. 10 train coins in his hand transformed into points of light and disappeared. A chip the size of a baby's palm, glowing blue and full of technological feel, appeared in his hand. Now, He had two mechanical constructs that needed trained ships for enhancement, the automation of the planning carriage and Wally's intelligence upgrade. Who to give it to? It goes without saying. But before that, sublimation, stamina, 10,464. Smart ship, emotional intelligence chip. Mechanical constructs equipped with this ship will have more genuine emotions. Ye Qiyan leaned down and gently tapped Wally's iron head. I promised you, I did not go back on my word. The chip adhered to Wally's head, transforming into a flowing blue light that merged into Wally's body. The blue current flickered, and in an instant, Wally's camera-like eyes suddenly blinked. Wise emotional treasure-hunting robot Wally, a treasure-hunting robot with intelligence, can consume one train coin to automatically search for precious items in the platform and bring them back to you. In normal time, it does not consume train coins, can be long-term activated through self-charging, and can follow any instructions given by the owner. Originally a garbage collection robot, it may prefer to collect useless things. Now, Wally no longer goes into sleep mode. It only needs electricity to maintain its most basic state. Ye Qiyan skillfully tapped its iron head. Go, give me a cup of water. Unlike before, after being tapped, Wally was no longer a cold machine, but rather looked pitiful, covering its head with its mechanical pincers, resembling a bullied character that had to obediently listen. The tracks rolled, and soon it brought a cup of water back to Ye Qiyan from the reservoir. Quite smart. Not bad. Less tapping in the future. Wally quickly nodded in agreement. Then Ye Qiyan tapped it again, looking at the little robot's even more pitiful expression. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, this is the last time. Even though tapping your head is fun, I want to do it again. He patted Wally's head. Now, he understood why Shea would create dolls like Tina. If a little guy like Wally could bring fun to his boring train life, let alone a doll like Tina that resembles a real girl. I wonder if I will create such dolls in the future. Maybe I can? Chapter 53 9th stopped Screaming Village the next day, outside the train window. A terrifying snowstorm transformed the entire wilderness into a white landscape. The wilderness became a snowfield, and countless snowfield monsters suddenly appeared, chasing the train. Snow wolves, snow demons, snow spirits. Their appearance made the conductors, still at level 2, feel a sense of crisis. Some were unable to level up and simply waited for death. Some spent all their savings just to barely reach level 3. Some could only upgrade the wheels to hasten their pace, while others bought various acceleration devices to escape this calamity. Even so, facing these conductors who had barely reached the minimum speed threshold, the monsters fought fiercely, causing some unfortunate trains to become riddled with damage. Moreover, the raging snowstorm caused the temperature inside and outside the train to plummet to minus 30 degrees. Without thick clothing for warmth, they could only curl up in makeshift spaces piled with various items, burning would to barely survive. But all of this had nothing to do with Ye Qiyan. In a constant temperature carriage, which remained at 22 degrees Celsius, Ye Qiyan leisurely enjoyed shaved ice, while the monsters in the snowfield simply lacked the ability to catch up with a train that had already reached level 4, with only Wally diligently working under his command. Wally climbed onto the roof of the train through the skylight to collect ice and snow, shaping them into perfectly sized cubes to stack in the storage compartment. As it was about to be filled, it waved its small mechanical arm and ran to Ye Qiyan, shaking it. Is it full? Good job, Wally. I reward you with a charge. Wally happily ran to the charging device, receiving the power that was already meant for it. Ye Qiyan donned the wolf skin he had received earlier and entered the storage compartment, feeling a shiver from the extremely low temperature. Hiss, it's really cold. He quickly packed the snow cubes that Wally had stacked into the storage unit. If there happened to be hot weather later, these snow cubes would be valuable. At the very least, they could be used as water. Time was almost up. 12:30. 00. The crossroads of fate was triggered. The familiar choice appeared before Ye Qiyan. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose one of the following 2 platforms to stop at. Platform 1, Goblin Fortress, level 4 hunting platform. Platform 2, Screaming Village, level 5 hunting platform. Both are hunting platforms. Just right. I also want to know what the difference between this hunting platform and the slaughter platform is. I choose Platform 2, Screaming Village. Whether it's a level 4 platform or a level 5 platform, it won't be too difficult for Ye Qiyan at this time. Since that's the case, he would naturally choose the one that offers higher level rewards. Platform selection completed. Please take your seat and hold on. The 9th stop ahead is Screaming Village. The train continued forward, the distorted space appeared, and the endless extending tracks went straight ahead. Through the void, the surrounding environment looked unchanged, still covered by the swirling snow. All that could be seen was pure white. The only difference was that amidst this white, a small black dot approaching the train was particularly conspicuous. As it got closer, it was easy to see that it was a person. Current platform, screaming village, countdown to stop, 9:59, 59, good luck, this station, danger, Hunter sir. Is that you, Hunter sir? Please stop. Save our village. The person anxiously approached the front of the train, looking at the massive vehicle in awe, exclaiming, "Is this the train that only a hunter can possess? I never expected to see a train in my lifetime. God bless, the village is saved." The sentinel did not trigger, which meant this was not an enemy. Ye Qiyan pressed the door button, and a fierce snow wind howled in. Dressed in the warm clothing he had prepared, he examined the middle-aged man in front of him with unkempt hair and a beard, looking to be in his 40s. This guy, referred to as a hunter, should be the identity assigned to the conductors at this platform. And since he knew about the train, perhaps there had been records of other conductors arriving at this platform. I just happened to pass by here, not here to help you on purpose. Be clear. What happened to your village? Upon hearing Ye Qiyan speak, the middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. Sir, our village has been invaded by the Blood Clan. Those damn Blood Clan have occupied the village, capturing everyone to use as blood bags, sucking blood day and night. If this continues, it won't be long before everyone in the village dies. Sir, please save us. Blood Clan, is this the hunting target of this station? Ye Qiyan did not immediately agree, but continued to ask. Since your village has been captured by the Blood Clan, how did you manage to escape? It was my father. He knocked out a Blood Clan member while they were taking blood, then let me escape. It was my father who sent me to find the Hunter Sir. He said that with this thing, the Hunter Sir would come to save us. A box wrapped in several layers was taken out. Trembling hands unwrapped the outer rag, opening the box to reveal what was inside. A well-preserved train coin. Only one? Ye Qiyan thought, this is a level 5 platform. Is this all the reward after the hunt? No. Ye Qiyan shook his head inwardly. This was not a reward, but merely the payment offered by the natives at this platform. The real gains would only be obtained after hunting down those Blood Clan members. And, I will accept the item. Wait outside. Yes, sir. Thank you for your help. Ye Qiyan turned and closed the door, returning to the train. Since the hunting target was the Blood Clan, he naturally needed to treat it accordingly. The mithril weapons he had obtained in the Doomsday Town were finally going to be put to use. The Holy Mithril Cross needed no introduction, while the remaining Mithril Crossbow and Mithril Ritual Sword had yet to undergo sublimation. They were both level 2 items and had been upgraded to level 3 without consuming too much spirit. Of course, these mithril weapons were merely to make Ye Qiyan more suited to the identity of a hunter. This was a level 5 platform, and if he were to encounter powerful Blood Clan members, a gun would be much more useful. And, since it was the Blood Clan, it would be a shame not to bring this along. Enchantment Mental Magazine Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. This was the real killing weapon. Replacing the virus serum and placing it in a special storage unit, Ye Qiyan organized his equipment. Wally gently nudged his ankle, its monitor like big eyes blinking. All right, I know you want to go out. Wally, activate. A train coin fell on Wally's head, and it happily squeezed out through the gap of the recycling device, leaving a trail of tracks in the snow before quickly disappearing without a trace. Once again opening the train door, Ye Qiyan looked at the golden-haired man, still kneeling there, hands clenched in an unknown prayer, and said, "We should set off." Chapter 54. Blood Clan Hunt on the way to the village. Ye Qiyan learned the name of the scruffy uncle, O'Tanley. This guy also had a special identity, the village chief. O'Tanley was able to escape, not only because his father fought for the opportunity, but also because there was a secret passage under his house. This passage was dug by O'Tanley to secretly meet with a few young widows in the village. The young widows were now gone, but the secret passage became a lifeline. After crossing a hill, Ye Qiyan saw a village not far away. Dark red and snow white contrasted with each other. Under the low eaves, large numbers of bats hung quietly asleep. Faintly, one could hear bursts of mournful cries and maniacal laughter coming from some houses. O'Tanley gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. He knelt before Ye Qiyan once again, pleading, "Hunter, please, please save them." Ye Qiyan did not respond to O'Tanley's plea. His goal was to hunt the Blood Clan, not to save people. Where's the secret passage out of the village? Take me there. This way. O'Tanley led Ye Qiyan to a concealed cave, where he had hidden the secret passage. Looking at the passage, which was large enough for a person to walk upright, Ye Qiyan cast a skeptical glance at O'Tanley. "Did you dig this alone?" O'Tanley chuckled awkwardly. "I was with a few brothers who were looking for the widows. Or it was just the villagers having fun." "What did you say?" Ye Qiyan asked. "Nothing, you go in first." Before O'Tanley could react, Ye Qiyan kicked him in the butt. O'Tanley, frightened, entered the passage ahead. Ye Qiyan followed closely behind, carefully observing his surroundings. After his physical abilities were raised to a limit of 120 points, his physical condition and observational skills improved as well. Even in the dark, he could clearly see everything within 10 meters. Whoosh! A secret silver crossbow bolt whizzed past O'Tanley's head. Eek! He let out a terrified scream as a bat with blood-red eyes was hit by the bolt and instantly turned to ashes. O'Tanley looked back in horror. Ye Qiyan silently walked over and picked up the crossbow bolt from the ground. There are bats here, which means this place has already been discovered. So, this is indeed a trap. A sudden sinister laugh echoed. Countless bats flapped their wings, blocking the path Ye Qiyan had taken. In the darkness, more than a dozen pale-skinned, ugly humanoid monsters wrapped in black cloaks slowly emerged. Kixi, gente. There really is a hunter. The true ancestor was right. As long as someone escapes with that kind of coin, there will definitely be a so-called hunter appearing. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Human. You don't really think you can escape, do you? The disgusting laughter, combined with that sickening voice, was even more irritating than fingernails scraping on a blackboard. Hunter. I didn't know. I didn't mean to bring you here. O'Tanley was on the verge of collapse, completely unaware that his escape had been allowed by the Blood Clan. I know it has nothing to do with you. Ye Qiyan interrupted O'Tanley. Looking around, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. Only 13 Blood Clan members? I thought there would be more. The leading Blood Clan member let out a cold laugh. Human, you don't really think your secret silver weapon can kill us, do you? Let me tell you, in such a dark environment, our speed is not something mere humans can keep up with. The Blood Clan in the dark is invincible. Attack. Drain this hunter's blood. Invincible in the dark? Then let there be light. With a snap of his fingers, a stone emitting a soft glow appeared in Ye Qiyan's palm. The moment the stone appeared, the more than a dozen Blood Clan members surrounding Ye Qiyan felt an immense sense of crisis, instinctively turning to flee. But it was too late. Close your eyes. Yes. The purifying stone erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire passage. The bloodthirsty bats and the evil Blood Clan turned to ashes in the glow, unable to make even the slightest sound. When the light faded, O'Tanley saw that the Blood Clan and bats in the cave had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. Everything he had just seen felt like a dream. Let's go. Stowing the purifying stone, Ye Qiyan continued forward. Since the Blood Clan already knew he had entered the passage, there was no need to hide anymore. Exiting the passage, several secret silver crossbow bolts shot and exploded several Blood Clan members waiting there. This was O'Tanley's home, now transformed into a blood station for the Blood Clan. Dozens of human corpses, drained of blood, were carelessly tossed into a corner, while a few people lying on beds were still alive but had no chance of surviving. Ye Qiyan stepped out of the house. The commotion that had just occurred in the passage had clearly been detected by the Blood Clan. The moment they appeared, dozens of Blood Clan members, accompanied by more bats, flew into the air. Humans, suffer. Before the leader could finish speaking, Ye Qiyan directly pulled out the purifying stone. As the light flashed, everything it passed turned to ash in an instant. Holding the purifying stone, he continuously spread its light. More and more Blood Clan members were eliminated, and even if they tried to evade, a single secret silver crossbow bolt could easily take their lives. After spending a full 2 hours traversing every corner of the village, Ye Qiyan did not let a single Blood Clan member escape. Until he circled back to O'Tanley's home, it seemed the village was completely clean. Is the hunt complete? Isn't this a bit too easy? After all, this was a level 5 station, yet most Blood Clan members seemed to only be around level 2, with a few level 3 ones being insignificant. So were the level 5 Blood Clan members. O'Tanley, what is the name of this village? O'Tanley, sitting dumbfounded in front of his brother's corpse, came back to his senses. It's called Tez Village, Hunter. Thank you for saving the village and eliminating all the Blood Clan members, although everyone is dead. Shoo, Tez Village? That doesn't match the name of the station. Feeling the purifying stone in his pocket still radiating light and warmth, Ye Qiyan looked outside. In the sky, a blood-red spiral vortex was slowly forming, and an even uglier, older Blood Clan member than the usual ones descended from it, opening his large bloody mouth. Then came the scream. Ye Qiyan put on the earplugs he had purchased from the trading platform after selecting the station, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Now this is more like it. I said, since it's called a hunting station, how can there not be a boss to fight? On the system's light screen, the monster's information appeared before his eyes. Howling Blood Ancestor, level 5. Immune to holy attacks below level 5. Emits a howl to resurrect all corpses to fight for him, continuously lowers the spirits of the living and inflicts a madness negative effect. Chapter 55. The frog at the bottom of the well, the pure, cleansing stone, emitted its glow once again. But just as the information displayed on the light curtain indicated, a level 5 pure cleansing stone had no effect on the screaming blood ancestor. The blood ancestor in the sky landed on a bat, looking down at Ye Qiyan with a mocking expression. Hunters, your kind never ceases to amaze me. 300 years ago my ancestor was killed by a hunter on a train. Today, I shall avenge my ancestor. Here's your chance. Kneel before me and become the first hunter subordinate of the great Screaming Blood Clan, and you will be eternally undying. Eternally undying? An old bat like him? How dare a level 5 platform boss say such things? Ye Qiyan chuckled silently, casually tossing the pure, cleansing stone back into the storage unit. Hunter, sir, you? Otanli, hiding beside him, was taken aback by Ye Qiyan's action. He thought Ye Qiyan was really going to surrender. Don't worry. Ye Qiyan waved his hand. I'm not interested in surrendering to a frog that sees only the sky from the bottom of a well. What do you mean? It means he's dead for sure. Snap! A golden heavy machine gun fell in front of him. The screaming blood ancestor scoffed. Truly foolish humans. Your proud weapons are useless against me. Bang! A bullet shot out from the gun's muzzle, instantly shattering the old rotten hand of the blood ancestor. A piercing scream echoed around as the blood ancestor clutched his missing hand in agony, tumbling down into the snow and rolling continuously. It hurts so much. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is that? A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. He was going to die, after living for hundreds of years. The thing he feared the most was facing death. I must escape. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, not stopping for even a moment. However, as countless golden bullets formed a storm mixed with ethereal chants, they enveloped the self-righteous old bat. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes, drifting down from the air. Turning to rub his numbed thumb, Ye Qiyan noticed Otanli beside him, mouth agape and stunned. He waved his hand. Wake up. A hunter, sir. Just now, where did that blood ancestor go? Of course he's dead. What else could it be? Dead? It was no wonder Otanli was so shocked. After all, the oppressive aura when the screaming blood ancestor appeared was quite strong, especially after Ye Qiyan's pure cleansing stone failed to take effect, leaving Otanli in despair. Yet, in less than a minute after the screaming blood ancestor appeared, this hunter suddenly pulled out a weapon and instantly killed him. Otanli even wondered if he was dreaming, imagining everything as he was being drained of blood. Ye Qiyan didn't care what this guy was thinking. He went straight to the spot where the old bat had turned to ashes. To be honest, it was quite unfair how this guy died. If any other train conductor had arrived at this station with a level 4 or 5 train, facing a screaming blood ancestor immune to level 5 items, they would most likely have died at this station. But he just happened to encounter someone like Ye Qiyan, who had level 6 items at level 4. Not only that, but the old bat's abilities were all perfectly countered by him. Summoning corpses? The Blood Clan and bats were directly turned to ashes by the pure cleansing stone, while the human corpses were torn apart by the Blood Clan itself. Affecting the mind? Ye Qiyan glanced at his personal information. His mental attribute had indeed dropped quite a bit, but that mad negative state did not appear on him. His mental state had remained the same since leaving the Knight's Plains. Witness the truth. Ye Qiyan didn't understand why this was the case, but it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After rummaging for a while, he picked up a crumpled heart that still somewhat retained its shape from the ashes in the snow. Heart of the Blood Baron, after consumption, can transform the race into a blood clan. After transformation, gains modules. Night vision, summon bats, lie by draining blood, develop subordinates. Fear of light, evil spirit. Note, after transformation, other racial transformation methods can be used to continue changing races, but cannot return to the original race. Transformation grants an irrevocable title, Race Traitor. Race Traitor. The original race will harbor resentment towards the transformer. So many modules. But they seem a bit useless. This thing can't be said to be completely worthless to him. It can only be said to have very little use. Not to mention, he hadn't even considered not being human. But just the ugly appearance of that old bat was enough to make him pass on the idea of transforming into a blood clan. However, just because he didn't want it didn't mean others wouldn't. The Blood Clan was still a special race in fantasy, and the modules gained after transformation would be enough to wreak havoc in this low-level station. If he were to post a screenshot of this information in the chat room now, it would definitely cause a frenzy. He needed to sell it for a good price. Weighing the heart in his hand, Ye Qiyan stuffed it into his pocket. Hunting at the station should mean this. The hunting target, thus obtaining this heart-like special item. In a sense, offered richer rewards than ordinary task stations. This station was about to come to an end. Ye Qiyan didn't plan to stay here for long and was preparing to return to the train when he noticed two tracks not far away. Following these tracks led him back to O'Tanley's backyard. Here, he saw O'Tanley struggling with mechanical claws, digging a coffin out of a grave in his yard and pulling out a shabby wooden box that had been buried alongside the skeleton. Undoubtedly, that was the treasure chest of this station. Was this treasure chest location meant for people to find? Ye Qiyan felt a bit powerless to complain. Even though he had seen others in the chat room discussing treasure chest locations, he still thought what he encountered was the most abstract. Wally dug it out of the grave pit and just happened to see Ye Qiyan standing not far away. He happily waved his mechanical claw, running over with a shabby wooden box. Ye Qiyan patted Wally on the head. "Good job, Wally. I'll recharge you more when we get back." Hunter, sir, is this your pet? That grave belongs to my ancestor. Why would it? Huh, that wooden box. O'Tanley, who had secretly followed, froze when he saw the shabby wooden box in Ye Qiyan's hand. "Do you recognize it?" "I don't know it, but I've heard my family mention it. It seems to be something left behind by the hunter who came to this village 300 years ago to save the villagers at that time." Chapter 56, Blueprint for the Hunter Dragon 300 years ago. The hunter. No, it should be referred to as the train conductor. Is this box left behind by that conductor? According to the system's detection, this is indeed a level 5 treasure chest. A treasure chest left by the conductor? Who will be so kind? Moreover, since he first heard that this platform had a conductor arriving 300 years ago, he had been pondering. 300 years, according to Sister Shea. Every 3 years a batch of survivors appears, so this train survival game must have at least 100 batches of survivors, right? No, that shouldn't be the case. Shea said that before her, not many conductors could be seen unless she was lying. Otherwise, given that woman's level of over 50, she would know far more about the previous batches of conductors than he, a novice who hasn't even passed the first 10 stations. He couldn't make sense of it. Ye Qiyan silently set this matter aside. He decided not to think about it anymore. He passed through this village to find this wooden box. He didn't think the items inside were particularly precious. If he took this thing away, the Blood Clan attracted by it would no longer pose a threat, and the village would be safe. He had a knack for fabricating stories, and O'Tanley believed him without a shred of doubt. "Thank you, great hunter. I represent everyone in the village to thank you for your help." O'Tanley deeply bowed to Ye Qiyan, watching his figure as he was about to leave the village. After hesitating for a long time, he suddenly shouted, "Hunter!" Ye Qiyan, who was about to return to the train to open the treasure chest, paused and turned around in confusion. "Is there something else?" O'Tanley trudged through the thick snow, running up to him with difficulty, swallowing hard before cautiously saying, "Hunter, now there's only me left in the village. Can I? My train only has one seat." Ye Qiyan knew what he was going to say and unhesitatingly chose to refuse. He wasn't the type to enjoy living and adventuring with others. He wouldn't allow anyone else to board the train that only belonged to him, now or in the future. At most, like Shea, he would create partners using doll making or other techniques that belonged solely to him. He never trusted strangers. O'Tanley's words got stuck in his throat, standing in the wind and snow, feeling a bit at a loss. Ye Qiyan shook his head and his heart, thought for a moment, and continued, "Go somewhere else. Don't stay here. Since you're the only one left in the village, you must live for them. If you encounter danger, just like this time, go out searching with this coin. Perhaps other hunters will come help you." Ye Qiyan took out a train coin and waved it in front of O'Tanley before putting it away again. "As for how to find them, that depends on your luck." With that, he no longer lingered and braved the increasingly fierce wind and snow towards his train. This cursed weather made him miss the comfortable life in the temperature-controlled carriage immensely. Back on the train, after deducting the departure rights, there were still 2.5 hours left before he could leave this station. Ye Qiyan crawled into the temperature-controlled carriage, took off his thick cotton clothes that were nearly frozen, and immediately threw himself onto the soft big bed. "This miserable weather is deadly," he exclaimed. "Hey, Wally, go find a piece of beef in the storage room and roast it." "All right, stop looking at me with such a pitiful expression. I said I wouldn't go back on my word about charging you. Just bring the meat. I can roast it myself." Wally happily sped off towards the storage compartment. Although it couldn't put things into the storage unit, as long as Ye Qiyan granted permission, it could retrieve items from the storage unit. After tossing a piece of beef onto the grill, Ye Qiyan felt much warmer after a while. Only then did he turn his attention to the 2 rewards from this station. Level 5 treasure chest can be opened. This was the first time he had obtained a level 5 treasure chest from the platform. As long as he completed the sublimation, this treasure chest would upgrade to level 6. Thinking about the level 6 items he currently possessed, Ye Qiyan was filled with endless anticipation for the rewards in this treasure chest. Sublimation. Stamina, 8,545. Spirit, 6,737 70 points. That is 20 points more than the jump from level 4 to level 5, which isn't much. Level 6 treasure chest can be opened. Open treasure chest without hesitation. Ye Qiyan opened the treasure chest. To his surprise, besides the train coins that should have been there was only one item, specifically a blueprint. Obtained, 24 train coins. Obtained, Hunter Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint, no level. Hunter Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint, no level. Phase 1, can be manufactured. 1-2. Requirements, Mine Cube 1. Metal, 1,000 kilograms. Mechanical parts, 800 units. Emotional Intelligence Chip 1. Note, this is a blueprint made by A. Before their fall. Note 2. This is an item seized by a train conductor, who, before dying, broke into a low-level station, unable to reverse their own death. Adhering to the principle that what they couldn't obtain shouldn't be obtained by others, and thus discarded it at the low-level platform, forming a treasure chest at this station. Note 3. This treasure chest was originally a level 5 treasure chest, influenced by certain talent to be upgraded to level 6. Since the content of the chest cannot be changed, the reward of train coins was increased to 24. What? Seeing the description of this blueprint, Ye Qiyan thought he hadn't woken up yet, rubbed his eyes hard, and after confirming he hadn't read it wrong, he gaped. Something that required 1,000 kilograms of metal and 800 mechanical parts to produce. And so many notes. System, when did you become so diligent? The train system adheres to the philosophy of serving the train conductor when faced with items that exceed your current level. More annotations will appear to help novice conductors understand more easily. A blueprint made from 3 question marks, and it was seized by a high-level conductor? That is really interesting. Hey, I want to see if I can make it, but where can I find this mine cube? Rubbing his chin, he guessed that this thing was likely not something the conductors in his segment could understand. The best way to find out about the mine cube would still be to get information from Shea. However, he temporarily suppressed this thought. The next stop was the 10th station, and after passing the 10th station, his novice period would end. He didn't know what would happen then, so it would be better to wait and see before asking. In terms of quantity, the harvest from this station wasn't much. A Blood Clan Baronheart that could transform races would definitely sell for a good price, and the Hunter Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint was shrouded in mystery, making Ye Qiyan look forward to the day he could produce it. In addition, the 24 train coins in the treasure chest brought his total train coin count to 31. Although it looked like a lot, Ye Qiyan felt that this amount was still insufficient to buy the upgrade option for a level 5 train. So he decided to keep saving and not rush. All thoughts came to a halt. Ye Qiyan came back to his senses, looking at the sizzling beef on the grill. Licking his lips. Nothing could make him happier than eating roasted meat on a blizzard day. If there was something, it would be hot pot. Chapter 57 Bidding for the Heart. Departure rights triggered. The hour hand of the pocket watch stopped at 8 o'clock. The train's whistle was still loud, even amidst the blizzard. The void manifested, and the tracks moved forward, from one expanse of white to another. The weather in the wilderness had not changed since the arrival at the station. Open the public chat room. 8,683, 10,000. When will this damned weather end? I really can't take it anymore. Isn't it usually over by midnight? Just hold on for 4 more hours. We can make it if we burn some wood. By the way, that guy Li Shaosheng has put a lot of materials on the trading platform again. Where did he get so many? Really envious of his luck. Who knows? But Zhaoan from our block isn't bad either. Most of the vegetables on the trading platform are posted by him. Those two must have a lot of train coins by now, right? TSK. I wonder when the next public station will appear. Are you trying to steal from him? Idiot. That Li Shaosheng bought a level 3 crossbow blueprint at the public trading station before and sold one to each of his alliance members. If we get to the public platform, better stay away from those guys, or you want to even know how you died. A crossbow? Is that thing really stronger than a gun? How has the guy upstairs survived this long? Even a level 3 weapon like a crossbow is much stronger than low-level firearms. Didn't you notice that guy who sold guns? What was his name again? Ye Qiyan? He has shown up for a while, has he? Ah, Ye Qiyan's low-level rifles are already outdated. That guy refuses to join the alliance. Brotherly has already said that the next time he sees him, he will definitely take his life. That's right. Brotherly also said that no one is allowed to buy his stuff, or else it would be against the alliance. Li Shaosheng's lackeys emerged. Watching the conversation in the chat room, Ye Qiyan calmly typed a line of text on the screen, along with a screenshot, spending 1 train coin to pin it. Selling Heart of the Blood Baron. Now available for bidding on the trading platform. only accepting train coin transactions, highest bidder wins. The trading platform has a bidding feature. However, this feature is rarely used. When the introduction of the Heart of the Blood Baron appeared in the chat room, the scrolling dialog box stopped for a moment. Then it started to scroll rapidly again. What is this? Transform into a blood clan? And what's this module? I've never seen any of this before. How many train coins does this thing cost? If I have it, I wouldn't have to fear those monster trains anymore. Even on the platform, I could do whatever I want. The bidding price has already reached 15 train coins? Where did you all get so much money? I thought we were all struggling through tough times. A bunch of liars. The appearance of this heart immediately attracted a lot of attention. Among them, there were those who, upon seeing the many modules, were tempted to start bidding ahead of everyone else. Ye Qiyan was one of them. Ye Qiyan. How did he get such a lucky item? Haha, but this guy is really stupid for selling it instead of using it himself. Does he not want to give up his human identity? He disdainfully curled his lips. Ignorance. What does it matter if one is human? As long as one gets stronger. Who cares about your race? With this heart, becoming a blood clan, who could be my opponent? Ye Qiyan took out a train coin and mimicked Ye Qiyan to pin a message in the chat room. My alliance is taking this thing. Then, another message pinned above it. Didn't your little brothers say that no one is allowed to buy Ye Qiyan stuff? What is this? As the leader, you are the first to go back on your word. The person who pinned above him was Qiyan, the train chief who had been planting various vegetables since the first station, and he was quite respected in his block. The two of them sold basic resources and various vegetables, and they should have kept to themselves, but Ye Qiyan's alliance members flaunted themselves in the chat room, mocking the train chiefs from other blocks, which led to their alliance's reputation being terrible. Ye Qiyan's face turned a mix of green and red. He gritted his teeth, watching the price on the trading platform continuously climb. The bidding price soared, eventually stopping at the number 23. The person who made this price was none other than Ye Qiyan. He had gathered nearly all the train coins among his alliance members using the basic resources he had on hand to barely come up with this amount. He still had some skill. Qiyan also tried to gather train coins from fellow train chiefs in his block, but in the end, very few were willing to trust him. Without any interest as assurance, who would be willing to lend their wealth to someone else? As the set bidding time reached 0, Ye Qiyan obtained the Heart of the Blood Baron, and those train coins went to Ye Qiyan's hands. Didn't expect this thing could sell for such a high price? Well, after all, it was obtained from a level 5 station. However, the final buyer was actually Ye Qiyan. Haha, I wonder if this guy will regret coming to trouble me. He only saw the advantages of the modules gained after transforming races and the enhanced abilities beyond ordinary humans, but selectively ignored the negative effects. Perhaps Ye Qiyan would smoothly pass through the next few stations, but what about after that? But this has nothing to do with him. Ye Qiyan smiled as he counted the train coins. 53 coins, that was his total. With these train coins, Ye Qiyan felt that the train's next upgrade could be put on the agenda. He still needed a bit more stamina and spirit. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, he would upgrade the train to level 5. Speaking of which, breaking the record of upgrading to level 4 10 stations ago, level 5 should be possible too, right? No, it must be possible. Ding ding, a friend message notification rang in his ears. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he calmed down and brought up the screen, only to see a message from Xiaolin. Brother Yi, how many train coins did you end up making? She's still alive? That's really not easy. Not much. Just 23 coins. The bidding on the trading platform can only be seen by the bidders and the seller, so no one else knows what the final transaction price is. Xiaolin rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have read it wrong. 23 train coins? That would require opening almost 4 level 3 treasure chests to get. Who is really the lucky one here? Why can't she get such things? So impressive. Was this also from a treasure chest? Just killed an old bat. Seeing this, the envy in Xiaolin's heart instantly vanished. Good luck and bad luck are conserved, so wealth and danger must be too. The bat Ye Qiyan mentioned must not have been simple. Perhaps to kill that bat, he paid a great price to obtain the deserved reward. If it were her, she would probably just think about finding a place to hide. Chapter 58 Level 5 Train and Platform 10 Goblin Tribe. This thing can turn a person into a blood clan. Looking at the wrinkled heart in front of him, Ye Qiyan's eyes were filled with passion. Ye Qiyan, I will make you regret selling this to me. He raised his head, tossed it into his mouth, and the nauseating smell exploded in his mouth. Ye Qiyan fought hard against the urge to vomit and swallowed it down. Soon after, excruciating pain struck. His skin began to rot, and 2 fangs pierced through his mouth. His once acceptable appearance transformed into that of an extremely ugly monster in just a few seconds. Trembling, Ye Qiyan got up and was shocked to see his hideous reflection in the mirror. Is this me? He punched out, shattering the mirror into pieces. Did my strength increase? Blood Clan, I succeeded. From this moment on, Li Xiaoshen was no longer human. The next day, 6:30, the sound of the broadcast rang out. Ye Qiyan, who had been awake for a while, was cooking. He cracked 2 eggs into the frying pan, placed a few slices of thinly cut beast meat beside them, and added fresh tomatoes and a white fruit. The meat sizzled on the grill, and after sprinkling some salt, it became a hearty breakfast. Congratulations, the remaining 8,679 train conductors after merging blocks. You have successfully arrived at the new Survivor Period's 10th station. The 10th station will be the endpoint for novice train conductors. Good luck in endpoint. Chewing on the white fruit, Ye Qiyan sat by the train window, gazing outside. The silver-clad landscape from yesterday had vanished overnight. The yellowish wasteland still stretched endlessly, as usual. Leveling up to a level 5 train before the 10th station, I should be doing quite well. He walked to the front of the train, reached out to touch the oval train system body, and softly said, "Sublimate." Stamina and spirits surged like tides. A stream of blue light continuously emerged from the front of the train, enveloping the entire train. Stamina, 12,070. Spirit, 12,060. Train upgrade complete. Current level, 5. A brand new train reappeared in the wasteland. Opening the train details, the familiar 3 items were there: wheels, frame, and chassis, all with level 5 strength. The speed had also increased to 100 kilometers per hour. Then came the upgrade options. 1. Smart ship, 10 train coins. 2. Heavy turret carriage, 20 train coins. 3. CVO Road King, 10 train coins. 4. Infinite storage game console, 8 train coins. Well, he overestimated his train coin reserves. The 4 options totaled 48 train coins. If he bought them all, his train coin balance would drop to single digits again. Just became a rich man for a day. And now I'm about to be broke again. He shook his head helplessly and decided to check what these rewards were. The smart ship goes without saying. He already gave Wallian 1 for the brain, and the automated planning carriage also needed one. This one must be bought. The focus was on the last 3, especially the most expensive carriage. Heavy turret carriage, equipped with 2 fixed heavy cannons, 1 fixed top machine gun. Can be remotely controlled for attacks via the train control system. Cannons? That sounds pretty good, I'll buy it. A pure black carriage, much larger than a regular one, appeared out of nowhere and connected to Ye Qiyan's train. Inside the carriage, looking at the huge cannon barrels aimed at both sides, Ye Qiyan couldn't help but touch them a few times. This is the romance of a man. If it weren't for the fact that the accompanying ammunition only had 6 rounds, he would have wanted to fire one to see its power. The next option, CVO Road King, was a silver-gray motorcycle. With it, Ye Qiyan would no longer have to use his legs to walk long distances in the platform. Buy. The last one, Infinite Storage Game Console, a game console with unlimited internal storage space. Can spend 1 train coin to purchase continuously updated games. No need to hesitate. This one must be bought. The number of train coins was back to square one, but adhering to the principle that since he bought it, he should use it. He spent 1 train coin to buy a copy of Devil May Cry 5, a game he fully completed before coming to this world. Just a way to reminisce about the past. Absolutely not, because he was addicted to gaming. Then, there was one more thing. That was the reward for breaking the level 5 record. Congratulations on breaking the fastest level 5 train record. You have received a train weapon. Train weapon? What is this? Choosing to claim it, a stream of blue light directly fused into Ye Qiyan's body. Train weapon Doom Drill. Consume 1 train coin to summon a drill in front of the train, increasing power as the train speed increases. 12:30, still being tormented by the boss in the game. Ye Qiyan put down the controller. Looking at the light screen in front of him, his previous laziness gradually disappeared. Is it finally about to begin? The fork in fate has been triggered. Please choose a path from the following 2 platforms. Platform 1. Deep in the Enchanted Jungle, level 5 hunting platform. Platform 2. Davi Village Goblin Tribe, level 5 hunting platform. Please choose. Goblins again. I really have a connection with goblins, and they're all hunting platforms? This station is really hard to choose. Which one to select? Option 1's Deep Forest is basically equivalent to having no information at all. As for option 2, decided, since goblins have appeared so many times, it would be unreasonable not to take a look. I choose Platform 2, Davi Village Goblin Tribe. Platform selection completed. Please sit tight, the 10th station ahead is Davi Village Goblin Tribe. The train moved forward, and half an hour later, it passed through the void, accompanied by the sound of the whistle. Ye Qiyan looked out the window. To his surprise, this time, outside the train, there were more than a dozen men and women dressed differently. Looking very much like adventurers from another world, staring over here. Current station, Davi Village Goblin Tribe. Docking countdown, 9:59. 59. Good luck. Warning, high risk. A bearded uncle in priestly clothing came over and knocked on the train door. Hello, are you the new adventurer? Adventurer, like the hunter from the last station, should be the identity of the train conductor here. The sentinel did not trigger, and the other party showed no hostility. Ye Qiyan opened the door and smiled, saying, Hello, my name is Ye Qiyan. What happened here? I'm an adventurer just passing through and still unaware of the situation. The priestly uncle smiled kindly. I see. I thought you were sent by the royal capital. Since you're not, you should leave quickly. This village is about to be invaded by the Goblin Kingdom, and we must guard here for 5 hours to ensure the civilians in the village all evacuate. However, it seems a bit late. Those goblins are already here. Chapter 59. The adventurer team in the village following the gaze of the priest uncle. Hundreds of green-skinned goblins were seen in the distance, waving wooden sticks and iron rods, shouting as they rushed forward. We must stop them. We can't let these monsters break through. Watch for invisibility. The priest uncle pulled out a giant cross the size of a door from behind him and stood in front of himself. Everyone was on high alert, ready to face the goblin attack. At that moment, he suddenly heard a young man's voice beside him. Sentinel, fire. With the order given, the red light in the sentinel's eyes began to rotate. Hundreds of light wheels appeared beneath the goblins that entered the 150-meter warning range, instantly breaking the invisibility of the goblin assassins. Buzz. Weapons manifested. Then fire. Bullets poured out, each hitting the vital spots of the goblins with precision. The furious attack prevented all the goblins from entering the sentinel's 150-meter warning range. Fear instinctively caused the lowest-level goblins to turn and flee. Some goblins managed to escape the 150-meter warning range. But could they truly get away? Chase them down. The order was updated. The sentinel detached from the train, and even while carrying a heavy machine gun, was able to pursue at high speed. These goblins were destined to die here the moment they attempted to rush towards Ye Qiyan. When the gunfire stopped, hundreds of goblins had been hunted down. The sentinel returned to the top of the train to continue the watch. Ye Qiyan patted the shoulder of the stunned priest uncle beside him. Uncle, are you hurt? Huh? Who are you exactly? Just now, the priest uncle came to his senses, looking at Ye Qiyan's harmless appearance and swallowing hard. I just said, I was passing by here, but coincidentally, my target should be the strongest of these goblins. Tell me, where is it? This is a hunting station, so there must be a hunting target, just like that old bat. The strongest goblin? Are you referring to the goblin general? From the priest uncle's words, Ye Qiyan learned about the current situation. The village was surrounded by a legion of 5,000 goblins. There were over 200 civilians in the village, and, as adventurers, they were hired by the human royal family to defend the village, allowing the people inside to evacuate. Of course, the priest uncle shook his head with a smile as he said this. Of course, how could the kingdom spend a lot of money to find a high-level adventurer team for the civilians of a border village? The real reason was that a princess of the human royal family was currently in this village looking for something. Therefore, this adventurer team must prevent the goblins from invading the village for at least 5 hours until the princess found what she was looking for and left safely. The commander of the goblin army outside the village was a goblin general. It should be the hunting target for Ye Qiyan's stop. 5,000. Can you really hold out for 5 hours? Ye Qiyan was skeptical of the priest uncle's words. After all, these people didn't look like they could withstand 5,000 goblins. The priest uncle laughed heartily. We are a well-known adventurer team in the kingdom. While defeating the Goblin Legion is unlikely, we can still hold them off. He pointed to the sky. Look there, we've set up a barrier. As long as the goblin army arrives, we activate the barrier, and they can't break in. Looking at the confident expression on his face, Ye Qiyan silently glanced at the translucent light membrane in the sky that had yet to fall. It just didn't feel as reliable as he claimed. Will that goblin general come too? Of course. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Donald the Priest. If your target is that goblin general, you can stay here. It's dangerous outside, and the train tracks outside the village have long been destroyed by goblins. Donald glanced a few times towards the sentinel, his eyes filled with a hint of fervor. With the target confirmed, Ye Qiyan agreed to Donald's invitation to stay temporarily. The members of this adventurer team were quite nice. Ye Qiyan earned their trust with a few bottles of ice beer. Compared to the goblin general they were hunting, Ye Qiyan was actually more curious about what could be worth a princess coming to search in this village. Donald's alcohol tolerance was average. After drinking a little too much, he revealed everything he knew. We don't know the specifics, but I've heard that an ancient relic was discovered under this village, and there might be some treasures inside, haha. But it's strange. We've wandered around the village a few times, and how come we didn't notice any entrance to the relic? I don't know how that princess and her people got in. An ancient relic without an entrance? What treasures could be hidden there? Could it be the treasure chest for this stop? Or something else? Ye Qiyan's interest was piqued, taking advantage of the time to get more drinks. He returned to the train. Looking at Wally, who was spinning around amusing itself, he patted its metal head. Your turn. Go fetch the most precious thing from this stop. Don't let me down. A train coin transformed into dark golden light and merged into Wally's body. It patted its square body with its mechanical claws, clearly ready to take on the task. Be careful. Don't let anyone see you. If you can't handle it, come back to find me. There's no need to take risks. Watching Wally's departing figure, Ye Qiyan gave a reminder. Hearing his concern, Wally's camera-like eyes actually showed a look of appreciation, nodding and rubbing against Ye Qiyan's calf, rolling its tracks, and entered the village without being noticed by anyone. Near a mud house, it found the entrance leading underground. Ye Qiyan, why are you so slow? I thought you got drunk and fell asleep in the train, haha. Who would get drunk so easily when they're a top adventurer with their own train? I'm really envious that you have a train. How much did you spend to buy it from the Run Company? We've been saving for over 10 years and only managed to gather 18 coins, still 3 short of buying our own train. Sigh. I don't even know where to find those last 3 coins. Once we complete this kingdom's task, we'll get a coin, right? Boss, we'll have our train soon. Then we won't have to ride those bumpy carts anymore. Ha, right? We'll have it soon. Run Company? Stepping out of the train? Hearing the somewhat familiar name in their conversation made Ye Qiyan pause. He had heard this company's name once before. Where was it? In the Doomsday Town. A monster in the silverware shop used 3 train coins to buy a cake from Run Company that it thought could cure its daughter. And the company's courier died at the edge of the town. This was the second time. Were they trying to purchase a train? Chapter 60, Encountering Run Again. Ye Qiyan slightly squinted his eyes, sitting next to Donald, opened a bottle of beer, and handed it to Donald, showing a curious expression as he smiled and asked, what is this RNU company you mentioned? As soon as he said this, Donald and the others looked at him with puzzled expressions. Donald scratched his head. Brother Ye Qiyan, I can't believe you don't know about Run Company. You own a train? How could you not know about it? This train wasn't bought by me. Ah, I see. Donald shook his head with a bitter smile. I thought, given your youth, how could you have collected enough coins to buy a train, and you don't look like an adventurer either? Sigh, being a noble is so much better. You can get what you want without fighting outside. By the way, you said your goal is to kill the Goblin General. Are you trying to make a name for yourself by taking down that monster? Donald had already imagined that Ye Qiyan was the offspring of some noble, adventuring on a train provided by his family at the border. Ye Qiyan pretended to laugh awkwardly, which made Donald even more convinced of his idea, and then continued to ask curiously, so what is Run Company? What is this coin? What does it have to do with the train? Donald took a sip of beer, leaned back against his massive cross, and took out a cloth bag from his pocket, pulling out something Ye Qiyan was quite familiar with. Train coin. Run Company appeared over 200 years ago on the continent. Those called couriers brought many magical items. At that time, countries on the continent wanted to buy those items, but were told they only accepted transactions with this mysterious coin. This coin is hard to find and cannot be replicated. It can only be obtained in some dangerous places or in chests found in mysterious ruins. One empire at the time wanted to seize those magical items by force. But in just one night, the imperial capital of that empire was wiped out as if it had never existed. A high-level adventure team, like ours, has only found a dozen coins after more than 10 years of searching. We still need 3 more coins to buy a train. At this point, Donald looked at Ye Qiyan's train with envy again, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Ye Qiyan rubbed his chin slightly. The appearance of Run Company was over 200 years ago, but Shay has said she had never heard of Run Company 15 years ago. So, does that mean the time on the platform ISNT synchronized with the time in the wilderness? Moreover, the boxes he mentioned that could yield train coins, are they treasure chests? But why are there only coins? Is there nothing else in the boxes? Donald looked at him in confusion. Of course, what else could there be? Ye Qiyan didn't ask further. Then how do you contact Run Company with the coins? You kid, you sure have a lot of questions. Forget it, considering the drinks. After getting the answer, he made an excuse of getting drunk and returned to the train. Sitting in the chair, he fell into thought. Does only the train conductor have the ability to open boxes for items other than train coins? Or is this all just a setting for Donald at this stop? Ye Qiyan was increasingly confused about these platforms. Many times, the background settings of the platforms displayed a complete world, yet sometimes a platform only had that fixed space, with endless darkness and nothingness outside. So, is the world inside the platform real? Sigh, why am I thinking about this? What does it have to do with me? I should just focus on myself. Ye Qiyan shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. He took out the few remaining train coins and, according to the method Donald told him, silently recited in his mind. He attempted to summon the Run Company courier to conduct a purchasing business. There was no response. As expected, the clients of Run Company don't seem to be train conductors like him, but the natives in the platform, collecting train coins through the natives on the platform. But why aren't they willing to trade with the train conductor? This Run Company seems to be hiding itself. After a while, the Goblin Vanguard arrived. These green-skinned monsters wore standard leather armor and wielded wooden long spears, looking much more elite compared to the low-level goblins he first encountered. Ye Qiyan did not make a move, even shutting down the sentry, pretending to show signs of having consumed a lot of bullets in the first wave. After hearing this news, Donald and his team looked at him with a bit more disdain. They completely regarded him as a spoiled noble going out for adventure, lacking any ability beyond the train and the sentry on it. Is this magic? It does look cool, but what a pity, I wish I could learn it. Staying inside the train, through the window, Ye Qiyan munched on the sunflower seeds he bought from Zhao Lin while watching the small team fight. No wonder such a big cross is needed. It's used to swing at people. A violent priest dug, smashing them into mush. The battle lasted a long time. And ultimately, the small team managed to eliminate over 100 elite goblins in the vanguard, albeit with injuries among the team members. Though no one died, everyone was injured and could only slowly recover with Donald's healing. But the goblins clearly wouldn't give them that time. Another batch of elite goblins rushed over the hill immediately. The scout ahead also brought back bad news. The main force of the goblin army was only 10 minutes away from the village. However, the combat strength of this small team was truly hard to agree with. The mage in the team was almost killed by an elite goblin assassin who cut him in the waist. After the battle ended, Donald panted heavily, looking at the pale-faced mage and gritting his teeth. We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and open the barrier. If this continues, before we even meet the main force of the goblins, we'll be ambushed and killed by these assassins. Donald bit his teeth and calculated the time. Open the barrier. Drive those lowly goblins away. A translucent light membrane covered the village like an inverted bowl. Outside the bowl, the goblins were blocked. They pounded desperately, but couldn't budge the light membrane at all. Donald was right. This thing could indeed block ordinary goblin attacks. But what if they weren't ordinary goblins? Lightning flashed. In the sky, a spear enveloped in thunder struck the barrier at high speed. Cracks began to spread from that tip. Crack, crack. The barrier shattered. Chapter 61 Guilty. How could this be? How could this goblin break our barrier? Donald stared incredulously at the spear that shattered the barrier. A goblin. How could it possess such a powerful weapon? Captain, we should run. The barrier is broken. We definitely can't hold them off. Damn goblins. They're coming. Don't come any closer. 5,000 goblins surged toward the village like a green tide. Among them, a tall goblin general clad in black armor stood at the center, extending a hand forward. The yellow bracelet on his wrist flickering with light as it returned to his hand, charged with thunder. The goblin general grinned menacingly at the adventurer team, suddenly noticing the train not far from them. A moment of fear flashed in his eyes, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, but then suddenly remembered something, his already ugly face turning even more ferocious. The spear was aimed at the train. Gilly-gully-gwala. Nearly half of the goblin army adjusted their direction and charged straight at the train. It seemed they were targeted. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the spear in the goblin general's hand. Is that my hunting reward? It looks pretty good. 150 meters. The moment the goblin army approached this distance, the closed sentinels reactivated. Annihilate. The command was issued. The red targeting circles expanded continuously. 1, 2. Thousands of red circles appeared out of thin air beneath the goblin's feet. Whether invisible or disguised, even if they accelerated, they couldn't escape the sentinel's lock-on. Bullets. Enough. The mental magazine was refilled. Then, a train token transformed into dark golden light at his fingertips and merged with the sentinel. Activate overlimit mode. The red eyeball of the sentinel erupted with blinding light as the 30-second double rate of fire was activated. The firepower of the double-rate heavy machine gun turned the area within 150 meters ahead into a bloody slaughterhouse. Not a single goblin could survive even a second after entering this range before being turned into mush. The goblin general stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Not only him, but the adventurers behind the train did as well. Is this war? No, this is a complete one-sided massacre. The goblins wanted to flee, but the goblin general roared a few times, influencing the fleeing goblins, their eyes turning blood red as they howled and continued to charge. Are these goblins insane? How could they possibly charge through? An adventurer murmured, voicing everyone's doubts. Oh, quite clever, knowing to exhaust my bullets. If it were someone else, they might really have to consider the bullet issue, but well, creak. The sweet scent of white forest fruit masked the bloodiness carried by the breeze. When 2 magazines were emptied, the gunfire slowly faded away. The goblin general showed a pleased expression, waving his spear to continue directing the charge. No, out of bullets? Captain, let's go, he has no bullets left. Yes, Captain, we should have left earlier. Damn it. How could I believe that a noble's young master could take down 5,000 goblins? I must be crazy. Donald gritted his teeth, staring at the train before him. Caught in hesitation. Ye Qiyan helped us. Go call him back so we can leave together. Captain, there's no time. That kid has a train. Let him figure out how to escape by himself. What does it have to do with us? Idiot. The train sold by Run Company requires a 30-minute preheat each time it starts. And how long has the battle been going on? Ignoring the other's advice, Donald hurried toward the train, wanting to get everyone out before the goblins arrived. Ye Qiyan in the train heard their conversation, smiled slightly, opened the window, and leaned out his head, leisurely waving at the sweating Donald. Donald, you're quite decent. Get off the train, no matter how precious it is. It's not as important as your life. Don't stay up there. Your weapon is out of bullets, right? The ammo for that kind of weapon can only be bought from Run Company. And even if your family is wealthy, they can't give you more. Hurry. There's still time. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ye Qiyan smiled at him, swallowing the white forest fruit in his mouth. Don't worry, there's still plenty of bullets. 80 meters. Snap. A sound of fingers snapping. The empty mental magazine was directly filled. 50 meters. Another train token transformed into golden light. Overlimit mode, restart. Fire. On the battlefield, goblins were hit by bullets and exploded into blood mist. The level 6 heavy machine gun, paired with special mental bullets, could even achieve multiple kills in densely packed areas against overwhelming foes. The forced berserk goblins were also forced to wake up. They discarded their helmets and armor, instinctively driven to ignore the goblin general's commands and turned to flee. Chase them. A comical scene appeared on the battlefield. The sentinel floated in midair, wielding a heavy machine gun, single-handedly encircling the remaining less than 2,000 goblins. It wasn't until the 2 magazines were exhausted again that the sentinel stopped the pursuit and returned to the train. Sitting on the train's window frame, Ye Qiyan continued eating the white forest fruit, ignoring Donald, who was in shock for the umpteenth time, and walked directly outside the train. In the area 300 meters ahead of the train, the green grass was stained crimson. The goblin army had completely collapsed in the slaughterhouse. Only the goblin general remained angrily in place, and no matter how much it roared, it couldn't salvage the shattered spirit of the goblin army. Of course, even it felt fear under the sentinel's attack. Just as it was about to flee with the army, it suddenly noticed a seemingly delicious, unarmed human stepping out of the train. Gilly Gulu? Gilly Gulu. It immediately showed joy. Even with its underdeveloped brain, it could tell that this delicious human should be the owner of the train. As long as it killed it, the train would belong to the great goblin General Tororo. Greed made it abandon its fear. At this distance, it could definitely pierce through this delicious human's heart, and then, like the barrier before, it would turn into fragments. Gilly Gulu Gwala! The goblin general raised its spear high, yellow lightning crackling along its length, but before it could throw it. Bang! A bullet pierced through its forehead. Gunfire judgment triggered. Guilt determination. Guilty. Chapter 62. Rampage Thunderlight Spear with a single shot. The world fell silent. Blowing away the blue smoke from the muzzle of the ebony spear and humming a cheerful tune, Ye Qiyan walked straight to the corpse of the goblin general, whose head had completely exploded, and kicked it aside. This was his first time using the active ability of the fire judgment. Indeed, it was very powerful. He picked up the long spear that had rolled to the ground and activated the holographic display for identification. Thunderlight Spear, level 5, consumes stamina to launch a powerful lightning attack. Compatible equipment. Spear Recycler. The Spear Recycler should be the device that the Goblin General used before. He took it off from its wrist and examined this highly technological item, lost in thought. Could this thing really be obtained by a goblin? Or did it come from a treasure chest open elsewhere? No, Donald had no reason to deceive me. The natives in this platform world should only be able to obtain train coins from treasure chests and not other rewards. Then, Run Company? Whether it was the Spear Recycler or the spear itself, Ye Qiyan felt that these items were all purchased from Run Company. The level of targeting the Goblin General had against him was a clear indication. This monster had obviously encountered other trains before, and not the kind that natives would buy, but ones genuinely owned by train conductors. Run Company was probably a force formed by train conductors, right? They sell items to the natives, and then the actions of these natives become new platforms. Without seeing Run Company itself, Ye Qiyan speculations could not be confirmed. However, it should be soon. According to the broadcast, after completing the 10th platform, this batch of train conductors would pass the novice period. At that time, there would definitely be an opportunity to meet earlier batches of conductors. Their understanding of Run Company would certainly exceed his own. Perhaps at some station, he would encounter someone from Run Company. Putting away the spear, Ye Qiyan hesitated for a moment before stripping the iron armor off the goblin general. This guy hadn't bathed in who knows how many years. The stench from the iron armor was unbearable. However, it would be a waste to throw it away. Recycling it would yield very little material. It would be better to put it on the trading platform. There would definitely be someone willing to buy it despite the smell, not wanting to deal with the hassle of taking it back. Ye Qiyan directly marked the armor at a price of 8 train coins and threw it onto the trading platform. Where else could you find a conscientious merchant like me? 8 train coins for level 3 iron armor. This seemed completely unrelated to conscience. Returning to the train with his gains, he noticed the looks of awe and fear in Donald and the adventurers around him. If the Sentinel's attack could still lead these adventurers to think it was merely due to the weapon's power, then Ye Qiyan's one-shot kill of the Goblin General was enough to dispel all doubts. Lord Yi, thank you for your help. Your feat of single-handedly repelling a 5,000-strong goblin army will surely be proclaimed by us. In the name of the Holy Lord, I, Donald, will never conceal these achievements. That was fine, but your task is complete now, right? I still need to stay here for a while. What about you? We're leaving right now. Hearing the implied order in his words, Donald decisively led his team of adventurers away. Just as they were about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a silver-white statue of a female worshiper with her face covered by a hood from his backpack and handed it over. Lord Yi, you have helped us so much and saved all our lives. We have nothing precious to offer, so please take this. With it, the Holy Lord will bless you. The adventure team's figures gradually faded away. Ye Qiyan looked at the statue in his hand and pondered. Does this world really have gods? No, what am I thinking? It's actually strange if there are no gods. Statue of the saint. Pray and hope. Perhaps the Holy Lord will cast a glance at you. Not necessarily useful. Who else could compel countless people to enter this train survival world and explore desperately? If not a god? No. Or to put it another way, the only thing that can achieve this must be called a god. Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of Shea. That woman looked just like a nun. What god does she believe in? I should ask her if I get the chance. Putting down the statue, his gaze fell on the hunting rewards for this station. Sublimation. Stamina, 11,773. Sublimation successful. Rampage Thunder Light Spear, level 6. Raging Thunder Strike. Reduces stamina to 0. Unleashing a powerful strike. Can be equipped. Spear Recycler. How great is the power? Ye Qiyan did not dare to try easily. After all, the negative effects seemed too severe. It was known that reducing stamina to 0 would enter an extreme lethargy state. Even when he had 20 or 30 points left, he felt quite uncomfortable. It was hard to imagine what it would be like at 0. However, he didn't want to consume stamina to use it. But what about the Sentinel? The Sentinel didn't have stamina to worry about. Thinking of this, Ye Qiyan eagerly climbed to the top of the train and directly equipped this throwing spear along with the recycler to the Sentinel. He then issued the command, switch weapon. Rampage Thunder Light Spear. Activate. Raging Thunder Strike. Command issued. The Sentinel activated. The spear body gathered golden lightning, forming a spiraling thunder tip that continuously rotated. After reaching a critical point, it shot out, turning into a golden meteor that fell to the ground. Then boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, accompanied by a powerful shockwave spreading outward. Crap! Feeling the violent shock, Ye Qiyan hurriedly dove back into the train to avoid being blown away. When the lightning dissipated, he looked at the massive, spiral-shaped ground resembling a meteorite crater before him. Not bad. Ye Qiyan was very satisfied with the power of the sublimated spear. Moreover, after the Sentinel used the spear's ability, it would not consume stamina, as the description indicated. It just needed 1 minute to recharge before it could be used again. Constantly recalling it through the spear recycler made it a formidable weapon, comparable to the benevolent heavy machine gun. Not only that, but the Sentinel could also use this spear for melee attacks, greatly compensating for its weakness in close combat. Just think about it. If an enemy got close to the Sentinel, being shot at by a machine gun while being harassed by a spear, even if they tried to escape, they would be pursued by raging thunder. Until reaching a higher level, the Sentinel would have no opponents. With a 150-meter alert range, it was destined to become a nightmare for enemies. Chapter 63, Demon Card Temptation. Davil Village, 2,000 meters underground. Soldiers clad in exquisite armor surrounded a woman in her early 30s, waiting in this underground world. In front of them, a semi-transparent light screen displayed an inverted cross-shaped structure. The woman forcefully inserted a semi-cylindrical key into the stone platform before the light screen, her steps unsteady, as if she had been standing for a long time. "Your Highness, why don't you take a break and let's take over? It's almost been a day, and if this continues, your health." A soldier stepped forward, trying to be courteous. "Get away." The woman viciously kicked the soldier aside. "This is mine. None of you commoners are allowed to touch it." Her words left the others exchanging glances, helping the soldier who was kicked aside and bleeding to retreat silently. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere around her, the woman scoffed disdainfully, her fiery gaze fixed on the inverted cross altar within the light screen. "Almost there, almost there." In the darkness, no one noticed a small, square robot hiding nearby, observing everything. Wally quietly circled around and stopped on the other side of the light screen, extending its mechanical arm to poke at it, feeling it was soft. So, Wally directly bumped into it. Bang! Covering its metal head, the little robot showed a hurt expression. It was certain it couldn't get in here. It needed to go back and inform its master, letting them personally come to obtain the most precious thing it had discovered in this platform. "Wally? Back so soon? Didn't find anything? That's okay. I'm not Ibapi. If I can't get it, then so be it. Your power will still be charged." "Huh? You drew a map? Does that mean there are treasures down here?" Led by Wally to the entrance leading underground. Ye Qiyan took out a pure purification stone as a light source and followed Wally inside. The location should be this way. After about half an hour, traversing a deep path, the scene before him suddenly opened up. Green crystals were embedded everywhere, emitting a soft glow that illuminated this vast underground world. They continued forward until Ye Qiyan heard voices not far away. "Are you okay? That kick from Her Highness wasn't light. Your ribs must be broken. Why do you have to go up there to seek death?" She looks down on soldiers from the lower class. "I just want to rise in rank. I don't want to be just a guard." "That can't be now. Once the princess gets the item from the relic, we need to think of a way to deal with her. Are we really going to take action? What else? Once that woman obtains the item from the relic, how could she tolerate us knowing? She will definitely eliminate us." The conversation gradually faded away. After walking for about 10 more minutes, Ye Qiyan saw the relic that the two guards had mentioned. Observing the princess, who was in her 30s and looked like a middle-aged woman, Ye Qiyan's fantasies of a fairy tale princess shattered completely. So ugly. He didn't go out directly. Instead, he circled around like Wally did earlier, reaching the other side of the light screen. Reaching out to touch it, the soft texture made it hard to believe there was anything difficult to break through. How to get in? Ye Qiyan fell into thought. What if he waited for that princess to open it and then shot her to seize it? That was one way, if there were no better options. He might as well try. Wait, he suddenly thought of a good idea. Anchor point. The dark golden blasphemy card appeared between his fingers. Anchor down. Mental energy consumed. An anchor point marked appeared within the light screen. Then, sailing. A feeling of immersion washed over him. The sounds in his ears came and went. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside the relic. He succeeded. He could actually do it. Ye Qiyan played with the blasphemy card in his hand, smiling. With the anchor point and teleportation ability, he could easily cross any barriers. The blasphemy card's power really seemed to grow stronger the more he looked at it. If the blasphemy card were to undergo another sublimation. Ye Qiyan gazed for a moment, shaking his head. No, it felt just like before when he couldn't sublimate items above level 4. His current ability wasn't strong enough yet. Forget it. It was better to see what was inside the relic first. Putting the card away, Ye Qiyan walked towards the massive inverted cross altar structure ahead. So tall. Looking up, this building was almost 10 stories high. He climbed the stairs, continuously ascending until he reached the spacious, pure, white platform at the top. There existed another inverted cross platform taller than a person. Approaching, this enormous altar existed solely for the item on this platform. What is this? A pale purple card floated here. On the card, a demon figure holding a scythe, its face obscured by a hood, looked lifelike. It feels a bit like the blasphemy card, could it be? Ye Qiyan swallowed hard and reached out to grab it. The moment he grasped the card, he heard countless whispers full of temptation ringing in his ears. But that feeling vanished in an instant. Ye Qiyan shook his head and tapped his forehead. What was that just now? An illusion? He checked his personal information. Aside from a mental energy consumed to place the anchor point and teleport, His mental energy had dropped again by about half. This card. Identification. He accessed the train system to identify the card in his hand. Demon card temptation. Temptation. Consumes mental energy. Your lies will make others believe. Demon. Consumes physical energy. Your actions will instill fear. What a powerful ability. And it has no level. This thing can't be of the same class as the blasphemy card, right? No, this should be less powerful than the blasphemy card. What luck. This stop had an extra reward. Ye Qiyan felt quite pleased. He glanced at the ugly princess below, still struggling to open a light screen with what should be the key. Working so hard. It would be so pitiful if she finds nothing after coming in. Casually tossing aside a level 3 bullet onto the altar, he thought, a level 3 bullet is still decent. He didn't leave immediately. In fact, he couldn't leave immediately. The anchor point's teleportation required an hour to recover. Taking advantage of this time, Ye Qiyan returned below to let Wally go back first. Time passed quickly. Anchor point. Sailing. Once again, an immersion feeling. Once again, whispers. Only this time, when Ye Qiyan opened his eyes, he was back in his train. Chapter 64. Leaving the 10th station. Newbie rights disabled. Finally opened. Underground world. The princess looked at the opening in front of her, resembling a dog hole, and immediately bent down to crawl inside. The guards behind her wanted to follow, but were glared back by her fierce gaze. Commoners, do you even deserve to come in? Stay there and wait for me. Once I get that thing, this world will be mine. She lifted her heavy skirt and quickly climbed up towards the inverted cross altar. After climbing for a long time, she reached the top and saw a small inverted cross altar, rushing towards it with fiery eyes. This is a bullet? Just a bullet? Is this what the run company sent me to retrieve? Picking up the bullet that lay flat on the altar, the princess looked puzzled. Who cares? As long as I got it. She took off a hairpin from her head and threw it on the ground, revealing a small crystal. The crystal emitted a faint blue light. A woman wearing a run company medal sat in an office chair, sporting huge dark circles under her eyes, and said in an extremely lazy tone, "Who are you?" "Oh, I remember, you're that princess from a level 5 world. So, have you found what I asked you to retrieve?" "I've got it, here it is." A platform-like object appeared above the crystal. The princess obediently placed a bullet on it. Shortly after, the woman had the bullet in her hand. She looked at the ordinary level 3 bullet and fell into silence. After a long while, the woman raised her head, coldly staring at the princess. "You're lying to me." The old princess's expression changed in shock, and she quickly shook her head and waved her hands. "How could I dare to deceive the Great One from the Run Company? Didn't you say for me to find an underground relic with that key at the kingdom's border? I spent a whole year to find this relic where the key fits. And there's only this bullet on the altar. There really isn't anything else." The woman continued to gaze at her with cold eyes. Those were clearly dead fish eyes. Yet they terrified the old princess to the point of collapsing to the ground. "Enough. There should be a card there. Not just a bullet. Where is it? I'm giving you one last chance to tell the truth. I really don't know. There's only this bullet. I'm not lying to you, really." Zzz. The blue crystal exploded. A sharp shard grazed the princess's neck. Blood gushed out, and she desperately reached out for help, but darkness surged like a tide, completely engulfing her. The dead fish-eyed woman looked at the level 3 bullet in her hand, deep in thought. The native didn't lie, but there was a barrier for the demon card that could only be opened with the key. Why was there only a bullet inside? Did someone swap the card in advance? No, that's impossible. If the relic had been opened by someone, it wouldn't need a key to be opened again. So what was this? She set the bullet aside and spoke to a living creature in the darkness. "Go check if a train conductor over level 30 has been to that station recently." "Yes." "Countdown to docking 1:33:45. Wally, come back." On the train roof, Ye Qiyan lay in the sun. Wally was busy stripping weapons and leather armor from the dead goblins. After processing them at the workbench Ye Qiyan had placed outside, they formed one resource block after another to put into the storage car. "All right, it's about time to go." Yawning, Ye Qiyan called Wally back, collecting the last batch of resources into the storage unit. The harvest for this station ended here. Back on the train, Wally eagerly paced around Ye Qiyan and the charger. The monitor's big eye blinked, looking somewhat adorably silly. "Go ahead, since you've worked so hard. I'll reward you with a full charge today." Although it charged every day, receiving Ye Qiyan's praise made Wally extremely happy. Returning to the temperature control compartment, it had gradually been transformed by Ye Qiyan into a real room. He even bought a dining table on the trading platform and placed a bookshelf with a few comic books and the gaming console he had obtained earlier. This train car could definitely be considered a paradise for otaku. Okay, it's time to set off. The departure rights had already changed color. He raised his hand to tap. The rights were triggered. Departing. The tracks moved forward. The void appeared, passing through, returning. Outside the window, once again returning to the familiar endless wasteland. At the same time Ye Qiyan returned to the wasteland, all the conductors in this block raised their heads to look at the broadcast as it emitted sound. Congratulations. All conductors have left the 10th station. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be under newbie protection rights. In the wasteland, the weather changes daily and will no longer be the same. Cross-block friend addition activated. Multi-person station activated. Guilds activated. Team mode activated. The trading platform will no longer be restricted to this block. The minimum speed requirement for trains has been raised to 60 kilometers per hour. Trains below this speed will enter a dangerous state. Train, good luck to you all. May you survive. Remember, do not abandon your train. A long string of announcements left everyone a bit dazed. 6,831 10,000. What the hell? Why is this broadcast getting less timely? We already left the station. And now it's saying it? I'm almost asleep. That is strange. I heard people from Block E3 say the broadcast timing can sometimes be off from ours. I didn't expect that after merging with them, the broadcast would also be untimely. Hey, is something wrong with you E3 folks? What? Are you suggesting someone can stay at the station for almost 9 hours? That requires leveling up to 4, oh no, to 5, right? ISNT, that what you should be focusing on? The key point is what the broadcast said. Multi-person station again, what SA guild? And what does the trading platform completely opening mean? Wasn't there a multi-person station before? The previous one was a public trading station. You clearly weren't paying attention to the broadcast. As for guilds, Haven T, you play games? Hey, look at the emails. Who is this? Sending a group message inviting us to the City of Stars? There are more emails. Wow, how are there so many now? The chat room was bustling with activity. Ye Qiyan received the same emails they were discussing. Chapter 65 card sequence, the City of 1,000 Stars. The country on the ship, the Sky Garden. Are these the cities built by the predecessors that Shea mentioned? Directly inviting the new batch of train conductors who have passed the 10th platform through the system. Whichever invitation is accepted, the next stop can be reached there, meaning there is no need for random platform selection anymore. What will the cities be like? Looking at the dozens of emails that were sent out in bulk in his inbox, Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. Just from the names, one cannot tell the strength or quality of these forces. Choosing rashly might lead to some trouble. Should he not accept any invitations? Ye Qiyan shook his head, dismissing that thought. He hasn't done anything wrong. With a clean conscience, he has nothing to fear. Aside from a blasphemy card, he has no conflict with others. And there's no need to give up an opportunity to understand the world better. But then again, which one should he choose? He really couldn't decide. However, he could ask, Shea, do you know which force would be better to choose after passing the 10th platform? In a certain platform world, Shea was silently praying with her eyes closed. Hearing the special notification sound from the system, she opened her eyes. The 10th platform? Huh? Why is it only the 10th platform now? I remember this kid arrived at my place many days ago, didn't he already? Shea tilted her head in confusion and replied, Oh, I thought you forgot about your sister. The 10th platform? Are you kidding me? It's been 5 or 6 days since we parted ways. How could it only be the 10th platform? How could that be? If you don't believe me, take a look. Ye Qiyan sent a screenshot of the emails. It had the date on it. No way you? Seeing that Ye Qiyan was not lying, Shea was clearly taken aback. So, he really leveled up to level 3 at the 5th platform? And he even acquired modules, warning devices, and storage units of that level? What? What luck is this? Shea? Seeing she hadn't replied for a long time, Ye Qiyan sent another message. Ahem, it's nothing, huh? I was just dealing with a little trouble. Congratulations. After passing the 10th platform, you are now a real train conductor. As for the choice, I recommend the City of 1,000 Stars. It is the largest city-state in the train world, where you can buy many things you can't even imagine. Of course, besides that, I will also be going to the City of 1,000 Stars soon, and I will give you something then. What is it? I'll tell you when we meet. By the way, since you're going to the City of 1,000 Stars here, take this. Ding ding, a new email notification. A medal engraved with the pattern of the weeping saint appeared in Ye Qiyan's hand. When you get to the City of 1,000 Stars, take it to 44 Nakalo Street for a free advanced maintenance for your train. Thank you. No need to be polite with me. I'm helping you just because you are the owner of the blasphemy card. I know, but I still want to thank you. Shea crossed her legs, looking at the messages sent by Ye Qiyan with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Ahem, I'm still busy. Is there anything else? Ye Qiyan hesitated for a moment. Yes, I got an item. Item? Send me a screenshot to see if there's anything special about it. Ye Qiyan sent the introduction screenshot of the demon card. Question mark. Question mark. Where did you get this thing? I found it by chance. Is this card related to the blasphemy card? Shaya's eyes twitched a few times. She unsteadily crushed a doll, and after a long time, she finally calmed down and sighed deeply, replying, "It's okay, this is another set." Sigh, I didn't intend to tell you so early, but whatever. You've already passed the 10th platform anyway. Gathering her thoughts, Shaya continued, taking your blasphemy card as an example. Its individual is unique, but that doesn't mean there is only one. As far as I know, including yours, there are 7 blasphemy cards in existence. These 7 cards are collectively referred to as the blasphemy card sequence. As for the demon card you picked up, it is one of the demon card sequence. The difference is that there are only 13 demon cards in total, that a fixed number. After the holder's death, this card will randomly flow into a certain platform world, forming a relic. You, my friend, must have gotten it from some relic. Picking it up, who do you think you're fooling? Hey, I really did pick it up. I saw no one wanted it, so I took it. Shaya facepalmed in disbelief. Blasphemy card, demon card, angel card, trump card. There are some similar card sequences. Each one is unique, and aside from the blasphemy card, the number of other card sequences is fixed. According to some rumors from who knows where, if you can collect all the cards of sequence, some special things will happen. For example, after collecting the demon cards, you can summon the world-destroying demon or something. So far, very few people have been able to completely collect a card sequence. By the way, I did a little digging on that run company. They seem to be collecting card sequences too. Be careful if you run into them. Card sequences. Ye Qiyan took out both the blasphemy card and the demon card, holding them in his hands. So what about the blasphemy card? What happens if all of them are collected? The literal meaning, blaspheming the divine. Question mark. Shaya felt she had said too much and sighed. All right, this is not something you should worry about. Besides, as of now, the exact number of blasphemy cards is still unknown. So how could anyone collect them all? Don't think too much. Just go to the city of 1,000 stars and rest well. There, you can at least dock for 3 days without continuing your adventures. Never mind. You will know when the time comes. That's it. I have things to do. Shaya closed the private chat. Leaning back on the church bench, she was slightly lost in thought. Sister, are you ready? Tina's voice came from not far away. As the cute girl doll bounced over to Shaya, tilting her head at the other dolls that were smashed on the ground. Sister is bullying everyone again. Hurry up and fix them, or I won't talk to you anymore. Shaya rubbed her head and casually took out a card engraved with a dark gold angel, making a gesture in the air. Heal the doll returned to its original state. Chapter 66. City of 1,000 Stars the next morning. 6:30. Unlike usual. The crossroads of fate was triggered at this time. Just waking from his dreams, Ye Qiyan looked at the light screen in front of him, rubbed his eyes, and felt a bit confused. So early? Even the boarding time has changed. However, what does it matter if the crossroads of fate is triggered upon entering the city of 1,000 stars? Crossroads of fate triggered. Please choose from the following paths. Path 1. Main gate of the city of 1,000 stars. Path 2. Lower district of the city of 1,000 stars. Lower district. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Qiyan chose the main gate. This time, there was no need to wait half an hour. After making his choice, a boarding prompt immediately appeared on the light screen. Boarding. Accelerate. Void. Pass through. The scenery outside the train window suddenly changed. The train emerged from an endless wasteland onto a massive iron bridge, where strange creatures leaped in the shimmering ocean below. There were many such bridges, each with hundreds of tracks. Trains of various shapes traveled along them. They must all be part of some sector. Ahead on the tracks, a gigantic star-veined city floated in midair, with countless tracks spiraling around it like the rings of a planet. Ding ding Xiaolin. Brother Yi, did you accept that invitation? Which place did you choose? City of 1,000 stars. Haven't you chosen yet? Choose now. I'll also choose the city of 1,000 stars. I'll treat you to a meal when the time comes. Hee hee. I got quite a few train coins at the last stop. Okay. Ding ding another message. Shangwaning Shua. Where did you choose? Do you women all like to talk to others at the same time? Question mark. Just joking. I chose the city of 1,000 stars. What about you? I'm not there. That is a bit of a pity. After the chat ended, about half an hour later, the train began to slow down. A magnificent gate appeared before him. Ding ding, a new message appeared in his mailbox. Welcome to the city of 1,000 stars, the whistle sounded. The train stopped at a Gothic-style platform, entered an independent tunnel, and finally came to a halt. A man in uniform approached and stood in front of the train door. He observed Ye Qiyan's train, cleared his throat, and knocked on the door. The door opened, and as Ye Qiyan stepped out, the man smiled kindly and nodded slightly. Hello, esteemed train conductor. Welcome to the city of 1,000 stars. I am your guide, here to introduce you to matters related to the city of 1,000 stars. You may stay here for 3 days or choose to join a guild, to which you can gain a longer stopover time and resources. Guide. That name reminded Ye Qiyan of the smiling person he saw at the public trading station that day. He wondered how that guy was doing now. I was invited here. What should I do next? You don't need to do anything. Once you choose to come to the city of 1,000 stars, you will have a special coordinate. After leaving, every 3 stops, you can consume 2 train coins to change your next destination to the city of 1,000 stars. Here, all train conductors will have at least 3 days of rest time, whether for food, entertainment, or any needs you can imagine. As long as you spend train coins, you can do it all. I see. Ye Qiyan understood why new arrivals received invitation messages from these powers after 10 stops. It was to bring more newcomers into their sphere of influence. Next, during the 3-stop intervals when the conductors grew weary or fearful, many would choose to come here to either survive or enjoy. And those 2 train coins would ultimately end up in someone else's pocket. Needless to say. So, will my train just stay here? The guide shook his head, as if he had anticipated this question. He took out a key and handed it to Ye Qiyan. The city of 1,000 stars has dedicated train storage capsules, which is right here. You only need 1 train coin to ensure absolute safety for your train for 3 days, and the key will remain in your hand. Only you can unlock it. So please rest assured that even the highest level administrators cannot open it. He understood now. In short, it required spending money. If he didn't buy this storage service, he could easily guess that when he returned from outside, his train would likely be nothing but a shell. So, do you want to purchase the storage service? Yes. Your choice is correct. 1 train coin was handed to the guide, and Ye Qiyan took the key and followed him out of the train. At that moment, a massive mechanical arm descended from the sky, grabbing the tunnel behind him where his train was located. It placed it into a corner of the large gate he had just seen, enveloped by an ice-blue light screen. There were countless similar storage compartments for trains on that gate. Dear train conductor, please explore the city of 1,000 stars on your own from here. I hope you have the best experience. As the guide was about to leave, Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and asked, wait a minute. What should I do if I want to maintain my train? The guide looked at him oddly, completely not expecting that a conductor who had just entered the city of 1,000 stars would know about maintenance. Please rest assured. You can find specialized maintenance personnel in the city for your train. They will have devices that can directly transport the train. You just need to use the key, and the train will automatically go there. After maintenance, it can also return here. How do I get to Nakalo Street? You can take the city's transportation vehicles to get there. Thank you. Having obtained the information he wanted, Ye Qiyan didn't rush to Nakalo Street number 44. As he exited the hall, what came into view was a massive, multi-layered city with a futuristic feel. He was on the first level, referred to as the base area. According to the introduction, this seemed to be the lowest level of the entire city of 1,000 stars. But that was strange. The crossroads of fate had given him an option for the lower district. If this was the lower district, then what was the point of that option? He didn't think too much about it, took a free universal map, and walked straight in one direction. Although there were many places to explore in the city, all of it required one thing to support it. That is train coins. Unfortunately, he didn't have much money left now. Chapter 67 Meeting Zhao Lin. Welcome to the Chong trading station. Following the map's guidance, Ye Qiyan entered a store that could directly connect to the trading platform. It was only upon arriving here that he understood what the broadcast meant by trading ban lifted. Resources now had set prices. 1 train coin could be exchanged for 100 kilograms of wood, metal, or 100 mechanical parts. And each person could sell this type of basic resource a maximum of 20 times per day. Why is that? Not far away, a sales assistant approached upon hearing the sound. She first smiled respectfully at Ye Qiyan, then began to explain, respected train master. This is likely your first time in Qinqing City. Basic resources are not scarce here. Many train masters with the resource radar talent provide a large amount of basic resources to Qinqing City every day. Therefore, the prices you see now were set by the Lord of Qinqing City, specifically prepared for new train masters like you. Talent? What is that? Ye Qiyan asked casually, as it seemed that in this city, talent was not something worth mentioning according to the sales assistant. The assistant maintained her smile and explained, talent is something that only a very small number of train masters possess. However, even among talents, there are differences. The resource radar talent is the most common among all talents. Beyond that, I don't know much. This sales assistant seemed quite knowledgeable. Ye Qiyan sized her up. Are you also a train master? The assistant shook her head, seemingly eager to clarify any misunderstanding. No, of course not. I was born and raised in Qinqing City, and my goal since childhood has been to become a train assistant serving train masters. I know about these things only from reading some books. After fiddling with the screen for a while, Ye Qiyan sold basic resources valued at a total of 10 train coins. The self-service trading could only sell basic resources. More complex trades needed to be assessed here. However, 10 train coins were clearly insufficient for his current needs. What else could be sold? He had quite a few valuable items on hand. Just that one demon card, if sold, could fetch an unimaginable price. However, he did not intend to sell it. After a brief pause, he thought for a moment and took out 2 test tubes from his backpack. How much can this sell for? Blessed Virus Serum. This was a product of the Virus Serum obtained from the treasure chest in the Doomsday Town after Sublimation. Although Ye Qiyan had always stored it in the storage unit, he never had the opportunity to use it, and with the candies previously gifted by Shea, the serum's value to him was diminishing. He decided to keep one and exchange the other for train coins. Please wait. The mysterious machine emitted a glow that scanned the 2 test tubes. The light formed a screen displaying its quotation. Virus Serum can immunize against low-level zombie viruses. Due to unknown reasons, it has received a special blessing, granting low-level healing abilities. Estimated value, 5 train coins per tube. This was higher than Ye Qiyan had expected. Train Master, do you have any other items to trade? Not for now. All right. Would you like to exchange train coins for Qianqing coins? What is that? Ye Qiyan asked, confused. That is the universal currency of Qianqing City. Train coins are too precious for train masters. Each train coin can be exchanged for 1,000 Qianqing coins, which can be used in any consumption place in the city. Ye Qiyan exchanged 5 train coins and, after receiving 5,000 Qianqing coins, did not plan to stay here any longer. Just as he was about to turn to leave, the sales assistant ran over and slipped a business card into his hand. Train Master, if you need a train assistant, you can contact me. I will definitely meet all your requests. Assistant. It's not hard to tell what this does from the name. However, he did not need one. Facing the sales assistant's enthusiastic gaze, Ye Qiyan only smiled and did not reply. After receiving the train coins, he did not leave immediately. Standing by the street for a while, the various buildings, vehicles, and people around him made him feel somewhat unreal. Ding ding Xiaolin. Big Brother Yi, I've arrived at the place you mentioned. Is that you? No need to say. I should be able to recognize you. Looking at the message in the private chat interface, before he could respond, he felt someone gently patting his shoulder. Turning around, he saw no one. He reached out to grab in the other direction. Oh, his gaze shifted with the sound. He saw a girl with a high ponytail and healthy, wheat-colored skin, looking vibrant and likely just of age, sitting on the ground. You are Xiaolin? Hey, it's me. Big Brother Yi. It really is you. I didn't recognize you wrong. He reached out and pulled her up from the ground. Xiaolin, who was a head shorter than him, raised her face and put on a serious expression. Nice to meet you. Big Brother Yi. Just call me Ye Qiyan. I'm not that old. No need to call me Big Brother. Being called Big Brother through the chat box was one thing, but seeing her in person, Ye Qiyan was only a few years older than her. There was no need to be called Big Brother. Then, should I call you Qiyan? Are we that familiar? Xiaolin didn't feel awkward at all. Her friendly demeanor was hard to dislike. Of course, in the previous 10 stations, if it weren't for you helping me, I would have died long ago due to my inability to level up. So you're my lifesaver. Well, that's true. So how do you plan to repay me? Clearly, Xiaolin had not expected Ye Qiyan to say this. Her internal dialogue was shattered, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Gurgle. A small stomach growl broke the moment's silence. Ye Qiyan shrugged and pointed to the restaurants not far away on the street. How about you treat me to a meal? Is that a good way to repay? Of course. That's fine. It was just a meal, and Xiaolin didn't think it would cost much. However, she clearly underestimated the consumption level of this city. When the two left the restaurant and looked at the bill of 3,000 Qianqing coins, Xiaolin's mood completely shifted from sunny to gloomy. So expensive. We didn't even eat much. How did it cost so much? 3,000 Qianqing coins is equivalent to 3 train coins. My goodness, I would need to open a level 3 treasure chest just to earn enough for 2 meals. This is too expensive. She cast a subtle glance at the fully loaded backpack behind Ye Qiyan. Lobsters, shark fins. So many portions packed, it was really excessive. Ye Qiyan heard Xiaolin's murmuring and glanced at her equally loaded backpack. He wanted to laugh. With no other business, Ye Qiyan planned to check out the train maintenance place Shea had mentioned. After walking a few steps and preparing to summon a vehicle, he turned to look at Xiaolin, who had been following him, and asked in disbelief, "Don't you have your own things to do? Are you just planning to follow me all the time?" Xiaolin blinked and nodded. "I have nowhere to go." Chapter 68, Do you still want to follow me? Xiaolin was confused. In fact, she had no idea what she was supposed to do in this city. Enjoy it, as the introduction said. But she didn't dare to do it alone and didn't know how to go about it. Let's not forget, her last stop was the good luck station. So this time, she was bound to encounter some misfortune. Even though the city of 1,000 stars looked very safe. That was relative. Therefore, following the only person she was somewhat familiar with, Ye Qiyan, was the only source of safety she could find. Brother Qiyan, you know my talent. If you stay by my side, won't all the bad luck come to me? Ye Qiyan's undisguised disdain made Zhao Lin lower her head silently. She muttered softly, sorry, then I'll just... You can follow me. Huh? Ye Qiyan raised his hand in front of her. Give me money, 5 train coins. As compensation for the mental distress of you infecting me with your bad luck. Scammer. Zhao Lin silently complained in her heart. But she obediently took out 5 train coins and placed them in Ye Qiyan's hand. Thank you, Brother Qiyan. Should she call herself stupid or something else? Weighing the train coins in her hand, he actually wanted Zhao Lin to stay away from him. He really didn't expect this girl to be willing to give money. If he had known, he would have asked for more. But never mind, since she had given it, he wouldn't go back on his word. Hailing a floating driverless taxi, Ye Qiyan took Zhao Lin to number 44 Nakalo Street. A church? After getting out of the car and looking at the huge black and white church in front of him, Ye Qiyan doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. What does a church have to do with train maintenance? Could it be that Shaya wanted to trick him into becoming a follower of some inexplicable deity? Brother Qiyan, so you believe in gods? I believe in ghosts. Although he found this place very unreliable, adhering to the principle that since he was already here, it would be a waste of taxi fare not to go in and take a look, Ye Qiyan still walked into the church. The interior environment of the church was not much different from the kind he had seen online before. The only difference was that the sound of chanting filled the space from all directions. Hearing someone arrive, a middle-aged man dressed in bishop's clothing put down the white book in his hands and walked over with a smile, sizing up Ye Qiyan from head to toe. Under the single-frame glasses on his right eye, his gaze flickered slightly, as if he was pondering something. Are you the guest recommended by Shaya? Well, I didn't come to the wrong place. Ye Qiyan took out the medal given to him by Shaya from his pocket. With this medal, I can perform a train maintenance, right? The bishop nodded kindly. Please follow me. Following the man, the 3 of them passed through the church's interior to a station platform with 3 tracks at the back. Please insert the key here, and we can begin the maintenance. He pointed to a groove not far away, just the right size to hold the key that represented the sealed train. Without hesitation, even though he didn't know the other party's background, Ye Qiyan could vaguely sense that this seemingly kind middle-aged priest had an indescribable aura about him, as if he had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There was no doubt that this was a train conductor, and his level was definitely not low. Perhaps he could even be compared to Shaya. As for why such a person was here doing train maintenance, that was something Ye Qiyan couldn't know at the moment. He inserted the key and turned it slightly. The familiar train appeared out of thin air. Zhao Lin rubbed her eyes vigorously, unable to believe what was happening before her. The train appeared here? Oh my god, Brother Qiyan, where did you learn all this? You haven't been taken care of by a rich lady, have you? Often the truth comes out in jest. Ye Qiyan silently ignored Zhao Lin's surprise and looked at the priest, who seemed to be contemplating something. Is this enough? The priest nodded. Of course, may I boldly ask, who is this beside you? Never mind, I seem to have said too much. The priest's smile grew even wider. Come back tomorrow to collect the train. For the rest of the time, I suggest you head to the guild gathering place in the city of 1,000 stars. All new train conductors can choose to join a guild, and when there are no tasks, they can stay here to avoid danger. For many people, they even give up their identity as train conductors and completely stay here, becoming assistants who can only serve the conductors. If you want to stay, you can give it a try. Stay? Give up the identity of a train conductor? Ye Qiyan had no interest in that at all. However, his gaze fell on Zhao Lin. At this moment, the girl was lost in thought. Feeling Ye Qiyan's gaze, she came to her senses and suddenly smiled. It seems like, Brother Qiyan, just like that public trading platform back then, there is an option to choose to stay when my bad luck is at its peak, without participating in the subsequent survival, just by giving up the identity of a train conductor. Her mood was slightly downcast. After all, if the stop wasn't a bad luck station for her, Zhao Lin really had a high probability of choosing to stay here. After all, not everyone was as adept at exploring the train as Ye Qiyan. Not everyone yearned for adventure. A stable life was also what many people desired. Let's go. Let us check out the guild. There might be some good stuff there. Hailing another taxi, this time Zhao Lin paid. On the way, Ye Qiyan browsed the trading platform connected to the city of 1,000 stars. With his level 5 conductor status, he could see some additional items available for purchase. But there were still no firestones. Firestones were not available in the trading options. That thing seemed to be a non-sale item. At least it couldn't be bought here, and for some reason, there were no items above level 3 to be found on the trading platform. Not a single one. This was very strange. As a gathering place for train conductors, who knows how many earlier batches of people were here? How could there be no one selling higher level items? The taxi drove for about half an hour on the street, bringing the two of them to a huge white jade square. The square was bustling with activity. Many teams that looked quite professional were sitting in their respective spots, all there to welcome new train conductors. A rough estimate would suggest that there were tens of thousands of people in the center of the square, not counting those who had already left or had yet to arrive. Truly magnificent. Everything in this city gave Ye Qiyan a sense of grandeur and chaos. Ye Qiyan was not interested in joining any guild. He just wanted to see what the so-called guild was really like. However, this place was not just for recruiting newcomers. There were quite a few people setting up small stalls here, selling various items, among which were many earlier batches of train conductors. Chapter 69. The Teachings of Muxiang Yuren's seventh brother Yin. I was just about to ask, aren't you afraid of your train being stolen when you leave it at that church? Zhao Lin asked as they walked among the vendors in the square. Without turning around, Ye Qiyan, who was examining a silver-white Desert Eagle pistol, replied, "It's fine. I've been keeping an eye on it." Keeping an eye on it? Zhao Lin was confused. She couldn't see Ye Qiyan's system interface, so she didn't know that the footage from the monitors in his train was always under his control. This gun is only level 2, right? Isn't there a higher level one? The drifter, with his dead fish eyes, answered in a lazy voice that made one wonder if he might fall asleep standing up. You're a newbie, aren't you? And if I am? Oh, no wonder you don't know the rules of Qinqing City. The drifter yawned and scratched himself. The props sold to the outside in Qinqing City are only up to level 3. If you want higher level props, you have to join a major guild to buy them. Selling props above level 3 outside those guilds is illegal. Why are there such rules? Level 3 props aren't that hard to obtain, right? The drifter paused in his scratching and looked at Ye Qiyan oddly. You kid, you must be pretty lucky to think level 3 props are easy to get. Whatever. Are you buying or not? If you buy this gun, I'll share some tips for my seniors. How much? 4 train coins? Pretty cheap. The drifter's lazy face finally broke into a smile as he said, cash on spot. Finally selling it for train coins, hey? Now I can go find technician number 8 and relax a bit. He turned to leave, but a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Seniors, did you forget something? Knowing he couldn't escape, the drifter sighed helplessly and pointed to a teppanyaki stall not far away. Let us talk over there and grab something to eat. Sitting in front of the teppanyaki stall, the owner raised his eyebrows at the drifter for a moment. All right. Not bringing you here to slaughter. 3 cups. Oh, do you two drink? Zhao Lin politely shook her head. Let us talk business. TSK, boring. Then just 1 cup. Make sure it's warm. While waiting for the drink, the drifter spat out the straw in his mouth and slid his fingers through the air. A friend request appeared in Ye Qiyan's view. I added both of you as friends. Once you go back, you can. Do you have a system-bound module? The drifter was taken aback by the accepted friend request. Impressive. Are you really a newbie? No, it must be true. Otherwise, you wouldn't know the rules of Qinqing City. TSK. I've never seen a newbie with a module, especially a rare system-bound one. Back in my day, Senior Muxiang Yuren. Can we get back to business? Muxiang Yuren was indeed the name associated with the friend request. Just call me Muxiang. Sigh, it's such a hassle. If it weren't for the gun, I sold you. A cup of warm wine was brought over, and after downing it in one gulp, he seemed to regain some spirit from his previously despondent state. Ahem, you're also a train conductor. Don't you know how abstract the treasure chests hidden in those platforms are? It's fine if you're low level, but as the train level increases, the platforms we need to reach become more dangerous. Correspondingly, the chances of finding treasure chests also decrease. Plus, it's not that easy to level up your train. You newbies should have reached level 3, right? Have you seen the requirements for the next level? Firestone? Zhao Lin interjected. Yes, Firestone. That thing can only be obtained on platforms above level 4, and newbie conductors can only level up to level 3 at most. So where are you going to get Firestone? Muxiang pointed to the sky. Hey, so for newbies like you, you have to obediently find a guild to join and follow their arrangements, using resources and contributions beyond Firestone to exchange for Firestone to upgrade your train. Then, there will be other hard requirements for the next level, and it goes on and on. In the end, you'll just become the laborers for those higher-ups. Hiv. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where there are rivers and lakes, there are unscrupulous businesses. That statement was indeed accurate. But isn't this a bit unreasonable? How did the first batch of conductors level up to level 4? They didn't exchange for Firestones from others, right? How would I know? However, firestones aren't exclusively obtainable through them. That's just the simplest way. When the train reaches level 3, there's a small chance to enter a higher level platform. And if you can find a treasure chest there, you might still have a chance to get a firestone. At this point, Ye Qiyan suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. But then again, it's tough for a level 3 conductor to survive on a higher level platform, let alone find a treasure chest. That's just a pipe dream. Downing his drink, Ye Qiyan slumped over the table and fell asleep. Ye Qiyan didn't care whether he was pretending to be asleep or not. He paid for the drinks and got up to leave. Not long after they left, the teppanyaki stall owner patted Ye Qiyan's head. Wake up, they've already left. Stop pretending. Ye Qiyan sat up, completely shedding the drunken demeanor from before, instead looking even more despondent. Another batch of new conductors. By the way, how many years have we been here? The owner handed him a plate of fried liver and calmly replied, since the day we abandoned the train and bought the permanent residence permit, it's been 9 years. What? Seeing a newbie makes you want to continue adventuring? Don't forget why we chose to flee and venture into that wasteland. Do you have the guts? Give it up. We're all afraid of dying. TSK. Throwing down a handful of chinching coins, Ye Qiyan turned to leave. However, his figure seemed to stoop a little more. 7th Brother Yen. Does that mean we really can't level up to 4? Or do we have to join a guild? Leaving the stall, Ye Qiyan and Zhao Lin walked out of the square. Just as Ye Qiyan had said, there were indeed no props above level 3 here. He said that even without joining a guild, there's a chance to find firestone and treasure chests. With your luck, maybe you'll find one at the next stop. True. Thinking about how she might regain her luck at the next stop, Zhao Lin felt much less sad. Don't worry, 7th Brother Yen. If I find 2 firestones, I'll sell you one at a friendly price. Then I'll thank you in advance. That works. Chapter 70. The disillusionment of Li Shaosheng in the square. Ye Qiyan and Zhao Lin, who had no intention of joining the guild, were preparing to leave and explore other places. However, their decision not to participate didn't mean that others would choose the same. Li Shaosheng, the man who prided himself on being the protagonist, was currently standing in front of a man in a white suit, his face a mix of blue and red. Resource radar talent, not bad. You're the 3rd resource radar today, lucky you. Join our guild and become a member of the resource team. You'll have your share of good times. Resource radar, there are many? Li Shaosheng managed to ask this question with difficulty under the envious gazes of others. Well, it's fairly common, you're quite lucky. Most people want a talent, but don't have the ability to get one, the man in the white suit replied, seemingly oblivious to the pain in Li Shaosheng's expression, which resembled that of a disillusioned otaku. He clenched his fists tightly, emotions of unwillingness and confusion swirling in his heart. Why? Isn't this talent supposed to belong only to me? Why do others have it too? This isn't fair. Clearly, I'm the most special one. His heart screamed, while the man in the white suit looked at him suspiciously and casually patted his head. There is no need to be so excited about joining the guild. Just do well. I have high hopes for you. Big brother in the guild. I can also buy firestones, right? I heard from others that only in the guild can. I wonder if I can get in advance. There are, but you don't need to rush. The man in the white suit waved his hand. As the conductor of the resource radar talent, you cannot upgrade for at least 10 stations after joining the guild. This is to protect you from dying at higher level stations without being able to use your talent. Of course, the guild will provide you with some advanced items to protect you. Once your strength matures and your foundation is solid, it won't be too late to upgrade to level 4. Also, your next stations will have a train assistant following you to collect resources, and the guild will provide tools for resource collection. Li Shaosheng could no longer hear the latter part. He only felt a chill. What does it mean to not be able to upgrade for 10 stations? He has to stay at level 3 for a full 10 stations? Why? This is clearly an attempt to squeeze the value of his resource radar before he dies to gather enough materials. And they want him to carry an assistant? An assistant? More like a monitor, right? In anger, Li Shaosheng slammed his hand on the table. Bang. Sorry, it seems I'm not suited for your guild. I want to speed up my upgrade and don't plan to stay at level 3. Before he finished speaking, the man in the white suit teased, "Oh, so you have some spirit, but unfortunately, it's useless. Friend, even if you go to another guild, it's the same. For those with the resource radar talent, leaving the novice area and joining a guild means a 10-station collection period. This is the consensus of all guilds in the city of 1,000 stars. Even if you go to another guild, it will be the same. Then I'll just not join a guild." The commotion attracted a lot of attention. The members of other guilds, understanding the situation, looked at Li Shaosheng with mocking eyes. Not joining the guild. you'll never be able to upgrade to level 4 firestones in your life. It's only in our hands. A resource radar talent is just that. After leaving the novice area, it becomes a negative talent in every sense. With this garbage talent, you won't be able to enter many excellent stations. Do you think you're amazing? Li Xiaosheng halted, his back trembling. The truth he least wanted to know had appeared. After passing the novice period, the resource radar indeed became a negative talent in every sense. He must go to stations rich in wood, metal, and mechanical parts. Yet, these stations often do not offer many other rewards. One misstep leads to another. Li Xiaosheng felt like he was trapped in a cage woven by others, as if he were a goat walking into the tiger's mouth. That person, is he Li Xiaosheng? Zhao Lin pointed to the gray-faced Li Xiaosheng, who had returned silently to the man in the white suit, choosing to join the guild. Do you know him? This guy posted his photo in the chat room before, and he posted it multiple times. He.'s the epitome of narcissism. Some girls I traded with said they received friend requests from Li Xiaosheng, asking them to be his girlfriend without even meeting them. Looking at Li Xiaosheng in the crowd, Ye Qiyan heard more of their conversations. Resource radar. Li Xiaosheng indeed possesses his own talent, but it's not that rare of talent. Throughout it all, he has an extremely strong sense of self-identity. Or rather, he believes he is the most special one, now that he realizes he is not that special, and that this uniqueness even hinders his upgrades. He must be feeling quite broken inside. Bored, I'm leaving. Wait for me, Qiyan brother. Where are we going? Did you forget what you said when you came to this city? What? To enjoy. Ye Qiyan snapped his fingers, and a stack of 1,000 stars coins appeared neatly in his hand. Since we're here, and there's nothing else to do, don't you want to reminisce about your past modern life? Zhao Lin blinked. Can we sing K? Throughout the day, Ye Qiyan experienced just how much this city valued entertainment. Eating, drinking, and having fun. The shops everywhere showed immense respect and enthusiasm toward the conductors. Various entertainment facilities. Even the past world will be hard to find all in one place. Even at night, the conductors' lives didn't stop. Instead, they became more intense. For the sake of pleasure, some would even ignore their own lives. In a hot spring at a certain inn, Ye Qiyan submerged his entire body in it. A faint milky glow wafting from a spring. Soaking here felt as comfortable as being in a mother's amniotic fluid. His mind went blank. There was nothing to think about. Unfortunately, this hot spring was not solely for his enjoyment. Splash! A middle-aged man with black hair, scarred all over and looking weary, sat down next to him. Ye Qiyan initially didn't care, but the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Hey, young man, do you want to join our organization? Organization, not a guild. The bizarre invitation immediately snapped him out of his dazed state. Instinctively, he summoned his ebony wood, pointing the dark muzzle at the scarred man. We don't seem to know each other. Uncle, you must have invited the wrong person. The middle-aged man took a deep puff from his cigar. I didn't invite the wrong person. The smiling tiger in the church sent me. All right, it's Shea. He told me to let you know that we are part of the same organization. Chapter 71. The Empire Order Organization. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Clearly, such an explanation was not enough to make Ye Qiyan let down his guard. Interesting, a storage device hidden on you? Is it that bracelet on your wrist? This seems unrelated to you, senior. That's true. Holding a cigar, the uncle snapped his fingers, and a friend request notification was sent to Ye Qiyan's system screen. My name is Fan Hua. Everyone calls me Old Fan. You can call me that too. No need to be so nervous. I mean you no harm. I just happened to come to this 1,000-star city to do something, and that smiling tiger in the church said that crazy woman Shea seems to have a good relationship with a newcomer, even sending someone for the organization's annual train maintenance. I was a bit curious, so I came to see your quality. By the way, I invite you to join our organization. Taking a deep drag, the thick cigar was reduced to ash in one puff. Sister Shea didn't mention any organization to me. That's normal. After all, it's an organization, not exactly a place with rules. It's just that everyone has a similar goal, and over time, a bit of power has been achieved. A dark green flame burned at Fan Hua's fingertips. He pulled out another cigar from somewhere, lit it, and his gaze swept over Ye Qiyan's ebony wood, raising an eyebrow. Your gun is nice. Thank you for the compliment. Ye Qiyan returned to the hot spring. He could sense that this man named Fan Hua had no ill intentions. Moreover, his trained conductor level was definitely not low. If he really wanted to do something to him, why waste time talking here? How did you find me? Did that person in the church put a tracker on me? It's not that troublesome. In this 1,000-star city, there's nothing that can't be bought with train currency. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, not just for finding those vehicles. Is that so? But I've heard that selling items above level 4 is not allowed in this city. Having money doesn't necessarily mean you can buy everything. Looking at the cigar that Fan Hoa had once again smoked down to nothing, Ye Qiyan was quite skeptical that this man's lungs were made of smoke. Isn't he afraid of choking to death? That's just because what you've encountered is too low level. Once your train level is higher, you'll understand. Fan Hoa got out of the hot spring and casually tossed a card engraved with the faceless apostle over. This is for you. If you're willing to join the organization, open it. If not, then forget it. The reason I invited you is just because of that crazy woman Shea. Speaking of which, it was you who let her out, right? Haha, you really have some skills. Can you tell me how you did it? Senior Fan, everyone has their own secrets, don't you think? Fan was shrugged and lit another cigar. You're right. For some reason, Ye Qiyan always felt a hint of mockery in Fan Hua's gaze. Crazy woman, what does that mean? Literally, you'll understand in the future. For some reason, Ye Qiyan suddenly recalled the scene in the church in Misty Bell Town, where Shea crushed a doll's head with her bare hands. Crazy woman. It seems that this title is quite fitting. I have something to do, goodbye. Fan Hua left the hot spring. His arrival and departure were like a puff of smoke, quick enough to suffocate. Ye Qiyan toyed with the card in his hand and brought up the screen for identification. Empire Order Organization Invitation Card. After use, you can become a member of the Empire Order Organization and enter its exclusive chat room. Empire Order? He thought of what Shea had told him about the Order not long ago, and how she was sealed because of a third of the blasphemy card. Could it be that the purpose of this organization is to collect those cards? Should I join? Ye Qiyan fell into thought. From what Fan was said, this guy didn't know he had the blasphemy card, which means Shea hadn't told anyone that the new owner of the blasphemy card was him. So if they really want to collect the Order, weighing the pros and cons, Ye Qiyan felt it would be more reliable to ask a professional. Ye Qiyan, Sister Shea, do you know Fan Hua? Moments later, Shea, who was making lollipops in the church, heard the notification sound from her friend interface and frowned slightly upon seeing Ye Qiyan's message. Is he a smoker? Yes, he's a smoker. Oh, then he should have invited you to join the organization. Did that guy give you an invitation card? Tisk, question mark. Shea crossed her legs, feeling displeased with Fan Hua's meddling. Originally, I was going to Thousand Star City to give you an invitation card, but that guy beat me to it. Strange. That smoker rarely issues invitation cards, right? Haven't seen him in over a decade. Has he changed? Looks like I need to give you something else now. So the invitation card Shea mentioned before was this one. Should I use it? But let me tell you first. There aren't many people in the Empire Order Organization. I just took a glance at the chat box. Excluding the dead ones and counting you, there are only 18 people. You don't have to talk once you enter the chat room. Aside from me, there isn't a normal person in there, especially a person named Zhu Xingtong, who is quite the quack. Listening to her will drain your spirit. Ye Qiyan silently recalled the smoker from earlier, as well as the things Shea had done. It seems it wouldn't be a problem to remove the aside from her part. Are you thinking something rude? How could that be? I was thinking about where we would meet after you arrive. This city is quite large. I will find you then. This city should be just like before. As long as you have money, you could buy everything there. Again with this saying, after the chat ended, Ye Qiyan raised his gaze to the artificial virtual star river above. Still a bit too weak, but it's fine. Now is the time to enjoy. Sinking into the water. The outside sounds were completely isolated. The world before him was pitch black, and the comfort that spread throughout his body began to empty his mind. But, whoosh, suddenly sitting up, the inexplicable sound in his ears seemed to vanish like an illusion. But it was definitely not an illusion. It was truly existing. Swish. The blasphemy card was taken out from the storage unit. Looking at the anchor on it, for some reason, he always felt that this thing was speaking. But it was clearly just an inanimate object. Chapter 72. Demon Card Morning. It's been a long time since I took a bath. Sob sob. I feel so dirty. Dressed in a bathrobe, Zhao Lin hummed an unknown tune as she walked out. Upon seeing Ye Qiyan sitting not far away with a table full of fried chicken and drinking ice cola, she hurried over. Qiyan brother, when did you come out? A fair hand stealthily reached for the fried chicken, only to be caught by Ye Qiyan, who swatted it away. You have to eat what you buy yourself. No, I won't eat. I'm on a diet. Despite saying that, Zhao Lin couldn't help but swallow as she looked at the obviously freshly made fried chicken. I mean, do you have to be this stingy? Didn't you have good luck at the last stop? Didn't you get anything? Yeah, but all the train coins are taken by Yi Pa Pai. She said the last part very quietly, but Ye Qiyan still heard her clearly. I only got 5 coins in total, and you should at least have 1 left. Did I not open a level 3 treasure chest? Zhao Lin stubbornly claimed she wasn't hungry, but deep down, she still hoped Ye Qiyan would leave her some. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Ye Qiyan had bought food strictly according to his own appetite and never intended to share it. In the hot spring hotel, 2 rooms were booked. Lying in bed, he found it hard to sleep. Taking out the blasphemy card, Ye Qiyan recalled the voice he heard in the hot spring. What exactly was that? Speaking of which, every time he used the anchor's teleportation ability, he seemed to hear a similar voice. Should he ask about it? No, forget it. Putting away the blasphemy card, he took out another card, the invitation card from the Empire Sequence Organization. It should be fine. He swiped the card through the air. A chain-like stream of light formed a milky white chat interface in midair. Update personal information. Join faction. Empire Sequence Organization. No unspoken chatroom. His entry was as silent as a small stone tossed into a turbulent river. But soon, a friend request was sent. Zhu Xingtu has sent you a friend request. ISNT this the charlatan that Shea mentioned? Accept request added. Zhu Xingtu. Hello, newcomer. Welcome to the Empire Sequence Organization. Fate has brought us together. Though it may be a bit rude, can you tell me if you have found a fragment of the third blasphemy card? Not yet. In a carriage resembling an astrological palace, a woman with black hair, like a starry river, looked at the reply on the screen, slightly adjusting the extremely complex compass in front of her. Strange. Why can't I see if what he said is true? She adjusted it again, and the starry river in Zhu Xingtu's eyes gradually returned to black pupils, her demeanor shifting from that of charlatan to something much more normal. This is destiny. It prevents me from seeing his fate. Ah, ISNT, that amazing? 13 cards with different patterns hovered in front of her. One flew into her hand. Oh, so proactive. Does he have? Speaking of which, getting Fan Hua to invite him into the organization should annoy Shea. After all, he's her benefactor. Destiny tells me she will have to prepare a new gift for her benefactor. I hope she doesn't kill me. With a smile, Zhu Xingtu hummed a cheerful tune and typed a message on the screen. Another message popped up in the chat box. Hey, the guy who saved Shea. Newcomers joining the organization get gifts. Besides that, as one of the founders of the organization, I should tell you what the Empire Sequence Organization is all about. This person feels different from just now, going from a full-on charlatan talking about destiny to suddenly being playful and calling him little brother. Ye Qiyan recalled what Shea had said, that there were no normal people in this organization. Shea gave you the fragment of the blasphemy card, so she can tell you about the card sequence. I know about the card sequence. That's great. I won't need to explain much. The goal of our Empire Sequence Organization is to collect all cards of a certain type in the card sequence. Just like Shea, her card sequence is angel cards. The smoke bomb who invited you into the organization has a war card, while you will eventually possess a blasphemy card. However, Shea should have told you that blasphemy cards are special. They cannot be collected. So, as a member of the organization, the newcomer reward is a card from a card sequence. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a demon card, right? Would you believe me if I said, I don't have it? No. Okay. How did you know? Of course, I'm very impressive. Zhu Xingtu toyed with the card engraved with a crow pattern and tossed it into the chat interface. Here, newbie benefit. Please check your mailbox for new mail promptly. Opening the mailbox, the crow pattern card immediately appeared in front of Ye Qiyan. Demon card mourning. Mourning, consume mental energy. The demon crow comes to mourn. Demon, consume physical energy. The crow demon makes enemies mourn. It had a similar format to the bewitching card. The moment he received this card, the sound of crows suddenly echoed in his ears from nowhere. The sound came and went, just like the bewitching card. Another demon card. Am I really a bad person? How did I get involved with demons? Ye Qiyan felt a bit helpless, but he was still quite satisfied with this newcomer benefit. So how is it? Do you like it? Thanks. Is there anything I need to do? I will do what I can. No need. Don't think too much. There is nothing free that is the most expensive in our organization. The Empire Sequence is like that. The newcomer benefit is just to make it easier for you to become one of us, a kind of equivalent exchange. That said, Ye Qiyan was very clear that this was not a transaction. Once he joined this organization, he would inevitably be influenced by it at some point. All right, you do your thing, I'll do mine. The Empire Sequence Organization has no rules, only one goal, to collect the card sequence you possess. Other than that, good luck. And I look forward to the day you succeed. So does destiny. The chat ended. Ye Qiyan put the newly acquired demon card into his pocket. Though he joined, he still knew very little about this organization. Card sequences, no matter how one looked at it, were top-tier rare items in this world. An organization that collected card sequences couldn't possibly be unknown. Thousand Star City should have some news about them. Bang! Just as Ye Qiyan was about to rest, a loud noise erupted from the next room, Zhao Lin's room. Has her bad luck finally begun? Chapter 73. Terrorist organization in the next room. Zhao Lin stared in terror at the massive iron block with a gear mechanism that had smashed through the entire room. A chain connected the center of the gear. and with a series of clanking noises, the gear was being pulled back by the chain. What happened? Ye Qiyan, who entered the room, couldn't help but frown at the scene before him. Through the broken opening, he could see a man dressed in a mechanical construct manipulating the chains, causing 7 gears to swirl around him. Fanhua, surrender quietly. Fanhua, an uncommon name if he guessed correctly. Changing his angle. In front of that man stood another man, wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, standing atop a fighter jet. You lazy dog, do you think you can catch me? The man controlling the gears had a dark expression as he swung the chains, sending several gears crashing toward Fanhua. I won't allow you to insult my lord. The gears whirled and were intercepted by a hexagonal shield before hitting Fanhua, bouncing off in other directions. One of them was heading straight toward Xiaolin. The girl's face turned pale as she stood frozen in place, feeling as if she were bound. Teishka, boom. The room was completely destroyed. Xiaolin trembled, fearfully looking at Ye Qiyan, who had pulled her out of the room. 7, Brother Qiyan, can we leave? Can we leave? Having exited the hot spring hotel, many people had gathered on the street, and the hotel owner stood nearby, on the verge of tears. Damn it, can't you fight in the wilderness instead? Boss, do you know what is happening up there? Ye Qiyan approached him, helping pick up a few fallen train tokens from the ground while inquiring. Ah, thank you. Those 2 up there? The one with the cigar should be a member of a terrorist organization, and the one behind is a high judge from Qinqing City. The one with the cigar stole a rare item from the latter, which seems to trigger something when collected in a certain quantity, but I don't know the specifics. It's really confusing how these terrorist organizations think. Isn't it good to have peaceful and comfortable days? Why do they insist on fighting? The higher-ups have worked hard to build so many cities for us to live peacefully. Why do they want to change anything? The hotel owner looked at Fanhua with a mix of confusion and a hint of hidden envy. Terrorist organization? Ye Qiyan blinked, glancing at Fanhua, who was escaping into the air, and then silently looked at the chat room of the Imperial Order organization beside him. Yeah, you don't know? Oh, I see. You must be part of the new batch of train conductors. Considering the timing, it's probably around when your batch arrived in this world. I was wondering why business was so good today. Time flies. I've also been in this world for 12 years. The hotel owner understood and didn't hide anything just because Ye Qiyan was a newcomer. I'm not very clear on the specifics either. I only know that some upper-level people built many cities in some large platform worlds to ensure that everyone who comes to this world can live a stable life, so they don't have to venture into the wilderness to drive trains. However, many members of terrorist organizations have angered the higher-ups while trying to collect something, which is why they became terrorist organizations. Speaking of which, it seems that providing their information can earn a lot of train tokens. Hey, I wonder when I'll run into one. Ye Qiyan stepped back with a smile. You will run into one. Maybe you've already met one. Huh, how could that be? That kind of struggle among the upper levels is not something a waste like me, who hasn't even passed level 4 and has been stuck here, could witness. The hotel owner laughed heartily, scratching his bald head as he turned to leave, and for some reason, his back appeared somewhat desolate. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin. It seemed the hotel owner didn't know much. He didn't even know about the card sequence's existence. If one really collected a complete set of the card sequence, what would happen? Brother Qiyan. Xiaolin gently tugged at his wrist from behind. Turning around, he saw the conflict written all over Xiaolin's face. Should I stay here like that, owner? This is your own business. Why ask me? I'm sorry for bothering you. If it weren't for my bad luck, Ye Qiyan interrupted her. You gave me train tokens before you decide to stay or move on. Following me is an equal exchange. Even if I've caught your bad luck, it's my choice and has nothing to do with you. If you want to stay, then find a guild and ask that hotel owner. He has experience. That's it. I have things to do tomorrow. Although the hotel had a huge hole smashed in it, many rooms remained unaffected. The owner gave Ye Qiyan a new room. That night, nothing else happened. The next day, when he woke up, it was already 9 in the morning. This was the longest he had slept since arriving in this world. The bed on the train was comfortable, but there was always a sense of tension from the danger lurking nearby. Now, he was in Qinqing City, a world rich in human civilization, wrapped in a factor called stability. No wonder so many people chose to stay. After washing up and having breakfast provided by the hotel, he stepped out of his room and saw Xiaolin squatting at his door, looking up at him with large dark circles under her eyes. Brother Qiyan, what are you doing? Xiaolin forced a smile, trying to make herself look less terrible. I can't sleep. Then go count sheep. I want to stay here. She suddenly stood up, her eyes determined. I made up my mind. Even if I stay, that talent of mine might take my life at any moment. It's better to keep riding the train. Maybe I can find something that will help me survive out there, right? Ye Qiyan stopped in his tracks. surprised by Zhao Lin's response. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhao Lin to choose to move forward, but that was fine. As a competent trading partner, many of the things she obtained in the lucky platform would often end up in his hands. Why ask me? If you want to continue, then go ahead. Here, take this, it'll help you. A white fruit appeared in his hand and bounced twice on Zhao Lin's chest. I'm going to get the train. Are you coming? Of course, I gave you train tokens, so I'm definitely going to stick with you till the end. Chapter 74. His train has level 5 last night. The battle between Fan Hua and the high-ranking judge who played with gears had a greater impact than expected. Sitting on the rented flying carpet, several nearby streets were damaged to varying degrees. Some corpses were covered with white cloth and carried out from the ruins. Judging by the shapes of the gaps, it seemed that most were smashed out by the gears of that high-ranking judge. In contrast, Fan Hua did not cause many casualties. Number 44, Nakalo Street. Pushing open the large door and entering the church, the pastor uncle was cleaning the floor. Seeing the two arrive, he showed a friendly smile. You're here. Your train has been maintained. Let's go and take a look. The smiling tiger, as Fan Hua called this pastor uncle. Remembering what Shai had said about there being no normal people in the Empire Order, Ye Qiyan was a bit more cautious than last time. At the back of the church, there were 2 trains in the station, one of which attracted Ye Qiyan's attention as it was somewhat familiar yet strange. Is this my train? What's wrong? Don't you recognize it? The pastor uncle said with a smile. Clean, brand new, tidy, and balanced. This was Ye Qiyan's first impression of the train before him. The originally differently sized carriages and locomotive had now become the same specifications. The outer layer of the train had transformed from rusty metal to a brand new steel color. Ye Qiyan stepped forward to touch it. Details about the train appeared before him. Train conductor, Ye Qiyan. Train, brand new. All carriages will be standardized. Train durability restored to full value durability. The pastor uncle smiled at Ye Qiyan. You can think of it as your train's health. Nothing much, basically useless. By the way, I wonder if you have anything to make train coatings. I can change the color of your train's exterior while I'm at it. Coating? It seems I do have something. Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and walked into the train. Although the size of the carriages had become uniform, the internal space had not changed. He took out a box. Can you use these? Soft ruby, level 1. White leaves, level 1. White stone, level 1. The former was one of the rewards obtained at the Ghost Rain Manor. The latter 2 were collected by Wali in the White Forest. Red and white. Sure. Which color do you want as the main color? White. The leaves and stones were fed into a machine. Soon, a wooden barrel was filled with white paint. The pastor uncle reached out and splashed it forward. The train's exterior gradually turned white, and in no time, the transformation was complete. Looks like my skills are pretty good. Nodding, he adjusted his monocle and turned to look at Ye Qiyan. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself. Holmes Ryan. Everyone calls me Ryan. If there's nothing else, you could take your train and leave. Ryan. Ye Qiyan remembered seeing this name in the chat room. Sure enough, he was also a member of the Empire Order. Thank you. I'm leaving now. Using the key, he transported the train back to the front gate of the Star City. Ye Qiyan left without any hesitation, taking Zhao Lin with him. This Ryan made him uncomfortable, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly why. After the 2 left, Ryan's smile remained unchanged. His gaze fixed on another train. A man with a cigar opened the window, his expression indifferent. Put that smile away. It's disgusting. Brother Fan Hua, I don't like hearing that. There's a saying, don't strike a smiling face. As long as I keep smiling, no one can hit me, right? By the way, how was your haul yesterday? The lackeys of the lazy ones killed over 500 people while trying to chase you and destroyed 5 streets. That's quite the feat. Fan Hua finished his cigar and lit another one. Among those 500, over 300 were homeless in the city who didn't want to be driven into the lower district. Many of the buildings destroyed on those 5 streets were meant to be bought at low prices and resold. Who do you think benefited? I don't know. I just know you were chased and smashed through 5 streets. Seeing that Fan Hua ignored his teasing, Ryan gradually retracted his smile and asked in a flat tone, what do you think of that kid just now? His train is level 5. Can you imagine? Just leaving the novice period with a level 5 train. Although that woman Shah, you will most likely give him firestones. Where did he get the level 5 materials? Fan Hua silently inhaled his cigar. After a long time, he finally uttered a sentence. What was that saying? What? In an infinite world, there are infinite possibilities. He was able to free Shaya from that absurd and bizarre seal. What kind of talent do you think that would require? Who knows? Talent varies greatly except for a few common types. I'm more curious about the blasphemy card fragments in that crazy woman's hands. Should we try to snatch them from her? After 15 years, I don't think I'm weaker than that woman. Fan Hua took off his sunglasses and looked at Ryan with a strange expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Looking at an idiot. Have you forgotten that woman's angel card sequence? That thing can't be killed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sealed in the first place. What a pity. Although you can't buy items above level 4 in Star City, conversely, items below level 4 are readily available. Ye Qiyan was shopping in the mall. An oven, a level 3 large water purification device, plus a whole bottle of 500L plant nutrient solution. He spent his train coins down to just 5 coins. And the items he bought were sent directly to the capsule in the tunnel where his train was. He could outfit them as soon as he got on board. In this city, as long as you have money, you can live a pretty good life. But if you don't have money, it's a completely different story. Other train conductors in the same block were venting in the chat room. Damn it. Why does everything cost money in this city? I have to pay to use the restroom. Where am I supposed to get train coins? Luckily, I saved some train coins before. The materials here are much cheaper than those scammers. Hey, I leveled up directly to level 3, but where do I get that level 4 Firestone? That thing can only be obtained by joining a guild. I already joined one. I also joined a guild, and those people want me to hand over all the resources in my train. Now I can't even quit. You guys have to be careful. Stop talking. Be careful not to get caught. Damn, can someone lend me some train coins? I'll double it back to you later. Don't believe the guy above. He lost everything in the gambling city of Lakvi. Lending him money is like throwing it away. Gambling dogs are doomed. Sigh. I really want to buy some fried chicken, but it's so expensive. Can anyone actually afford it? Is anyone in Star City? I took a taxi and ran out of money halfway, and the driver dumped me in the middle of the road. I can't find my way back now. I heard that if you don't leave within 3 days of the departure time, you'll be classified as a vagabond and caught. Chapter 75. Leaving the City of 1,000 Stars, Early Wanderers? Looking at the content in the chat room, Ye Qiyan's gaze swept around. Previously unnoticed, it seemed that there were some people lurking in the dark corners of the city, in stark contrast to the glamorous streets. They were once part of the train conductors, but they had abandoned their identities and trains, merely wanting to survive in the city, yet lacking the ability and capital, ultimately becoming despised wanderers. Ding ding. A private message arrived in the interface. Are you still in the City of 1,000 Stars? It was Shea. Ye Qiyan remembered she had said she would come to this city too. Was it today? Yes. I originally wanted to meet you, but it seems that's not possible now. In the church, Shea stood in front of a group of puppets, her gaze casually sweeping over the judges of the City of 1,000 Stars above her. Is something wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Sister, I'm not at the point of needing help from a rookie who just left the beginner phase. It's just that we can't meet. It's no big deal. I just wanted to give you a gift, so take it. I have other matters to attend to. The chat ended. The envelope icon in the top right of the screen flickered slightly. Brother Qiyan? Is something wrong? Shifting his attention from the screen, he glanced at Zhao Lin, who was looking at him with a puzzled expression, and shook his head. It's nothing. We should be arriving soon. Yes, it seems we're almost at the gate. Right? Ye Qiyan was leaving the city early. This place was good, but not that good. A day or two of rest was fine, but staying too long could lead one to selectively forget that they were in a life-or-death survival world on a train. Zhao Lin didn't hesitate after learning of his decision. She was still in a state of bad luck at this stop. Not being crushed by that gear yesterday was already a stroke of luck. Who knows what else might happen if she stayed longer? Moreover, with Ye Qiyan gone, she would be completely lost here, with no idea what to do or what she should do. She was someone who just went with the flow. Under the towering gate, Ye Qiyan saw the guide once again. The guide seemed surprised by his early arrival, glancing back at Ye Qiyan's rear with a hint of confusion. You plan to leave early? And without hiring any assistants? Is that not allowed? The train assistants were like employees. Spending some train currency could hire them to work for the conductor for the next 3 stations. Most others would likely choose to hire 1 or 2. But he had no such intention. First, he didn't want to expose the secret of having the ascension talent. Second, he didn't like having several strangers on the same train where secrets could be exposed. Not all. It's just a bit curious. Could it be that your guild didn't inform you of this? New conductors can dock in the City of 1,000 Stars for free for 3 days. Are you sure you want to leave early? Ye Qiyan smiled, but didn't respond, walking straight to the key insertion point. The tunnel capsule slowly descended, opening its shell to reveal the train. I can equip the things I bought in the city, right? Of course. The oven and large water purification unit were quickly adjusted, and through the train system, they could be equipped directly without needing transport. The 500L of plant nutrient solution was placed in a large tin can, and a bit of train currency was spent to hire workers to connect it above the planting compartment. Boarding the train, the familiar scent wrapped around him once more. The strange sense of comfort from the City of 1,000 Stars instantly vanished. There was indeed something wrong. Did that city have anything that made people want to stay? What secrets did the city of 1,000 stars hold? That was not something he could find the answer to right now. After taking one last look at the massive gate, Ye Qiyan pressed the start button. The horn sounded. The train slowly started moving. Ahead, the familiar distortion emerged. Passing through the distortion, the familiar endless wasteland appeared outside the window once again. Am I crazy? Why does the wasteland feel more comfortable than that city? Ye Qiyan scratched his head, self-deprecatingly muttering a couple of words. He opened the chat box and sent a message to Zhao Lin. Have you come out yet? Yes. The chat ended, and Ye Qiyan didn't look at what Zhao Lin was saying afterward. Their transaction paused at that moment. Wally, make me a smoothie. Wally, left in the train for a day or two, happily spun around Ye Qiyan's feet and, after receiving the command, skillfully began to work. Enjoying a white forest fruit smoothie, Ye Qiyan leaned back in his chair, satisfied. It was time to tally up his harvest and resources. He now had only 5 train coins left for emergencies. After joining the Empire Sequence Organization, he received 1 demon card, a large-capacity refrigerator, a Desert Eagle pistol, a level 3 large water purification unit, and 500 of plant nutrient solution. If counted strictly, there was also 1 train maintenance and a color change for the train car. That was all he had gained. Compared to a station, it wasn't too much, but the city of 1,000 stars itself was not a place meant for people to gain. It was a complete den of iniquity. The predecessors who built this city were not here to do charity. It was easy to see from the conversations of others. Conductors without money had worse treatment in that city than the indigenous residents who lived there all the time. These were the gains of an ordinary conductor. So, what about Ye Qiyan, who had the ascension talent? His gains were far more than that. Where to start? Licking his lips, he realized he hadn't used ascension for a day and was a bit unaccustomed to it. Let us start with this. Silver-white Desert Eagle pistol, level 2. It was similar to the Colt and 1911 he had received earlier. What truly attracted Ye Qiyan was its potential. It seemed it could undergo ascension more than once. Ascend. Stamina, 120-110. Mystic Silver Bullet enchantment. Desert Eagle, level 3. As expected, potential was not exhausted. So let us continue. Ascend. Stamina, 110-90. Justice enchantment. Desert Eagle, level 4. Then the third time. Ascend. Stamina, 90-60. Transcend enchantment. Infinite. Heavenly Eagle, level 5. Infinite. Unlimited bullet count. Heavenly Eagle. Deals higher damage to airborne units. Potential exhausted. The Desert Eagle had been ascended to its utmost limit. Chapter 76 Continuous Sublimation. Seeking buyers. The Desert Eagle. No, it should now be called the Sky Eagle. Its appearance hasn't changed much from the initial version. Aside from the gun body being slightly longer, it only added a light golden eagle pattern. He rolled down the car window and aimed at the mummy that had awakened from the sound of the train in the wilderness, firing a shot. Headshot. The power wasn't very great, much less than the ebony wood. However, the characteristic of infinite bullets meant there was no need for any consumption. If one day all his resources were exhausted, this gun could still fight. Not bad. He placed it alongside the ebony wood. Ye Qiyan began to select the second item for sublimation. A refrigerator. What would it turn into after sublimation? Driven by curiosity, the double-door large-capacity refrigerator became his second choice. Sublimation. Mental, 120,100. Large-capacity refrigerator space compression refrigerator. The refrigerator itself had no level, and it remained the same after sublimation. However, its appearance underwent a significant change. The original area of about 1 meter was reduced by about half. Opening the refrigerator door, he placed a white forest fruit inside. Interestingly, the white forest fruit, which was originally of a certain size, shrank to half its original size once placed inside. Taking it out, it would return to its original form. After the refrigerator, the next item was the water purification device. Unlike the one he bought from Shangwan Inshua, this level 3 device purified water much faster and of better quality. He had no intention of discarding the original one, as he put on the trading platform at the price of 3 train coins, which was quickly bought. Now his trading platform was connected to the city of 1,000 stars, and there was no worry about selling items below level 4. The only regret was that the basic items like mechanical parts, wood, and metal were not as easy to sell. How many times has it been today? Never mind. Continue. Sublimation. Mental, 10,080. Purity water purifier, level 4. Can purify cursed polluted dirty water sources. The potential was exhausted. The effect was decent, and the speed was not slow. It was safer compared to before. Now, there was only one left. The planting compartment. The vegetables and fruits planted here were ready for the first harvest. Ye Qiyan climbed to the top of the car and touched the huge iron barrel placed above. Sublimation. Mental, 8060 Repair Plant Nutrient Solution can accelerate plant growth, and the grown plants will have some ability to restore injuries and stamina when used. Repair injuries and stamina? Just what I needed. Ye Qiyan's face was full of smiles. He connected a hose and a shower head, spraying some on the plants in the planting compartment, including the white forest fruit tree. After spraying, all the plants emitted a faint milky light. The entire planting compartment was enveloped in this glow, as if immersed in a wonderful illusion. Ye Qiyan picked a tomato and took a bite. He stared at his stamina bar, and after swallowing the tomato, his stamina quickly jumped from 60 to 61. It indeed increased faster. Although it wasn't much, he still had the luxurious dream bed, and with these two combined, wouldn't that be even better? Done, I'm exhausted. This was probably the time he sublimated the most items. However, the consumption of stamina and mental energy was nowhere near as much as when he first arrived in this world and sublimated something casually. This is growth, right? By the way, there was also Sister Shea's gift. I almost forgot about this. He patted his forehead and opened his mailbox, looking at the only email inside. His expression slightly complex. Calculation Unit 1. Note, you're still a level 4 train, right? Here's a gift for you. If you don't join a guild, it would be quite troublesome to level up to level 5. Is this what it feels like to be spoiled? If he hadn't sublimated, he wouldn't have known where to get this calculation unit to level up from a level 4 train to level 5. But then again, if he hadn't sublimated, how could he have met Shea? Holding the calculation unit in his hand, Ye Qiyan placed it alongside the firestone that Shea had also gifted him. He needed to find an opportunity to find a good buyer for these two items. He thought that many people would be eager to level up to level 4 at such time. Who to sell it to? Ye Qiyan thought of two people, Zhao Lin and Shangwan Inxue. Zhao Lin was not considered for now. She had no money and would see how much she could get at her next stop, the Lucky Station. As for Shangwan Inxue, ding ding, Ye Qiyan sent a message. How's your city? Initially thinking it would take a while to get a reply, he was surprised when the other party responded quickly. Not great, a boring city. Not as comfortable as on the train. I've already left, what about you? The city of 1,000 stars seems quite large. This was pretty much in line with his feelings. Left? What a coincidence, I just left the station, I played there for a day and had a good time. Are you looking for something? Did you level up to 4? No, I can't get the Firestone, and I don't want to join a guild. What about you? Have you joined a guild? Well, sort of. I joined a place with a decent person and got the Firestone from her. Shangwan Inxue blinked, took a deep breath while looking at the messages on her flip phone, and after a moment, replied, Name your price. I like her straightforwardness. Ye Qiyan chuckled and input a price. 30 train coins, or equivalent items. Shangwan Inxue didn't respond for a long time. She knew very well that this price wasn't expensive, because she understood how troublesome it was to obtain the Firestone from others. Her talent, Mirror Moon, could only convert items below the train level, and she didn't choose to join a guild. She just wanted to try her luck at the platform. If after 3 stations she still didn't have a chance, she would have to resign herself to fate and join a guild, even if it meant being exploited. Therefore, 30 train coins for a Firestone. This price was truly not expensive. But I don't have that much money. Can I buy it on credit? No. After rejecting her without hesitation, Ye Qiyan added, At the next station, if you can't gather train coins or items, this Firestone will be sold to someone else. Zhao Lin's next stop was the Lucky Station. Using a Firestone to exchange for all of Zhao Lin's acquisitions at the Lucky Station was a sure profit. He only intended to give Shangwan Inxue 1 station's chance. Chapter 77. Station 11. The bewildering Snow Mountain. The chat room fell silent for a long time. Okay, after the next station ends, I will take out the equivalent of 30 train tokens to buy Firestones. Before that, don't sell to anyone else. Of course, leveling up is a bottomless pit. After buying the Firestones, the next step is to get the calculation unit. Ye Qiyan simulkit, looking at Shangwan Inxue's name as if it were a money tree. Once she leveled up to level 4, he would take out the calculation unit at a suitable time. He didn't believe this woman wouldn't want it. The train continued moving forward. Time passed. 12:30. 00. The module activated at this moment. Station 11 was about to arrive. The crossroads of fate has been triggered. Please choose one of the 2 platforms to stop at. Platform 1, Fenglang Valley, level 5 Hunt Platform. Platform 2, Bewildering Snow Mountain, level 6 Task Platform. I chose Platform 2. Ye Qiyan chose the higher level platform, although it would entail more danger. With the abundance of equipment and items surpassing ordinary train conductors, why should he be timid? Rather than opting for a safer platform, he might as well take a risk. Platform selection completed. Please secure yourself. The train is about to arrive at the 11th station. Bewildering Snow Mountain. The last 30 minutes countdown gradually approached 0. as the train's speed began to increase, piercing through the twisted void. Accompanied by the sound of the whistle, outside the window was a sea of white. Current station, bewildering snow mountain, stop countdown, 9:59, 59, good luck, this station, high risk. As usual before getting off, he took out a train token and tossed it to the Wally at his feet, spinning in circles. If danger arises, remember to dodge. Wally nodded in gratitude, passing through the small door of the recycling device, quickly advancing into the snow. After Wally left, Ye Qiyan stood by the window, looking around. According to past experience, the task target at task platforms usually appears near where the train stops. Sure enough, in the distance, a small black dot caught Ye Qiyan's attention. After observing carefully for a while, it seemed to be a small wooden cabin situated amidst the wind and snow. That's it, but it's a bit far, right? How could I forget that? CVO Road Bully. Since he bought it from the upgrade options, he hadn't found a chance to use it until now. Finally, it was coming in handy. This thing could drive in the snow, right? He teleported to the last car of the turret compartment, where he had kept the Road Bully. He patted the thick rubber tires, thought for a moment, and bought several thin iron chains on the trading platform to tie to it for traction in the snow. It should be fine. Open the door, close the door. Dressed properly, with his backpack on, Ye Qiyan mounted the Road Bully and twisted the throttle in the not-so-thick snow in front of him. With a roar, the silver-gray motorcycle raced through the wind and snow, heading straight for the distant wooden cabin. It took him about 10 minutes to finally reach the cabin. Luckily, he had the vehicle. Otherwise, how long would it take to walk on two legs? Ye Qiyan patted his slightly frostbitten cheeks, took out the purification stone, held the ebony wood in one hand, and kicked open the wooden door with a strong gust of wind and snow rushing in. There was no one in the cabin, but there were traces of human habitation. The facilities in the room were minimal: a bed, a table, and a stove. On the table lay several cans, which may or may not be expired, and a diary. Picking up the diary, Ye Qiyan flipped to the first page. March 12th, weather, clear. Today the research team arrived at the first supply point on the snow mountain. Strange. Where did our guide go? March 14th, we waited for 2 days, and the guide hasn't returned. Without a guide, we can't continue up the mountain. However, everyone has prepared for this expedition for a long time and is unwilling to give up, so we decided to go up the mountain ourselves. No problem. With my years of climbing experience, this mere snow mountain is manageable. March 16th, someone got sick. What bad luck. I drew the short straw to stay behind and take care of her. I should have picked the one next to me. March 18th, he died. I don't know why he died, but today, good death, good death. He died, so I can catch up with the main group. I arrived at the second supply point. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? What am I doing here again? Ye Qiyan squeezed the purification stone in his hand, took a deep breath, and set the diary down. This should be the second supply point mentioned in the diary, and the person writing the diary seemed to have gone mad around March 18th. By the end, he had completely lost his mind, which is why he wrote such a bizarre entry. But where are the others? They left behind the diary, yet disappeared here. Did they encounter monsters, or was it something else? What is the task at this station? Ye Qiyan continued to search the room and found a photo in a corner. The moment he removed the photo, a creature's roar came from outside the cabin. He rushed out of the wooden cabin and saw a white-furred snow monster that had appeared in the blizzard at some point. The snow monster's foul-smelling mouth exhaled a disgusting stench, swinging its fists and charged towards Ye Qiyan. Bang! A shot hit the monster's forehead, but it continued its assault as if it felt nothing. This is unreasonable. How could a strike from ebony would be ineffective? Right, it's unreasonable. Ye Qiyan felt a strong sense of incongruity. Suddenly, the purification stone emitted a soft glow. Even in this white world, the light still enveloped the surroundings. As the light faded, the snow monster disappeared, as if everything had just been an illusion. But Ye Qiyan was very clear that it was not an illusion. Moreover, this feeling felt somewhat familiar. It was a bit like the time with Don Quixote. This photo, the one he just obtained from the cabin, was indeed the snow monster that had suddenly appeared. So that's why I felt the incongruity? In the spiritual section, witnessing truth and falsehood is being triggered. The snow monster just now was neither real nor fake. It was that at the moment Ye Qiyan saw the photo, he believed a snow monster existed in this world. Therefore, that snow monster appeared outside. So what is the task after all? This is the first time he felt so confused about a task platform. There are some signs of peeling at the corner of the photo. Without hesitation, he forcefully tore it open, and a thin paper note fell into his hand from the hidden compartment inside. Chapter 78. The Three-Headed Man. I am the guide. If anyone sees this note, please go to the third supply point. The map is located directly under the 7th floorboard as you enter this wooden cabin. I can't go on, but that's the only way out. You must destroy it. A mission has appeared. Following the note's instructions, he shot and broke the wooden board. Indeed, beneath it lay a map. The map had 4 mark points labeled with the numbers 1, 2, 3, and a final point. The first 3 represented the supply points, while the final point was located at the top of the snow mountain. Presumably the ultimate destination of the research team that came here. So, why did this guide hide the items? Was he afraid of being discovered by something? It was a bit far, but there was still enough time. After some thought, since the mission had already appeared, there was no reason not to complete it. Even if there were traps, he would have to step into them before thinking about how to solve them. The direction was here. He purchased a compass on the trading platform and followed the map up the mountain. The mountain was relatively flat, with few uneven areas, and the snow on the ground was unusually compact, as if it had been trampled by something. This saved him quite a bit of effort as he drove the off-road vehicle upwards. The scenery around was entirely the same, and after a while, it was easy to get lost in it. After about 40 minutes of driving, he finally saw the wooden cabin that looked almost identical to the second supply point. If not for the fact that he had indeed been going upwards and the distance from the train had increased, he would have thought he had looped back to the starting point. The cabin looked the same, but something seemed off. What was that? Smoke? A thin wisp of cooking smoke was rising from the chimney of the wooden cabin. This meant there were people inside, or something else. Thud! He threw a snowball at the wooden door. Soon, several trembling voices came from inside the cabin. Who? Is it a monster? Don't open the door. It must be a monster. Maybe it's the rescue team the guide sent. Outside, say something. It really was people. Ye Qiyan did not lower his gun, instead shouting loudly at the people inside. I am a rescuer sent by the guide to take you down the mountain. Open the door and let me in. It's freezing out here. Go open the door. It's the rescuer. Ha, we are saved. Don't go. It must be a monster tricking us. Hurry, go over there. I said not to open the door. If you do, we'll die. From the voices, there were 3 people inside the cabin, and 2 of them wanted to open the door. So, why was the remaining person holding them back? Something fell off. Ye Qiyan glanced down at the purification stone hanging around his neck. It wasn't glowing, and there was nothing evil inside. Finally, after some commotion inside the cabin, the door was opened. Help me. Hearing this distinctly human voice, Ye Qiyan did not speak, but took a step back, aiming his gun at a head. Don't shoot. We are human. We are not monsters. Yes, we are really human. Human? Looking at the person in front of him, who had 3 heads and 6 arms. With their lower bodies completely intertwined, Ye Qiyan suppressed the urge to pull the trigger and understood why they couldn't open the door alone. What on earth happened here? You 3 people, why did you end up like this? The 3-headed man exchanged glances, and the one in the middle sighed. It was the one who had just prevented the others from opening the door. We are from the research team. Young man, come in. It's too cold outside. Entering the wooden cabin, Ye Qiyan kept a safe distance from the 3-headed man. He pointed his gun at them, and the middle head nervously swallowed and spoke. Young man, since you came up the mountain to rescue us, it means the guide escaped? Why do you say that? Well, otherwise how would you have found us? Ye Qiyan narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the contents of the diary. Wasn't the guide with you when you came up the mountain? I was only assigned to find you because you hadn't contacted anyone for too long. When I arrived at the second supply point, I found the items left by the guide and a diary. He opened the diary. You know the person who wrote this diary, right? Yes. It's my brother. The left head suddenly became enraged. I know him. He asked the one who caused us to become like this. That madman. He killed everyone. No, my brother, Your brother is a demon. Don't speak of my brother. Stop arguing, for God's sake. Don't hit my face. It will hurt me too. Watching the 3 of them continuously hit their own bodies and faces, paired with such a grotesque appearance, it was somewhat amusing for a moment. Ahem, stop fighting. So when you said it was all because of him, what do you mean? Tell me everything that happened since you went up the mountain. Maybe there's still hope for you. The 3 heads bruised and battered. The left head gritted its teeth and said angrily, the research team originally had 15 members. Our goal was to reach the summit to study a mysterious substance that only exists on this mountain. However, after we reached the first supply point, our guide, who was supposed to wait there, disappeared. Everyone thought it was a waste not to continue, so we decided to go up the mountain directly. When we reached the second supply point, one person came down with a high fever, and at that time, we drew lots to leave one person to take care of the sick, and the one left behind was the madman who wrote the diary, while we continued our ascent. We didn't expect an accident to happen. As if recalling something terrifying, the face of that head twitched wildly. We got lost. We completely lost our way on the road to this third supply point. Ooh, we really couldn't hold on anymore. Many people starved to death or froze to death. We were lost there for almost half a month. Half a month? Why didn't you come find us earlier, woo? The cries were loud and showed no sign of stopping. Even the other two seemed affected and were on the verge of tears. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet flew accurately over the three heads. At the same time, the crying abruptly stopped. Continue speaking. If you keep crying, it won't just be a bullet grazing by. Chapter 79. Fear and lies under the gaze of the gun. The three-headed creature, fused together, did not dare to act recklessly. The middle head continued speaking. At first, during the first few days of getting lost, my brother suddenly appeared one night. We thought he had come to rescue us, but unexpectedly, he had completely gone insane. With a knife, he killed our mentor and ate his flesh. That madman, he actually ate a person. No, my brother must have just. That is not your brother. That is a devil. A man-eating demon. Stop arguing. One of the heads, who had been mostly silent, covered the mouths of the other two heads with his hands. He smiled awkwardly at Ye Qiyan, afraid he would shoot, and hurriedly continued. He really went mad. He killed the professor in front of everyone with just a knife and ate the entire body, then disappeared into the snow. We wanted to avenge the professor, but we couldn't catch that guy. He was just too fast, completely unlike any human speed. Then, the rest of us got lost in the snowstorm for over 10 days. That guy would come out of nowhere every day, kill one of us, and eat them. Just when we thought we were all going to die there, the guide appeared and found us, bringing the three of us to this third supply point. The guide left 2 days ago. He said the way down the mountain and communication were completely cut off, and we could only go down on foot to seek help, telling us to wait here for a while. Then, we waited for you, little brother. You really are the guide's rescue, right? The eyes of the three heads sparkled with hope. However, Ye Qiyan did not respond with a nod as they had imagined. He had no intention of lowering the gun in his hand. The story of these three heads was full of holes. Not to mention why they had not frozen to death after getting lost in the snow for over 10 days without supplies. Moreover, eating people, a normal adult male could kill someone in front of them and then eat them right there. Were these guys all turtles? Eating people. Madmen? His gaze swept over the lower halves of the three-headed creature. Previously, he had not observed closely. Their lower bodies were not just formed from the legs of three people, but also contained some other extraneous parts. Was it really just that madman who ate people? You are lying. Ye Qiyan's voice was very flat, making it hard to detect any emotions. But for some reason, the three-headed creature in front of him suddenly felt an indescribable fear rising in their hearts. Don't you think your constructed story is missing something? The three heads dared not speak, their fear making them feel as if they were suffocating. Tell me, why did you become like this? Your story is missing that part. As soon as these words were spoken, a moment of confusion flashed in the eyes of the three heads, and at the same time, a roar from the snow monsters outside echoed. But at the same moment, the pure purification stone emitted its light, and the snow monsters instantly dissipated. The three-headed creature let out a piercing scream, blood-red tears flowing from their eyes. No, we had no choice. If we don't eat, we will die. We will die. It was the mentor who first agreed to sacrifice himself. He committed suicide. It was suicide. It was him, that madman who wrote in the diary. He turned us into this. The three-headed creature's state grew more frenzied. Their fused bodies began to twist and contort, as if they had lost some kind of mysterious power that supported them, and they fell down. Help us. Only up a mountain. The end at the top of the mountain. Only there can we leave. I'm so hungry. It's the monsters, those monsters, they're all coming. Another roar followed. This time, the sounds outside the wooden house were no longer just one. Instead, it was a continuous wave after wave. Looking up, dozens of snow monsters of various sizes rushed toward the wooden house from all directions. The light of the pure purification stone could not drive these snow monsters away this time. They had fully solidified, but it was fine like this. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiyan drew the Tianying hanging at his waist, dual guns in hand, and pulled the trigger. The bullets hit the heads, chests, and abdomens of the snow monsters with precision. Though they could evade the attacks of the pure purification stone after solidifying, that also meant they could not dodge his bullets. In less than 10 seconds, all the snow monsters fell to the ground, silent. Returning to the wooden house, the three-headed creature lay trembling on the ground. Their sanity seemed to have returned considerably with the fall of the snow monsters. The middle head lifted slightly, looking at Ye Qiyan with a gaze still filled with suffocating fear. Are you so scared that you can't speak? Demon card seduction. Ye Qiyan had just used its second effect, consume stamina. What you do will instill fear in others. The ability of the demon card was even more useful than he had imagined, because this effect increased with the consumption of stamina spirit points. Just now, he had only used 10 stamina points, which had frightened the three-headed creature to the point of losing their sanity and falling into madness. Now you can speak. I don't care whether you ate people or not. I want to know why you became like this. At this point, Ye Qiyan's tone suddenly softened considerably. In any case, I am here to save you. As long as I understand the situation, I will take you away. If there's a chance, I will also find a way to help you return to your original forms. This is my duty as an exorcist. Seduction, consume spirit. Your lies will make others believe. The three heads all lifted up and instantly believed his lies. Exorcist, oh my God, there really are exorcists in this world. Sir, I will tell. We will tell. Among the three, it was still the most timid head that revealed the reason they had become like this. After the guide went down the mountain, the three thought that since so many people had died, if they went down empty-handed, with the negative impact of eating human flesh, their futures would be completely ruined. Thus, they took supplies from the supply point and headed to the highest peak of the snow mountain, which was the destination on the map. There, the members of the research team they had eaten appeared in perfect condition, along with that madman who wrote in the diary. That madman smiled at the three of them, standing next to a snow monster. Then everything went dark, and when they came to their senses, they were back here, and their bodies had transformed into their current form. Inside their lower bodies, those extra human parts were from the members of the research team they had eaten. This is a curse, a devil's curse. It must be, we must have provoked the devil. Chapter 80, The Outsider's Trap, right? We also took a picture of that Yeti. As Ye Qiyan squinted slightly at the photos pulled out from the pockets of the three, he found the image somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the one he found at the second supply point? It was identical, just clearer. Suddenly, he thought of something. After searching the photo for a moment, he actually found an extremely small protrusion. He tore it open forcefully, and a piece of paper larger than the photo fell out. Did you guys put this in? The three heads shook in unison, indicating they had no idea. Ye Qiyan opened the note. Did you see it? You must see it. I can no longer affect the other world. This is the last message. Please make sure to reach the top of the snow mountain and turn off the reality displacement device there. Otherwise, this snow mountain will completely fall into another time and space. I am Sora, Trudy Sora. Reality displacement? Another time and space? No. Even a level 6 task platform, is this outrageous? They even created such a high-end thing? The corners of Ye Qiyan's eyes twitched slightly as he silently tucked away the note with the information. According to the contents of this note, he would have to go to the mountaintop next. But was something off about this? Since seeing the first note, he had been led to the next destination. It was as if all these discoveries were to guide him to the summit. Everything along the way was designed to make reaching the mountaintop seem more reasonable. Was it a trap? Looking up at the mountain, the summit of the snow mountain was right in front of him. Interesting. Ye Qiyan chuckled lightly and walked towards the door. The three heads hurriedly crawled to his feet and said eagerly, Bro, aren't you taking us with you? Ye Qiyan glanced at them blandly, then suddenly revealed a warm and bright smile, bending down to pat their shoulders. I'm going to deal with the trouble on the mountain. After all, that's the culprit that turned you into this. Only by resolving that can you return to your original forms. Just wait here for me. I will take you down the mountain. The lie was triggered. Leaving the third supply point, Ye Qiyan climbed up again in the road bully. There was still a distance to the destination, but ahead was a completely steep slope where the road bully couldn't go up. Ye Qiyan took out a white fruit and took a bite, inadvertently discovering a track mark on the snowy ground that was almost covered. Was this track from Wall-E? That little guy was also here, but it disappeared further ahead. This really was the stage where the true task story of this world happened. The strange developments were puzzling. But in any case, he had to go see. Caw, caw. In the sky, a completely black raven with blood-red eyes circled in the air. The first ability of the demon card, Mourning, was to summon this raven that could predict and discover death. When it cawed, it meant that death existed ahead. After about 2 hours, Ye Qiyan finally reached the highest point of the snow mountain, which was also the endpoint on the map. However, this place was not what the three-headed brothers described, with any Yeti or madman. Here it was empty. On a vast mountaintop, there was only pure white snow. But the raven was calling. It was morning. Go! The command was given, and the raven in the sky swooped down quickly, landing above a patch of snow. Before it could call out twice, it was suddenly caught by a giant hand that reached out and crushed it to pieces. A giant Yeti appeared out of nowhere. It did not charge at Ye Qiyan like it can in a frenzy, but instead showed a humanoid mocking smile, as if to say you fell for it. Creak, creak, creak. More Yetis appeared around, surrounding him. These monsters that appeared out of thin air all wore that mocking smile, treating Ye Qiyan like a lamb ready for slaughter, allowing themselves to be butchered. Suddenly, a voice intertwined from the bodies of the Yetis. Hee hee, another unlucky fool has fallen for it. You guys are really easy to trick. Just make the so-called hints a bit troublesome, and you'll believe it, hee hee. Who are you? The words spoken by the voice echoed one character at a time from within each Yeti. I am the hero hunting you outsiders. All those who come on that kind of train will only plunder and loot. Nothing will be left behind. This world is ours. It does not belong to you. Everything. You outsiders will never take away. Outsiders, referring to the train conductor. So it's like this. So, the reality displacement and another time and space mentioned in that note were all fake? The voice continued to mock. Idiot, of course it's real. I don't mind telling you. This place you call the platform has two worlds. I am right beside you, yet you cannot see me, touch me, or feel me. Haha, these Yetis, were they summoned by you? How'd you do it? Since I'm going to die anyway, just tell me, let me be a wise ghost. His words made the unknown entity in the other world even more smug, completely unaware of the card floating beside Ye Qiyan. Of course it's me. As long as I can imagine the appearance of the Yeti in my mind, I can continuously summon them to your world. Even if your shooting skill is great, as long as there are enough of them, you will become my food no matter what. Terrifying. So, those three fused together at the third supply point were also your doing? Are they your accomplices? Ye Qiyan fiddled with the card in his hand and continued to inquire. Those three guys ate their own companions. As the hero of this world, I must punish them. Here, as long as I can imagine, I can do anything. What does fusing three people count for? Got it. Ye Qiyan nodded. Then, the last question. The owner of the voice inexplicably felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. You have so many questions, Shoo, be a good boy and listen to me ask you. The demon card hovered behind him. You will die, right? Of course I will die. Wait, why should I answer you? Caw. The second effect of the demon card. Morning. A raven demon the size of an adult human appeared in the snowy ground. The huge bird's claws suddenly grabbed down, and the originally empty space began to distort. Found you. Since we are in another world, then, anchor. The third anchor point of the anchorman fell into that other space. And then, sailing. Chapter 81. Reality and Illusion Indulgence. Eyes wide open. The same snow-capped mountain, the same peak. The difference is that there are no snow monsters here. Only a short man hiding in a thick plush cloak. You, how is it possible? You are just a virtual character. How can you walk out of my imagination? The man let out a sharp scream. He desperately retreated, dropping a dark green book from his hands. Ye Qiyan calmly walked over and picked up the book. Reality and Illusion. A node connecting two worlds, recording stories that happen within a certain area of another synchronized world. By consuming a large amount of mental energy, it can influence the reality of another world to a certain extent. It's because of this book that events in that world occurred. The content of the book is not much. The earlier sections are the same as what the three-headed man said. Until the expedition team was on their way to the third supply point, the text changed from neat to crooked shapes. And on the latest page, there was another line of neat text. The explorer has entered this world. They are riding a train, searching for the most precious items in that space. Is this talking about me? Looking up, the short man stood up and was about to flee. Raising his gun to shoot, a bullet grazed his left ear accurately. Blood soaked his cheeks. The man rolled on the ground in pain. Don't come near, you. You are just a character from my imagination. You are just fake. You. Have you gone mad? Ye Qiyan shook his head, gave an order, and the hovering raven demon flew overhead and grabbed the man by the shoulder. Let me down, let me down. The raven demon brought the man close and hung him in front of Ye Qiyan. Did you write this sentence? Looking at the neat text above, the man trembled and shouted, I want to tell you, you outsider, Creak. The raven demon crushed the man's shoulder. Seeing this, Ye Qiyan chuckled, snapped his fingers, and the raven demon released its claws, dropping the man into the snow. All right, I'm not a bad person. Answer my questions, and I will let you go. Really? Of course. The man trembled, his arms hanging limply in the snow, losing feeling. He didn't realize why he believed the words of the person before him. I'll tell you everything. The neat handwriting in this book, isn't mine. It's content that appeared on its own. The crooked words were written by me. I led the expedition team astray, made them eat each other, and finally fused those three people together, and that snow monster, that was my creation. He gritted his teeth and bit out a drawing from his chest pocket. It depicted various bizarre-looking snow monsters, exactly the same as the snow monsters he saw in another world. The painter's snow monster family, a monster painting created by a garbage painter. Where did this book come from? Right here. I went to this place for inspiration that day, and just happened to see this book. I know all this now, can I leave? Of course. Watching the man turn and struggle to leave. Even though his shoulders were shattered, he probably wouldn't make it down the mountain. But, go, mourn for him. Caw! The raven demon let out a piercing cry. Flapping its wings, it grabbed the man's body and flew high into the sky. The screams continued, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, and the space returned to silence. So, is the task considered complete? Speaking of which, how do I go back? If I use the navigator's sailing ability, I could go directly back to the train. But then, his road bully would be left on the mountain. This stop has yielded no gain so far, and if he discarded the road bully, wouldn't that be a huge loss? He needs to think of a way. Can this book send me back? Picking up a pencil from the man, he wrote a line of text on the latest page. The door connecting both sides has been opened. As the last stroke fell, a distorted wave appeared at the place he came from. Raven, go in and take a look. Summoning another demon raven to fly in. After a moment, the raven returned safely, and he stepped in, returning to the original platform world. It really works. After all, the platform should provide a way for people to pass through. This stop isn't difficult for him. That's because he has multiple demon cards, the navigator, and high-level equipment support. If it were someone else without these things, they would probably be surrounded and beaten to death by a dozen snow monsters at the third supply point. No, perhaps they would have been helpless the first time they encountered an untouchable snow monster at the second supply point. It seems like something is still missing. After solving the mastermind, Ye Qiyan still didn't feel like he had completed this stop. He flipped through the book's contents. Ultimately, he realized what was lacking. Where's the guide? Throughout, the book had never mentioned anything about a guide. The note in the photo, according to the book's content, appeared directly inside. And although the content was similar to what he saw, it completely lacked any mention of a guide. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in the book in his hand. The holder of the book has realized the discordance. The world will reset, and in 3 hours, everything in the snow mountain will return to its original state. Unless you find the guide. No? Can I just stop thinking? Why is there even a reincarnation element? So after going in a big circle, the final task is to find the guide? It's ridiculous. However, it's not like there are no clues. He still remembers seeing that note in the photo for the first time. The guide's message was to go to the third supply point, where the exit is, and, finally, to destroy it. He has been to the third supply point and found no exit, nor anything that must be destroyed. Did he miss something? Or is it the three-headed fusion person? Mounting the road bully and following the map, Ye Qiyan headed towards the third supply point in the direction he came from. That place should be the final stage of this platform. It really is quite a hassle, but also quite interesting. Indeed, people enjoy degrading themselves. Compared to the comfort of the city of 1,000 stars, he actually prefers to take risks in such critical moments. For some reason, the path down the mountain seems to be even harder than going up. Chapter 82. Punishment Reincarnation. Next time I come to the snow mountain, I should avoid driving. Riding a motorcycle on soft snow is just asking for trouble. In the end, in a desperate situation, Ye Qiyan simply had the crow demon push the cart from behind. After about an hour, they finally returned to the third supply point. The wind and snow were still strong. Outside the third supply point, the bodies of the snow monsters had disappeared without a trace. The door was tightly closed, and wisps of smoke were gently drifting from the chimney. Kicking open the door, the three-headed hybrid was curled up in the corner and was overjoyed to see his arrival. Master, Exorcist Master, can you lift our curse? Ye Qiyan did not speak, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the room. When he inadvertently glanced at the dark fireplace, he slightly narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, there was smoke coming from the chimney, but the fireplace itself was not lit. Is this reasonable? It's not reasonable. This is the place. Switching to the ebony bullets, the white explosive head shattered the fireplace into pieces. The wind and snow outside rushed into the wooden cabin through the gap, and in the destroyed fireplace, a skull emitting a faint black aura surprisingly spoke in a human voice. Why must you find out the truth? Ah, a demon, it's a demon. No, wait. That voice, is it the guide's voice? No, it sounded a bit like my brother. Your brother is a demon. Ye Qiyan ignored the three-headed hybrid, as the purifying stone on him was already heating up. This is an evil spirit. Are you the guide? Or his brother? The skull, humanized, nodded. I am both. I am the guide, his brother, and the mentor who was the first to be eaten by them. I am also all the others except for those three. Oh, unexpected gains. Ye Qiyan raised an eyebrow. Watching the skull tighten, the purifying stone against itself, he continued to signal for the skull to go on. What do you mean by that? The skull's dark eye sockets inexplicably directed a look of hatred towards the three people. From beginning to end, it was only those three who ate people. The skull narrated another version of the story. The scientific expedition team had a total of 15 members, plus the guide. 16 in total. We climbed the peak to seek a secret that existed in legend, one that could lead to another world. Unexpectedly, heavy snow blocked the mountain, and we couldn't leave, so we had to stay at the second supply point. Originally thinking we could live in the supply point for a while. We never expected that one night, someone stole the remaining food, causing our supplies that could last for 2 weeks to dwindle. Without food and no way down the mountain, I, as the guide, stepped into the snowstorm alone to find a way down, and when I returned to this supply point, everyone had already been eaten by these three devils. Devils? Ye Qiyan silently assessed the floating skull and then glanced at the three-headed hybrid. Speaking of demons, these two don't seem too different. They're both terrifying enough. Don't listen to his nonsense. We don't remember anything like that. Yes, master. He's just a monster. Quickly kill him. Don't let him spout nonsense. We didn't eat people voluntarily, really. The three-headed hybrids yelled back and forth. Their quarrelsome dialogue was unpleasant even in this wind and snow. The skull let out a cold laugh. Of course you don't remember. Because this is your 47th time experiencing this. After all of us were eaten by you, our grievances merged together to become me. I captured you, controlling the madmen of another world, keeping you alive in this form. This is punishment. Oh, I see. So, the man who thought he controlled this world was actually just a puppet? What a pitiful fellow. Bastard, you're lying to us. The three-headed hybrid seemed to have pressed a switch, memories of the past flooding into their minds. Damn it, why won't you let us go? We only ate you, it was forced. The bodies of the three-headed hybrids twisted continuously. The skull creaked with eerie laughter. It floated into the air, looking down at Ye Qiyan and the three-headed hybrids. You outsiders have appeared more than once, but unfortunately, you are the only one who insists on breaking the reincarnation. Since that's the case, the reincarnation begins now. And this time, along with you, you will become new nourishment in this endlessly repeating world. The skull seemed about to fly away. However, at that moment, the crow demon caught it with its claws. The crow demon appeared in the sky, letting out a cawing sound. No, let me go. Dark smoke surged towards the crow demon, but it was facing a demon. Such a small tactic was meaningless. You think too much. I never said I wanted to break any reincarnation. Ye Qiyan smiled slightly. The muzzle of his ebony gun began to gather a dual-color light of black and white. At the same time, consuming 10 points of stamina and 10 points of mental energy, he condensed a black and white armor-piercing, explosive bullet. Aimed at the utterly mad, disintegrating three-headed hybrid, he pulled the trigger. However, if he were to break any reincarnation, it would have to be them. Bang! The gun fired. The wind and snow in the sky suddenly stilled. The body of the three-headed hybrid was blown to pieces. Various parts of its lower body exploded into the air and fell continuously. The crow demon spread its wings, shielding Ye Qiyan from the disgusting rain of flesh and blood. Beneath it, the black skull let out an angry howl. How dare you? How dare you kill them? Their punishment is not over yet. Hypocritical person. On what basis do you forgive them for us? Forgive? You think too much. Ye Qiyan extinguished the smoke from the gun's muzzle, took out the purifying stone, and a faint smile curved his lips. I just want to kill them and kill you, because only then can I complete my task here. Your matters have nothing to do with me. Light radiated. The moment it touched the black aura, the skull let out an even more painful wail. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of broken souls resembling humans were liberated from this black aura. Their grievances gathered together, though it was to punish those three. But wasn't it also punishing themselves? The punisher and the punished, who is the one trapped. Done. Now it should be considered a complete mission. Chapter 83. Delusional obsession. The snow mountain remains the same snow mountain. Everything seems to have changed completely. After dealing with the skull and the three-headed creature, a new line of text appeared in the book. The cycle has been broken. Picking up the skull that no longer emitted black mist from the ground, I summoned the light screen for identification. Obsession's head, level 6. A conglomerate of resentment that retains hatred after 47 cycles. The internal resentment has been removed, but it still retains some abilities, reducing the mental power of all targets within a certain range. This counts as a bit of harvest. Ye Qiyan smiled. This stop in the snow, crawling around for over 5 hours, yielded only this skull besides that book. All set. Time to wrap up, huh? Creak, creak. Just as I was about to head back, the familiar sound of tracks appeared not far away. Looking in that direction, I saw Wally running towards me, holding a leg bone. What a coincidence, Wally, you're here too. Speaking of which, this is the final stage, and the treasure chest location in the platform, no matter how abstract, should be around here. I patted Wally's iron head a few times and took the leg bone it was holding high. This thing can also be a treasure chest? Level 6 treasure chest can be opened. All right, it really is a treasure chest. Well done, Wally. Where did you find this? By the way, didn't T run up the mountain earlier? Wally waved its mechanical claw. Although I couldn't understand what it was saying, it was clear from its expression that the journey had been particularly tough. Thanks to you, it was hard work. Let's go back together. I placed Wally back in the vehicle and summoned back the Raven Demon and Demon Raven that were still standing not far away. The card sequence. Such an impressive item. Without them, this stop would not have been so easy. Temptation and Lamentation. These are just 2 cards from the Demon card sequence. If I really collected the entire Demon card sequence, I can't imagine how strong I would be then. If I dare to be bolder, I also have the Blasphemy card. Although it's said that the Blasphemy card cannot be fully collected, what if? Ye Qiyan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. On the way back, the roar of the road bully echoed through the sky. With no obstacles, the mere wind and snow could not stop the charge of the land machinery. I floored the gas pedal and started speeding. It's so cold, I'm freezing to death. Back on the train, Ye Qiyan felt like he was about to turn into an ice pop. He rushed into the temperature-controlled carriage and wrapped himself up in a blanket. After a while, he finally warmed up enough to recover. I'm really foolish, truly. Wally stayed beside him, looking at its owner with a tilted head. Wally, if there's ever another station with this kind of snowy weather, remind me not to ride the motorcycle again. Wally nodded and skillfully handed over a cup of white fruit smoothie. Fine, I'll take your kindness. I placed the smoothie aside and pulled out the leg bone that I'd been holding tightly. The appearance of this treasure chest is becoming more and more abstract. Speaking to myself softly, I took a deep breath. Sublimation. Stamina, 7,939. Mental power, 9,545. Level 7 treasure chest can be opened. Rubbing my weary forehead, I noticed that the stamina consumption for sublimating to a level 7 treasure chest had increased by 20 points. Moreover, I felt the initial resistance once again. While not very obvious, it was indeed present. Do I have to continue to sublimate myself? Shaking my head, I momentarily pushed other thoughts aside and eagerly opened the treasure chest. The leg bone treasure chest broke into 2 sections. The reward information also appeared on the light screen. Open treasure chest. Gained train coins. 14. Gained. Blueprint Delusional Obsession. Gained. Tradable. Departure Module 1 hour early 5. Gained. Frost Enchantment 6-barrel rotating grenade launcher. Level 7. There are 3 rewards. Let's start from the top. Blueprint Delusional Obsession. Level 7 requires Head of True and Delusional Obsession, derived from Sublimation of Delusional Reality. The crafting materials are specifically named as the drops from those 2 bosses in this station. If I hadn't sublimated, these 2 items would have produced the delusional reality. I have everything, although that head is quite nice. It's not something I'm reluctant to use. Summoning the processing table before me, I placed the blueprint and the required materials on it, letting the 2 merge into one. Manufacturing successful. Delusional Obsession, level 7. Delusion consumes a large amount of mental power to pull anyone into the false bewildering snow mountain, allowing you to distort reality in the bewildering snow mountain by writing text, lasting 1 minute. Obsession consumes mental power, reducing the mental power of all targets within the range, excluding the holder by the same amount, pulling into the snow mountain. Could it be similar to what that painter in the other world at the mountaintop did? Flipping to the first page and thinking for a moment, I wrote down on it. 10,000 train coins appeared in front of the train. No response. 100 coins? 1 coin? After trying for a while, I roughly grasped the extent to which I could distort this snow mountain. For example, creating an avalanche or conjuring a snow monster out of thin air isn't too hard. However, as long as it's unrelated to what happened in this station, it's generally difficult to achieve. But this ability is powerful not just because of that. The real strength lies in being able to pull any unit into this bewildering snow mountain. In a certain sense, this just a low-tier version of the Blasphemy card's banishment. With this, plus the banishment, I can consider myself having 2 trump cards, right? Ye Qiyan stroked his chin, relatively satisfied with this book. His gaze shifted to the second reward in the treasure chest. Tradable. Departure module 1 hour early 5 after use. Can make the departure time 1 hour earlier. Tradable 5. This item is easy to understand. It's a separated version of the departure VIP privilege, totaling a full 5 hours early. But what is really intriguing is the 3 words in parentheses, tradable. Is this something that can actually be bought? He had no thoughts of selling it, as he currently needed a full 7 hours to depart. Using these 5, he would still have 2 hours left. Without hesitation, he used them all and looked at the final reward. Frost Enchantment 6-barrel rotating grenade launcher, level 7. Fires frost grenades. Enemies affected will have their speed slowed down. Not much introduction, but this is a level 7 weapon, and its power is undoubtedly strong. Chapter 84. The advancing Li Shaoxing only equipped with 30 shells. It's not much. Though the weapon is strong, it's useless without ammunition. He wanted to try Sublimation, but as he expected, the resistance to sublimation of a level 7 item appeared again. However, Ye Qiyan clearly sensed that he could ignore this resistance and forcibly sublimate, but it would require a new limit of stamina and spirit to be reached. Unless he could undergo self-sublimation again. Should he try? Ye Qiyan's hand rested on his chest. After thinking for a moment, he let it drop. Forget it. Why go through all that trouble? Plop. He threw himself back onto the bed, casting aside all the chaotic matters. After staying on a mountain in the wind and snow for so long, he just wanted to relax. Other matters could wait for later. Eating a smoothie, chewing on the white forest fruit, he casually opened the chat interface and began to lurk. Level 3 resource station, Li Shaoxing stood silently outside his train. He watched several strong men operating a machine, continuously collecting wood in the forest and transporting it back into the ordinary carriage, which already had 6 sections. His memory went back a few hours to when he had just joined a guild in the city of Qinqing. No rest, no trust. As soon as the guild members learned he was a resource radar, they brought in several experienced train assistants and forcibly boarded his train, urging him to leave the station quickly. Li Shaoxing couldn't forget the look of disgust in that person's eyes. It was as if he was a stinking bug that everyone found repulsive. The strong men transporting the wood were also whispering among themselves. Hey guys, how does this train conductor feel? A bit nauseating, right? I feel it too. I really want to go up and punch him. He annoys me. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. After all, he—the conductor, has a much higher status than us. TCH, what does that matter? After working for over 10 years, I can also save enough for a train head and become a conductor. Cough, stop talking, he—, looking over. The eyes of the 3 assistants showed no fear or respect. Only disgust filled their gazes as they swept over him. He could hear it all. After consuming the heart of the Blood Clan Baron, he was no longer an ordinary human. All his senses had heightened even during the day. A group of natives actually dared to look down on me. Li Shaoxing's eyes turned crimson. Since entering the city of Qinqing, his dream of being the protagonist had been shattered. The resource radar had become the most trivial talent. The guild he joined wasn't a good one either. They immediately forced him to collect basic resources upon joining. And even though these assistants were called helpers, who couldn't see the deep-seated disdain in their eyes, he was unwilling. How much longer do you have to carry? He coldly asked one of them. The assistant took 2 steps back in disgust. The instinct of being human, faced with Li Shaoxing who had betrayed his human identity, made that feeling of revulsion undeniable. Soon, we'll stay out here for 3 more stops. Then we can go back inside to rest for a while. Do you have anything else, sir? If not, I'll continue working. The assistant hurriedly distanced himself. Li Shaoxing stood in place, raising his hand. This is all you're doing. Bats appeared out of thin air. Kill them. Where did the bats come from? Help. Run back to the train. The train's door slammed shut. Li Shaoxing looked mockingly at the assistants' miserable appearances, feeling inexplicably elated. When they turned into corpses, Li Shaoxing walked over, bent down, and opened his mouth full of fangs to bite into the still warm bodies. He wasn't eating human flesh. He was converting them into his kin. The assistants stood up again, their eyes now hollow and lifeless, completely becoming toys controlled by Li Shaoxing. He laughed triumphantly, constantly manipulating these corpses to perform various actions. Want to control me? No way. I, Li Shaoxing, am the protagonist of this world. Joining the guild was already a fact, and being used to collect basic resources couldn't be changed. But that didn't mean he would choose to stagnate. He still had the alliance. Long before arriving in the city of Qinqing, they had already agreed to meet at a certain place and had seen each other on the first day, all joining the same guild as him, becoming part of it. The so-called dam collapsing due to an anthole as the new batch of conductors. Their train upgrade items were blocked by those earlier conductors. They either had to work for them to earn the items needed for upgrades, or keep climbing until they could take control of that guild. This was his ambition. As for whether he had the ability, that was another matter. Those who wanted to level up higher would have to support him. Oh, and that Ye Qiyan, The short-sighted guy actually sold such a powerful race conversion item. It really helped me out. I might as well give him a chance. Docking countdown 2:11, 43, huh? Short-sighted Ye Qiyan was leisurely browsing the trading platform to see if there were any worthwhile items for purchase. Sweeping robot. It's slower than Wally. Bluetooth headset? I don't even have a phone. What do I need a Bluetooth headset for? Huh? Beehive? This thing can be sold too? He curiously clicked on the introduction. Beehive, level 2. Produces 30 bee larvae daily. Needs to be placed near flowers, can produce honey. Remembering that sweet taste and looking at the price. Not expensive, just 3 train coins. Bought it. Transaction successful. He went to the planting carriage, looking at the increasingly growing white forest fruit tree. He chose to place the hive on the thickest part of the trunk. The hive landed on top, and soon bees flew out to collect nectar from the flowers in the carriage. Quite a lot of them. Rubbing his chin, Ye Qiyan approached and reached out to touch it. It seemed like it could sublimate. He silently thought the word sublimation, and an invisible force wrapped around both the hive and the bees outside simultaneously. Mental, 118,108. Large beehive, level 3. The appearance of the bees underwent subtle changes, and the size of the hive itself doubled. Did it all sublimate together? The potential hasn't been exhausted, so let us continue. He silently thought again. Mental, 10,894. Large beehive of the cuckoo bee, level 4. The potential was still not exhausted. Ye Qiyan habitually continued to sublimate. But at that moment, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart, as if some good thing was about to happen. Mental, 9,461. Cuckoo beehive of the giant bee, level 6. From level 4. It jumped to level 6? What was that feeling? Chapter 85. Train conductor module card, personal armament, potential exhausted. Looking at the oversized hive that occupied more than half of the planting compartment space, Ye Qiyan fell into deep thought. That feeling just now was unmistakable. That moment of comfort felt like pulling a card in a game and getting the character you want on the first draw, instead of having to grind for a guaranteed one. Why did this happen? Could it be that talents have a self-growth feature that produces special effects? Never mind that for now. Setting aside that question, Ye Qiyan had another issue to face. This hive was simply too large. If he hadn't recently increased the internal space of the compartment, it could have filled an entire aisle. Even now, the planting compartment was occupied by it to a considerable extent. Therefore, he decided to spend materials to build a new compartment specifically for the hive. The compartment was built, but moving the hive over would take some time. The large needle bees in the hive were somewhat smaller than in the animations. After Ye Qiyan issued the command, he disassembled the hive and transported the young hornworms and the queen bee to settle in the 5th compartment. The space was freed up, but this compartment was quite ordinary. In case of bad weather, it could easily put the large needle bees at risk. It needed to undergo another enhancement. If it could be transformed into a suitable living space for them, that would be ideal. If not, he could always buy a dedicated air conditioner later. Enhancement. Stamina and spirit began to wane. That moment of clarity returned. Comfortable new hive compartment, level 5. Under an invisible force, the shape of the 5th compartment began to change. Numerous openings appeared on the compartment, merging it with the hive. Upon issuing commands, the large needle bees in the hive would mobilize collectively for his use. Additionally, the hive had built-in temperature adaptability and gyroscopic capabilities, providing the large needle bees with the perfect living environment for reproduction. Aside from consuming 10 kilograms of meat daily, it was a perfect combat compartment. What a gain. I didn't expect a hive to transform like this. But then again, wasn't I just trying to get some honey? Ye Qiyan chuckled and took some honey to marinate meat chunks. He placed them on a grill to roast, sprinkled salt, flipped them over, and the sweet aroma of grease filled the air. Train docking countdown 031, 28. In the last half hour, he called back Wally, who had been outside gathering snow and ice, and pressed the departure button. Rights triggered, departure initiated, hidden task completed, release of the grievances of 47 cycles. A hidden task. Just like when he was in the Doomsday Town, Ye Qiyan had a feeling that defeating that skull would lead to a hidden task. But he hadn't received a completion prompt until now. Task reward obtained. Train conductor module card, personal armament. Personal armament. After activating this module, you can carry 3 armed items in a dedicated armament space. A good item, and it's a tangible card that can undergo another enhancement. Once the train left the bewildered snow mountain, he extracted the reward, which was a card engraved with a grid representing 3 weapon slots. Glancing at his restored spirit, he wondered if it was just an illusion, but the recovery speed seemed faster after that moment of clarity. He silently recited in his mind, Enhancement, Spirit, 9,561 point consumption. The card in his hand underwent subtle changes, increasing from 3 slots to 12. Advanced Train Conductor Module Card Personal Armament can hold up to 12 armed items in dedicated armament space. The 3 slots had turned into 12. With this, he no longer needed to worry about having too many heavy weapons and only being able to choose a few to carry. Moreover, he could free up part of the special storage space. In a sense, this directly gave him 12 additional special storage units. Of course, while storage units could infinitely stack single items, weapon slots could only hold one, so there was still a significant difference. He tested the retrieval speed and found he could instantly draw a weapon, not slower than if it were on his person. That was great. Let me think about what to put in. First, the 2 guns, Black Ebony and Skyhawk. Secondly, the Blasphemy card and 2 demon cards could also be classified as armed items, occupying 5 slots. Then, the Berserk Thunderlight Javelin. Although this had always been mounted on the Sentinel, with the Great Compassion heavy machine gun being present, the Javelin's utility had somewhat diminished. Next, he thought about the 6-barreled rotary grenade launcher he had obtained not long ago. As a weapon of mass destruction, he originally planned to keep it in the turret compartment since it was unlikely to be taken out. Now, with the personal armament module, he didn't have to overthink it. As for the Great Compassion heavy machine gun on the Sentinel, he decided to leave it there. It was well suited for the Sentinel and didn't need to be removed. Ye Qiyan also wanted to put the pure purification stone inside, but unfortunately, it couldn't be categorized as an armed item. However, he unexpectedly discovered that the CVO Road King could be included. Could that motorcycle really be considered as armament? Thinking about it carefully, it did make sense. If it accelerated full force into someone, it could easily turn them into pulp. He filled 8 of the 12 armed slots and contemplated for a moment, hesitating briefly before retrieving the trickster's sword, which the guide had given him at the public trading station from the storage unit. This weapon required consuming his mental limit to attack, and it was time to find a good buyer for it. However, being level 6, how could he sell it without drawing too much attention, especially from the people of Starry City? Those guys had rules against selling items above level 4. But Ye Qiyan believed that no matter the rules, there would always be loopholes to exploit. He didn't believe that just because there were regulations, nobody would sell items above level 4. He just didn't know how to go about it yet. Should he ask Shea? He wondered how she was doing now. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Qiyan sent her a message. "Are you there, Sister Shea?" A moment later, he received a reply. "I'm playing tower defense game. What is up? Missed me?" "Yes, I wanted to ask you a question. Starry City, the hidden lower district. Shea's train was docked here. Outside her train, 9 angels of various shapes were battling the inspectors of Starry City. In the church, watching the content on a light screen, Shea's lips curled slightly. Ask away, but time is limited. I can only answer one question, so think carefully before you ask." Chapter 86. Black Market Trade. Ye Qiyan had already thought about how to ask. The rules of Qinqing City and other cities prohibit the sale of items above level 4, but I believe there must be places where transactions can be made, right? Can you tell me? Of course there are such places, but those joint city rules are fundamentally just restrictions for newcomers like you. If it were a high-level train conductor, no one would dare to impose such restrictions. Shaya scoffed dismissively and continued tapping on the holographic screen with her manicured fingers. "The secret black market, I just asked that woman Zhu Xingtong. She hasn't been sealed and knows more than I do. Now, low-level conductors who want to trade for items above level 4 can only go here. Wait a moment. I'll go get you an invitation card." She reached out towards Zhu Xingtong, who was playing with a few tarot cards nearby. "Bring it here." "What?" "The black market invitation card. Didn't you say that place requires an invitation card to enter? Hurry up and bring it. I know you have it." Zhu Xingtong opened her mouth, looked at Shaya, and reached out to touch her forehead. "Not hot. Go away. I'm not sick. Not being sick and me wanting this." "Oh, it's that guy again. Here you go." Looking at Zhu Xingtong's strange smile, Shaya felt rather puzzled. She snatched the invitation card that Zhu Xingtong handed over and sent it directly through email. "What are you laughing at? This is a reasonable investment. He is the owner of the Blasphemy card. A high probability of obtaining a Blasphemy card fragment. Do you understand what that represents?" Zhu Xingtong didn't speak, but her eyes transformed into an infinite starry pattern, and her tone became mystical. "Fate tells me, Fate said nothing. However, it's quite interesting." Opening her email, extracting the message inside, looking at the pure black card, Ye Qiyan's mouth twitched a few times. Even if it's called the black market, there is no need for the entire card to be black, right? How is this thing supposed to be used? Black market invitation card. After use, you can enter the black market trading platform. Note, Hello, dear friend. For some idiotic reasons, I have established this special platform for train conductors. Here, there are no restrictions on any transactions, as long as you have train coins by Christine. She swiped at the system hologram, and the blackness emitted from the card covered the screen, followed by the words Black Market appearing above. Welcome to the Black Market, current member level 1. You can view items of level 4 and below. Please work hard to put in trade items to improve your member level. Of course, you can also spend train coins to recharge directly, which I recommend. Their SA membership? Hiss, it feels like wanting to hang this person on a lamppost. After silently complaining a couple of times, Ye Qiyan didn't care. He was here to sell things, not to buy. After all, he didn't have many train coins on him. How to trade? Here, manual transaction item appraisal. Quite user-friendly. He pressed this option, and soon the hologram displayed a message. Hello, appraisal customer service 9527 at your service. Please place the item you want to trade in front of the train system control hologram. He raised a deceptive sword towards the screen. Like this? Before long, a new message appeared. Appraisal complete. Item name, deceptive sword, level 6, suggested price, 30 train coins. Would you like to place it on the black market trading platform? Place it. Placement successful. Transaction successful. Since this is the first transaction for a member, the transaction fee of 5 is waived. So fast. Looking at the 30 train coins he had just received, Ye Qiyan felt quite good. He hadn't expected that the sword with full negative effects could sell so quickly. He was prepared to keep it listed for a long time. Transaction fee, 5, not bad, and this time it was waived. Hey, the person who created the black market is pretty good. Ye Qiyan grinned as he counted the money. Adding the remaining coins, he now had 46 train coins. It seemed it was time for the next train enhancement. After finishing the transaction, his member level rose to level 2, allowing him to view items above level 5. However, the prices of these items were exorbitant. With this money, he might as well buy some low-level items to enhance himself. Moreover, even in the black market, aren't there any firestones or calculation units? Customer service, does the black market not have firestones or calculation units for upgrading? There are, but you need to reach level 3 to unlock the purchasing rights for train upgrading items. Alright, it's just that his member level isn't enough. Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and continued to ask. Then, what level do I need to reach to view the mind cube? Level 5. So high. According to the current pattern, leveling up a member allows viewing items above level 4, so the mind cube is about the same as level 8 items? Knowing this, Ye Qiyan became even more curious about the blueprint for the Hunt Machine Dragon. He was looking forward to what it would be like if it could be made. He felt a bit excited. After finishing the black market transaction, the invitation card returned to his hand, now with a gilded Roman numeral 2 on it. Note, the next time you can enter the black market is 1 day later. Putting away the invitation card, Ye Qiyan yawned. Taking out his pocket watch, the accurate time showed it was already past 10 p.m. After running around in the snow-capped mountains all afternoon, that wave of fatigue finally caught up to him. So sleepy, under the gaze of the huge moon in the endless wilderness, Ye Qiyan returned to bed, his eyelids gradually becoming heavy. Tonight, nothing happened. But many people weren't as relaxed as he was to fall asleep. Shangwan Inshua looked at the 20 train coins she had barely obtained and pursed her lips. She and T found a treasure chest at her last stop, and even after taking out everything she could sell, she was still far from 30 train coins. Just 10 coins short, what to do? She really couldn't come up with anything else to sell. Now, what remained were the essential items she needed to keep, and those couldn't be sold. Unless, looking at one of the names among her friends, Shangwan Inshua hesitated for a moment and opened the private chat interface. Shangwan Inshua, are you there? Not long after, the other party responded. Zhao Lin, is there something you need? I don't have more snacks or bathing supplies to sell at the moment. If you want to buy those, no need to mention it. Chapter 87. Sleep with Shangwan Inshua. This has nothing to do with it, but I want to borrow 10 train tokens from you. Zhao Lin rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have misread it. 10 train tokens? Although she was relatively familiar with Shangwan Inshua, as they were from the same block and occasionally chatted about their experiences at the station at night, they weren't close enough to borrow money from each other, right? After hesitating for a moment, she didn't immediately refuse. She felt that Shangwan Inshua wasn't someone who would easily ask for help, so if she brought it up, it must mean she was in some trouble. 10 tokens is a lot. What happened to you? Shangwan Inshua breathed a sigh of relief. Not being directly refused meant there was chance. After thinking for a moment, she covered up Ye Qiyan's name and explained her situation to Zhao Lin. I ran into a swindler who is selling firestones to me for 30 train tokens, and the time limit is until the next time we enter the platform. But I didn't find any treasure chests at the last station, and I had to sell all the resources I could sell, and in the end, I only managed to gather 20 tokens. I'm still short 10. I can't think of any other way to gather them, so I can only ask you. Firestones. Zhao Lin felt a bit envious. Although she had always been following Ye Qiyan in Qinqing City, she knew the value of a firestone. If she couldn't gather enough train tokens, she would definitely find a way to borrow from someone else. If it were her, who would she borrow from? The image of Ye Qiyan appeared in Zhao Lin's mind, and then she shook her head, mumbling softly. He definitely wouldn't lend me. That stingy guy. Pulling her thoughts back, she tapped on the light screen. I can lend you, but you need to find something to use as collateral, and I will charge interest. 10 train tokens, and you return 13 to me. How about it? If you agree, then find an item to use as collateral. This is a reasonable request. Shangguan Yingxue looked around her train and finally set her gaze on her Japanese flip phone. It would have to be that. It wouldn't lower her survival and combat ability, and it was enough to serve as collateral. She gritted her teeth and sent a screenshot. System-controlled flip phone can be used outside the train in the system's trading platform chat room. This was a reward from a previous upgrade, using it as collateral. If I don't pay you back after the next station, this phone will be yours. As for the interest, that is fine. I can actually use the system functions outside the train. This is a great item. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up when she saw the phone description in the screenshot. She had noticed back in Qinqing City that Ye Qiyan seemed to be able to control the train S system outside, and she had been envious of that for a long time, just never said it. Okay, we can trade now. After the next station, if you don't redeem it, I'll only charge 3 train tokens as interest. By the way, can you introduce me to the swindler who sold you the firestone? I also want to buy a firestone. Forget it. He should be quite busy. Zhao Lin got the phone, and Shangguan Yingxue got the train token she wanted. However, she felt inexplicably pained. That phone was her favorite item, and a pawn it was truly a last resort. It's okay as long as I can gather the tokens at the next station. That said, if I can't find any treasure chests at the next station, can I really gather 13 train tokens? Moreover, there is an upgrade option at level 4. Yes, the items in the advanced options are worth more than their cost. Just like that phone, she only spent 6 train tokens on it back then. Shangguan Yingxue sighed, opened her friend list, looked at the first name at the top, bit her lip, and pressed it. Firestone, let us trade. Hey. No response was expected, because at that moment, Ye Qiyan was asleep and had turned off all chat notifications. Unless someone had the ability, like Shea, no one could wake him up in the chat room. The next morning, having had enough sleep, Ye Qiyan stretched and took the warm water Wally handed him, drank it down, and after washing up, skillfully took out some white forest fruit slices, paired them with bread and some vegetables, and added 2 eggs, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Who is messaging me so late? He pulled up the system screen, saw the private chat notifications flashing continuously, and curiously clicked in, only to see those friend conversations. He flipped straight to the last message. Shangguan Yingxue, I sold all the items, and I have gathered enough money. We can trade when you have time. The time was 3:06 a.m. Wow, still awake so late, really anxious for the firestone. Ye Qiyan scratched his head and chuckled. But at this hour, she should be catching up on sleep, right? Forget it. I'll just send a message. Are you there? Originally thinking that she should be resting, he was about to continue eating when unexpectedly, Shangguan Yingxue's message came back immediately. I'm here, can we trade now? Shangguan Yingxue hadn't slept a wink. She couldn't sleep at all. After expending so much energy and even pawning her favorite item, who would have thought Ye Qiyan would sleep so early? She was unwilling. She truly couldn't bear not getting the firestone. Of course, can you gather the money? Of course. The trade request was sent over, and Ye Qiyan took the firestone into his hand. Pressing the trade option, 30 train tokens appeared in his arms in exchange for the firestone. Counting them, he bit his lip completely fine. Adding these 30, he now had 76 train tokens. He could upgrade the train. 76 train tokens for the upcoming upgrade options. No matter how he thought about it, it would always lead to the same conclusion. The advantage is mine. In a good mood, enjoying his breakfast, Ye Qiyan casually opened his personal interface, and suddenly he paused, staring at one line of attributes in slight astonishment. Mentality, 130? The limit of mentality? Why has it increased again? Did he do something? Recalling the events of the past few days, it seemed nothing had happened that could increase his mentality, right? Except for the sudden inspiration for the upgrade yesterday. Is it because of this? Or is it because he ate too many white forest fruits? Ye Qiyan leaned more towards the latter. After all, the former had no reason. Chapter 88. Level 6 Train Conductor. Creating the hunting machine dragon. He didn't continue to guess wildly. After all, Experiencing an inexplicable boost in spirit wasn't the first time, and it was ultimately a good thing. Thump, 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 as the train continued its journey through the desolate wilderness. After breakfast, Ye Qiyan walked to the front of the train. Looking at the device that used to hang on the train system, he reached out to touch it. Once again, he underwent sublimation, and his train would be upgraded to level 6. Taking a deep breath, the sunlight shining from above illuminated his hand just right, and he silently recited the words he didn't know how many times he had said before. Sublimation, spirit and stamina, consumed in sync. A deep blue light enveloped the entire train. Thump, thump, the moving wheels roared. The sound of the whistle made nearby monsters tremble in fear. When everything returned to calm, the blue light disappeared. This signified that this sublimation had been successful. Stamina, 12,060. Spirit, 13,050. Train upgrade completed. Current level, 6. Materials required for the next upgrade. 1,000 kilograms of wood, 600 mechanical parts, 1,050 kilograms of metal, 40 kilograms of glass, 500 electronic components, 15 kilograms of gold, 20 kilograms of mithril, 1 storage array. To upgrade from level 6 to 7, a special item called the storage array is needed. Ye Qiyan noted this name. Speaking of which, what were the special materials needed to upgrade from level 5 to 6? He had been too focused on the upgrade options to pay attention. Forget it. He would find out when someone else upgraded to level 5. Lowering his gaze, after the upgrade, the old 3 items also reached level 6, and the train speed increased to 120 kilometers per hour. The focus of the upgrade was the content within the upgrade options. Rubbing his hands and washing his face, he really liked this lottery-like feeling. Open upgrade options. Upgrade options are as follows. 1. Increase train docking time by 5 hours, 10 train coins. 2. Train armament. Wealth shield, 20 train coins. 3. Mine cube 1, 40 train coins. 4. Drum washing machine, 5 train coins. Oh? How much? How many train coins does this upgrade option cost? 75? Is he really not dreaming? Where are the advantages that were supposed to be on his side? He had only managed to gather 76 train coins with great difficulty, unexpectedly. If he wanted to buy everything in this upgrade, he would become a poor fellow with only 1 train coin again. Ye Qiyan helplessly rubbed his forehead, smiled, and clicked on the reward information in the upgrade options. No need to say much about the train docking time. The main focus was on the latter. Train armament, wealth shield. After equipping this armament, consuming 1 train coin will provide the train with a protective shield that can block any type of external attack. The shield has unique durability, and once exhausted, additional train coins must be spent to replenish it. Train armament. Why does everything cost money? The last drill was the same, and this one is really expensive. Skipping it for now, his gaze fell on the 3rd upgrade option. The mine cube, one of the materials needed in the blueprint for the hunting machine dragon. Ye Qiyan had originally thought about checking the black market later to see if he could buy it, but he didn't expect it to appear directly in the upgrade options. Mine cube, a mysterious cube that can be used as a material for certain mechanical constructs. Pure material, no other special abilities. The introduction only had this. This was a bit unexpected. However, the mine cube was definitely going to be purchased in this upgrade option. Besides that, he knew what the last drum washing machine was without needing to look at the introduction. This thing was indeed useful, since having Wally do laundry would always end up ruining the clothes. There weren't many items. Let's buy the mine cube first. 40 train coins transformed into shimmering dark golden light and vanished. A translucent square structure emitting a beautiful blue glow appeared before him. Quite pretty. It would also make a nice night light. Jokingly, Ye Qiyan took out the blueprint for the hunting machine dragon. He had already prepared the other materials. He just needed this mine cube. Placing the cube on the blueprint, the blue light filled every corner of the train's front. Ye Qiyan instinctively closed his eyes. He felt the train shake and heard the sound of glass shattering. When the light faded and he opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly constricted. A mechanical dragon, entirely red and white, adorned with colorless cloud patterns, was now grasping the train, suspended outside. A mechanical dragon? Cool. That was Ye Qiyan's first impression of the hunting machine dragon. He reached out his hand, and an invisible connection appeared between him and the hunting machine dragon. Hunting machine dragon, level 10. A mechanical dragon with a normal mode and 3 special modes. Each mode requires train coins to switch, and each special mode lasts for 1 hour. Normal mode, 1 train coin follows the owner and performs basic melee attacks. Guardian mode, 3 train coins defends against any external non-mental attacks. Hunting mode, 5 train coins uses ranged weapons for reconnaissance in the air, bombarding any target with hunting missiles. Surpass mode, 80 train coins increases level by 3 levels. After activation, can use one hunting ultimate warhead for wide area bombardment. After each battle, it needs to recharge, has no self-awareness, and requires the owner's command to control. Hiss. Not to mention how strong it is, but this thing is completely a money sink. Not to mention the mysterious surpass mode. Just the other two special modes require a lot of train coins for each switch and only last for 1 hour. But all the shortcomings disappear in front of its level 10. Level 10? If this were to be said out loud, people would definitely think I was photoshopping. Ye Qiyan couldn't help but be amazed. So strong, with no shortcomings except for needing money. No, not having money is my shortcoming. Ye Qiyan reached out to touch the head of the mechanical dragon outside the window. The cold, hard touch was indeed pleasing. It was just too big. The hunting machine dragon is roughly over 3 meters long. Placing it inside the carriage would take up too much space. How about building it a dedicated carriage, right? Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something and touched the hunting machine dragon again. Its figure suddenly disappeared from outside the train. It actually worked. The hunting machine dragon was counted as armament, which means it could be stored in the armed space of the portable armament module. Chapter 89 Special Weapons Without Self-Awareness. The existence of the hunter mech dragon has added a bit of courage for him to survive in this world. At least, if he encounters the senior conductors who arrived in this world earlier at some point, he won't be completely defenseless. The hunter mech dragon will become his greatest trump card aside from the blasphemy card. For now, he has only purchased an upgrade that increases the docking time by 5 hours. The washing machine and new train armaments have been put on hold. He can buy them later when he has more train coins. There are still 26 train coins left. That's definitely not enough. Thinking carefully, there are too many places where he needs to spend train coins right now. If this continues, he will go bankrupt sooner or later. The life of a pauper, sigh. Why are all the upgrade options so expensive? That said, if they offered him some cheap junk, he definitely wouldn't be happy either. In a good mood, he returned to the temperature-controlled carriage. Today is the 3rd day and also the time when most conductors in the same block are leaving the station. Before reaching the next stop, Ye Qiyan opened the public chat room, ready to continue lurking. Unexpectedly, he saw a somewhat surprising message. Brothers, do you know? We don't know. Come on, stop messing around. I'm in Qinqing City. Last night, a group of terrorists attacked the upper-level vault of the city and stole some things. I heard it seems to be for some kind of heist. Not only did I hear about it, I also saw it. Damn, I was scared to death last night. Do you know? When I saw those angels, I really thought I was going to heaven. Angels? The kind from mythology? Anyway, they look pretty good. Those angels surrounded a train and fought with the big shots of the prosecutor's office. TSK. I heard it was really brutal. A lot of people died. I really don't understand what these terrorists are after. It's clearly those big shots up there who provided us with a safe place. What a bunch of evil people. Provided a safe place? You know, that battle yesterday directly broke a piece of space. That was the lower district of Qinqing City, filled with failed conductors. So is he upstairs crazy? Didn't you join the guild? The big people in the guild said, not to mention the lower district, don't bring everyone in the block down with you. Angels? Terrorists? Heists? Ye Qiyan instantly thought of someone. Is it Shea? So, she couldn't enter the city to meet because she was fighting with the prosecutor of Qinqing City? Angels. Is it the angel card? Thinking about how his demon card can truly summon demons. Then if there's an angel card, it wouldn't be too much to summon angels. As a member of the Imperial Sequence Organization, he remembered hearing from Zuck Singtu that Shea had the angel card. Ye Qiyan's curiosity was piqued. He was a bit curious about what happened next, took out a bag of chips he got from Zhao Lin, and continued to lurk in the chat room. However, after the previous person's reminder, no one else shared any useful information, which left him a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to close the chat room, someone sent him a message from his friend list. Zhao Lin, Qiyan bro, someone borrowed 10 train coins from me today. Use this as collateral. I shouldn't be losing out, right? Glancing at the screenshot she sent, Ye Qiyan's expression became strange. This phone looks a bit familiar. Ye Qiyan, you're not losing out. Using the system outside the train is quite useful, even if it's just for chatting and trading. But who borrowed it from you? A girl from the same block as you. Her surname is Shangwan, named Shangwan Xue. Her name sounds much better than mine. She said there's a shady dealer selling her a firestone. Sigh, I'm so envious. I wish I could have a shady dealer selling me a firestone too. The case is solved. It turns out Shangwan Xue borrowed money from Zhao Lin to buy the stone. This world feels so small, but seems normal. After all, there were only a little over 1,000 people left alive in Block E3 after reaching the 10th station. Among these people, everyone knows who has the ability and who is useless. It's normal for Shangwan Xue to have contact with Zhao Lin. However, Zhao Lin wouldn't know that if she hadn't lent those 10 train coins to Shangguan Xue, she would have been the one to get the right to buy the Firestone. Moreover, what the hell is a shady dealer? He is a conscientious seller, okay? Should he tell her? Ye Qiyan thought with a bit of mischief. Forget it. He chuckled lightly and continued tapping on the light screen. How was a harvest from the last station? It should be a lucky station, right? Qinqing City was almost smashed to pieces, so the luck at the next stop should be better than before. This woman, caught between misfortune and luck, should have had quite a bit of harvest to the last station. Not bad, just 6 level 3 items and some train coins plus a few resources. Nothing much. Though she said that, the joy and pride in her words couldn't be hidden. Do you have anything you want to sell? Yes. A screenshot was sent over. High-grade coffee beans, level 3. After brewing, it can speed up the recovery of spirit and reduce fatigue. This is pretty good, right? The speed of spirit recovery is so slow. I was scared out of my wits by a female ghost in a previous unlucky station, and it took me 2 or 3 days to recover. With these coffee beans, I should be able to recover in just 2 days. Spirit, recovering slowly? He glanced at his spirit attribute. Since transcending the train, it had gone from 50 points to about 70 points after almost an hour. Although eating the white forest fruit contributed to this, even without it, he shouldn't need 2 or 3 days to recover his spirit, right? What is your speed of spirit recovery? Isn't it the same for everyone? A maximum of 30 points can be recovered each day, and that's when you're in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood, it also affects spirit recovery. What about you, Qiyan bro? Is there something different? 30 points? So little? Nothing is different. I was just curious if you with talent would be different from us. Aren't you keeping these coffee beans for yourself? I have another bag. Then 6 train coins. Deal. After getting the coffee beans, Ye Qiyan's mind was completely off this, stroking his chin, puzzled about why his spirit recovery was so fast. If it's due to talent, doesn't Zhao Lin also have talent? Unless, is the Transcendence special? Or is he the special one? Chapter 90:12 Stop the Dragon's Treasure Cave, boil water, brew coffee. Wally learned how to brew coffee and brought it to Ye Qiyan. Thanks, Wally. It's so bitter, I still prefer sweet. People always look for bitterness, even when there's none. However, Ye Qiyan isn't that kind of person. He added white sugar and stirred until it melted. The original bitterness completely replaced by sweetness. This is much better. Time, 12:30:00 today's weather, clear. The crossroads of fate was triggered at this moment. The station options appeared before Ye Qiyan. Please make a stop choice from the following 2 stations. Station 1, the Goblin King's Invasion City, level 6 killing station. Station 2, the Dragon's Treasure Cave, level 6 task station. Why are there goblins again? Ye Qiyan rubbed his forehead in frustration, looking at the names of the 2 stations to make a choice. I choose Station 2, the Dragon's Treasure Cave. The name Treasure Cave certainly doesn't sound like a station where he would leave empty-handed. It looks much better than anything involving goblins. As for the dragon, if there really is a dragon, Ye Qiyan also wants to know which is stronger, that mythical creature or his hunting machine dragon. There's no doubt about the victor. Station choice completed. Please sit tight. The 12th station ahead is the Dragon's Treasure Cave, as the last 30 minutes gradually passed. Ahead, distortion reappeared. Passing through an unknown space, the scenery outside changed. In a dim environment, it could be vaguely discerned that this was some kind of underground cave. Drops of liquid fell from above, hitting the top of the train with a dripping sound. Current station, the Dragon's Treasure Cave. Countdown to stop, 14:59. 59, good luck. This station, danger. Walking to the window and looking outside, he saw a faintly glowing river not far away. On both sides of the river, human skeletons mixed with indistinguishable bones were stacked there like building blocks. Treasure? Dragon? Not a single one in sight. The task objective is, talking to himself, a small boat floated down the river. On that boat stood several knights in medieval full-face armor. These knights protected a woman in the center. They glanced at the train, making eye contact, and one of them removed his helmet and whispered something to the woman in the middle. The small boat docked at the shore. The knight who took off his helmet ran towards the train. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me. Are you the divine messenger sent by the temple? Divine messenger? Is it the identity in this station? Ye Qiyan opened the window and waved to the knight at the door. What happened here? The knight was stunned for a moment, then approached Ye Qiyan and examined him from head to toe. Are you the divine messenger? What do you think? Ye Qiyan retorted. Using a divine coin to summon this massive vehicle called a train. That's right, this is the legendary train. You must be the messenger of the gods. Divine coin? Ye Qiyan squinted slightly. Where's the coin? Right here. The knight took out a pouch containing 15 train coins, which they referred to as divine coins. It seems that in many station worlds, the train and train coins are not unfamiliar to these natives. They can even use train coins to summon train conductors to these worlds. See, no problem, right? The knight offered the pouch, and Ye Qiyan was slightly surprised as he took it and used the system to check. No problem. These 15 are genuine train coins. This is quite rare. I haven't done anything at this station yet, and already have so many gains. No problem. So what do you want me to do? Having accepted the reward, he couldn't avoid doing the work. Ye Qiyan's gaze fell on the woman among the knights. Is it because of her? The knight nodded and waved his hand in that direction, then began to explain. An evil dragon has captured our princess. We are a rescue team sent by the Randall Duchy to save the princess. Taking advantage of the dragon's sudden disappearance, we successfully brought the princess out of its cave. Now I need to find a way to leave this place. However, there are too many dangers on the way, and even without the dragon, there are many monsters. Our team started with 300 people, but now there are only a few of us left. That's why the princess used the divine coin she carried to summon you for help. We hope the divine messenger can take us away from this dragon's lair. A dragon and a princess? What a classic setup. Is this the task? No, based on past experience, all tasks that appear at first glance are superficial. To find the real hidden task, he would need to search for it himself. The princess was escorted over by others. Not particularly beautiful, nor ugly, just average. However, he wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but when the princess looked at him, her eyes momentarily turned into slits. Slit pupils? Can a person's eyes be slit pupils? Ye Qiyan trusted his instincts. This princess seemed to be problematic. Divine messenger, hello, I am Princess Flaniel of the Randall Duchy. Thank you for coming. I didn't expect the legends to be true. Is this the divine messenger's train? It's truly special. Ye Qiyan smiled faintly. It's nothing. I will take you away from here. Just wait a moment. He closed the window. Ye Qiyan leaned down and patted Wally's head. He took out a train coin and placed it on its head. Treasure hunting mode activated. Wally waved its mechanical arm, indicating it would definitely find the treasure. Be careful. There's a dragon inside. As he exited the train, the knights and Flaniel turned to look at the sound. Before they could react, they saw Ye Qiyan, carrying a bag, walk out of the train. He turned back and closed the door, activating the sentinels and watchers. He suppressed the sentinel's desire to attack. He looked at the princess among the knights with a slightly amused expression. Enemies can be interesting sometimes. The princess had a hostile aura. Ye Qiyan didn't say it out loud. He felt that the real hidden task at this station should be found from this Princess Flaniel. Divine messenger, what are you doing? The knight who had removed his helmet looked over in confusion. Shouldn't you let us board the train with you and leave here? What? Ye Qiyan interrupted him. The train will stay here. I will walk the next path with you. Chapter 91. Dragon? Princess? The knights exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Franny. The leader furrowed his brows, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Divine messenger, I fear you alone cannot lead us out of here, without this divine train. All right, Atush. Trust the divine messenger. This train is likely not something mere mortals like us can board. Right, divine messenger? Franny patted the shoulder of the knight named Atush, smiling as she looked at Ye Qiyan. Lead the way. Ye Qiyan smiled in response, saying little. He was curious about what this Princess Franny intended to do. Once on the small boat, the already cramped vessel became even tighter. Ye Qiyan sat at the back, closing his eyes to rest, as if everything was unrelated to him. In reality, he was idly browsing a public chat room. An hour later, the boat stopped. Suddenly, waves of heat surged from ahead. Ye Qiyan opened his eyes to find a gigantic worm, over 3 meters long, coiled there. The worm let out an eerie cry, opening its tooth-filled mouth to bite at the small boat where everyone was. Oh no, why has the hell worm awakened? Protect the princess, Atush shouted. But before the knights could react, a thunderous noise erupted from behind them. Bang! Bang! Gunfire rang out. The ebony wood and falcon guns fired simultaneously. The ebony wood bullets easily pierced through the worm's body, exploding within it. Splatter! Dark green worm blood sprayed everywhere, even splattering on the knights and the princess. One person struck in the head let out a chilling wail. Protect the princess! Atush gritted his teeth, trying to shield the others from the aftermath. This sense of duty made Ye Qiyan silently applaud them in his heart. Found it. The worm shell was blasted open by the bullets, revealing a heart-like mass within. The bullets pierced through, causing the mass to explode. With the worm's anguished cry, it fell to the ground. Keep going. Just let me know if there's danger. The knights stared at Ye Qiyan in disbelief, one even kneeling down with hands clasped. Divine protection. Divine protection. A powerful divine messenger has arrived. It seems we can continue. The knights were ecstatic, shaken by Ye Qiyan's attack. especially Franny. Her gaze swept over Ye Qiyan as if contemplating something special. The luminous river stretched long, but ultimately had an end. The path ahead was completely blocked by a mass of rubble. Divine Messenger, the road ahead is blocked. To leave this cave, we must clear a path here. All right, leave it to me. Ye Qiyan nodded, stepping forward, his hand inadvertently brushing against Franny's shoulder. Raising his gun to shoot. Bang! The bullet exploded, creating a gap in the blockage ahead. The path is cleared. Atush and the other knights cheered. In their hearts, as long as they could leave this place, they would be safe. However, how could the task of his clan's war calendar be so easily resolved by Ye Qiyan? Just as Franny was about to leave the small boat, surrounded by the knights, Ye Qiyan suddenly spoke up in a mysterious tone. Wait, Princess Franny. Franny stopped, lifting her skirt slightly, smiling gently as she replied, What is it, Divine Messenger? However, when the dark barrel of the gun was aimed at her head, Atush's face fell in shock. Divine Messenger, what are you doing? Protect the princess. Too late. A bullet accurately struck the princess's head. Yet, the gruesome scene expected did not unfold. The princess stood unharmed. The bullet's tip spun at her forehead like a top. How did you discover me? The princess's voice became heavier. Her eyes gradually transformed into the slit pupil shape seen at the beginning. A pair of dark green wings unfurled behind her. The might of the dragon instantly knocked all the knights, including Atush, to the ground. I thought I was well hidden. Even this human's parents wouldn't notice me. Transformed into a dragon-human hybrid, Franny arrogantly soared into the air, coldly staring down at Ye Qiyan amidst the knights' despair and fear. I knew from the start. I just wanted to see what you would do. But it seems that's no longer necessary. Treasure Dragon, level 6, the master of the treasure cave, facing a countdown to life, captures humans from the outside world as sacrifices to a certain special entity to extend her life. The sacrifice has been completed. Current state, dragon human form. The Treasure Dragon, the name of the dragon at this station, is Franny. This unfortunate princess was no longer herself. Her consciousness replaced by that of a dragon after the sacrifice. So this is the hidden task? Ye Qiyan maintained his stance with the gun raised. Human, do you really think such a small weapon can harm me? Even in this human body, it cannot. Bang! The black armor-piercing bullet easily pierced through Franny's dragon wing behind her. Roar! How is this possible? She let out a furious roar as her wing snapped, crashing to the ground and kicking up dust. Damn you! Bang! Another shot. The other dragon wing was likewise broken by Ye Qiyan. He approached, his lightning-imbued boots shining brilliantly. With a stomp, he pressed Franny into the ground. A level 6 dragon, switched into a human body. Even with enhancements, she was no match for him. Just as he was about to finish her off, the fallen Atush suddenly picked up his sword, charging at him with a roar. Let go of the princess. Gah! Demon card, Bewitch. The Raven Demon appeared out of thin air. Massive claws pinned Atush down. She is no longer a princess, Sir Atush. No, it can't be. Her highness is still her highness. Damn it, let her go. Pinned underfoot, Franny seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, she retracted her slit pupils. Speaking in a panicked tone, with tears in her eyes, I am not a dragon. I am Franny. Chapter 92, the first battle of the hunting machine dragon, with a weak tone accompanied by a crying voice. It would be wrong for anyone to think that Ye Qiyan was in the wrong. How could the woman beneath his feet possibly be a giant dragon? Atushi believed it, and this foolish knight roared in anger. Protect the princess. Draw your swords. Kill this monster. He is a demon. He is a demon here to deceive us. A demon? That could be considered true. The other knights hesitated, raising their swords at Ye Qiyan. The image of the princess flying in midair was still fresh in their minds. But let go of her highness. She has just been influenced. Give her time, and she will surely recover. Yes, Lord Messenger. Even if her highness was truly influenced by the giant dragon, just now, you broke its wings, and perhaps they believed that Franny could recover. They believed that Franny was not a giant dragon. Ye Qiyan became the one in the wrong. Let her go. The corners of Ye Qiyan's mouth curled up slightly, and he actually put away his gun, lifting his foot and allowing Franny to leave beneath him. Just a joke. My bullets are limited. Those 2 shots just now have already dealt with the giant dragon's soul. Now it's just a test. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have returned to being human. The power of words can influence everyone. Ye Qiyan's seemingly illogical and untrustworthy words made everyone believe, including non-human entities. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Franny's eyes as she crawled up, looking at Ye Qiyan, her eyes transforming back into slitted pupils. Her original palm morphed into a dragon's claw, grinning wickedly as it reached out toward him from behind. Human. D. Bang! This time, the bullet struck her head. The black armor-piercing round could not be resisted even by a giant dragon. Caw! The cawing of a mourning crow circled above people's heads. Franny fell to the ground, completely silent. No, princess! Atushi shouted in despair, looking at Ye Qiyan with an extremely resentful expression. What have you done? You killed a princess. You demon. Let me go. Ye Qiyan looked at this guy with interest. It seemed that his relationship with Franny was not as simple as that of a princess and a knight. Moreover, humans could be quite foolish. Even when the truth was right before his eyes, he still refused to believe it. The other knights were speechless, still shocked by Franny's second transformation into a dragon. Let him go. With the command issued, the crow demon released its grip. However, Atushi did not rush over in anger. He picked up the sword from the ground, trembling as he approached the corpse and held it in his arms. Then boarded a small boat, rowing upstream. You will pay the price. Should I shoot? Well, forget it. He did not believe that this encounter was over just like that. After all, it was too easy. Let this guy continue to do something. However, if it were someone else who had not noticed the princess's oddities in advance and possessed a powerful armor-piercing weapon like ebony wood, resolving the opponent would not have been so simple. Currently, the items he possessed were far from something a level 6 platform could withstand. The demon and the crow returned to the card. Taking a glance at the other knights who were left confused, Ye Qiyan ignored them and directly returned to the train using his navigation abilities. Still fast, next up was the treasure. Although he had already collected 15 train coins at this stop, since it was called the Giant Dragon's Treasure Cave, it would be a shame not to loot some treasure to live up to the name. Summoning the Road Tyrant, he navigated upstream in the direction Franny and her knight had come from. After about an hour, the space ahead opened up. A huge cave appeared before him. Inside the cave are the skeletons of strange beasts and a massive block of metal fused together. Is this the treasure? He thought there would be train coins everywhere here. But unfortunately, that fantasy was shattered. There were indeed some gold coins, but they were all embedded in this metal block. Obviously, the giant dragon had fused the collected metals together to use as a bed for sleeping. How hard, Ye Qiyan muttered, just as he was about to summon a processing table to try and recycle this metal block. Suddenly, he heard a violent breathing sound from above. Looking up, a green giant dragon was gradually awakening, crouched in a crevice. From its wings, it was clear that this dragon was the same as the one in Franny's body. No, or rather, they were the same dragon. Did the consciousness in Franny die, so the giant dragon returned to its body? As expected, this stop was not going to end so easily. Human, do you know what you have angered? You have angered the great treasure, giant dragon. An ancient voice echoed from the dragon's mouth. It dragged its heavy body out from the crevice, looking down at Ye Qiyan with a haughty gaze, as if he were an ant. Do you really think that such a small weapon can kill the great giant dragon? Since you destroyed that body, let me make you my new vessel. Roar! A searing breath spewed forth from the giant dragon's mouth. Ye Qiyan's electric wolfskin boots flickered with light, and as his speed suddenly increased, he activated the lightning module, consuming some mental energy and stamina, easily dodging this attack. Hasn't anyone told you that you have a big mouth? He provoked the giant dragon, showing no signs of fear. By the way, I also have a dragon. Just right? Let's test you out. He raised his hand to the sky. The mechanical sounds of the structure echoed in the vast space. Hunting machine dragon. A train coin was tossed from his hand, leaving a trail of dark golden light. Normal mode. A red and white mechanical divine dragon rushed out from the space beside him, charging straight towards the giant dragon. Tear it apart. The sharp mechanical claws firmly pinned down the giant dragon's body. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Let me go. The giant dragon's scales fell off along with its blood. The hunting machine dragon tore at the giant dragon's body. There is indeed a difference between dragons. From scales to bones to the heart. In less than 20 seconds, a giant dragon that had just been imposing was torn into a pile of skeletons. Handsome and strong. Indeed, the mechanical dragon is a man's romance. Ye Qiyan's eyes sparkled. Although there was a suspicion of level suppression, the power of the hunting machine dragon was evident even in normal mode. This was just the least consuming normal mode. There was still the guardian, hunting, and transcendence modes to come, and the later ones would only be stronger. Chapter 93. Dragon Card Wealth. After dealing with the dragon, there were no more obstacles. Ye Qiyan summoned the processing table and began to process and recycle the metallic mixture in front of him. Mithril, gold, ordinary metals. Not bad. They were all useful materials. Climbing onto the hunter dragon, Ye Qiyan took to the skies and enjoyed the thrill of flying while he still had time. A special notification screen appeared before his eyes. What is this? The sentry has detected an intruder approaching. The illusionary watcher has hypnotized the unit attempting to infiltrate the train. Please address this promptly, train conductor. On the surveillance screen, a man in knight armor was lying at the train's entrance, holding a corpse. A tush. This guy went against the current and finally made it to his train. Moreover, he wanted a board. He truly didn't cherish his life. To be honest, this station was too simple. He wanted to see if a tush, with that corpse, would trigger some other tasks. But this guy was a bit ungrateful, actually trying to sneak into his train. Then he shouldn't blame him. The sentry didn't attack immediately due to the initial command he had given. Ye Qiyan approved the attack request, and then the screen faded away as he continued to recycle the metals. About an hour later, Ye Qiyan returned to the train aboard the Hunter Dragon. He glanced at the red stain on the ground and smirked. Deserved it. By the way, this was the first time the illusionary watcher triggered. In 12 stations, it was also the first time someone tried to infiltrate his train. Getting off the Hunter Dragon, he quickly stored the various metals he brought back into the storage unit before the ordinary mode ended. The distance to the dragon's treasure cave was still a bit far. Round trips took about 2 hours. Riding the Hunter Dragon could shorten that time by half, but the Hunter Dragon consumed train currency, and he wasn't extravagant enough for that yet. Thank you for your hard work. He patted the iron head of the dragon, which, like Wally, had no self-awareness. When the activation time ended, the Hunter Dragon entered a dormant state. Ye Qiyan let it land on the roof, where he had prepared an energy generator to recharge it. For others in the same batch of train conductors, even if they had a Hunter Dragon, they probably wouldn't be able to afford to maintain it. It consumed electricity and train currency. The title Mechanical Gold Eater suited it perfectly. Since there was still time after sending back the Hunter Dragon, he drove the road bully again to the cave. Next to the massive metallic fusion, the summoned processing table continued to work. The road bully had a limited carrying capacity, so relying on it for transportation wasn't realistic. Therefore, Ye Qiyan temporarily organized 3 spaces in the safety box for collecting the recycled metals, mithril, and gold. However, collecting and sorting also required manpower. So, Ye Qiyan summoned the Raven Demon to act as manual labor. Using a demon as a laborer. I guess I'm a first one. Heh. Under the silent efforts of the Raven Demon. After several hours, they harvested a total of 2,300 kilograms of metal, over 150 kilograms of mithril, and 89 kilograms of gold. It wasn't that he didn't want to collect more. It was just that the processing table's recycling speed was limited to these amounts. In addition, he certainly didn't forget another equally important resource. Although the dragon was torn to pieces by the Hunter Dragon, its bones and flesh also had considerable weight. These couldn't fit in the safety box. So Ye Qiyan personally drove the road bully back to the train several times. As for the skeleton, he couldn't move it, but the Raven Demon could. So, he still needed it to help move. Perhaps it was an illusion, but in the Raven Demon's mindless eyes, Ye Qiyan seemed to see a hint of resentment. It must be an illusion. After all, it couldn't speak and had no intelligence of its own. Otherwise, being reduced to a laborer would be a great humiliation for a demon. After placing the dragon's meat and skeleton back, Ye Qiyan reached the treasure cave once again. However, this time, a small blocky figure also crawled out from a corner, covered in dust. Wally? Right? Why did you take so long this time, and where did you go? The most precious things in this platform weren't even in this treasure cave. Ye Qiyan dusted off Wally, who pointed with its mechanical claw in a direction. Then it gently tugged at his pant leg. The treasure is over there, but you can't reach it? Wally nodded. All right, let us go. Abandoning the recycling, Ye Qiyan grabbed Wally and placed it in front of the road bully. Following its directions, they passed through a narrow passage, twisting and turning, and finally arrived at another cave. The cave wasn't dark. Glowing gems adorned the surrounding walls. Ye Qiyan pried off 2 pieces to take back as nightlights. However, that wasn't the important part. In this cave, there was a massive altar shaped like a coiled dragon. He seemed to have seen something similar before. What was it? Ye Qiyan recalled for a moment. Wait, wasn't the altar for the temptation card similar to this one? The previous demon card, Temptation, was placed above an inverted cross altar. Could it be that this dragon altar? Ye Qiyan's heart raced. He took a couple of steps forward and reached out to touch it. Sure enough, like the previous demon card altar, there was an invisible light membrane in front. It seemed that a key was needed to open the altar. Of course, he didn't have a key, but that didn't mean he couldn't get in. The blasphemy card appeared. Target ahead. Anchor. Mental consumption. Coordinate setting. Immediately after, he was engulfed in a wave of drowsiness. Sailing. Gurgle gurgle. The sounds in his ears came and went. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside the altar. Phew! Climbing onto the altar, he ascended the staircase, which was as high as 10 floors, continuously moving upward until he reached the enormous platform at the top. Here, a smaller dragon-shaped altar stood in the center. Just like that time, Ye Qiyan's heart raced. Everything matched up. Then, he stepped forward to the edge of the small altar. Above it, a giant card engraved with a dragon pattern and the emblem of the coin floated there quietly. Sure enough, it really was a card. Ye Qiyan's eyes sparkled as he reached out to take it from the altar. He opened the screen to begin identification. Dragon card wealth. Wealth, earn 5 train currency daily. Dragon, low-level monsters cannot harm you. Simple and straightforward effects, but strong enough. Although 5 train currency daily didn't seem like much, it was stable, and even if it went to a city later without entering a platform, he would still receive that 5 train currency. Small amounts accumulate to make a lot, safe and reliable. If given the choice between this dragon card and his demon card, anyone seeking stability would undoubtedly choose this. Ye Qiyan didn't need to choose, because all of this belonged to him. Chapter 94. Harvest at the site, I've made a profit. Ye Qiyan was in a good mood. He walked down the altar and waved at Wally, who was still waiting outside. Let's go back. I'll wait for you at the train. Wally nodded in a somewhat confused manner and turned to leave, until its figure disappeared. Ye Qiyan took out the anchor again, waiting for the cool-down period to end. Sailing. The feeling of indulgence emerged. The whispers in his ears seemed to become clearer. Tick-tock. At Run Corporation's headquarters, a woman with heavy dark circles frowned. On a starlight compass in her hand, a point of starlight gradually dimmed. Another sequence card has been taken? Such quick action. It's strange. In the past, very few people could find the sequence cards in such low-level platforms. High-level train conductors shouldn't be visiting these low-level platforms. Have 2 cards really disappeared in such a short time? After pondering for a moment, she picked up a cup of coffee and drank in one go. How's the investigation I asked you to do? Has any level 30 or above train conductor been to that platform? In the shadows, a heavy voice responded. No traces of high-level conductors have been found entering. In the last 10 days, the platform world has only had 135 new or just promoted conductors dock. They do not possess the ability to activate the sequence altar. TSK. The woman clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. So, is it possible that the altar now has no sequence? That's right. It seems the sequence has undergone some changes that we are unaware of. After all, we don't know enough about them. Those who truly understand, these are the organizations that have existed since the past. By the way, how's the Empire Sequence Organization recently? Why have they suddenly started investigating us? The woman made herself another cup of coffee without adding sugar. The angels of the Empire Sequence Organization recently lifted their seals. One went to the city of 1,000 stars and stole an angel card that had been taken from her and eliminated 37 high-level prosecutors and 1 top prosecutor. The city of 1,000 stars is quite angry and has put a bounty of 100,000 train coins on her. Boss, should we? Forget it. I'm not lacking that 100,000. Cough. It's not that I'm afraid of that crazy woman. Yes, boss, we're not afraid. The office fell into silence again. The woman drank her coffee dry. So, recently, have there been any traces of the blasphemy card? The voice in the shadows fell silent for a moment. You know, while Run Corporation has influenced many low-level platform worlds, we cannot affect those higher-level worlds where the blasphemy cards are more likely to appear so. So all this talk means there are absolutely no traces of the blasphemy card? Yes. The woman rubbed her temples, holding her coffee cup without drinking for a while. After a moment, she silently put down the cup and pulled out a triangular shard from her chest. You know, I've had the shard for 12 years. They all say the blasphemy card will come looking for its owner, but why hasn't my blasphemy card come to find me? The person in the shadows did not respond. Continued to search harder. My shard was found in a low-level platform. I don't believe that there's a relative probability. And in all these years, how come not even a single piece of shard has been produced? Recently, another holder of a blasphemy card appeared. If others can collect it, why can't I? Indeed, only the sound of coffee being drunk remained in the office. Back at the train, Ye Qiyan placed the dragon card on the device at the front of the train that had previously been bound to the system. Points of dark golden light coalesced out of thin air, and 5 train coins slowly appeared. Guaranteed profit. How touching. He thought about his other items. Either they consumed mental energy, stamina, or train coins. None were as worry-free as this dragon card. He called up the system and glanced at the docking countdown. 133. 33. Has this stop really taken so long? Ye Qiyan stroked his chin, knowing he had a full 15 hours. If it weren't for the 5-hour docking time increase he got from the last train upgrade, it would hardly be enough. That's about right. Wally didn't find any treasure, but in a sense, it found something more precious than treasure. This was beyond doubt. A level 6 platform's treasure chest, even after sublimation, was only level 7. The power and special abilities contained in these non-level sequence cards were definitely more valuable than what was in treasure chests. While waiting for Wally to return, Ye Qiyan sorted through the final harvest of this stop. Metals, mithril, gold, already sorted. He had received quite a bit even without opening any treasure chests at this stop. He obtained 15 coins from the princess possessed by the dragon, and the daily train coin acquisition from the dragon card was another 5 coins. After deducting expenses, he now had 38 train coins. He could buy the remaining 2 options in the upgrade menu: the washing machine and the train armament, Wolf Protection Shield. He reluctantly spent 25 train coins, leaving him with 13 coins. Not enough to spend, but at least there's a stable output. The appearance of the dragon card was undoubtedly a reassurance. At least he didn't have to worry about not obtaining train coins at a stop due to not finding a treasure chest or some other reason. Besides that, after recycling the dragon's corpse, he obtained a total of 500 kilograms of dragon meat, a complete dragon skeleton, and some dragon blood. The Hunter Mecha Dragon's attack power was too strong, causing him to lose quite a bit of meat and blood. But that wasn't too regrettable. Additionally, he picked up a few useless gems from the dragon's treasure cave, treating them as decorative items to bring back for the train. Although there was plenty of time, he didn't make a round trip. When Wally finally stumbled back, Ye Qiyan patted its head. "You've worked hard. This stop was all thanks to you." Wally happily spun around a few times and pointed at the charging device. "Go ahead, charge as you like. Its only joys were these: the master's rewards and charging." The charging for the Hunter Mecha Dragon also finished. Just using it once in normal mode wouldn't cause much wear. However, there was still some trouble. To get rid of this hassle, he either had to continue consuming train coins or find a way to obtain an item that could directly serve as a power source for the Mecha Dragon. No rush. It will come eventually. He recalled the Hunter Mecha Dragon into the armed space, watching the last remaining 30-minute countdown. This stop was now over. Departing. Chapter 95 Invitation from Zuxing to Knock Knock. Knock Knock. Back in the wilderness, it was already the early morning of the second day. Completed hidden task, Dragon Slayer. Received task reward, title Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer. When equipped, deal more damage to dragon-type monsters. Ye Qiyan yawned, feeling a bit restless. He climbed onto the roof of the train, and on both sides, the monsters that were supposed to attack seemed to sense some kind of pressure and stopped in place. That was the power of another effect from the dragon card. Basking in the moonlight and munching on a white forest fruit, Ye Qiyan suddenly thought of something. The downtime was increasing, and if it continued like this, what if the stop time reached 24 hours in the future? Wouldn't that mean a continuous journey? Not only that, what if it exceeded 24 hours? Shouldn't they be forced to move on to the next stop before this one even ended? Should he ask about it? Ye Qiyan looked at the name on his friend list. But before he could make a decision, a private message suddenly popped up. "Hello, Ye Qiyan. Do you still remember me?" The sender was not Shea, but Zuxing Tu, the founder of the Emperor's Sequence Organization, whom she referred to as a charlatan. "It's her? She just got a card and came looking for him. Could it be that she knows?" Ye Qiyan pondered slightly. If that's the case, would this woman know that he already possessed the complete blasphemy card? Before he could respond, Zuxing Tu sent another message. "The Emperor's Sequence Organization is going to hold an event soon. Destiny tells me that although you are a newcomer, you are quite suitable to participate. Destiny also tells me that you are still awake, so don't lurk, come reply." An event? He recalled the comments he had seen in the chat room before. It was probably about some sort of attack, right? "I'm here. What is the event? I'm just a newcomer and might not be able to help you guys, right?" "Sure, newcomer. Once you've completed 10 stops, you're no longer a newcomer. As a member of the organization, it would be a pity not to participate in group activities. After this event, I'll give you a new demon card, so please come." A new email appeared in his inbox. Upon opening it, he found a bronze-colored card, Solar City Invitation card. After using this card, the next stop will be Solar City, and it will stay there for 1 to 10 days. It's south, an unknown place. Well, he hadn't recognized many places anyway. Should he go? Playing with the invitation card in his hand, Ye Qiyan quickly made a decision. "All right, I'll go. But can you tell me what I'm supposed to do?" "Go release something from this city." "What is it?" "You'll know when the time comes. Destiny tells me that your existence can help us. Hee hee. A riddle. No wonder she is called a charlatan. And he could help? Help with what?" He still vividly remembered the battle between the senior prosecutor and Fanhua in Thousand Star City. That was not something he could get involved in. "All right, by the way, there is something I don't quite understand and would like to ask." Since they were already talking, instead of bothering Shea again, he might as well ask her directly. Ye Qiyan expressed his doubts about the stop time. In a certain building, Zuxing to slightly open her eyes. While I'd love to say you'll know once you have 24 hours of stop time, let us skip that. Destiny tells me you don't seem to like riddles. Just kidding, don't mind it. Your question is valid. Once the stop time reaches 24 hours, the time for the train to enter the next stop will change from the original every day at 1 p.m. to any time within 3 days after leaving the station. Moreover, you can freely enter and exit those cities and even stop the train in the wasteland. Stopping the train in the wasteland? Ye Qiyan's gaze turned toward the endless horizon in the distance. What would be there afterward? So, can I directly buy stop time? Wow, you're lucky to have obtained tradable stop time? Sort of. Is that stuff really valuable? Hee. Every hour of tradable stop time can be sold for 30 train coins. How much? 30? Did that mean the 5 hours he previously used up were worth 150 train coins? Is it really that expensive? Of course. This is a very rare and tradable special module. Don't you feel pain for using it? No need to feel that way. As your train level increases, it will become harder to obtain stop time. It's a good thing to increase it while your level is still low. Zuxing wasn't comforting him. She was stating a fact, but thinking about those 150 train coins made Ye Qiyan feel a bit hurt. Thanks for the explanation. I'll be heading to Solar City next. Where should we gather? No need? Question mark. Destiny will let you unknowingly help us. So, just entering that city is enough. After you enter the city, do whatever you want. There's no need to look for us. After you leave, I'll give you a demon card. Just entering the city counts as helping. Ye Qiyan didn't think he had that much ability. But whatever. He was getting a card, so he wasn't losing out. Got it. The chat ended. Zuxing's eyes gradually filled with endless stars. She clasped her hands together and gently stroked the star map before her. As the stars faded, her original eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Still, can't find the owner of that blasphemy card? Can't figure it out, and, Around Zuxing, among the different card sequences, 2 sequences were faintly glowing. The demon was the sequence he already possessed, but the dragon? Oh dear, it's overlapping with someone in the organization. I hope they don't start a fight over a card. That said, it was easy to see from her delighted expression that she seemed to be looking forward to this happening. If I give this dragon card to Ye Xiaoga, would it infuriate that dragon lover? It would probably be quite interesting, but that dragon lover can't beat Shea. Forget it. If Shea takes him out, there will be one less worker. Zuxing shook her head regretfully. The card sequence fell. Among them, a special dark golden card still floated in midair. On the card, stars surrounded a woman with a hood obscuring her face, vividly depicted. If Ye Qiyan were here, he would easily notice that this card bore some resemblance to his anchor. Chapter 96. Dream Eater. The conversation ended. Ye Qiyan gradually felt drowsy, returning to the warm carriage, lying down on the comfortable big bed and closing his eyes. He did not notice that outside the window, creatures resembling black jellyfish were floating in the distance, chasing the train. The face of the weather doll hanging at the front of the train showed an expression of fear. The system's holographic screen quietly appeared. There was no broadcast prompt. It was as if all sounds had ceased. Only a line of text appeared on the screen. The Dream Eater begins its parade. You will enter a beautiful dream. Perhaps you will wake up, or perhaps, even knowing the truth, you will still be immersed in it. Ugh, my head hurts. There's a constant ringing in my ears. Ye Qiyan rubbed his eyes, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear from a blur. Outside the window, the sound of police sirens was incessant. Where's this? Am I not on the train? Ugh, my memory is a bit hazy. Ye Qiyan instinctively reached out and swiped in the air. Nothing. What am I doing? Yawning, stretching, he walked to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Cracked an egg, made a pancake, washed his face, and brushed his teeth without a hitch. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, which seemed to belong to someone only in their early teens, he scratched his head in confusion. How old am I this year? Why can't I remember? He tapped his head, and the ringing in his ears intensified. Forget it, I'll eat first. Sitting at the dining table, he picked up a fried egg, and his gaze suddenly landed on a box. What is this? Inside the box were 4 cards. One of them, dark gold in color, depicted a person holding an anchor, seemingly speaking. Rubbing his eyes, it seemed everything was just his illusion. Is it some kind of prize from a game? All right, that must be it. I really woke up dazed. How could the characters on the cards move? The cleaning robot at his feet gently bumped against his pant leg. Is it broken? He navigated around the cleaning robot, took a pure white fruit from the fridge, and took a bite. What is this fruit called? It's really delicious. I should buy some more later. What was I going to do today? What did I do yesterday? Drinking? I seem to have gotten drunk. Right, the hangover remedy. He rummaged through the cabinets and found a crystal that was flickering with a faint light at the very bottom. This is the hangover remedy. Ye Qiyan didn't know why he was so certain of this. He took a deep breath to ease his discomfort and opened his mouth to bite down. The crystal shattered. The ringing in his ears disappeared. Memories flowed back, and that headache feeling vanished. Phew! Opening his eyes, it felt as if he were being pressed down by a ghost, which was really uncomfortable. What was that just now? He got up from the bed. Suddenly, he noticed that, at some point, the card of desecration and the other 3 cards were quietly floating in midair. And the cleaning robot from his dream was now sitting beside the bed. Wally, seeing the little robot's worried expression, Ye Qiyan reached out to pat its head. Ye Qiyan, don't worry. After calming Wally, he got out of bed and looked out the window. Dreamlike creatures resembling jellyfish surrounded the train. Under the night sky, they were tinted with a mysterious color. The Sentinel didn't trigger? So that means these aren't hostile creatures? What exactly are they? The dream he just had was still fresh in his memory. That was his former home. But the things inside were completely a manifestation of the items he had on this train. So, the hangover remedy? The dream crystal. The material he obtained from the giant at the platform with Don Quixote. He never expected it would be useful today. He climbed onto the roof of the train. Those jellyfish-like beings showed no fear. Instead, they approached the train a bit. He reached out to touch them. At the same time, the train's system holographic screen activated to check. Dream Eater, Wasteland Life, provides a beautiful dream for the train conductors. They only take a little happiness from the dream. After experiencing a beautiful dream, your mental state will lower at least 10 points for a period. The longer you are trapped in the beautiful dream, the higher the limit will drop. If you completely indulge in it, your mental limit will drop to 1. Ye Qiyan quickly withdrew his hand and pulled up his personal information. Mental, 130, verify authenticity. Seeing that his mental state had decreased, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he woke up early enough not to be affected. But what exactly are these dream eaters? Wasteland Life. They seem completely different from the monsters that have been chasing the train. Are they the true indigenous life of this endless wasteland? The dream eaters seemed to enjoy his touch. One of them flew out from the group, gently landing by Ye Qiyan's hand, inexplicably rubbing against his palm before returning to the group. They began to accelerate. These seemingly soft beings easily surpassed the current speed of his train. Ye Qiyan sat on the roof, looking down at his palm. There, a diamond-shaped crystal hovered slightly. Dream Eater's Dream Crystal. You have exceeded their expectations in escaping the dream. Your aura is favored by them. The Dream Eaters are curious about you. However, in this endless wasteland, no one can stop. Neither the train nor they can. Therefore, you have gained the attention and friendship of the Dream Eaters. Use it when you face irresistible nightmares and mental attacks. That Dream Eater you touched will come to help you. The crystal was held in his palm. Looking at the group of Dream Eaters that was already nearing the horizon, Ye Qiyan didn't know what to feel. A group that brings beautiful dreams with no hostility. But if someone indulges in the beautiful dream, they would be consumed by the mental energy used. What a terrifying race. But is this a gain? He inexplicably gained the friendship of a Dream Eater and received this crystal that can summon them. Although he still didn't understand why. Returning to the carriage, he took out his pocket watch. The time was 5 o'clock and 5 minutes in the morning. That means he hadn't slept for long at all. But now, Ye Qiyan was completely awake, even more alert than usual. Right? It shouldn't just be me encountering them, right? He opened the chat room, but it was empty. Usually, no matter the time, there would be some night owls chatting in the room. Now, there was none, indicating that others had also encountered the Dream Eaters. That dream. To be honest, there would probably be many people who, even knowing it was fake, would choose to indulge in it and find it hard to extricate themselves. In the end, their mental state would be completely consumed by the Dream Eater group. Chapter 97, The 13th Station. Solomon City, opening the friend list and looking at the few names inside. Ye Qiyan hesitated for a moment before opening Zhao Lin's private chat interface. If you remember correctly, Zhao Lin's last station was the Misfortune Station, and she was relatively fragile. If that misfortune hadn't completely ended and followed her to the end, this unfortunate thing wouldn't be completely lost in a dream, right? However, just as he was about to tap on the screen, his finger suddenly stopped in midair. If it was indeed a dream, then doing this wouldn't make much sense. And besides, if she was truly immersed in it, that was Zhao Lin's own choice. Why should he interfere so much? Shaking his head, he closed the private chat. One cannot always rely on others. If she couldn't survive this time, it was just Zhao Lin's misfortune. 8:30 a.m. The pocket watch pointed to this moment. Ye Qiyan had breakfast, washed up, and exercised in the carriage for a while. He took out the invitation card for Solomon City and gently rubbed it. He swiped at the train screen. The screen split open, and a fork in fate appeared at that moment. Using the Solomon City invitation card, your 13th station is set to Solomon City. A fork in fate has been triggered. Please enter Solomon City through one of the following two entrances. 1. Solomon City, main gate. 2. Abandoned Peace Square. Please choose. I choose 1. Ye Qiyan did not hesitate. Although option 2 looked quite special, arriving in a strange place. Especially on someone else's turf, it could be troublesome if you were caught entering through the second option. It was safer to enter through the main gate. Selection completed. Void manifested. He penetrated into it. A towering, suspended city came into view. The city was connected by numerous chains, and on those chains were stone pillars of various shapes. Ye Qiyan didn't know what they were, but at the moment he entered Solomon's realm, the same feeling he experienced when he was in the city of 1,000 stars reappeared. Wanting to stay and not continue to take risks, living is about stability. Should I abandon the train? Brainwashing? Could it be that all these cities have similar abilities? Being cautious, that kind of brainwashing ability gradually faded away. Ye Qiyan entered Solomon City with a vigilant mindset. The way trains were stored here was similar to the city of 1,000 stars. They were stored in tunnel capsules, requiring at least 3 days' worth of payment. Welcome to Solomon City, dear train conductor. May I offer you a little help? Stepping out of the station, Ye Qiyan was unsure of what to do. Before he could take a few steps, a slightly sharp voice rang out beside him. Looking down, a short man was standing cautiously to the side, bending over as if afraid he would be swatted dead with a slap. Are you a guide? Yes. For just 100 Solomon coins, I will take you anywhere you wish to go. Take me to exchange money. At your command. The exchange hall followed the same process as when he was in the city of 1,000 stars. He didn't exchange too much. Only 2,000 coins of this city as currency. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to contact Zhu Xingtou, that fortune-telling woman. Although she said no gathering was necessary, he still felt it was better to inform her. Moreover, he wanted to know what the Dream Eater situation was. I have arrived at Solomon City. If you need me to do something, I will do my best. Zhu Xingtou opened her eyes, the endless stars in her gaze gradually fading. She looked at the chat content on the system screen and smiled slightly. You don't need to do anything, or rather, you could do whatever you like. Just play around for a couple of days. Still the same answer? Ye Qiyan wasn't too surprised. All right, I have one more thing. Do you know about the Dream Eater? Dream Eater. Zhu Xingtou softly repeated the name. What's wrong? Did you encounter them? That is quite lucky. Many people search desperately to immerse themselves in the dreams woven by Dream Eaters, but can't find them. Immerse? Wouldn't that lead to losing one's sanity? So what? To be lost in a beautiful dream and gradually go insane or die is, for many, a form of liberation. Brother Yi, most people in this world do not have the courage or ability to explore and survive at every station. Zhu Xingtou's words reminded Ye Qiyan of that Muxiang Yuan he met in the city of 1,000 stars, and those wanderers who chose to abandon their identities and stay there. Perhaps what she said was right. Living or being lost in beautiful dreams was just a 50-50 choice for some. What does it mean that they are the corrupted life forms of the wasteland? Are they different from those monsters chasing the train? Of course, they're different. They are the true indigenous creatures of the wasteland. We train conductors are the outsiders. All right, don't ask too much. In any case, you've woken up. Haven to you? Next, just rest well. Although Solomon City isn't as prosperous as the city of 1,000 stars, you can still experience some fun things here. The conversation ended. Ye Qiyan walked out of the exchange hall. The short guide was waiting outside. He took out 100 coins from the exchange currency and handed it over. Thank you, sir. My name is Quickfoot. Where would you like to go? Anywhere. Just recommend something. Since he was here, he might as well enjoy a few days. Originally, he did have this thought. The entertainment facilities in Solomon City were not less than those in the city of 1,000 stars, but it was just a comparative difference. Under Quickfoot's guidance, they arrived at a restaurant specifically for train conductors. Just as he was about to enter, a few miserable-looking children with green skin and pointed ears suddenly surrounded him. Sir, please help us with some food. Big brother, give us some money. Quickfoot disdainfully blocked Ye Qiyan and kicked one of the children away. Get lost. Who told you to block the train conductor's path? Scram. Please this way, sir. The restaurant security guard ran out and chased the children away with a stick. Ye Qiyan frowned, not liking this scene. Even though those children didn't look human. Who are they? A bunch of corrupted little monsters. Don't worry, sir. They'll disappear soon. Quickfoot smiled obsequiously at him. This kind of flattery wasn't directed at Ye Qiyan personally, but rather at the identity of the train conductor. Watching the backs of those monster children until they completely disappeared, Ye Qiyan pondered. Corrupted, what does that mean? Aren't they human? Quickfoot scratched his head and answered as if it were obvious. I don't know the details, but ever since Solomon's city was established, there have always been some babies that turn into this. It is said that we, the indigenous people who are not trained conductors, are born cursed. So if someone gives birth to such a child, they must be disposed of or killed immediately. Everyone has gotten used to calling this corruption. Chapter 98. The riot in Solar City, abandon or kill. How many years has Solar City existed? How many such children have been discarded? Ye Qiyan did not ask, nor did he meddle. But before he could enter the restaurant, a group of men and women in uniforms suddenly appeared in the street. They were armed and searching for something. Two of them ran directly towards him. Stop! The man among them called out to Ye Qiyan. Are you the new train conductor who just entered the city? Your name is Ye Qiyan. Your ID number is E3-1102, right? It was not surprising that he called out his ID number and name. After entering the city, there was naturally a registration process. Since they found him, Ye Qiyan had no reason to deny it. That's me. Is there something wrong? We are inspectors of Solar City. According to intelligence, a terrorist organization is going to attack Solar City. They will arrive here in batches in the coming days. You are part of the batch that just shed your newbie status, right? It shouldn't concern you too much, but as a routine matter, please come with us to the train station to check your personal information to see if you have joined that terrorist organization. Checking people? Ye Qiyan frowned. What if I refuse? His personal information contains secrets he did not want others to see. Besides, why should he comply? Routine matter? He had no knowledge of such a thing. Even if he did, he would not agree. The speaking male inspector also frowned, raising his chin, the electric baton in his hand crackling with energy. Friend, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're just a newbie conductor. You need to respect your seniors. As a newcomer, even if we take you away and use severe methods, it wouldn't be a big deal. Come with us while you still can. Otherwise, this is your last chance. Will you come or not? Seniors? Respect? Are we still doing that in this world? Isn't that a bit foolish? Whether someone was a senior or not should not depend on when they arrived in this world, but rather on their abilities. It seemed he would not be having that meal today. I'm sorry, but I don't want to show my information to anyone. Looking for death. The baton came down, but missed completely. With the enhancement of the electric wolfskin boots, Ye Qiyan's speed was beyond their reach. These so-called inspector seniors were all below level 4 before entering the city, meaning their physical or mental abilities had likely not improved. In other words, apart from their equipment, these guys were no different from ordinary people. Such people made up the vast majority among conductors. The commotion attracted the attention of other inspectors. A whistle blew, its sharp sound echoing in the air. Ye Qiyan sighed silently in his heart. He casually tossed 100 Solar City bills to the already stunned inspector and quickly increased his speed, running towards a more populated area. He had already decided to find a safe place to use the anchor to return to the train before it departed. As for the help that Zhu Xingtong mentioned, didn't she say that as long as he entered the station, it would be fine? Then the help was already over. He would just ask that mystic woman for the card once he left the station. Even so, Ye Qiyan was not familiar with the city and was almost caught several times. Unfortunately, the quality of these inspectors was truly terrible. They could be easily dealt with without even using a gun. However, where could he run? Ye Qiyan spotted a corner of a small alley. Just as he was about to dive in to use the blasphemer's card, a pair of small hands suddenly reached out from the shadows, grabbing at his clothing. Who? The barrel of the black ebony gun was aimed at the shadow. A trembling voice said, Don't shoot. From the shadows, the small blue-skinned child with pointed ears, whom he had seen begging before, curled up and pointed to a door on the side. You wanted to go in there? The child nodded. No, I won't be discovered. After a moment of thought, hearing the footsteps outside getting closer, Ye Qiyan temporarily abandoned the idea of using the blasphemer's card. After all, there were others here, unless he killed the child right now. But, forget it. It would be a bit embarrassing to leave this city after less than an hour. Let's consider it a new adventure at the station. Following the child, he entered the door, twisting and turning, arriving in another neighborhood. Go this way. The child pointed in a direction. Following behind him for a long time, it seemed they had descended several dozen meters from the original location. The air, which had been fresh, gradually became unpleasant. Here, the child released his grip on Ye Qiyan's pant leg and timidly said, This here, no one will come because everyone hates us. Compared to the prosperity of other places in Solar City, this area looked like a ruin. Beneath these dilapidated buildings, there were people with green skin and pointed ears, referred to as monsters. Don't be afraid, big brother, we're not monsters, really not. Ye Qiyan glanced at him and reached out to pat the child's head. I know you're not monsters. Here, have this. He took out 2 pieces of fruit candy from his pocket and handed them to the child. The child took the candy but did not eat it. Even though his eyes were filled with desire, there was also a hint of fear within that desire. What's wrong? If you want to give it to your family, I have more. The child shook his head, biting his lip, and said softly, my sister was poisoned by the candy given by the adults above a while ago. He seemed to underestimate the malice this city held towards them. Really? Is it that serious? Ye Qiyan did not say anything. He followed the child deeper into these ruins composed of broken walls. Surrounding them, similar green-skinned, pointed-eared people cast glances at him from the ruins. Their gazes held disgust, envy, but mostly fear. Here, they stopped in front of a relatively intact building. Looking up, the building had a familiar mark. The Faceless Saint. That was on the invitation card from the Imperial Sequence Organization. Suddenly, he had a thought. Could the experiences he had today be arranged by that mystic woman? If so, that would be a bit annoying. With the black ebony gun and the eagle in hand, Ye Qiyan chambered a bullet and pushed the door open. Inside the building, a woman with human skin and ears, wearing a mask and gently tapping a wooden fish, stopped her actions. She opened her eyes, and her face behind the mask made it impossible to tell what expression she wore. She stood up and gestured for him to enter. Speaking to the vigilant Ye Qiyan at the door, you are the newcomer who rescued the angel from that world, right? Hello, my name is Meng Luigina. Like you, I'm a collector of cards. This event organized by the group was initiated by me. Chapter 99, isn't it disgusting to manipulate fate at will? So I was noticed by those inspectors because of you? Monroe Gina looked at Ye Qiyan with great interest. In a sense, yes. After all, the news of the Empire Sequence Organization coming to Sualawa City was leaked by me. Otherwise, how could those lazy fools under the inspectors have known about it? They would have approached you simply because you were a newcomer to this city, which they call a routine procedure. A small girl with blue skin walked in carrying 2 cups of warm water. Here you go. The little girl carefully handed the cups to Ye Qiyan. Thank you. Monroe Gina. That name does appear in the Empire Sequence Organization's chat room. Aren't you curious why I spread this information? Seeing Ye Qiyan say nothing more, Monroe Gina rested her chin on one hand, lightly tapping her masked cheek. Not curious. Ye Qiyan placed the untouched cup of water aside and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Monroe Gina called him back, got up, and threw him a key. Leaving so soon? You'll still be searched by those inspectors outside. Come with me. At least let's move your train first. Monroe Gina pulled out a long ritual staff, sword from somewhere, and waved it against the wall, causing a door to quietly open. To be honest, I don't understand why that fortune teller's wishing to insist on sending a newcomer like you to this city. However, since I leaked the information, it's somewhat my responsibility. Upon entering the door, they found a small platform with 3 tracks. It was completely different from the dilapidated scenery outside. It felt like stepping into another space. Using that key can unlock a track. And if you insert your capsule key into another slot, you can transfer the capsule tunnel over. As for the place where the capsules are stored, don't worry. My people will erase your entry information. As a newcomer, it's better not to attract a bounty. 1T transferring the capsule attract attention? No. The capsule tunnel was designed by me in the past. Those people used it, and of course I left quite a few backdoors. 6. Listening to Monroe Gina's confident words, Ye Qiyan didn't know where to start with his sarcasm. Erasing information, designing capsule tunnels, leaving backdoors. One could say she is a senior. The intelligence system of this city must be riddled with holes if she can't hide anything from it. After inserting both keys, a green grid-like projection appeared in the sky. The capsule tunnel slowly descended and gradually dissolved within this grid, and the train stored within steadily landed on the 2nd track. Thanks, I said. I'm taking responsibility. A few blue-skinned children brought 2 chairs for Monroe Gina and placed them on either side. She sat back, crossed her long, wheat-colored legs, and continued to scrutinize Ye Qiyan as if a woman were gazing at a beautiful gem with fervor. To be honest, I'm very curious about you. Me? I'm just a newcomer, nothing special to be curious about, right? Monroe Gina stroked the ritual staff sword, the corners of her lips slightly curling under her mask. No, you're very special, different from any other newcomer I've seen before. Really? Of course, the fact that you managed to release that crazy woman, Shea, already proves your exceptional nature. According to Zhu Xingtu, that fortune teller, this is fate? Haha, though it seems completely absurd to me. It's just a bit of luck. Nothing more. Ye Qiyan's humility made Monroe Gina laugh. Haha, you're really interesting. Everyone is luck. Since the first batch of train conductors entered this world so many years ago, there have been countless lucky ones. Everything you've encountered can't be explained solely by luck. And well, fate doesn't work either. I hate fate the most. Monroe, Gina, shifted to a more comfortable position. If I get the chance, I definitely want to kill that fortune teller Zhu Xingtu and strip her naked, throwing her into the wilderness to feed the wild dogs. Her lazy tone expressed terrifying words, and Ye Qiyan was reminded once again of Shea's words. There isn't a single normal person in this organization. Now it seems, aside from him, it increasingly proves the validity of that statement. You don't have to say that to me. I didn't hear it, okay? Huh, don't worry. That fortune teller isn't so petty. I'm not the only one in the organization who wants to kill her. Don't you find it disgusting to manipulate others with fate? Don't want to kill her? He thought seriously about this question and shook his head. It doesn't matter much. Why do you say that? As long as you do what you want to do, what does it matter about fate? If you're seen, then you're seen. If it's a good thing, then it's a happy ending. If it's a bad thing, then change it. If it's good for you, acknowledge it. If it's bad for you, deny it. If you say you can't change the fate you see, then I simply don't believe it. Silence. Monroe Gina stared at him intently, and after a long while, she finally broke the silence. You're really interesting. No wonder that crazy woman would. Haha. By the way, what's your card rank? Although Zhu Xingtu is annoying, she's relatively nice to newcomers. A card rank S power is enough for you to pass the earlier platforms easily. Demon card. What about you, senior? Demon card? I remember someone collected that before. That guy ISNT in the organization. He is a high-ranking person in the City of Thousand Stars. However, that guy is already one of the lazy ones, completely lacking the motivation to come out, only sending subordinates to collect. As for me, the staff sword danced. A card depicting a woman kneeling at an altar slowly rotated above them. Ritual card. My card rank is Ritual. If you find this type of card rank at some platform one day, let me know. I will exchange it with you for an equivalent item or a demon card. The system interface suddenly appeared, and a friend request popped up. After agreeing, another senior was added to his friend list. System binding? Is it already available so early? Ye Qiyan seemed to have heard similar surprise before. Is system binding rare? In a sense, not really, because as long as your train conductor level reaches level 30, the upgrade options will definitely include a system binding module. However, I've never seen anyone get it so early. At most, they get items that carry the system. Interesting. Could this be related to your talent? Chapter 100. The ceremony of 3 questions. It was just a matter of luck. I happened to encounter the upgrade option and bought it. It's fine if you don't want to say anything. Everyone has their secrets. Monroe Gina held her staff sword, gently playing with the ritual card spinning at the tip of the sword. She was in a good mood today, having met such an interesting junior like you. Hee. Although I can't give you anything, you must have many things you're still unclear about, right? She extended 3 fingers. 3 questions. I'll give you the answers to 3 questions. It just so happens that I can complete a ritual. Remember, don't ask too troublesome questions. A ritual? Don't worry, it's harmless to you. A screenshot was sent through a private message. Ritual card. 3 questions. 3 questions. Your 3 doubts will be answered. Ritual. Your 3 answers will be rewarded. Answer your 3 questions. And you can earn a series of train coins, a little better than nothing. Interesting, right? It's similar to that dragon card, isn't it? But it's a bit more troublesome. After all, that dragon card allowed someone to obtain train coins without any cost or effort. There are indeed questions, and many of them, but if there are only 3. After thinking for a moment, Ye Qiyan finally asked, what is the deal with those corrupted children? They aren't human, are they? That's one of the reasons I organized this event. The sword turned, the tip pointing down to the ground. That charlatan probably didn't tell you what this event is really about, right? No, she only said to come here, but didn't say what I was supposed to do. That's very much in line with that disgusting charlatan style. Inviting someone without explaining what to do, just saying to come. Disgusting. Monroe Gina scoffed disdainfully and returned to the main topic. There's a sealed item at the very bottom of this city. And the reason those children become like that from birth is due to the aura emanating from that item. Only by destroying it can we completely eliminate this issue. However, they are indeed no longer human. I prefer to call these children elves. The woman on the ritual card illuminated a third of her figure. She didn't mention what the item was, and Ye Qiyan didn't press further. Just the aura that can affect all newborns in the city and has persisted for many years cannot be something simple. So, the second question, were the slothful ones? He had wanted to know this since his time in Star City. Fan Hua called those prosecutors the dogs of the slothful ones while being pursued. Just now, Monroe Gina also mentioned the term slothful ones. The sword turned again, this time pointing toward the sky. There are those who use the order cards to establish cities. Have you been to other cities before? I went to Star City once. Did you feel that it made you particularly want to stay there? Wanting to give up the train, give up adventure, and remain forever in that peace. As expected, it wasn't just my illusion. Is it because of the order card? Monroe Gina snapped her fingers. A screenshot was sent. Order card. Sloth, sloth. With sloth, one can find peace. Order. Establishing order must be obeyed. This is the information I got from someone I left in Star City. Unfortunately, I intended to steal it out, but fell just short. Seeing this, you should understand, right? Speaking shockingly, Monroe Gina's casual tone revealed something terrifying. She truly has an insider in the upper echelons of those cities. The information regarding this card is clearly not something ordinary people can access. That insider must have already achieved a high status. I see. So there is a similar card sequence in Solaro City, right? The woman on the ritual card illuminated 2/3 of her figure. So, the last question. Do you know about Run Company, Senior Gina? Monroe Gina tilted her head in confusion, clearly not expecting Ye Qiyan to ask this. She pondered for a moment, frowning as she twirled her staff sword, her fingertips fiddling in the air, evidently using the system. After a long while, she hesitantly replied, "That seems to be a force interfering in the lower platform world. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed the existence of this company at all. But the lower platform? Logically speaking, forces shouldn't be allowed to interfere in the lower platform world. My people seem to have very little information about this company. Interesting." She seemed somewhat excited, like a cat that spotted a little red dot, determined to catch it with her paw. Her fingers tapped against the light screen, her eyes behind the mask gleaming with excitement. Messages were sent out one after another. After several minutes, she finally lifted her head, playfully holding her staff sword. What an interesting force. Let's consider this question as unanswered for now. I'll give you the answer later. It turns out there's a force I don't know about. Ye Qiyan silently mourned for Run Company for a second. It seemed he had brought them quite a bit of trouble. Never mind. You can save the last question for later. Ask me when you have the chance. So, what about your ritual? It's fine. Monroe Gina twisted her staff sword. Another ritual card appeared above the tip of the sword. The two cards intertwined. The final third of the woman's figure on the card began to glow. The light gathered, transforming into a dark golden color, gradually condensing into a solid form. 9 train coins fell from the air into Monroe Gina's hand. "Annie, come here," she softly called, and the girl with cyan skin, no, she should be called an elf, peeked out from a corner, obediently walking to Monroe Gina's side. "Sister, here." She placed the train coins into the girl's hands. "Give these to your grandmother. Let her make some dinner for everyone to share." "Thank you, sister." The girl took the train coins, bowed toward Monroe Gina, and happily ran out. Clearly, this was the first time such a thing had happened. Whether Monroe Gina is a normal person, Ye Qiyan didn't know, but based on his impressions over this time, she should be a good person, right? How pitiful. Isn't it? Ye Qiyan remained non-committal. "Do you want to take one on board as an assistant?" Ye Qiyan shook his head. "I prefer being alone. Sorry. I guess it would be like this." Monroe Gina chuckled lightly. "It's really strange. Good people actually don't like sharing a train with others, while those I dislike prefer to have more people on board. I've thought about this question for a long time, and I still don't know why that is. What do you think?" Chapter 101, The Usefulness of Bad Luck. Ye Qiyan also didn't know the answer to this question. For him, apart from himself, no one else was worthy of being a companion on the same train. Whether it was Shangguan Ink Snow, Zhao Lin, or anyone else, it didn't matter. Even knowing those people weren't bad didn't change anything. Being with others made him feel less relaxed. Compared to humans, he preferred non-human companions like Wally. Of course, having someone like Tina would be nice too. Well, it seems you don't have an answer either. All right, time's almost up. This city may be terrible, but there are some decent places like Fruit Beer and Ant Beef Barbecue. Want to join me? Forget it. I need to head back to the train. Someone is looking for me. Unfortunately, if I don't go today, I might never get to that shop again. Monroe Gina stood up from her chair, leaned on her sword, and walked straight away. On the platform, only Ye Qiyan remained. He didn't leave. Instead, he stared at the messages popping up continuously on the system screen, rubbing his forehead. "Zhao Lin, Maru Spicy Qiyan Ge. My mental limit has permanently decreased. You're not asleep too, right? Wake up, wake up. Dreaming will lower your sanity. Wake up, wake up." In this short time, Zhao Lin had already sent him dozens of messages in a row. He hadn't turned off the system notification sound, and the barrage of notifications was making his head spin. I'm awake, stop bothering me. My head is about to explode from your messages." After sending the reply, Zhao Lin, who was in her own train, patted her chest and sighed in relief upon seeing the message. "Wow, Qiyan Ge, has your sanity decreased too? Boo-hoo. I hope I won't turn into a mad woman. No di I've been awake for a while. You ran into those jellyfish too, right? You just woke up now? What did you dream about? I thought you'd be stuck in a sweet dream forever. Zhao Lin bit her lip, reminiscing about the dream, and sighed. I dreamed about my old home. I didn't have to drive the train and hide everywhere, didn't have to take risks, just playing with cats at home, watching videos, eating snacks. Boo-hoo. That was so happy. That kind of life is what I want. What kind of days am I living now? Oh, so you managed to wake up? That's impressive. Actually, I suddenly saw some messages about good luck and bad luck while watching videos, which reminded me of things on the train. At that time, I really thought it would be nice to stay in that dream forever, but Qiyan Ye. You know, among the things I remembered, the last station was the good luck station. So for a while, there wouldn't be any good luck. If so, how could I encounter something that would make me happy forever? So I woke up. I see. In that case, Zhao Lin's bad luck isn't entirely a bad thing. The fixed intertwining of bad luck allows her to more easily discern the good and bad of a situation. Just like when she had to decide whether to stay at the public trading platform. Because of bad luck, she didn't stay. But also because of bad luck, she survived. It seems Zhao Lin's talent is even stronger than previously imagined. So, how much has your sanity decreased? Let me show you a screenshot. A screenshot was sent over. Mental, 8100, cost of sweet dream. 20 points, that's quite a lot, and there's no sign of recovery. I only slept for half a day, and it's already this much. If I keep sleeping, I'll definitely go crazy, right? Pretty much. Ye Qiyan stroked his chin and opened the public chat room. There are already some conversations in there, but not many. It seemed that the vast majority of people were still trapped in their sweet dreams. Some people might have realized they were in a dream, but were unwilling to wake up. Just as the introduction said, being immersed in sweet dreams is a release for some people. What about that woman, Shangguan Snow? Is she still asleep? Ye Qiyan glanced at his friend list, thought for a moment, and sent a question mark. Question mark. To his surprise, just over a minute later, a message came back. What is up? Checking if you're awake. In the train, Shangguan Snow, doing push-ups, wiped the sweat from her forehead, took off her soaked shirt, and looked at the chat content on the screen, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Just woke up, had a sweet dream, decreased my mental limit a bit, but I should be able to recover, right? What about you? According to the introduction, it's possible. How much did you decrease? 15 points, not a small amount. I have a slight headache. When did you wake up, and what did you dream about? I woke up a long time ago, not a single point lost. As for what I dreamed about, it was about my home. Me too. Most people dreamed of their past homes. For them, the hard days on this train were better than whatever awful past they had. Not to mention, unlike Ye Qiyan, who grew up in an orphanage, most of them still had family, whom they might never see again. Good that you're awake, then. Yeah. After ending the chat, Ye Qiyan's gaze shifted to the other side, where several messages from Zhao Lin had piled up. Ever since they met in Qinxing City, she had been treating him more like a friend. By the way, Qiyan, I have something to ask you. What is it? Do you think that running into those jellyfish this time counts as using up my bad luck? This afternoon, I was supposed to enter a bad luck station, and I originally didn't plan to get off, but if encountering jellyfish means using up my bad luck, then what she said was quite possible. Bad luck and good luck are conserved in a sense, and encountering dream eaters could also be considered a kind of bad luck. Why not just get off at the next station and see if it works? I don't dare. What if I'm wrong? Then I'm doomed. So, I heard someone say that by spending extra train coins, you could buy a temporary entry card to enter the city and stay there for a day, which would allow me to avoid the time of entering the platform. I think that way, even if it's bad luck, as long as I get into the city, I can avoid it better, right? So I want. How much does that person want for the train coins? 8 coins. Give me the money. Question mark. I have a way to get you into another city.